Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy. While others were either washing dishes or handing out flyers during the holidays, you, on the other hand, were wearing your school uniform and engaging in arms dealing. Are you okay? With a young face speaking broken English, you boldly negotiated deals with major organizations, all because you had awakened the arms dealer system. From small arms like AK-47s and rocket launchers to large-scale weapons like intercontinental missiles and nuclear warheads, as long as you paid, you were willing to sell them all. At this moment, on a luxurious yacht in the open sea, a bearded man wearing a turban spoke in a deep voice. "Bossly, can the price of this batch of goods be a bit cheaper? The price you offered is already much higher than the market price." You extinguished the cigar in your hand, crossed your legs confidently, and said with a smile, "Mr. Nicola, I've said all that needs to be said. You've offended the arms dealer Eagle Sauce before, and now no one in the world dares to sell goods to you. I'm taking a risk to trade with you, so what if it's a bit more expensive?" With that, Nicola looked at you, lost in thought. 1 month ago, you and your arms organization suddenly appeared all over the world. No one knew your identity, and no one knew where the weapons you were selling came from. What the world knew was that this arms dealer had everything, dared to sell anything, and never feared offending anyone. That's why Nicholas sought you out. If there's one flaw in you as an arms dealer, it's that you're too stingy. Anyone who buys weapons and equipment from you will be ruthlessly overcharged. After thinking for a moment, Nicholas made up his mind and said, "All right, but Lee, you have to give me 2 more crates of AKs. As soon as you heard this, a smile appeared on your face. "I'll not only give you 2 crates of AKs, but also throw in 2 crates of bullets." Nicholas immediately stood up at the words. "Then it's settled. Let's have a pleasant cooperation." You stood up right away, showing a standard smile. The two shook hands, and this arms deal was successfully concluded. You were quite satisfied in your heart, then walked over to a nearby sun lounger to bask in the sun. "Let's take a break as soon as this batch of goods is out. I heard there's been some activity with the Dragon Kingdom's maritime police recently. Not sure if they've noticed us yet. It's been quite audacious trading in this international waters lately." As you pondered, someone approached holding a phone and said, "Boss, it's a call from within the Dragon Kingdom." Not having many connections within the Dragon Kingdom, you wondered who could be calling. You stood up from your chair to answer the phone, only to find out it was your platoon leader. "Hello, Li Jiang, where are you? I haven't been able to reach you for a month. I was about to report you missing. I'm traveling abroad, doing some business on the side." "What's up? So you went on a trip? School starts tomorrow. Remember to come early." "Tomorrow?" You suddenly realized that you had been so focused on making money that you had forgotten about the start of the new school term. "Hey, did you hear? This is the last semester of high school. Don't be late for the first day." You sighed and said, "I understand. I will hurry back." After hearing your response, the phone on the other end only emitted the sound of disconnection. You take out another cigar from the cigar box, light it up, and gaze at the calm sea in front of you. Your life has been turned upside down in this past month. 3 years ago, when you crossed over to this world, you awakened the arms dealer system. The moment you received the system, you were stunned, and you never expected that the first gift package from the system would be a private island. After that, no matter how you called out to the system, it did not respond, only instructing you to unlock the island first. However, being busy with your studies, you never had the time to go, and the island's remote location made it inconvenient. Finally, during this break, you decided to visit the island. At first glance, it seemed fine, but the moment you set foot on the island, you were stunned. This was no ordinary island, it was clearly an arsenal. AK-47s, barrettes, grenades, missiles, smoke bombs, every imaginable weapon and equipment was available here. And on this small island, there are even their own production lines. As soon as you set foot on the island, the guard at the gate holding an AK recognizes you and keeps calling you Big Brother. Shortly after, an employee resembling a manager tells you that you are the owner of this island, and all the weapons and equipment on it belong to you. In addition, The management staff also presented a stack of contracts for you to sign before proceeding with the transaction. Looking at the pile of contracts in your hand, and then at the huge amounts written on them, you were even more shocked. If it weren't for the system in your head, you would have thought you were dreaming. After arriving on the island, you were trading every day with the contracts in your hand, and the business was so booming that you forgot you were still a student. How could studying from books at school possibly make as much money as selling weapons? Selling one missile earns $2 million US. So you made up your mind to follow the system's path and go big if you're going to play. Since you're in the arms business, you might as well make it big. Become the global arms king. But as for school, you'll have to go back. Not to study but to drop out. You've already made up your mind and turned around, saying, "Get ready immediately. I want to return to Dragon Country at the fastest speed." On the other side of the Dragon Kingdom's maritime border, the captain of the Coast Guard looked serious as he listened to his subordinate's report. "Captain Joe, this cruise ship is often seen in the waters around the Dragon Kingdom. After investigating and gathering evidence over the past few days, we can confirm that there is arms trading happening on board. Should we proceed with the arrest?" After hearing the report from his subordinate, Captain Joe solemnly replied, "Arrest," with just a single word. The faces of the officers in their seats also turned serious. Just as the word arrest was uttered, Joe immediately changed his tune, saying, "It might be difficult for us to completely subdue the other party on our own. After all, this force is involved in arms trading. I need to report to my superiors and request assistance. Also, do we have any investigation results on the departure location of the cruise ship, the list of passengers boarding, and the list of personnel involved in the transactions?" "Yes, Joe team. Based on the surveillance from the Sky Eye satellite, there is one man who appears in most of the photos. Li Jiang, a Chinese national, 18 years old, a high school student." Joey took the investigation report and his eyelids twitched. "Are you sure there's no mistake? After you finished arranging the shipping matters on the other side, you boarded the plane back to your country. Sitting in the first-class cabin, you closed your eyes and couldn't help but sigh at everything that had happened in the past month, feeling like it was all a dream. A month ago he was a current high school student, honestly studying for school. As a result, they are now shaking out as arms dealers and making hundreds of millions of dollars. That's a bullshit experience that no one would believe if they told it." Lyra let out a laugh, then looked out the airplane window again. "Now he has a big order in his hand. Oh, Camel Country that owns 70% of the world's oil. That's a fat piece of meat. The country of Camelot, with its extraordinary economic power. One could say that the term rich as hell is almost tailor-made for them. Think back to when the Dragon Kingdom first traded arms with them. Because of the language barrier, the dragon negotiator held out a finger, signaling $10 million a missile. As a result, the Camel Country thought it was $100 million apiece, and called out that the Dragon Country and the deal was really a child's play, and the price was fair, and he, too, is about to deal with such a country. Think about it, can it all not be like a dream? Camelot informed that it would come to pay in 5 days, so he himself could only stay for 5 days this time back in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Liang's mind was originally still thinking about what other things needed to be dealt with in the Dragon Kingdom. I ended up yawning and falling asleep without realizing it. "Ladies and gentlemen, the flight to the magic city of the Dragon Kingdom has arrived. Please take your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner." As the voice announcement from the airplane rang out, a bustle of voices rang out around Li Liang. Dazed, he opened his eyes and also realized that the plane had reached its destination. After leaving the airport, Li Liang looked around after a month. Looking at the immediate surroundings are a little less than adapting. Casually calling a cab on his cell phone software, the driver looked Li Liang up and down after he sat in the car. Speaking in the native accent of Mordor, he asked, "Where to, lad?" "Jinjiang neighborhood." Li Liang paused for a moment before responding in a local accent. Li Liang also understood that the driver was testing him to see if he was an outsider. If it's an out-of-towner, the driver will have to consider whether to take some detours to screw these out-of-town tourists over. The Jinjiang neighborhood is where Li Liang lives, and the place is not far from the high school where he goes to school. Usually it's all about taking the bus all the time and having to make 2 transfers to get to school. Thinking of the Jinjiang district, Li Liang thought of his neighbor's sister who lived next door to him and took good care of him. I wonder how that neighbor's sister is doing. Why don't we simply go and see? Li Liang pondered for a moment and turned his head to say to the driver again, "Master, it's better to go to the Dongyang neighborhood." The driver master hummed and drove in the direction of the Dongyang neighborhood. 30 minutes later, the signboard of the Dongyang neighborhood that Li Liang saw through the car window, but just under the sign also caught sight of a familiar figure, about 1 meter 67 or so, wearing a white down jacket with his hair simply tied back. In his hand was a bag of groceries that he must have just bought from the supermarket. At the moment, he was walking inside the cell with his head down. Li Liang paid the money to the driver and got out of the car and walked towards the neighborhood. Looking at the soft back of a slow walker not far away with her head down, Li Lingqing was sure that it must be the neighbor's sister. Only at this time, with her head lowered, she seemed to have a somewhat melancholy look. There was something different about the cheerful neighbor sister he remembered from before. So Lyra stepped forward and gave a soft holler. Sister Shulan? Hearing this special address, the figure in front of Li Liang paused for a moment. Then hurriedly he turned his head and surveyed the latter uncertainly. After it was indeed Li Liang, the originally wrinkled eyebrows stretched out and said with some surprise, Li Liang, why did you come back all of a sudden? Li Liang said with a slight smile, it's been too long since I've seen you. Thought you'd moved and came to recognize the way. The two then exchanged a few pleasantries and caught up on each other's recent developments. What was talked about was nothing more than the details of life. Although it was quite pointless, it allowed Li Liang, whose demeanor had always been tense, to completely drop his guard at this point. The only thing that struck him as a bit odd was this. In the midst of these pleasantries, Li Liang noticed that the neighbor's sister's brow was always furrowed. The look was also slightly despondent. After Li Liang said goodbye to her, he looked at Lin Shulan's back as she left with her head down and couldn't help but think, could it be that Shulan-san is in some kind of trouble lately? Chapter 3, Just a Little Business. The entrance to the Donyang neighborhood. Looking at Lin Shulan's departing back, Li Liang was thoughtful. He was also a little tired from all the running around in the arms business lately. Since Sister Shulan didn't explicitly say to herself what kind of trouble she had encountered, she couldn't be bothered to ask more. Li Liang rubbed his temples mentally. Sister Shulan has always been good to me. So if there's really any trouble, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Let's see if we can help her with anything after we settle the school. Perhaps the arms business has indeed been too much lately, making him a bit tired. School starts tomorrow, get some early rest. The next day, Magic City 3rd High School. The seniors who just finished their long vacation are returning to school one after another. At this point, Senior Class 2. The students returning one by one have already begun to communicate in twos and threes. Everyone is talking about their fulfilling winter vacations. I heard you went to a part-time job over winter break and made $10,000 a month. What did you do? Hey, my family owns a company, and I just work part-time at home, sweeping the floor, washing dishes and so on. Agu can give you loaded, but also my family is to open the company. Your family is not to open the commissariat. After being dismantled, that student also turned red and said in defiance, what's wrong with the commissary? I also make $10,000 a month at the commissary. What about you? What can you do? One student patted his chest with pride. Me? I didn't go part-time, but I contributed to society. Contribute? What contribution can you make? It's not much. It's just going to a nursing home to wash the feet of an old grandpa, or helping an old grandma cross the street or something like that. You? Just you? Bullshit right here. Inside the classroom, after a vacation, everyone meets their classmates like old friends reuniting, and we all have endless things to say. Each shared interesting facts about their vacation and chatted animatedly. Li Liang was the only one sitting in his seat quietly looking out the window. Thoughts drifted instead to the arms deal 5 days later. The deal with the Camel Kingdom is coming up in 5 days. This is a camel country. So rich. I wonder how many dollars they have prepared and how much arms they need. Li Liang takes this order very seriously. After all, this was the first time he had made a deal with a country since he had been selling arms himself. If we make this deal work, maybe in the future, more small countries in need of arms will come to buy and sell arms from themselves. That would expand one's scope of business quite a bit. It's a lot more money to be made. Previous chapter, next page. But others don't know what's going on in his head. It looked to them as if they were staring out the window in disbelief. The students who were usually closer to Li Liang noticed him. Then he inquired to Li Liang, who was sitting in his seat. Brother Li, I heard the class president say that he couldn't contact you for a winter vacation, and he only got through to you yesterday. At that, another student came over curiously. Yeah, Li heard the squad leader say you went on a trip. Where did you go on a trip? The inquiries of two of his classmates interrupted Li Liang's thoughts. He said calmly without care, it's not much. I've been traveling abroad, and I've started a little business on the side. Hearing Li Liang's reply, both were a little puzzled. Business? What kind of business can a high school student run abroad? Rico, you're not kidding. Yes, brother Li, what business have gone abroad? Do shopping? This is not bad. I heard someone say, the profit is very substantial. Hearing Li Liang talk about doing business abroad, a few of the closer students went up and got curious. Nothing, Just a little business, buying and selling arms and stuff. Li Liang drooped his eyelids absently. He was planning on dropping out of school anyway, so it didn't matter too much if he talked to his classmates about it. Several of the students froze at first, thought it was a mishearing. He just said, owned a small business selling arms? Arms or what? Guns and ammunition. This is a contraband in the country. Even in foreign countries, that also has a more strict management. The only way the students, have access to guns and ammo is through nothing other than the internet. But now, their classmate, however, told himself that he was in the arms business? Rico, you're joking, aren't you? Some of the students opened their mouths to inquire, and their faces unconsciously began to look a little strange. It's not that they don't believe it, but it's simply too outrageous. Even if you think in the best direction, Li Liang had access to guns and these items. What resources did he have to compete with other arms dealers as a teenager? Bullshit. This is bullshit, but it's just. Li Liang said these words without blushing or jumping, as if this was all happening for real. I say brotherly, this joke is not funny. The arms you're talking about, I'm afraid it's not a toy gun. Yes, the toy gun that is not also a gun, on behalf of the toy gun, is also considered to be in the arms business. Can Ali, tart words a set. No wonder you're you. How could I not think of this kind of flirty talk? No wonder you're in the top 10 of your grade every time you take an exam. A school bully is a school bully, and you carry a pretense between your words. With the first person leading the argument, the rest of the class followed suit. In that case, it makes sense. For a while, the classroom was filled with laughter again, and no one really took what Li Liang said to heart. Also, a student, can he do all this work? And this way, listening to his classmates' somewhat abstract explanations, Li Liang just smiled. Forget it, no harm done. And it's true, it's understandable. After all, who would believe this kind of thing when you tell it? A high school student who ran away to travel abroad during winter break, doing a little business on the side? Or the arms business? What about making a movie? Li Liang didn't intend to keep messing around with his classmates, and the purpose of coming back this time wasn't for that. In a couple of days, he'll be leaving the Dragon Kingdom for a bigger world. This time he went, when he would come back, and whether he would be able to come back in the future. Honestly, Li Liang was not really sure. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is still sensitive to this aspect. Nothing happens now, but later, it's hard to tell. Li conscientiously sighed long and hard. Since crossing over, the system had only given him this island in arms orders. Beyond that, there was no more movement, so it's hard to say if you're following the path laid out by the system and if the system will activate to appear again later. And the result of this is that it's a mystery as to when you'll be able to come back after this trip. These classmates, in the end, are just a yellowish dream. Too many intersections, to his current status, but also more trouble. So, it's probably pretty good, too, he was thinking. Suddenly, jingle bells, the shrill class bell rang, and when all the students heard it, they all began to return to their places. Within moments, the entire classroom was completely silent. It's senior year. The students were as self-conscious as they should be, and the 10-second ringing of the bell waned. The whole class, the whole school, fell silent. The senior classroom teachers gradually entered the classroom with their materials. Today is the first day of school. Things, naturally, will not be less. A class meeting is essential. Able to, just as the crowd of classroom teachers entered the classroom and were about to begin their speeches, the quiet campus. But once again, an abrupt voice rang out. And this voice is quite familiar to every person in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 4, This Li Liang, is he your student? In the senior, second, classroom, Wu Yang's black face was scolding the students under the podium. What's all the noise about? Class is in session, don't you know? In the whole hallway, our class is the loudest. School is a place to learn, not a place for you to have fun. The reason he was black, it was because he had just barely neared the classroom door when he heard the noise of the class from a distance. As a classroom teacher, he understands that these children have gone through a vacation of playing. I'm still not even distracted, and I'm approaching the college entrance exam, which is an important turning point in my life. So how can I do this? Wu Yang looked around and was about to grab a few of his classmates who had just chatted the most to kill a chicken in honor of the wait. His gaze flung to Lyra. He was the one who gathered the most people in his seat just now. He was about to open his mouth and ask Lyra to stand up so he could say what he was just discussing. Just then, an abrupt voice resounded throughout the campus. Ola ola, sirens? Hearing this voice, Wu Yang also froze, but he didn't show much expression. After all, I'm in my 30s myself, so what scenes haven't I experienced? It's just sirens. But the students on stage were a different story. Their reactions weren't as calm as Wu Yong's. After all, their sphere of activity stays at school most of the time as well. Hearing the voice naturally made me curious. A few of the live ones in the class, in particular, started talking straight away. It's a siren? What's with the sirens at school? It can't be that someone did something illegal? With the first person to speak up, the other students pressed on, just about to start a conversation about the sudden sirens. Wu Yang on the podium couldn't look away. I was just about to kill a chicken myself to honor the wait. When this siren sounded, it disrupted the atmosphere that I had just created for myself. He slammed the table and squared his shoulders at the living treasures who had been talking about it the most. Previous chapter, next page. What's all the noise about? Does it matter to you? Be quiet. Now start the class meeting. The few living treasures saw that old Ben was angry and didn't dare to talk loudly anymore. Only one of the living treasures who had just run off to discuss with Li Liang drifted out coldly. Hey, teacher, maybe it's really none of our business. Just now Li Liang said he went abroad to sell arms during winter vacation. Maybe it's here to get him. Ha 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 ha. This statement drew another round of laughter from the class. However, it was limited to a cackle and no one took it seriously. After all, selling arms is not something a high school student can do. However, Li Liang's expression began to solidify. The sudden sound of sirens started to give him a twinge of nervousness, because he is really selling arms. Immediately, he began to think about the recent trade orders and whether or not they had violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Shouldn't be able to. The deals are on the high seas, outside the Dragon Kingdom. Plus there's no deal with the dragons, so they shouldn't be here to get me. Just as he was thinking, podium. Wu Yong sniffed and glanced at Li Liang. Looking again at the living treasure, he asked suspiciously, selling arms abroad? When living treasure saw the teacher looking at him, he couldn't hold back the smile at the corner of his mouth and explained, nothing teacher, just now we asked Li Liang what he did abroad on his winter vacation and he told us that he went to sell arms, probably selling toy guns. Hear the explanation. The tense expression on Wu Yong's face eased slightly, and then he reacted. Turns out it was just a few students joking and bragging amongst themselves. He thought something was really wrong. But yeah, how could a high school student be associated with something as disparate as arms? Okay, all gather yourselves and let's get on with the class meeting. In the meantime, the entrance to the third high school in Mordor, 7 or 8 police cars had already stopped, and behind those police cars, there were even 2 vehicles for military use. Wide body, printed with a brightly colored flag of the Dragon Kingdom. The janitor at the school gate was confused. It's coming for the school. Is there something so big going on at the school that even the military has been alerted? At this point, as the car came to a stop on campus, the SWAT officers in the car quickly got out and arranged themselves in a square formation. In front of them stood a soldier in a green uniform. Was explaining something. The janitor opened the school gates without even daring to ask, and the principal and a host of other school leaders, also at this time hurried over. Senior class, too. In the classroom, the students, as well as the teachers, were completely unaware of what was going on outside. Wu Yang is looking over the notes he made. Find out what this class is going to say. Just as he was about to open his mouth, bang! The door in the classroom was suddenly blasted open with a huge force. Hula hula, click, click, click. 7 or 8 gun-toting police officers came straight in. The SWAT officer at the forefront was even holding an explosion-proof shield in his hand. And after that, more than a dozen policemen rushed in one after another. Nobody move. No one gets out of their seats. A sudden scene. Straight away, the students in the classroom were about to freak out. What's the situation? That's a lot of cops. Or SWAT. And a gun. No way. It really has something to do with us? Did our old Ben do something? Wu Yong on the podium was also confused, only to see a middle-aged man in a green military uniform come out from behind this group of SWAT officers. He could clearly see that the soldier carried 2 bars and a star on his shoulder. Major rank. Following beside him was none other than the principal of Mordor High School. The principal, paper towel in hand, kept wiping the sweat that fell from his forehead. Wu Yong also heard his classmates talking about himself. Forced composure to his classmates. Quiet, class. He looked at the man in the uniform afterward. Striding toward the principal's side, he gulped and asked, "School, principal, what's going on here? Is something wrong?" The principal nodded and shook his head, not explaining anything to him. In this moment, Wu Yong thought about what his classmates had just said about him. The brain flew around rapidly. Could it really be something you've done? He quickly went through a quick list of bad things he had done in his life, but he couldn't think of anything he had done that could alert the military. And no, I've never done anything illegal. Could it be a classmate? But not so much as to come with a gun. Even if he had lived for 30 years or so, He had never seen this scene before. SWAT, soldiers, or the major himself, and with a gun. Suddenly he thought of something else. The heart cackled. Selling arms, could it be Li Liang? Only the moment this thought appeared, it was dismissed by Wu Yong. How can it be? How can a high school student go abroad to sell arms? Just now they were just joking between classmates. How could he not hear this? But at that moment, the SWAT officer aside the soldier walked towards Wu Yong. Seeing this, Wu Yong's heart tightened, only to see the policeman salute Wu Yong, said with a serious expression, "Don't be nervous, we're just here to get some information. You're the homeroom teacher of this class? Li Liang, is that your student?" Chapter 5, Come with us. Begging for votes. Hearing the inquiry from this inspector general, Wu Yong first froze for a moment. His eyes also subconsciously swept a glance at Li Liang in the corner of the classroom. Thinking about what my classmates just talked about. This kid can't really have committed something abroad. Is it really arms dealing? How keen the eyes of the war police are. Following Wu Yong's gaze, he saw Li Liang in the corner. The mold is exactly the same as the information given by the OP. Then without waiting for Wu Yong to reply, quietly, he pointed toward the classroom window seat. Then 7 or 8 gun-toting war police cautiously yet quickly surrounded it directly. Everyone in the classroom didn't dare to look at Li Liang's position, but from behind him, he heard the serious voice of the detective. Li Liang, right? Please come with us. Let us see your hands. Quick, hands on your head. Li Liang quietly looked at his incredibly nervous uncle in front of him, and the cold guns in their hands. Knowing that he should be exposed for his arms dealings, his mind raced at the moment, thinking carefully. Jumping out the window to escape shouldn't work. After all, he had just seen that there were already armed combat police on alert downstairs. It's okay, no need to panic. It's not like you're trading arms within the Dragon Kingdom itself. Do not break the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. At least, no offense for now. Hands on your head. Let us see your hands. Tanji repeated what he had just said. It was only then that Li Liangkai eased his hands to his head. After seeing Li Liang's hands, this detective quickly stepped forward and searched Li Liang. After making sure that Li Liang didn't have any prohibited items on him as stated in the information, it was only then that he was secretly relieved in his mind. Come with us. Previous chapter, next page. Okay. Lyra stood up. Calmly, he walked towards the outside of the classroom, and closely behind him was a group of heavily armed Tanji. Even though they confirmed that Li Liang was not in danger, they still looked nervous. Seeing this scene, the students in the classroom all had unbelievable expressions. I'll go. Rico. So many Tanji are here to catch Rico? Rico wouldn't be some kind of terrorist, would he? He's not really in the arms business abroad, is he? Li Liang followed the war police out of the classroom. The soldier followed suit. Wu Yong's brain went straight down, and the scene in front of him kept hitting his visual nerves. Outrageous. So outrageous. Soldiers lead the way. War police open the way. Such a big scene. What the hell did this Li Liang do? Meanwhile, the chatter in the classroom grew louder. I'm confused. What's going on here? Can someone come and explain this to me? What he said about doing arms business abroad can't be true. Li Liang is really daring. Running off to do arms deals abroad. No, am I dreaming? I've heard that the crime of buying and selling arms, that's more than 3 years and less than 10 years, and in serious cases, it will even. Said this student as he crossed his arms and wiped them on his neck. Hear the chatter in the classroom. The 2 people at the door, Wu Yong and the principal, also looked at each other. The principal coughed and signaled Wu Yong to straighten up the classroom. Okay, you guys be quiet. Wu Yong knew that this matter could not be allowed to continue to be discussed by his classmates. One, because it's a bad influence on the school. Secondly, it was because they had no idea as to whether or not Li Liang had broken the law. All talk is rumor until the results are notified. To protect his students, he must stop the rumors from spreading. The classroom quieted down under Wu Yong's scolding. Then the principal, who had walked back towards the outside of the classroom, asked suspiciously, "Headmaster, what's going on here?" Li Liang. With those words, Wu Yong's eyes unconsciously glanced towards the bodies of those war police and soldiers. It took a while before this continued to speak. What the hell is going on? It's coming straight inside the class to arrest people. Faced with Wu Yong's doubts, the principal didn't know how to answer. There was nothing but helplessness on his face. All that could be done was a couple of bitter laughs and a shake of the head. He was just all but sitting in his office when he heard the janitor call. There were a lot of detectives with guns. There are even military personnel. It's rushing the school. Frightened, he immediately rushed out of the office and found them to inquire about the situation. As a result, that major said that it was not convenient to disclose it in the execution of his mission, and he did not dare to ask again. The principal inquired with a sigh, Mr. Wu, what's with the classroom just now? Discussing the arms deal? Wu Yong pondered for a moment, wondering. It's not much, it's just students bragging to each other about what they did over winter break. Then Li Liang said he went on a trip abroad and did a little arms business on the side. The principal was even more confused when he sniffed. How that sounds is just classmates joking and bragging with each other. A high school student, running off to travel abroad during winter break and doing a little business on the side? Or the arms business? Is that possible? Where does a high school student get the access to arms? No one would believe it. At this time, the other side, Magic City Detective Bureau. Inside the tightly sealed detention center, Li Liang was exited from the room after the two detectives were placed on a small bench. After a while, the major from earlier walked in. Sitting down opposite Li Liang, he spoke in a grave tone. You're quite calm. Introduce yourself. My name is Zheng Niu. This time, I brought you here this time because there's something I need to check with you. Just cooperate and we won't give you a hard time. The last sentence Zheng Niu said was a bit unnatural. Looking at Li Liang, who was only 18 years old, in front of him, one thought about what was in that hidden information that came from the higher-ups earlier. He still can't believe it now. The high school student in front of you is an arms dealer? And a big arms dealer? Even seeing that hidden information, at first he wondered if he was blind. 18. Magic City High School students. Li Liang? If it wasn't for the fact that that information was signed by the highest-ranking officer, and the special seal stamped on it, how could he not associate the words big arms dealer with the high schooler in front of him? Well, I'm not going to bullshit you. Do you realize what you've done? Li Liang replied calmly with his arms crossed on the table. No. At those words, the corners of Zhang Niu's mouth twitched. Looking at this high school student in front of him, his face was calm with no ripples at all. It's as if arms dealing is a family affair for him, like eating and drinking. A high school student. Can you have that kind of mentality? And you're not at all surprised that we're coming for you? Li Liang replied carelessly. I knew this day would come, but I didn't think it would be so soon. I didn't realize it was so soon. Zhang Niu was a bit speechless. This is buying and selling arms. You think it's some kind of trivial matter of eating and drinking. This arms trade is strictly controlled internationally. No international arms dealer is allowed to trade without authorization from the military. Not to mention the Dragon State, where civilian firearms are strictly controlled. Then I won't tell you any more nonsense. Tell me where you were yesterday and what you did. Chapter 6. The terrorist is a high school student? Magic City High School. The influx of large numbers of gun-toting SWAT officers and the arrival of military vehicles. It attracted a lot of discussion from the surrounding crowd. The scene of SWAT taking Li Liang away was filmed by an onlooker and posted on a blog. The video created a huge buzz as soon as it came out. The footage shows a group of gun-toting SWAT officers surrounding a high school student in a Mordor uniform. And behind the group of SWAT officers, there was also a soldier in green uniform. Some sharp-eyed people on the internet immediately noticed the rank of the soldier. After all, major rank. In no time at all, this video was topped in the top 10 of the Hot 100. Everyone is talking about it. What the hell? What's with the SWAT team bringing guns to arrest a high school student? Even the military came. And at the rank of major. What the hell did this kid do? I can't believe he got the police cars to open up and the military to lead the way. It can't be murder. This high school student is a terrorist? There is an overwhelming amount of talk and constant discussion under this video. Everyone has their own speculations on the matter, but most people expressed dismay that SWAT had been military to arrest a high school student. The moment. An Yao is also watching this video. As a popular local reporter in Magic City, she certainly wouldn't let go of any of the heat. After all, catching heat for a journalist is their track record and a testament to their abilities. Watching the heat of the live broadcast get higher and higher, and Yao also became curious. SWAT with guns? The military out in force? To arrest a high school student? What can a high school student do that's so illegal and criminal that he can alert the military? I'm afraid things shouldn't be that simple. All sorts of comments keep coming in under this video. All this commotion to arrest a kid? To arrest a high school student? How big a crime can a high school student commit? And to be arrested at gunpoint, for which even the military was called out? An Yao kept scrolling through the comments under this video. Previous chapter, next page. On this she analyzed, what crime could a high school student have committed that would cause the SWAT team and the military to step in and make an arrest? It's definitely not simple behind the scenes. Usually when a gun-toting SWAT team is deployed, it must be that the kid has a weapon in his hand or has done something very serious that violates the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Plus even the military has come. And from this video it seems this rank is feared to be at the major level. I'm afraid this matter is even more serious. At the end of this video, when the SWAT team came out with Li Liang, A police superintendent berated the citizen who took the video, made him turn off the recording, and that's where the picture ends. However, the heat of this matter was long-lasting, and there were even people who went under the official account of the Magic City Police Department to ask about it. This child is guilty of something. With everyone curious, the video is getting hotter and hotter. It keeps spreading across various certain letter groups. The title is also from the beginning. Military out to arrest unknown high school student. Turned. SWAT military unites to capture terrorists who are high school students. Then later the title evolved. How a high school student became a terrorist. With the forwarding of various citizens. This video, at one point, it soared from the local heat list to the top 3. And it's still going. The internet is also divided into 2 schools of thought. One school of thought is that the high school student must have done something heinous, such as murder and arson or something like that. The other faction, on the other hand, thought that there must be some kind of misunderstanding. A high school student, he wouldn't be able to carry a gun even if he was the biggest criminal, or even alert the military to come and arrest him. The story continues to fester, with all sorts of talk, and Yao was curious and kept scrolling through the comments. The number of comments is still rising. That means the heat is getting better too. Recently there was a vacancy in the central station. Although she was already a popular reporter at the Magic City station, the top always said she didn't have enough seniority. If she can pick up another big hot story, then it will be even easier for her to take the spot. Big news is all but unattainable, and I'm afraid many of my peers have already moved on. I had to seize this opportunity, since none of the online viewers knew what this student had done to alert the military. Then I'm afraid if I plow through this, the heat will be even higher than this one. Thinking of this, Yao immediately picked up the phone and called the director of the Magic City station. It wasn't long before the station manager got on the phone. After Yao spent a minute explaining this news to the station manager, the stage manager froze as well. High school students were arrested by a combination of military and gun-toting SWAT teams. It's outrageous how it's possible. So the station manager also opened his phone and flipped to see the video. Because the video was so hot, all he had to do was search for the words high school student. This video came out. The accompanying video pop-up also floats above the video. Everyone wants to know, what did this high school student do to get the military to step up and lead the way? Seeing the heat still rising, I knew I couldn't let this opportunity pass, and Yao is the popular reporter of the station, and immediately decided to let Yao follow this incident. So with a slap on the table he turned to Yao. Okay Lilian, I'll leave this matter to you. Make sure to dig up the reason why this high school student was taken away. The station will support you in any difficulty. And Yao also didn't expect the station manager to be so supportive. After a conversation about thanking the station manager and promising to complete the task or something like that, immediately called in his own dedicated photographer again. Sister Anne, what's wrong? The photographer also looked puzzled. What is the matter? I'll rush to call me. And Yao replied solemnly as she got her equipment and dressed. There's big news. We're leaving now. Ha? Big news? Where to? And Yao froze at his words. After a moment's contemplation, he said, Tanzanite, Chapter 7, how did you get on this path of no return? Inside the Department of Exploration, Zhang Niu looked sharply at Li Liang in front of him. After all, he was a character who had often been in the army and had spent half his life in the military. The aura emanating from this major was enough to make an ordinary person feel frightened. Even if you don't pass out from the shock, your heart will be slowed down by the shock. But the calmness shown by the high school student in front of him, which is rare even among some adults. In the face of Zhang Niu's questioning, Li Liang didn't have too many surprises and spoke blandly. Yesterday? Didn't do much then. Went offshore to do a little arms dealing. These words caused Zhang Niu to faintly stare. The other party's calmness was really beyond his expectations. Is this really just an 18-year-old? You're just selling arms? You think it's a meal and a drink? Such a big deal to open your mouth? Zhang Niu's eyes narrowed, shooting out a stern light. Do you realize that arms smuggling is against the law? And not a small charge at that. Those who illegally manufacture, trade, or stockpile firearms and ammunition will be sentenced to 3 to 10 years imprisonment for the least aggravating circumstances. Of course I know. Li Liang remained calm, facing Zhang Niu's eyes directly. There was not a hint of retreat or timidity in his demeanor. But I sell arms offshore, and the transactions are done on the high seas. If I remember correctly, this doesn't seem to violate the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, does it? The corners of Zhang Niu's mouth twitched at the words. Seems so. In that hidden information sent by his superiors, it did mention that Li Liang was trading in the high seas area outside the country. At best, it's a little closer to the Dragon Kingdom, but it comes down to the high seas area. At this point, he can't really argue with that. Okay, next question. During the time you were in the arms business, what kind of people did you deal with? How many transactions in total? His eyes were fixed on Li Liang. This question was written in that hidden information. The reason for asking this question was to see if the young man in front of him was honest. Is there anything else to hide? But Li Liang pressed on, not even trying to hide anything from such a question, and answered directly. There's probably been a couple dozen. I forget exactly how many. Business is so hot after all. There's quite a lot of people to trade with, if you will. What with the triangle, the old over, and the main, and the Afrocentrics, and all that kind of thing coming to me. They make up more of the bulk of the trade, and then there's some of the retailers, so I'll sell to them anyway as long as they can afford to pay. Previous chapter, next page. After all, arms know no borders. Hearing this, Zhang Niu almost didn't stand up to give Li Liang a big mouthful. What an arms without borders? Arms don't have borders, but arms dealers do. You're a dragon, running around the world selling arms. Those who know that you are your own personal arms deal. Those who do not know, thought it was authorized by the dragon state to you to buy and sell arms. It is said that this kind of arms dealer who goes to get rich by war only cares about money and does not care about any national honor. And now it seems to be right. Zhang Niu coldly grunted and said with a somewhat unhappy face, you only know how to make money. And do you know how many people will die from the arms you sell? How do you dare to guarantee that the arms you sell today won't hit our compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow? What's the difference between what you're doing and outright murder? Zhang Niu's words undoubtedly put a big hat on him. Knowing that he couldn't use the laws of the Dragon Kingdom to suppress Li Liang, he performed a concept steal. This kind of concept stealing Li Liang, would do. After all, he himself was the school bully before he became an arms dealer, represented the class in a number of debate tournaments. Hearing this, Li Liang remained calm. This comrade major, first of all, I don't think you're right, and secondly, let me give you an example. There are a total of 550 million arms in circulation in this world. That's one gun for every 12 people, and is that fair to the other 11? When they encounter the one with the gun, are they just sitting ducks? At that, he paused briefly, his eyes meeting whichever major was there. The latter was clearly frozen in place by his words, but quickly reacted, and was about to open his mouth to speak in rebuttal. Li Liang seized the moment and continued to articulate what he had said, directly making this major's words reach his mouth, only to be interrupted and swallowed. Comrade Major, may I ask, would a car salesman tell you that driving is dangerous? Would a cigarette seller tell you that smoking kills you? Every year their merchandise kills more people than my arms, and at least my merchandise has a safety pin. Li Liang's words were calm but powerful. Even Zhang Niu, a former soldier who often interrogated prisoners, froze for a moment. Originally, Zhang Niu was trying to put a big hat on Li Liang, give Li Liang a blow from the mental level, so that he can consciously and voluntarily explain everything about the arms deal. But I didn't expect this young man's logic to be so strange. No sense is made out of him. Good boy. According to him, selling arms is not just about making money. Rather, it is to save innocent people who do not have arms, but are being oppressed by those who do. That's what makes sense. I didn't expect a high school student, confronted with the classic cross-examination techniques of the troopers. Surprisingly, he didn't flinch and retreat in the slightest. There wasn't even the slightest change in God's color. This couldn't help but make him appreciate this young man a few times in his heart. Next question. What weapons and arms did you sell? It's just some single weapons. AKs from the Maoist state and Sandhawks from the old meters. Are there no other large weapons? Not yet. Zhang Niu's eyelids jumped as he looked at Li Liang, who had a serious face. Not yet? Nice guy. What's that supposed to mean? Meaning later? Or is it already available and hasn't started selling yet? But he immediately dismissed that concern again. To think that Li Liang was a high school student after all. Being in the arms business is outrageous enough. Probably selling pistols at best, rifle grenades and the like. He couldn't be selling large weapons if he was any more outrageous. And naturally, Li Liang couldn't be truthful about this question from Zhang Niu. After all, he had sold a few air-to-air missiles not too long ago. The fact that you can make large weapons cannot be revealed for the time being, though he hadn't broken the laws of the Dragon Kingdom himself. But after all, he was still within the Dragon Kingdom. Now he was brought to the superintendent of police himself. There's no telling what the military is going to do to him, so he can't account for everything. Zhang Niu's eyes narrowed slightly as he quietly looked at the expressionless Li Liang. From the time he began his inquiry until now, the young man's answers could be described as dripping. Mental strength is also extremely strong. If Li Liang had really violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, then he had the means to make a lasso. But it's just that this Li Liang is, legally speaking, he hadn't really broken any of the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. it prevented him from using any of his means. After a few moments he somewhat couldn't help but ask with some curiosity, "Li Liang, I'm curious to know how you came to be on the path of selling arms." Chapter 8. How much did you just say you made? Begging for votes. In the detective bureau, Li Liang looked a little odd, but it wasn't because of Zheng Niu's inquiries. Instead, a system that has been dormant for almost 3 years, suddenly it rang in his head. "Ding, we've detected that the host has completed a mission to collect a military island. Ding, we have detected the host's current situation. A new mission has begun. Please leave the police station unharmed within 24 hours. Mission accomplished. Acquisition of MAG-fed anti-tank sniper rifle drawings and complete production line. Mission failure, no reward." A series of system voices sounded in his head. Li Liang was a bit surprised in his conscience. However, the face still did not show the slightest expression. This was the second time since the crossing that the system had shown up of its own accord. The first time was when I traveled to this world myself. The system rewarded itself with a military island to travel to and activate and then never heard from again. But now it has reappeared. And as soon as it did, it enacted a mission as well as a reward. It's true that following the system is right. After traveling to the island and doing a bunch of arms business, the system reactivated again. This MAG-fed anti-tank sniper rifle, if I remember correctly, this is none other than the latest model of anti-tank sniper rifle being researched by the Eagle Jam Nation. I've heard that this thing is ridiculously powerful. I didn't think the system could even get this. The reactivation of the system made Li Liang overjoyed. This made him realize that as long as he followed the system there would definitely be more unexpected rewards to follow. It was only a matter of breath before the system released the task. Li Liang then immediately adjusted from the surprise of the resystem activation. The system wants me to leave the superintendent's office 24 hours unharmed? Is there going to be any action other than questioning this time? Thinking about this, he didn't get too nervous. Even if the system hadn't appeared without this quest, he would have also tried to find a way to get himself out of here as soon as possible. After all, there was a big deal waiting for him. But this is still in the Dragon Kingdom after all, and the laws are stricter compared to other countries. This task of the system, it's not really easy to complete. Previous chapter. Next page. Li Liang did not move and looked at Zheng Niu. How to get out of this thing? There is still to be thought. However, he didn't mind answering Zheng Niu's question first. I have my own military production line, and someone needed arms and it was very profitable, so I went ahead and sold it. In business, it's all about supply and demand. Hearing Li Liang's reply, Zhang Niu almost didn't spit out a mouthful of blood. What did he just say? Have your own military production line? What is the situation? Did he or she hear it right? Or is he just fooling himself? How is this possible? Military production lines. Some countries in this world don't have them. Where did he get a military production line for a high school student? Zhang Niu suppressed the breath in his heart and asked with a forced composure. So your line, where did it come from? Li Liang raised his eyebrows and said with a serious face, would you believe me if I said I picked it up? It wasn't that Li Liang didn't want to tell Zhang Niu. Rather, I'm afraid I can't believe the other side even if I say so. Should I tell him that I had a system in my head that helped me build a complete arsenal, and it's fully automated manufacturing, with a bunch of minions gifted by the system to do the work for them? I'm afraid Zhang Niu would have to wonder if he had some kind of delusion when he said this. Zhang Niu's eyes were locked on Li Liang, trying to find a break in his expression, but Li Liang had a serious face at the moment. It didn't look like he was lying at all. From the look on his face, it seems as if, indeed there is no lie. But, to say that picking up is also too much. It wouldn't be a military factory built by any country that was picked up by Li Liang? That's even more bullshit. The kid is still hiding and doesn't want to tell the truth. Zhang Niu's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought for a moment, but the questioning wasn't unproductive. At least, from what's known, it looks like this kid might be an arms dealer who's doing great. Looking at Li Liang, who still had a calm face, he let out a long sigh in his heart. Okay, that's all the questions for today. Then Zhang Niu picked up his notebook and materials and was about to head out. Li Liang hurriedly called out to him when he saw this. Just a moment, Comrade Major. Since there's nothing else, I should be able to go. Go? Where are you going? To sell arms? You're not going anywhere until the matter is cleared up. At those words, Li Liang also froze. You can't leave until things are investigated? What is this? One has not committed a crime. On what grounds? In a few days the Camel Country is coming to make a deal. That's a big deal for hundreds of millions of dollars less. And you can use this deal to make a name for yourself in the arms business. But right now it's not even about dropping out of school. Also there's no telling what kind of trouble is going on over at Sister Shulan's side. and she hasn't bothered to figure it out herself yet, Li Liang said in a deep voice to Zhang Niu with a grave expression on his face. So at least give me an idea of when I can leave. At least? There's a big arms deal waiting for me out there right now. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, I haven't done anything illegal or criminal. There is no reason for you to keep me locked up here now. What did you say? Originally, Zhang Niu's hand had already been placed on the door handle and was about to open the door and head out. Hearing what Lyra said, he stopped moving again. Turning his head towards Li Liang, he inquired, "What did you just say? The arms business?" Zhang Niu was on the verge of laughing at Li Liang. What's wrong with this kid? What kind of place is this that you don't know? Superintendent of Police, you're still thinking about the arms business. Don't you understand the gravity of the situation? Or does this kid just can't walk away from money? The more Zhang Niu thought about it, the more angry he became, and with a look of hatred, he said angrily, "You boy, I wonder, are arms dealers that good? That's all a life with your head tied to the waistband of your pants. How much money can you make selling a few rifles and pistols? And is it worth losing your life? We're doing this to protect you. Tell us about your..." Without waiting for Zhang Niu to continue on, Li Liang interrupted him. "Make at least $100 million on this deal." After Li Liang uttered these words, the entire room was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping on the floor was heard, only to see Zhang Niu staring at Li Liang with wide eyes and an unbelievable face. He stammered, How much did you just say you make?" 100 million US dollars. US knife now. The Zhang Niu man was numb. He had just heard correctly. Is this Li good like saying make at least $100 million on this deal? Minimum. I'll make at least $100 million. What is he selling here? Although I don't know how the general price of the arms market is, but a missile is only sold for $2 to $3 million, right? And he's asking for $100 million? Zhang Niu gulped and forced himself to calm down. Who are you trading with this time? The Maoist country? Or the country of rice? Li Liang said indifferently. Camel country. This is a big deal, and I have to go back and keep an eye on it myself. Camelot? It's that country that's full of oil and gold. An arms dealer can get in touch with them? You know that Camelot countries do this kind of business usually come forward. When others go to them, they don't want them instead, and they have strict quality control on this munition. If it's not good enough or strong enough, they won't want it. After all, there's money in it. Buy whatever you want. This kid has arms deals with all of them? And just how much more is he hiding? Zhang Niu first calmed his heart and looked Li Liang up and down. More and more. The high school student in front of him looked unfathomable. Only after thinking for a moment did Zhang Niu say with a serious expression, "Whether you can get out or not, I can't say yet, but I'll report your matter to the higher-ups so that they can decide as soon as possible. So take your time and wait for the news." Chapter 9, as far as I know, he's actually a good student. Ask about the room. After the words fell, he glanced at Li Liang with great meaning. Then he walked straight out of the small room, taking a deep breath to recalibrate. Another serious comment was made to the detective inspector who was waiting at the door for questioning. This Li Liang is an important person. He must be watched over. There must be no slip-ups. After explaining to the detective, Zhang Niu couldn't help but ponder over what Li Liang had just said again. Just now, Li Liang said that he's going to trade with the Camel Kingdom in a few days. It's not a small thing to realize that this is an arms deal with a country. And listen to him say that the deal involves at least $100 million. It's still dollars. If Li Liang wasn't lying, then he himself had to rush to report to his superiors. At the end of the day, he's still a member of the Dragon Kingdom now. If there really is this deal, it would have to be because of the imprisonment of Li Liang, thus causing the Camelot country's trading staff to run for cover. Will that affect the friendly relations between the Dragon Kingdom and the Camel Kingdom? The Dragon Kingdom and the Camel Kingdom have always had good relations, and this is going to be a problem when this goes wrong. Zhang Niu couldn't help but feel a little numb. It was no longer a personal issue for Li Liang alone. In case it turns into a misunderstanding between countries, with him, can he afford to take the responsibility? It's important to have someone investigate whether Camelot has had any recent demand for arms so we can find out if he's lying or not. As for Li Liang, we need to decide whether to release him or keep him in custody. These things must be reported immediately. Sure, Li Liang's words can't be taken at face value. From the brief encounter with him just now, he must have something to hide. Thinking of this, Zhang Niu immediately moved. After greeting the accompanying driver, he headed towards the outside of the detective station. In the meantime, the entrance to the visiting directorate, a reporter lady with a work badge on her chest, positively speaking with a smile on his face for the camera. Hello, everyone, and welcome to a specially licensed documentary program from a local station in Magic City. I'm sure you're all no strangers to the fact that a special event took place at Mordor High School today. A video of a high school student being taken away by armed combat police has gone viral on the internet. And even in the midst of this video, we have found out that there is military involvement in this operation. I'm sure all of you citizens are also very curious as to what this high school student has done to alert the military, and even have him arrested at gunpoint. Previous chapter, next page. Now that I've arrived at the detective bureau, it's up to me, local station reporter Anyao, to find out the truth for you. Anyao came very quickly. After receiving authorization from the station manager, I looked up the address of this high school on the internet and found that those who could attend this high school were students with very good grades, because the high school was far from her starting point and the classmate had been taken away. So going to high school doesn't make any sense. The key players and characters are in the detective bureau. Come here to find the answers she's looking for. At this point, with the live stream on, the live feed was swarming with pop-ups. Ha ha, Sister Yao Yao has become beautiful again. Upstairs, this is my yo-yo, you're not allowed to look. Great, finally someone to look into this. I'm also curious as to why we're arresting any high school students. Get it started, I can't wait. The heat of the live broadcast was rising, partly because Anyao was a popular reporter from the local station in Magic City. Another part of the reason is because the heat is really high on this and people are curious. So as soon as the show started, the heat soared to the top 10 on the hourly charts, and it's even soaring. Anyao, after a series of opening remarks to the camera, sharp-eyed, she spotted a middle-aged man in a green uniform behind her just as he stepped out of the detective station. They were followed by several detectives in police uniforms. At a glance she recognized the soldier as the very same one who had appeared in the video. Seeing this, she immediately rushed forward with her cameraman and took out a microphone and turned to Zhang Niu in the midst of the stunned crowd of detectives. Hello comrade, I'm a reporter from a local station in Magic City, and I've come to conduct an investigation regarding that video that's recently gone viral on the internet. May I ask what that high school student who was taken away did to cause you to make such a big deal out of arresting him? Could he really be a terrorist, as the internet masses are guessing? Or is there any evidence on this high school student that can assist you in other cases? Zhang Niu had only just stepped out of the detective bureau when a microphone and a barrage of questions greeted his face. He wondered in his heart, had the news traveled so fast? How long has it been since the internet went crazy? It's only been an hour since I decided to go to the high school to make the arrest and come back. Including his own questioning of Li Liang at the detective bureau was only half an hour. After mentally marveling at the power of the internet, he faced the camera again and said squarely, regarding this matter, it's not really what the internet speculated. For some reasons, we can't announce it yet, and we'll give you a satisfactory explanation later. Said, Zhang Niu is going to cross the reporter to leave, because Li Liang, this matter is urgent. Of course, do not want to entangle with the reporter for too long, he must immediately go to report. Of course Anyao was not satisfied to hear such an answer, and hurriedly stopped in front of Zhang Niu again. Comrade, there is one more question. After our brief investigation, it appears that this student was a third-rate student at school. Could there be any other inside information about your capture of him? Hearing this question, Zhang Niu's footsteps stopped. The whole thing froze slightly. Other insiders? The insiders do have it. He was arrested because he was selling arms outside the country. But can you believe it when you say it yourself? A high school kid running offshore to sell arms. He doesn't believe it himself. You can't broadcast it even if you said it. And what a good student. Have you ever seen a good student run off to become an arms dealer? Other students are enjoying their vacations. What good student is doing arms deals all over the world? Today to the Triangle, tomorrow to Maine, and the day after that to Oldover? What good high school student could do this shit? In the face of Anyao's question, Zhang Niu's heart sputtered with anger, but his face didn't move as he replied. This student, is indeed a good student. Speaking of the words good student, Zhang Newton paused for a moment and added, as I just said, I can't answer any of those questions for the time being, and it won't be long before I do. After saying that, Zhang Niu crossed over to Anyao and prepared to leave. But how could Anyao let him go? Keeping a quick pace close to Zhang Niu's side, she asked again, Comrade, since it was a good student, do you think it's too much to make such a big deal out of arresting a high school student? After all, we all saw on the video that the war police entered the campus armed. At those words, Zhang Niu just smiled at Anyao without answering, but mentally, I started cursing at the question. Hyperbole? You wouldn't feel that way if you knew what this kid had done. It's an arms dealer. Who's to say he doesn't have a weapon or two on him? Just in case if there is. Just in case he refuses to cooperate again. Pulled out a gun and gave it a blitz. Who can afford the end result? However, Zhang Niu did not say these words, nor did he continue to answer In Yao's question. Instead, he walked straight to the military vehicle and then told the driver to hurry and drive away. If he stayed here to answer In Yao's questions, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but explode. At this point, the other side, in the senior, second, class, it was now time for class to end. Taking advantage of the absence of the homeroom teacher, the crowd quickly gathered and began to talk. No, do any of you know the inside story? What's going on with Li? So many police are here as well as soldiers. He can't really be selling arms abroad, can he? Did you see that just now? A gun. That's a gun. They brought the guns. I don't think that should be possible. How can he sell arms when he's a high school student? I think so too. It should be something else. At that, the students couldn't help but think again. Also right, a high school student. Where did he get the arms? They have only seen arms on TV and in movies. How could Li Liang be that capable of selling arms? But the question is, Li Liang, what the hell did he do to get the detectives and the military to come out at the same time? This is a question that no one can tell them. The curiosity in his mind was like ants crawling on his body, and not getting an answer was unbearable. Principal's room. Wu Yong was pulled over for questioning alone. The principal frowned as he sat on top of his chair, and to say he wasn't nervous would be a lie. The students on his campus were taken away, and if they had committed a crime, he, the principal, would still be able to sit in his position unscathed. No way. Absolutely no way. The first and foremost problem now is to understand clearly what exactly this Li Liang has done. What do you think of your classmates' claims that Li Liang sells arms? The principal pondered for a long time before asking the seemingly outrageous question. When Wu Yong heard this, he didn't think much about it and immediately replied seriously. Rumor. Definitely a rumor. Li Liang is a good student, and that goodness is not only in academics. As far as I know, he's an orphan who often works part-time when he can in order to go to school, and those part-time jobs are serious part-time jobs. I ran into him once working part-time in someone's restaurant, and he's a hard worker, so all this what selling arms is absolutely impossible. Wu Yong had a serious face, knowing the horror of rumors. As a teacher, he had to protect his students and never let rumors hurt them until everything came to fruition. Chapter 10, Bad. I'm afraid this position is over. In the principal's office, after Zhang Zongwang had let Wu Yong leave, he had been pacing back and forth in the room with an anxious expression. He had just given Wu Yong a dig at him, but not a single detail about why Li Liang was taken was available. In the mouth of Wu Yong, this Li Liang is properly a good student role model, solidarity with classmates and respect for teachers at school. Academically, he was also in the top 10 of his age every time, and won a lot of scholarships. Fatherless and motherless, without any financial resources, to be able to support myself, to be able to go to school. When all the other students were having fun, he went to a part-time job to earn his own living expenses as soon as he could. Just such a good student. I can't believe I was just captured by gun-toting war police in conjunction with the military. This is also too unbelievable. The more Zhang Zongwang thought about it, the more he couldn't understand. But the only thing that is understood is that this is very serious. After all, the military can be out in force this time. A moment later Zhang Zongwang stopped pacing and muttered to himself with a nervous expression. There are no results of the investigation yet to know what Lyra did. What if this were to do something hurtful and unforgivable? That's going to have a big impact on the Mordor High School's popularity. I'm afraid I'm going to have to give up the seat I've been sitting in for almost 20 years to someone else. Mordor High School has always been a key high school in the city. If the school's popularity slipped and fell because of Li Liang, even the name of the key high school was taken off, then he, Zhang Zongwang, would be considered a sinner in this high school. Thinking of this, Zhang Zongwang dropped his butt on the chair and sighed to himself. Li Liang, you've victimized me. But he then looked cross. No way. I can't just sit around and wait. I have to find out what's going on. Otherwise I can't even sleep. With that he picked up the phone beside him and dialed a number. This call was made to the detective bureau. Zhang Zongwang had been a principal for 20 years, so he naturally had some connections on him. After all, Mordor High School is a key high school, and most people squeeze their heads to send their children in. But the phone was dialed out for a long time, but finally it showed no answer. This made Zhang Zongwang uneasy in his heart. What's going on? It's not like my position as principal is really off the table. You haven't even gotten off the stage yet and already your words aren't working? Previous chapter, next page. Zhang Zongwang sat in his chair and let out a long sigh. At this moment, the feeling of helplessness in the heart reached the extreme. He called a few more leaders, but no one answered. Or they answered and hung up. This is all Li Liang's fault though, but being well versed in the law, how could he not know? Students can still be held accountable if their school mismanages them. A moment later he clenched his teeth, dialed a big one. Within moments, the caller picked up on the other end of the line. Hello? What's wrong with Chang? Hearing this familiar voice, a handful of Zhang Zongwan was almost about to cry out. He replied with a shaky voice, Teacher, I may be in trouble. I want to ask you something. The other end of the phone seemed to have guessed what was going on, and his tone turned serious. You're trying to talk about someone your high school students being taken, right? Zhang Zongwan also got excited at his words and said, Yes. Teacher, do you know something? Can you tell me? I promise I won't. I just want to know what this student is guilty of. Let's see if it'll affect Mordor High's popularity, and if it does, so I can make a countermeasure in advance. Zhang Zongwan excitedly said a whole bunch of things in a row, but after he finished his string of words, the other end of the line was surprisingly silent as well. The uneasy feeling in his heart came back strongly. Only a few moments of silence followed by a serious voice from the other side. Xiao Zhang, all I can say about this matter is that it's very serious, and it's better for you not to know about it for the time being, and there's no need to poke around. You'll understand after a while. The person then hung up. At this moment, Zhang Zongwang sat paralyzed in his chair, his face full of despair. He'd dialed out several times so far, but the most he'd gotten out of it was one sentence. This is a serious matter. But it was just about time to continue down the line to ask yourself what was going on. The other man, however, fell silent. This is all Li Liang's fault though, but being well versed in the law, how could he not know? Students can still be held accountable if their school mismanages them, and as principal, he is the head of this school, can't get out of it anyway. A moment later Zhang Zongwan let out a long sigh. It's over. My position as principal. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep it, right? No, he's a student. What on earth has he committed that the level of secrecy is so high? It's not like, really, you're going to sell arms, is it? The other side, Dongyang neighborhood. Lin Shulan is preparing a boxed lunch. Since it was still early I was going to sit down and rest for a while. Just as soon as she picked up her phone, a hot search was pushed to her. It shows the name, high school student arrested by a combination of gun-toting war police and the military. Seeing this she got a little curious as well. High school students being captured by armed combat police and the military? That's what it took to make it so exaggerated. With curiosity Lin Shulan clicked into this hot search, and clicked on the video above. The image shows the war police in a square formation with their guns. Shortly afterward a soldier came over and explained something. The war police then rushed to the school. After a few more moments, the image is of a group of war police bringing out a high school student. Seeing this Lin Shulan froze as the high schooler. The more she looked at it, the more familiar it looked, and as she zoomed in on the video screen, she couldn't help but gasp out in shock. If it isn't Li Liang, what's going on here? How did Li Liang get arrested? She then scrolled through the comments, but they too were filled with curious inquiries. There were also some comments asking if Lyra was a terrorist or if he had planted a bomb in the school to kill people or something like that. Seeing this Lin Shulan couldn't help but be a bit angry and fight for Li Liang. There's no way Li Liang would do such a thing. Others didn't know Lyra. She did. After moving into the Li Liang residence, she found the young man, fatherless and alone. But even then Li Liang did not give up on life to give up on himself. As soon as I can, I'm going to work part-time to earn a living. How could such a person do anything to harm the world? Is there some kind of misunderstanding here? No, Li Liang, he's been alone since he was a child. And this time he's been taken into the detective bureau. No one will even care about him. I'll have to find out. Thinking of this Lin Shulan got anxious and grabbed her cell phone and begged to go out. Just as she was about to leave, there was a sharp knock at the door. Lin Shulan's heart tightened, because the sound couldn't be described as knocking on the door, totally slamming doors. The knock on the door was interspersed with a man's growl. Lin Shulan, open the door. I know you're in there. It's been dragging on for a week now. If we don't pay up, we'll just kick down the door. Chapter 11. It is only right that debts should be repaid. Inside the Dongyang subdistrict, at this moment, a big bald man was constantly knocking on the door of one of the rooms in front of him. The shouting and knocking on the door made the neighboring tenants curious. Lin Shulan, open the door for me, pay back the money. Hearing the shouting outside the door, Lin Shulan's heart couldn't help but tighten. Not long ago her mother needed a lot of money for treatment because she was suffering from uremia. She took all the money she had on her, but even that's a long way off. In desperation, she had to take out a loan shark. However, she did not expect to reach the repayment date so soon. How did you find your way to the door? It hasn't been that long since I borrowed the money, so how can the deadline for repayment be so soon? Bang, bang, bang. Lin Shulan, it's only right to pay your debts. If you don't come out, I'll really kick down the door. The knocking at the door at the end of the sentence had turned into a muffled bang. The knocking on the door outside the house turned to kicking as well. Lin Shulan looked at the swinging door in front of her and pursed her lips, her face pale. Now there is not even enough money to pay for my mother's treatment. What money do you take for yourself to pay off the loan sharks? After thinking for a moment, Lin Shulan still decided to see what kind of attitude the other party had. After making up his mind, Lin Shulan went up and opened the door. She just took one look at the big bald man in front of her and didn't dare to look straight at him again. When the bald man saw the debtor appear, he straightened his lapel and said impatiently, "Ms. Lin, when will that 400,000 be returned? It's been delayed for 7 days. We'll have to take action if we don't pay." At those words, Lin Shulan just bit her lip and looked up. At this moment, because of the bald big man's previous shouting, a number of residents in the neighborhood have already stopped to watch. The crowd of residents made Lin Shulan feel a little embarrassed and only whispered, "I'll pay back the money, so come in first. There's a lot of people out there. It's not good to disturb them." As soon as the words left his mouth, the bald big man stretched out a hand to stop Lin Shulan. "Don't go in there and say what for. This money has been dragging on for 7 days. Let's open up. Just tell me if you can pay it back today and when." Previous chapter, next page. It just so happens that so many neighbors and friends from all walks of life are there, so let them also comment and be witnesses. If you don't give it back, I'm not leaving today, and I'm going to come back every day and make trouble. When he said the last sentence, the bald big man pointed at the crowd watching and deliberately raised his voice. The surrounding crowd also came to life when they saw the big man asking them to judge, pointing at Lin Shulan. "Yeah, it's only right to pay back what you owe, so hurry up and pay it back. Little girl, that's right, pay back the money early and get yourself cleaned up. Little girl family, have hands and feet. Money will always earn. Nothing to borrow so much money for what? Pay back the money. Then he will come to make trouble every day. Do we need to rest in the neighborhood?" The bald man saw that the surrounding crowd was so supportive of him, and immediately gained a few more points of confidence in his heart. He smiled and looked at Lin Shulan and said, "Ms. Lin, don't keep quiet. Can you pay back the money today? You give a definite answer." In the face of the surrounding crowds pointing, Lin Shulan just lowered her head a bit aggrieved. She'd like to pay it back, but she just can't get the money right now. He had very little money left, and his mother, who was subsequently hospitalized, still needed a lot of money for treatment. There was nothing he could do for himself at the moment, and now he just wanted to be left alone. Without answering the big man's question, he turned to go inside and was about to close the door behind him. But how could the bald hunk let her have her way? When he saw Lin Shulan trying to run, he stepped forward and pulled Lin Shulan's hand. "Want to run? Miss Lin, so many neighbors are watching. If you don't pay back the money today, I won't leave." Lin Shulan also got anxious. His mother was still in the hospital waiting for him to take care of her, and he still needed to find out what was going on at Li Liang's side. How could he not be anxious to do so himself? So he had to plead. "You'll have to be lenient for a few days. My mother is sick and still in the hospital. I have to take care of her. I promise. I'll pay you back in a few days when I have the money." The big man who heard the words was disdainful in his heart. In his opinion, every debtor is saying these things. What is said to be leniency results in repeated delays. He doesn't care how difficult your family is or what kind of trouble you're in. It's all up to you. You just collect the money yourselves. He then roamed over Lin Shulan with his gaze and smiled again. "Ms. Lin, my boss said we must get the money today. If that's not possible, you might also want to consider that offer our boss was talking about. That way you might be able to get a few days grace and pay less interest." The entrance to the visiting directorate. And Yao looked at Zhang Niu's military vehicle that was gradually moving away, and she was not discouraged in her heart. After all, in the business of journalism, it's not uncommon to be refused an answer. But the pop-ups in the livestream thought otherwise and started talking about Zhang Niu. "I go. What is this said half a day what not at all useful It's true that listening to the king is better than listening to him. Just, why are you randomly arresting people? Is there really some kind of inside story? What are all the pop-ups saying? We have to trust the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom. They will definitely give an answer that we are satisfied with." Most of the pop-ups on the live feed were still relatively sane, but more than that they wanted to know why the arrest was being made on a high school student. And it's still such a big deal that even the war police are out in force. And Yao didn't have a clue for a while, because Zhang Niu's answer was just too official. It really just didn't reveal anything at all. But this is proof that this really isn't as simple as one would like to think everyone suspects. Since I can't get any information from this soldier, I'll find out for myself. She then regained her form and turned to the camera with a serious look on her face. My friends in the audience, the comrade just now did not answer my question positively. I'm sure our viewers are very curious to know what's going on behind the scenes. Since we are a documentary program, we immediately decided to launch our own investigation, to present the truest scene for everyone. After hearing what Inyao said, the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were also supportive. Right, make sure to investigate what's really going on behind the scenes. Support Sister Inyao. It's too unreasonable to arrest people like this, and there's still no reasonable explanation from the officials until now. Support. Make sure they disclose the reason. All this fuss just to arrest a high school student. There must be an inside story. Go reporters. We look forward to your findings. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were like snowflakes constantly drifting in. After Inyao meowed and realized that most of the pop-ups in the live broadcast room were very supportive of herself, the bottom of her heart added a few more points. But then the question arises, how should one go about investigating? Nothing is now known of the heroes of this event. Wanted to investigate. At least one has to know the lead in this thing, who it is and what it's called. Chapter 12, Classmate. This is not the way to brag, right? At this point, Detective Division, with the departure of Zhengniu, only Inyao and the photographer were left at the main entrance of the Detective Bureau. Even without getting any useful answers from Zhengniu, the heat in the live stream also remained high, and pop-ups were flying all over the place. All of them were words in support of Inyao's continued investigation, but she didn't bother to look, still looking down in contemplation. The main character in this case is a high school student. Since it's a high school student, then maybe we can find some clues in the school. From the looks of that video that's going around the internet, it looks like it's Mordor High School. After just a moment of contemplation, Inyao had a clue, then greeted the photographer. The two then immediately drove to Mordor High School. At this point, Mordor High School is approaching recess, and Inyao inquired around the school. It was learned that the high school student who was taken was a senior, and so it was hoofed. It was just approaching the entrance to the senior, second, class. Then I heard the class murmur, "You say, Lee wouldn't really be selling arms abroad, would he? It's possible. People are coming for him with guns." I don't think so. It's a bit outrageous. I bet it's because of something else. And Yao's heart thumped when she heard her classmates talking. Selling arms abroad? But quickly calmed his insides again. Walking into the classroom, I followed the sound of the discussion that had just taken place and saw a couple of male students. Smiling, he greeted them. "Hello classmates, I'm Inyao, a reporter from the local station in Magic City." One of the male students sniffed and first froze, sizing up the good-looking young lady in front of him. Then he saw the sign of the topic, Magic City Station, attached to Inyao's microphone. The tiger's eyes froze. "A reporter from the Mordor station? Are you, Inyao?" A male student was the first to speak with wide eyes, just because of Inyao, so he usually didn't read the news. At this moment in person in front of him, naturally, he recognized it at once. Inyao smiled and nodded, adding, "We're here to do an interview, and our live audience is very curious." Previous chapter next page. The student who was taken this morning, what was his name? Live? When this male student heard that it was on the air, he immediately straightened up and his face was solemn. "Hello viewers, the student who was taken away today, he is my good buddy. His name is Li Liang." At this point the heat of the live stream still hasn't dropped, and the viewers of the live broadcast couldn't help but snicker at the sight. "Ha ha ha, this student seems to be very face-loving." Seeing these students, I can't help but think back to the fun times I had in high school. It just looks so smart. Ah ha ha ha, Li Liang. And Yao heard the reply and memorized the name in her mind. Then smiling, he asked again. "Then this student named Li Liang, do you know what he was taken for?" Upon hearing this, the classmate who claimed to be Li good buddy, froze and looked at each other with the classmate next to him. "What? For what? That's something he doesn't know. Are we going to say we're selling arms?" And Yao looked at them wide-eyed and asked again, "Don't the classmates know either?" The male student who had spoken first, whispered somewhat sheepishly. Li Liang said that he was selling arms abroad during his winter vacation. It's probably because of that he got caught in. At those words, and Yao also froze. Himself, "Did you hear me right? What did he just say? Selling arms abroad over winter break before you get caught in?" The live feed was also full of question marks at the moment. Just for a moment, the pop-ups were flying again. "What? Selling arms? Are you kidding? No, what is this? High school students? Selling arms abroad? Classmate, this is not the way to brag, right? This is so fake, like it's a movie. King of Arms? Rumors, I guess, are too outrageous." I guess they didn't know and took this Li Liang student's joke seriously. It was a long time before Enyao came back to her senses. The shock in her heart was hard to attach. Selling arms? A high school student running off on winter break to sell arms overseas? That's bullshit. Though she didn't believe it either. She thought again on second thought. If it wasn't for selling arms, so what else could have happened that could have alarmed the war police and the military to come out and arrest someone at the same time? No. Why would they unconsciously envision it in that direction? Can something this outrageous really happen? With the live stream, many of the netizens who were on the air have forwarded this live broadcast to various groups. As more and more people retweet it, a hot search topped the top 3 of a blog again. Shocker! High school students selling arms abroad during winter vacation. Once this hot search appeared, the netizens were completely abuzz. Another heated discussion took place online. What's happening? What's with this hot search? Didn't you watch Enyao live? It's that high school student from Mordor High School, the one who was taken away this morning. What? It's him. So it's because of selling arms that he was arrested by the war police in conjunction with the military? No way. That's outrageous. He's still a student. A high school student is actually an arms dealer? This is not bullshit. It takes brains to figure out how that's possible. That's an armament, not a toy gun. With heated discussions on the internet, not all netizens believed what that student said either. Half the people on the internet think that it might have something to do with arms, but it wasn't an arms sale. Something like a detective losing his gun and having it picked up. After all, that kind of news has come up, and the other half thinks it's pure bullshit, thinks this kind of bullshit shouldn't be on the hot seat. There was another heated discussion between these two classes in response to this question. I think it might be really arms related. After all, even the military is out this time. I don't want you to think it. I want me to think it. It's bullshit any way you look at it. And people who believe that have no brains. Upstairs, we are all discussing. Have some quality, will you? That student's words can't be believed in their entirety. They might really be related to weapons, but not selling arms or anything like that. But soon another netizen with an IP showing foreign commented, I'm abroad. I heard that recently there is a new power arms dealer. Sells everything, not afraid of anything, identity unknown, but I heard from the people who have bought his arms that it is a very young Asian face. Can't be true, right? This comment was immediately met with disdain. Upstairs, listen to the wind. You said yourself that you've heard it. Then I've also heard that I'm an arms dealer too. Do you believe it or not? Yes, yes, yes. No matter how you think about it, a high school student only, and selling arms, too many loopholes. No, this kind of strange hot search has spread abroad? Shame on you. I still hope that the officials will come out sooner to give a reasonable explanation. Chapter 13. What's all the fuss about? The other side. Foreign forums. After everyone kept retweeting Enyao's live content, as well as the video of the arrest taken by the crowd, foreign netizens also had a small wave of discussion in response to the 2 videos that have been circulating on the internet. Can anything be reported now? It's just arms weapons, which are also very common in our country, right? That's right. The Dragon Kingdom makes a fuss about everything. Bumpkin. It's just a gun, we can go buy it here as long as we have a license. It's better that our country is not so good that we have to be taken to jail for some guns and ammunition. Can this kind of news also reach abroad? No one cares anymore? When this news reached foreign countries, most netizens abroad felt that it was trivialized. Doesn't it look like arms to them? In their country, it's all legal to own. Just buy whatever you want as long as you have a license. So this news is just boring garbage news to them. No one wants to pay much attention to that at all. Even the discussion is just a few sentences. In the meantime, a certain estate in the desert. The entrances and exits of this manor are guarded by armed guards, which can be said to be heavily defended. Not far away on the white strip, the sharp-eyed could spot that there were also large weapons on guard. At this moment inside this manor, Nikolai was pouring a glass of red wine for a man sitting across from himself with a white cloth on his head. He only smiled at Nikolai as he took the glass of red wine and took a gentle sip. Nikolai, you seem to be in a very good mood lately. Nikolai let out a chuckle and took the same sip of red wine back at him. Duke rushed. You don't know. They may be taking a shot at me these days. They think that by cutting off my source of weapons, they'll make me incapable of fighting back. But they would never have guessed that I was rich in weaponry again. At this Nikolai put down his glass and took out another box of cigars from the side, and with a questioning look, signaled Rushed to light one, but Rushed waved his hand in refusal and smiled. Nikolai, that's a question I don't really care about. You know, I've come this time for news of that arms dealer. Previous chapter, next page. Nikolai sniffed but was in no hurry to answer. Instead, he proceeded to light that cigar up, took a sharp drag, and then exhaled with a pleasant expression. Duke rushed, you're in too much of a hurry. Old friends meeting, Don't you want to talk to me more? You don't even know how much all this shit has been bothering me lately. Nikolai was just about ready to spit out some recent encounters to Rusht, who knew that the latter was busy waving his hand for him to stop, and his tone was a bit disgruntled. I'm not interested in knowing this shit about you. Now here's the deal. If we weren't purchasing from this arms dealer and we needed to know his details, do you think I would have come to see you? Or pay to see you? Besides, Nikolai, you don't see me as a friend. If you were a real friend, you'd still charge me? Nikolai smiled brightly, his face not embarrassed, apparently not caring that this duke was upset with him. Ha ha ha, it's not like you guys are short on money, and I've only just been viciously slaughtered by that arms dealer, so naturally I'm going to make some money back from somewhere else. You don't even know how that damn arms dealer screwed me. At that, Rusht remained a little offended. So you've got it in for us? He then waved his hand again to signal forget about it. Not bothering. You'd better tell us what's going on with that arms dealer. He moved the cake of the Eagle Sauce country, and now the Western world is looking for him like crazy. Our country will soon be trading with him as well. And what I want to know is what all needs to be taken care of and what we need to prepare for when trading with this arms dealer. You've traded with him. You should know all these things. Rusht understands that this deal is very important, but this freshly minted arms dealer seems to have no bottom line, selling anything and doing business with anyone. Such behavior had touched the cake of one of the planet's most pissed off Eagle saucers they could not afford to mess with. At this point the Eagle Jam Nation has begun to keep a close eye on the arms dealer throughout the Western world. In such a situation, they naturally could not deal with this arms dealer openly, and Camelot cannot go into a deal with this arms dealer unprepared and uninformed. Otherwise this deal will be so passive itself that it will be led by the nose by the other side. Nikolai was also approached because he had traded with the protagonist. He's clear on the process, that's why one pays him for information. At that, Nikolai mentally but coldly laughed. What else do I need to prepare? That kid is all about money. Anyway, you're right to bring enough money. The thought of it made Nikolai's heart grow fuzzy again. This arms dealer, he's really cunning. Not only did he inquire about his own intelligence before he made the arms deal with him, knowing that you can't buy arms at someone else's place, you drive the price up hard, but it's not like they can do anything about it, and all the other arms dealers are afraid to sell it to them again under Eagle Sauce's coercion. That would be fine, but then again, you're a buyer and a customer. Shouldn't you be polite when you open your door for business? Shouldn't the attitude be better? But then the young, boyish face of the arms dealer came to mind. The bottom of his heart had to pay a few more points of attention. That kid looked small for his age, but he had a calm and steady character, and his aura was not the least bit out of place when facing someone like him. Even had the audacity to throw his face in the air. Such a young man, if he had no background behind him, but was working alone as an arms dealer on his own, that would be horrible. Just thinking for a moment, Nikolai extinguished the cigar in his hand about to speak. One of his minions walked over quickly. After handing Nikolai a cell phone, he whispered something in Nikolai's ear. Nikolai sniffed, a little taken aback at first, then turned on the cell phone that his little brother had given him. Fixing his eyes as if confirming something, he then couldn't help but look odd, but then it went right back to normal. After whispering a few more words toward his little brother, he sent him down, and it was all in Rusht's eyes. Nikolai's look, in particular, made him frown slightly. Did something happen? Before Rusht could continue his thoughts, Nikolai across the seat was the first to speak, and a very playful smile appeared on his face. Duke Radesh, I think your deal may need to be delayed for a few days. This arms dealer, but he's come across something very interesting yet. Chapter 14. It's the Dragon Kingdom. He's been captured in the Dragon Kingdom, inside the manor. Hearing Nikolai's words, Rusht's heart stuttered. However, his facial expression did not show much change, and he asked in a somewhat puzzled manner, the deal is delayed a few days? Nikolai, what's going on? Do you know something? At this point, however, Nikolai was in no hurry to explain. Instead, he took another cigar out of the humidor and lit it, looking a little odd. Just now, he learned from that subordinate's intelligence. The arms dealer he traded with a few days ago was actually arrested in the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, that arms dealer, who was sought by the Eagle Sauce Kingdom worldwide, in the Dragon Kingdom, was captured. What kind of magical drama is all this? Nicola wouldn't have believed it if it weren't for the content of the video to prove it. And what's even more unbelievable is that this arms dealer who has just made a name for himself, he was actually a high school student. It wasn't as if you couldn't see that Li Liang was young when the deal was made that day. But, I didn't expect the other person to be so young. Nikolai lit his cigar and took a sharp drag on it, slightly suppressing some of his inner turmoil. Then unhurriedly, he explained to Rusht, Duke Rusht, just now I learned of an important piece of news. That arms dealer was captured in the Dragon Kingdom. The sudden excitement of this news made Rushed rise from his seat in excitement. Without waiting for the other party to finish, he couldn't help but exclaim, "What did you say?" His face suddenly became ugly as hell. Today the Camel Country is in a similar position to Nicola, also being targeted by the Eagle Jam Country, and put the word out that the sale of arms and weapons to Camelot is prohibited. To do otherwise is to go against the Eagle Jam Nation and the rest of them. Such targeting makes it difficult for Camelot to acquire arms and weapons to strengthen the country's defenses, even if it has the money to do so. It doesn't take much thought to understand what happens to a country that is full of oil and gold but has no defense capability, especially now with this ban on Eagle Jam. Other countries are eyeing them, but they are eyeing them. Now, it was hard to learn that an arms dealer was willing to deal with them, but now he's being told that the arms dealer has been arrested? Doesn't this mean that one's Camel Country is facing extinction? Rushed let out a deep breath and forced himself to calm down, looking serious as he opened his mouth to Nikolai and asked, "Previous chapter, next page." "Nikolai, what the hell happened? Was it the Hawksbane country that did this?" Seeing how agitated Rushed was, Nikolai could only hasten to explain. "No, Duke Rushed, you are wrong. It's the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom. He's been captured in Dragonland. At the same time, I have just learned that this arms dealer is from the Dragon Kingdom. You should know that arms and weapons in the Dragon State control is very strict, and this arms dealer seems to be a high school student." Speaking of which, Nikolai's expression began to look odd again. Seriously, he had dared to disbelieve the news when he first learned of it. The arms dealer, who had recently become so powerful, looked boyish in the face, though, but it seems from the way he acts, and the way he talks, not at all what a high school student could have. After all, what school student would dare to throw himself in the face, and even more so with Rushed in front of him? He froze for a moment when he heard Nikolai's reply as well. This was followed by an incredulous tone. "Nikolai, you're not kidding, are you, high schooler? You're in the mood for jokes at a time like this?" But just as he finished speaking, he looked again at the helpless expression on Nikolai's face in front of him. That made him realize that the other man wasn't joking at all. Rushed gulped and sat down slowly, still asking in some disbelief, "What you're saying can't be true, can it? Is that reliable news?" At that, Nikolai didn't say much, but handed Rushed another cell phone that his men had just handed him. A story was displayed on it, along with a series of pictures and videos. Shocker! High school students selling arms abroad during winter vacation. Although this report has been uploaded unenthusiastically on foreign networks, it seems to have been a hot topic within the Dragon Nation, and after Rush took the cell phone, Nikolai added nonchalantly, "The news is definitely true. The high school student who was taken in this video is the same arms dealer I dealt with. I'm sure I won't mistake this face, because this kid has screwed me out of a lot of money. I didn't expect that this arms dealer would actually be caught. He can be very strict in his work." Rushed was staring dead at his phone, also shocked. "A high school student? I can't believe I'm in the arms business. How dare you get into the arms business? And it's a great way to grow your business." He had heard that many local weapons and arms were sold by this arms dealer, and a lot of these people are the ones that the Eagle Sauce State has put the word out that the sale of arms and weapons to these people is strictly prohibited. You know, the Eagle Jam Country is one of the most powerful countries in the world. The words spoken and the decisions made, except for a few countries that have the ability to call his bluff. The rest of them dare not pay no attention, and even some of them just have to be obsequious. But this arms dealer had the audacity to ignore what Eagle Sauce had said, and continued to make deals as I had done. It's as if they don't give a damn about Eagle Jam Nation. Rushed also hates the Eagle Jam Nation, which only bullies weak nations and takes by force, and also plundering and provoking wars for a variety of reasons. But the arms dealer's ignorance at this point was more like a call to arms. It made him not help but mentally appreciate the high school student a little. This young man, well done. The future is promising. There will definitely be a place for him in the world. Appreciable is appreciable. The arms dealer who was about to make a deal with himself at the moment was captured. So who's going to trade with Camelot? Doesn't this mean that the hopes that were so easily raised in the Camel Country have been dashed again? Rushd's face couldn't help but stare again at the thought. After a moment's thought, Rushed handed the phone back to Nikolai and added, "If this news is true, I must hurry back and report it." Nikolai also nodded with a serious expression and did not say anything more, because the Eagle Jam Nation is eyeing them at this point, and there's no telling when they'll make their move. That's why they have to solve the arms and weapons and a whole lot of other problems quickly, said Rushed, about to get up and leave, and Nikolai followed behind to do his landlord's duty and escort Rushed out of the manor. Because of the urgency of the situation, Rushed hoofed it to Camelot after he exited the manor. This is something that must be reported in a hurry so that they can make a decision in a hurry. Upon returning to Camelot, Rusht immediately reported the matter to the king. The king was also stunned to hear it, and one inquired about Rusht. Is there a mistake? Is there a misinformation? We deal with arms dealers, not high school kids. But after Rusht's detailed explanation as well as affirmation, the king, in shock, immediately called a meeting to have a series of discussions about the incident. Chapter 15. Immediately contact the Dragon Kingdom, asking for votes. Camelot. Inside the conference hall, King Ibn and a group of lords were stony-faced at this time. The crowd arrived as soon as they got word from the king. Ibn had explained the situation at the beginning of the meeting, but at this point no one could open their mouths to offer him a response. Ibn frowned, his eyes scanning the circle before someone finally spoke up. Your Majesty, I have some questions about this incident. At that, Ibn followed the voice and then looked over, rushing to say, Duke Salem, go ahead. The man named Salem spoke after a moment of contemplation. Since this arms dealer is a Rokoku, is there a possibility that this high school student is just a Rokoku pawn? And it is not, as Duke Rusht said, his own personal sale of arms? After all, where did a student get the supplies and channels? Perhaps the Dragon Kingdom is behind it? At these words, the silent crowd in the arena nodded their heads, and there were not a few who felt that it made sense. How old is a student in their opinion? How could he be in the arms business if he didn't have someone behind him? And where did you get the access to be able to get so many arms to sell around? And there are only a few countries that can ignore the threat of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom is one of them. And this high school student happens to be from Rokoku. All this, it seems, not a coincidence. King Ibn felt the same way when he heard it. If this arms dealer is backed by the Dragon Kingdom, then that's fine. Our country and the Dragon Kingdom have always had good relations. If this arms dealer is a pawn of the Dragon Kingdom, maybe it's a hint from the Dragon Kingdom, a reminder that we can make a deal with them. Speaking of which, Ibn couldn't help but feel a little touched in his heart. The Dragon Kingdom is so nice. Obviously there is no shortage of money, but in this situation, they are still willing to help us with our difficulties, so it's a true love in times of trouble. Ibn then said excitedly, contact the Dragon Kingdom immediately. We'll skip that arms dealer and deal directly with the Dragon Kingdom. But Ibn hadn't finished his sentence. Rusht, who had been meditating for a long time on the side, but at this moment interrupted Ibn and analyzed in a deep voice. It shouldn't be possible. Since this arms dealer is backed by the Dragon Kingdom, then why is the Dragon Kingdom arresting him now for selling arms? And it's still such a tight spot to make a deal with us right away. That's why I think that this arms dealer is by no means backed by the Dragon Kingdom, but is selling it himself personally. As for where he got the arms from, we don't know, but it's safe to assume it's not from the Dragon Kingdom. Previous chapter, next page. At these words, the crowd fell back into thought. What Rusht said is not without that possibility, and it makes perfect sense. If this arms dealer is backed by the Dragon Kingdom, why is he being arrested again? And judging from the reports, it was still a big deal to send out the war police to arrest them, and they even made it to the Dragon Country's hot search at one point. It was obvious that the Dragon Kingdom itself had only just learned that the high school student was dealing in arms. The people present frowned, unable to think of anything for a while. Ibn sighed long and deep at the sight. Now that we have a critical situation in Camelot, with countries such as Eagle Jam not knowing when to strike at us, we must address the need for this aspect of arms and weapons immediately. Even if this arms dealer is backed by the Dragon Kingdom, it's too late for us to re-engage in order confirmation, and a series of negotiations with the Dragon Kingdom. After all, transactions between countries are too cumbersome. If it's true what Duke Rusht says, the arms were sold privately by this high school student, then we'll have to make a deal with this high school student. But before we do that, we'll still have to find out what's going on with Rokoku. At these words, everyone present nodded in agreement. The sun was setting and the afterglow colored the sky red. As the sun went west, the crowd ended their day. At this point, inside the Magic City local station building, only Inyao was left alone, busily organizing the information collected today. The information she gathered at school today really shocked her a bit. The classmate named Li Liang was actually arrested for selling arms. This is just a bit too much, but judging from that arrest, it's not entirely out of the question. After all, even the war police and the military were out in force. A moment later, Inyao let out a long breath. The organized information was neatly packed into the bag. Again, I can't help but think about it. From the available information, it seems that it is not certain whether Mr. Li Liang was arrested for selling arms. After all, getting information is still too limited. Perhaps there should be some other places to investigate for information. Right, there's also Li Liang's family that can be investigated. Not only the family can be investigated, but also his neighbors. Thinking of this, Yao's eyes burst out with excitement again. Picked up the phone and dialed the classmate who had interviewed him at school and claimed to be Li's good buddy. This student claimed to be a fan of Yao during the interview and insisted on exchanging phone numbers with Yao. At the moment, this student is kind of playing a key role in the investigation. After getting to know that good buddy classmate a bit, I learned that Li Liang lives in the Jinjiang neighborhood. So Yao took her bag and stopped a cab downstairs, and drove towards Li Liang's residence. It didn't take long to reach the Jinjiang neighborhood. The Jinjiang neighborhood, not really luxurious, looks plain at a glance, and the location is a bit remote from the Magic City High School. Most of the people who live here are also elderly. This made Yao realize that Li Liang's family might not be much richer. Strange, living in a place like this, he's short of money? So the crime was, like, a robbery, or something else? Shaking her head, none of those answers were clear to her at this point. It's better to get down to business first. Speculation, and only speculation. As a journalist, ask, to get the truth. But at this time, Yao did not know how many buildings and floors Li Liang lived. Just then, from a building next to hers, came down an older woman who was throwing out garbage, and Yao immediately seized the opportunity and ran forward to inquire. Auntie, hello, I'm a reporter from a local station in Magic City. My name is Yao. I'd like to ask, do you know Li Liang, a high school student? Which building does he live in? This older woman looked Yao up and down. After searching his mind for a while, he determined that the one in front of him was indeed a journalist. She hurriedly straightened her image, because most of this neighborhood is inhabited by the elderly, so she still had some impression of Li Liang. So the older woman grinned and replied, Li Liang, what are you looking for him for? He hasn't been back for a month or two. At the words, Yao first froze, and then hurriedly asked, what about Li Liang's family? The family should live here. Right, which building in which room? The older woman replied with some regret in her expression upon hearing this. Alas, Li Liang is an orphan. No father, no mother, no family, such a good child. What a pity. Hearing this, Yao froze again, and her complexion instantly revealed sympathy as well, as if she somewhat regretted asking this question. Still, it was a careful question. So Lyra doesn't have anyone familiar here? The older woman said with a long sigh. There was, but it's been moved, and Li Liang and that girl kinda crossed paths more. Where did she move to? There's something I want to ask her. And Yao sniffed and rejoiced in her heart. It's always a good idea not to make a trip for nothing. After getting to know the aunt, she learns that there was a girl named Lin Shulan living next door to Li Liang, and that Li Liang was closer to her. Moved to the East Sun neighborhood not too long ago. After inquiring about this news, Yao didn't stop for a moment. Immediately moved to the Dongyang neighborhood. Chapter 16, There's always a time when you're not there, right? After coming out of the neighborhood, Yao didn't stay for a moment. He casually took a cab on the side of the road and headed for the Dongyang neighborhood. It didn't take long to reach the Dongyang neighborhood, but at this point, inside the Dongyang subdistrict, a number of residents gathered in front of one of the houses. Most of these residents were whispering. Some even started pointing at what was happening in front of them. As soon as Yao got off the bus, she saw the situation and couldn't help but get a little curious. Casually pulling a security Moncler jackets for sale watching from the sidelines, he asked, Grandpa, what's going on here? Why are so many people gathered here? The Moncler outlet store gaze swept Yao, sighed and pointed to Lin Shulan, who was not far away with his head down, and said, I heard that this girl owes someone money, borrowed from a loan shark, and now the other party is coming to her door to ask her to pay back the money, as if she can't get it out. Instantly Moncler outlet online, and Yao saw Lin Shulan, who was blocked in the doorway, at a glance. At this point, Moncler outlet store, he continued after another pause, but I heard that this little girl borrowed the money also to cure her mother. Alas, poor borrowing anything shouldn't go to loan sharks. Hearing this, Yao also understood what was probably going on. The heart couldn't help but sympathize a little too. Just then, two voices came out from the center of the crowd. Ms. Lin, I'm not in the mood to stall with you here. If you can't get the money today, you can talk to my boss yourself. Lin Shulan's face was pale at this time, and her voice was almost pleading. Give me a few more days of grace. I'll be able to pay you back in a few days once I've gathered all the money. I really can't come up with the money right now. She realized that there was no telling what would happen if she let the big man take her. Not to mention the fact that she can't go right now. Her mother in the hospital was waiting for her to take care of her and had to go over to Lyra to see how things were going. But the bald man acted as if he hadn't heard. One took Lin Shulan's hand, while dragging her out of the doorway of the house. Grace? I'll give you grace. Who'll give me grace? Cut the crap. Either pay up today or come with me. Seeing this scene, Yao rushed through the crowd. As a reporter, she knew exactly what these loan sharks would do to these women who couldn't pay them back. Since I've now encountered it myself, I can't just sit back and do nothing. Without much thought, Yao hurriedly went forward and took out her cell phone to open the video, and said to the bald man, "What's going on? What's going on? What are you doing? You better let her go. I've got it on video. It's illegal for you to collect debts like that." At the words, the bald big man first froze, turning his head along with the voice. He saw Yao, who was holding a cell phone and was recording at him. Seeing that the other party took his cell phone and started to record a video, the bald big man couldn't afford to grab Lin Shulan anymore, just still asking in an arrogant tone of voice, "This girl, it's only right to pay what you owe. How come it's illegal for you?" Previous chapter, next page. With that, the big man looked around at the crowd that was watching. "Residents, you come to judge. It is she who borrowed money and did not pay back. How can there be any reason? Is the law going to spoil these old scoundrels?" The words were followed by another round of whispers from the surrounding crowd. There were even crowds of people who were watching and pointing at Yao. "I say, you little girl, shouldn't she pay her debts? You can't change that fact by taking a cell phone and recording it. That's right, I advise you to mind your own business, and let that girl who owes money pay it back earlier, and save us the noise of resting. Little girl, you'd better stay out of it. Let them toss themselves around. We can't control the affairs of other people's families." Hearing the indifferent words of the surrounding crowd, Yao's heart was also disappointed. He was a little angry in the face of the crowd's unjustified accusations, but did not pay any attention to them. She was seen taking out her cell phone in one hand and her work badge in the other, and shouting to that crowd, "I'm a reporter from a local station in Magic City. My name is Yao. If you don't believe me, you can go check. If you're still here being unreasonable, I'll expose what you're doing. I'm sure you'll all see your ugly faces on the headlines tomorrow." At the sound of the voice, the crowd also froze, their gazes looking towards the work card in Yao's hand. After confirming the truth, the surrounding crowd really didn't dare to say anything else, and the voices of discussion were much smaller, and the big bald man in front of him. At this point, he was already blue in the face, and his heart was even more depressed. No wonder this woman always looked a little familiar to herself when she came out. It turned out to be a popular reporter from the Magic City station. "How did you get so unlucky yourself? Just happened to run into a watching reporter. Mud, how come there's so much trouble with a debt collection fart? Women are trouble." Cursing darkly, his face clouded over. "Now that the reporters are going to be in charge of this, I'm afraid I won't be able to take anyone away today. After all, your own kind of loan sharking isn't legal. I'm afraid that if it becomes a big deal, it will not reflect well on the company. Besides, if this reporter is here today, what about tomorrow? What about the day after tomorrow? Can't stay here forever." Thinking of this, he didn't dwell on it too much and stared viciously at Yao. "You're here today. I won't say much. I'll come back tomorrow. And you're always away tomorrow, aren't you? Tomorrow in. Then I'll come the day after. I'll come every day. It's only right to pay what you owe, so you can come as often as you like." The words fell, "Nor does it matter what is present," straight through the crowd in a way. After the big man left, the surrounding crowd no longer continued to watch the fun and dispersed in all directions. When he saw the crowd leave, Lin Shulan was still tense. How could she be reassured by the last words left by Dahan? But the good thing is, today's trouble, it's over. She took a closer look at the Yao in front of her, and a wave of gratitude flooded her heart. Hesitating for a moment, he opened his mouth. "Thank you. I'm afraid if it wasn't for you today I would have been taken by him." Yao put away her cell phone, looked at Lin Shulan, and said with some worry, "No, it's just a show of hands, and that guy just said he'll be back. So you'd better pay the money back as soon as possible, or you'll be in trouble." Lin Shulan just shook her head and her mood lowered, but did not explain anything. Seeing this scene, Yao no longer interfered too much. Thinking again of the purpose of his coming here, he rushed forward to ask Lin Shulan, "By the way, can I ask you about someone? Her name is Lin Shulan. I'm here to find her. Do you know where she lives?" At those words, Lin Shulan also froze for a moment, couldn't help but be a little puzzled. "I'm Lin Shulan. What can I do for you?" At this moment, Yao also paused for a moment. "I didn't realize that the person I was looking for was right in front of me. You're Lin Shulan." So instantly, he began to introduce himself. "Hello, Ms. Lin. I'm here to inquire about Li Liang. I've heard that he's crossed paths with you more, and I wanted to ask you if you knew something about him being taken into the detective bureau." Hearing this, Lin Shulan was also stunned, then anxious. "I don't know. I just saw the news and realized he was arrested. Why did you get caught up in the detective bureau? There must be a misunderstanding here. And Yao was also confused at the moment. Did she not know what was happening either? However, after investigating, Li Liang had only crossed paths with Lin Shulan in front of him, apart from his schoolmates. If she doesn't even know about it, then how can she investigate herself? Seeing that she didn't say anything, Lin Shulan hurriedly pulled An Yao's hand and asked, Miss An Yao, what exactly happened to Li Liang? Do you know something? He's always been a good student. He must have been wrongly accused when he was inexplicably arrested this time. And Yao pondered for a moment. From Lin Shulan's behavior, it seemed that he was afraid that he didn't know something either. So what did this Li Liang do? It's a hell of a lot of work. Not a clue. Is it really selling arms like the students at school say? No way. Absolutely not. Then An Yao pulled Lin Shulan's hand and said seriously, Ms. Lin, let's go inside first. I don't know much. Let me tell you what I know first. And of course, if you remember anything during my narration, you must speak to me as well. If Li Liang was wrongly accused, we will definitely report it and give him justice. Chapter 17. Was the message from Camel Country sent in error? At this point, other side, Dragon Nation, inside an arsenal, all departments are in order. Xiao Zhao, from the External Communications Department, was also busy organizing a series of information, was muttering about how there was so much going on today. Instead, another message came through on that international fax machine. He picked up this information and casually scanned it, but what was on it shocked him beyond belief. Arms orders? While arms orders weren't unusual, the weapons orders on them made his jaw drop. This is an arms order from the Camel Country? With just a cursory glance, he saw a number of large weapons. Some of these weapons are from the Eagle Jam Country, some from the Dragon Country, and some from the Woolly Bear Country. But what all these weapons have in common is that they cannot be sold to the public. And there were some weapons that he had never even heard of, but the performance labeled on it is incredibly strong. Take for example the one above, called the L90 RPG, which is marked with an effective range of 1,000 to 1,500 meters. Keep in mind that the range of a bazooka is only 100 to 400 meters, but the bazooka on top of this order, yet the range is marked at 1,000 to 1,500 meters. What kind of bazooka is this? Isn't this the equivalent of a man carrying a small tank? Who the hell could build this thing? It was a model and performance he had never heard of, let alone seen. I haven't heard of any arms deals between the Dragon Kingdom and the Camel Kingdom either. What's going on here? Was it sent in error? Returning to his senses, Xiao Zhao immediately checked the address to which this order was transmitted again, but it clearly shows the Camel Country. It made his head spin. No, we have to report it to the leaders. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Zhao dialed the phone and said hurriedly, Commander Chen, I'm Xiao Zhao. I have an order with Camel Country for arms and weapons here that I need you to come over and take a look at. A puzzled voice came from the other end of the line as well. What Camelot arms order? Previous chapter, next page. I didn't get the message to trade with the Camel Kingdom. Xiao Zhao didn't know how to explain the arms and weapons on it, but just said nervously, you might as well come and see. It is indeed from the Camel Country. With that said, the caller hung up with a promise of good. Within a short time, a middle-aged man who exuded majesty walked in through the door. Xiao Zhao immediately got up and greeted him when he saw this. The arms order was then handed to him. Commander Chen, this is that arms order. After checking, it was indeed sent to us by Camel Country. Chen Yi originally did not care much, but even after taking the order and roughly scanning it, he was a bit confused, then asked Zhou again, is this really from Camelot? Xiao Zhao nodded with a nervous expression. Seeing this, Chen Yi was even more confused. He couldn't help but curse as he stared at the L90 bazooka on the order. No, is this Camel Country crazy? Where did we get all this weaponry? This bazooka is so powerful, and I'm selling it to them? Don't I keep it for my own use? Xiao Zhao also looked helpless with an innocent look on his face. I don't know, but this did come from the diplomatic side of Camelot. I checked. It's the real deal. Then Xiao Zhao thought of the handful of information that Zhang Niu had recently reported up. By the way, Commander Chen, there's one more thing. Upon hearing this, Chen Yi was still checking out the weaponry on top of this arms order, but waved his hand to signal Xiao Zhao to continue. Sang Niu, Major Sang recently reported on that thing that made the news, the one about the 18-year-old high school student selling arms. Hearing this, Chen Yi didn't have much of a reaction. The news doesn't concern him, but he'd learned a few things during the earlier operation. It's possible that this high school student named Li Liang did make some arms deals abroad, but that kind of petty fighting he didn't care about, and it wasn't his place to get involved. Saying this, Xiao Zhao paused. and seeing that Chen Yi did not respond, he continued. In his debriefing letter, he said that the high school student named Li Liang recently wanted to make a deal with Camelot, and it was still in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Hearing this, Chen Yi was also stunned, and his attention was finally collected from that arms order, said with incredulity in his eyes. What? Li Liang and Camel Country are going to make a deal recently? And hundreds of millions of dollars? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi had a bad guess in his heart. He, too, who had been standing still, began to pace the room. Could it be that the order was sent to Li Liang? But there's no way to reach Li Liang because he's been arrested. So this order was sent to you? But he quickly dismissed the idea again. No way. The most that high schooler can do is dump small handguns, AKs or something like that. How is it possible to make such a big deal that even the Camel Kingdom has come to trade with him? And this arms order is really weird. Every country's arms and equipment have some in it. Where did a high school student get these channels? Seeing this, Xiao Zhao also gulped. He doesn't believe what this reporting letter says either, because it's just too unbelievable. After a moment of contemplation, he asked Chen Yi again. Good, then I'll report to Zhang Niu now. But, how am I supposed to write back from the Camel Kingdom? At those words, Chen Yi stopped in his tracks. This order from Camelot is really odd, and I'm afraid this matter will have to be reported upwards for discussion. After all, the other party had now initiated the order to the Dragon Kingdom on behalf of the country. This matter must be carefully considered. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi said to Xiao Zhao with a serious expression, let me think about this matter for a while. You'll go back to Zhang Niu's side first, and you'll wait for my news on Camel Country's side first. In the meantime, inside the conference room of Camelot Nation, the people looked grave. The situation is critical now, and Eagle Jam Nation and their minions could strike at them at any time. But at this critical juncture, one does not have enough weaponry. How does that make them respond? A few moments later, King Ibn broke the calm and spoke to the crowd in a hushed voice. Guys, it's been a while since that fax was sent, but there's no news until now. If that arms dealer is really behind the Dragon Kingdom, then the Dragon Kingdom should have been prepared for this, instead of not replying until now. The crowd nodded at this statement. Seeing no objection from the crowd, Ibn continued, immediately draft a new document and send it to the Dragon Kingdom, directly naming that we are making a deal with that arms dealer who was captured in the Dragon Kingdom. Chapter 18. His identity has most likely been revealed. At this point, inside an arsenal in the Dragon Kingdom, Chen Yi was about to leave after giving an explanation to Xiao Zhao, but there was another commotion on that international fax machine, and Chen Yi was standing in front of that fax machine. He hadn't noticed it originally, but he swept it up when he heard the commotion. But it was that one look that made his eyelids twitch, because this fax was clearly labeled with the iconic flag of the Camel Country. From Camelot again? He frowned. Can't help but get a little curious. Could it be that Camelot made a mistake with the arms order just now, specially come to clarify? With intense curiosity, he directly picked up this fax and took a look at it. There were only a few lines on this fax, but it kept hitting him in the gut. It was written boldly. It is with great regret that we ask the gentlemen of the Dragon Kingdom that the arms dealer we were trading with has been captured in your Dragon Kingdom. The situation is critical. We need his arms and weapons. Can we be accommodating and communicate? Our Camel Country has always had better relations with the Dragon Country. If possible, we hope that the Dragon Kingdom can give us a chance to trade with that arms dealer. I would like to thank all of you in the Dragon Kingdom. We really needed this shipment of weapons. End of content. Very briefly, however, the content really made Chen Yi's eyes jump when he looked at it. He stared at the sealed fax dead in the face, the shock inside him unable to be calmed for a long time. I was just speculating whether the order sent by Camelot Nation was originally intended to be sent to Li Liang, but now the other side is straight to the showdown. It's a direct indication that it's an arms deal with Li Liang. I didn't realize it was actually true. This Camel Country's arms order was really sent to Li Liang. Where did this kid get all this weaponry? It's a non-sale item from various countries. It's not for sale to the public at all, and quite a few of the weapons in this order are still in the experimental research stage. There are even some weapons that have incredible performance that I've never even heard of. Xiao Zhao, who was on the side, also noticed Chen Yi's out-of-place expression, so he inquired suspiciously, Commander Chen, what's wrong with this fax? Only after hearing this did Chen Yi return his gaze from this fax. Then with a serious expression, he said to Xiao Zhao, get in touch with that Major Zhang Niu right away. I'm going over there right now. Hearing this, Xiao Zhao, who was on the side, couldn't help but get nervous. Previous chapter. Next page. After saying yes to Chen Yi, he was ready to start contacting Zhang Niu, but at that moment Chen Yi added after a pause, right, tell them to make sure to protect Li Liang. Don't rule out the fact that Li Liang's identity has now been exposed and he could be in danger at any time. Even if it's in the Dragon Kingdom, tell them to protect Li Liang with full armor. Saying that, he also ignored Xiao Zhao, who was dumbfounded at the side, and directly turned around and left. And at this point, the other side, Zheng Niu returned to the detective bureau. Just now he had received a message from the higher-ups. The higher-ups have confirmed it, saying that the deal between Li Liang and Camelot Nation is a non-starter. After getting the news, Zheng Niu's heart was first relieved, then his face darkened again. This Li Liang is really fooling people, and talk about a deal with Camelot State and hundreds of millions of dollars. Crafty boy, almost fooled him. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Niu headed towards the interrogation room where Li Liang was being held. After waving his hand at the guards standing at the door to signal them to open it, he walked straight in. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Li Liang sitting in his seat with a calm face. This scene couldn't help but make the corners of Zheng Niu's mouth twitch, because from the time he was brought in until now, this kid just looked like "you can't do anything about me." He had just been tricked by Li Liang in such a way, which made him feel a bit unhappy in his heart. So he was going to give him a good explanation himself, so that he would know the seriousness of the matter now. So with a dark face he sat down opposite Li Liang and spoke seriously. "I really didn't expect you to be so calm until now." At that, Li Liang also paused for a moment, but quickly calmed down again. "Checked it out? If you've checked it out, let me out. I'm still waiting to trade with the Camel Kingdom." Who knew that Zheng Niu slapped the table and laughed instead of being angry? "Right, it's checked out. Just studied the penal code. Li Liang, you have been convicted of this illegal arms trafficking. According to the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, it's almost 3 years or more than 10 years or less, and you refuse to cooperate, maybe even a life sentence, or even the death penalty." Seeing this, Li Liang was also stunned, but quickly reacted again, so he smiled and opened his mouth. "Comrade Major, but don't, I didn't break the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. I told you I was selling outside the country. How do you convict me of this?" Upon hearing this, Zheng Niu revealed a playful smile, and then said nonchalantly, "Is that so? What proof do you have that your arms were sold outside of the country and not within the Dragon Kingdom?" With just this one sentence, Li Liang's face immediately darkened. Evidence? That's something he hadn't really thought about. What evidence do you take for yourself? Now that he is locked up and out of his own way, it's still whatever they say it is. It's not going to press trumped-up charges. And, even if someone could prove it, they can't reach out here now. Isn't this becoming a dead end? If Longbo balked at his guilt, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to wash himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. After thinking for a moment, Li Liang coldly said, "Comrade Major, although I don't have any evidence, I don't think you can produce any evidence of me breaking the law within the Dragon Kingdom either." Only to see that Zheng Niu smiled and did not answer his question positively. "We have decided to court-martial you because of your arms dealings. There, you will know what crime you have committed yourself. As far as what the punishment is, I don't think it's easy to say. I'm afraid it shouldn't be too far off from what I just said." Actually, Zheng Niu wasn't really scaring Li Liang with this passage. The OP handled it pretty much the same way, because Li Liang hadn't technically broken the laws of the Dragon Kingdom, but it is true that arms trafficking abroad is again a fact, so this matter will also have to be referred to a military court to try him, whether he was guilty or not, and what the punishment was, he did not know for the moment. Something bad was beginning to grow in the conscience of Li, who heard this, but still, he said to Zheng Niu with a cold face, "I told you I had a big deal with Camelot. Did you really check it out? At the end of the day, I'm also from the Dragon Kingdom, so if I break the contract, aren't you afraid of destroying the friendly relations between the Dragon Kingdom and the Camel Kingdom?" In fact, Li Liang had long had plans. You didn't break the law yourself, even if you were arrested, borrowing the friendly relationship between the Camel Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom to maneuver around it. That would be one more layer of security for himself. Just let yourself out to finish the deal, then you'll never come back, so they won't have anything to catch. But now for some reason, didn't the military brass find out about their dealings with Camelot? What is this about? Zheng Niu's attention had been focused on Li Liang. After seeing that he finally couldn't sit here calmly, a sense of relief also rose inexplicably in the bottom of his heart. Now you know to be afraid. What's going on? Wasn't he quite calm just now, looking like he had it all figured out? Zheng Niu coughed dryly twice and rose from his seat to add, "To tell you the truth, we contacted Camelot Nation from the top, and Camelot Nation said there's no deal with you, and don't you fool around. Let's go to the court-martial." Chapter 19, Won't give Camelot a hole in the ground. Will you? Inside the small room of the visiting directorate, he only saw Zheng Niu greeting two people towards the door after he had finished speaking to Li Liang. signaled them to escort Li Liang away. At this moment, Li Liang was also filled with black lines. He didn't know what the hell was going on with this military that he couldn't find out just this bit of information. I really don't know how I found out that I was buying and selling arms. Could it be that the Camel Kingdom had cancelled its deal with itself? There's nothing to be done about it at the moment. We have to find a way to save ourselves. Otherwise, let's not talk about making this deal with Camelot. I'm afraid I can't protect myself. After thinking for a moment, Li Liang still decided to personally contact the Camel countryside. Just as Zhang Niu was about to walk out the door, Li Liang called out to him and said, "Comrade Major, it's fine to go to the court-martial, but I have another request." Hearing this, Zhang Niu also turned his head in confusion and asked, "What's the request?" Li Liang exhaled a breath and said with a grave expression, "Since your military can't find out if I had any dealings with Camelot, I'll have to contact them myself to confirm it. You give me a phone number and I'll call and ask them. After I make this call, everything will make sense to you." Hearing this, Zhang Niu also gave him an exasperated laugh. "What do you want to struggle for now? In this situation, our military people have personally asked with Camel Country. People have said they don't have this deal with you. There's no way I'm going to give you the phone, so don't even think about it anymore. Be honest and prepare to be court-martialed." Hearing this, Li Liang Chengli immediately had the feeling that he had been pitted by Camelot Nation. The heart is always in the wrong place. Originally he was going to continue to say something, but Zhang Niu didn't give him the chance and directly turned away, and the two men who had come to escort Li Liang began to handcuff him. But just then, Zhang Niu had just stepped out of the interrogation room when the phone in his pocket rang. Picking up the cell phone, the number on it was clearly an internal military number. He didn't think much of it, after all, such numbers called him all the time, so it was out the door of the detective station before answering the call. "I'm Zhang Niu, previous chapter, next page." Simple words mean appalling, without any extra words. A moment later the opposite party replied, "Comrade Zhang Niu, I'm Xiao Zhao from the outside communications department of the arsenal." At those words, Zhang Niu's heart thumped. How the arsenal calls itself. But without giving it much thought, he replied again, "What is it you say?" Xiao Zhao on the other end of the phone said in a grave tone, "Comrade Zhang Niu, our Commander Chen has already rushed to the detective bureau where you are." Hearing this, Zhang Niu's heart burst, somewhat surprised. Why is he here? Commander Chen. There's no need to bother him personally with such a trivial matter as interrogating Li Liang, Zhou said back after a pause. "Commander Chen asked me to bring a message, saying that Li Liang is now an important person, and that you must protect him well. In addition, his identity may have been exposed, and he may be in danger at any time, requesting you must be heavily armed to protect him without fail. Without further ado, I'll hang up now. I'm a bit busy here. Comrade Zhang Niu, Commander Chen will be here soon." As soon as the words fell, before Zhang Niu could continue to ask something, the other end of the phone had already hung up. At the moment, Zhang Niu stood somewhat messy at the entrance of the detective bureau. He picked up his cell phone and looked at the call log he had just made. After double-checking that the call was an internal military number, the whole thing froze in place. What is this situation? Commander Chen came just as he came. Why did he still have to protect Li Liang, and also have his identity exposed and could be in danger at any time? Okay, he admits it. Li Liang is really an important person now, but even if that was the case, it wouldn't be enough to alarm Commander Chen of the arsenal. What's even more outrageous is that Commander Chen said he'd protect him? What is one doing protecting a criminal? That's a quick turnaround. Did that kid Li Liang really have a deal with the Camel Country? Zhang Niu gulped at the thought. It just so happened that Li Liang was also escorted out by the two guards at this moment. He was about to pass Zhang Niu when he rushed to call out to them. After eyeing Li Liang in a complicated way, he sighed helplessly. "Let's escort him back for now. There are people to interrogate him later." Li Liang was also a bit confused at the moment. What's going on here? Didn't we say we'd go to a court-martial? You don't have to go again? Did the Camelot side not screw themselves again? The two guards also looked at each other at the words, but did not ask questions. Instead, Li Liang was escorted back to the interrogation room at the detective bureau again. The color of the moon is like water. The detective bureau was awfully quiet at the moment. Apart from the roar of the military vehicles, there was not a single other sound. In the face of the military order, Zhang Niu had doubts, but still did not dare to disobey. The top has its own arrangements. All he had to do was obey orders and follow directions. He was told by the top to protect Li Liang with full armor. Then he does as he is told. This road at the entrance to the visiting directorate has been completely closed to civilian traffic. The cordon was even drawn up to 300 meters from the entrance to the inspectorate. There were also a number of extra guards at the entrance to the visiting directorate. These guards are not from the detective bureau. Instead, it was clear of military men in green uniforms, and every one of these alert soldiers wore a gun in their hands. That's the full armor that's wanted up there. Not much longer. A vehicle is approaching 500 meters from the DBS. Seeing that the front could not be driven through, a person in the car got out of the car to check the situation. She was surprised when she saw the situation in front of her, but then waved to the other person in the car and said, "Shulan, look, what's going on here at the Department of Exploration?" Another woman got out of the car at the smell. These two were none other than Lin Shulan and Enyao. After Enyao accompanied Lin Shulan to the hospital to deliver dinner to her mother, the two of them then decided to come straight to the detective bureau to look for Li Liang. Wanted to see what was going on. Lin Shulan also covered her mouth in surprise at the formation in front of her when she got out of the car. Is it because of Li Liang? At this moment, the detective bureau could be described as being guarded on 3 levels inside and 3 levels outside. By now there were quite a few people on guard at the main entrance of the visiting directorate, but there's also military vehicle after military vehicle coming this way. And Yao was shocked beyond words at the moment. She didn't understand what this Li Liang had done. I can't believe the military was drawn out in such a big way. It's just as well that the war police were deployed at gunpoint to arrest him during the daytime. How come the military has mobilized so many people now too? Just as the two were in a trance, another roar came from the sky. The two were wondering what the noise was. The next moment a helicopter was seen floating above the sky, and with searchlights constantly sweeping over the surrounding earth. It seemed to be on alert as well. The two were really a bit confused at the moment. There was even some disbelief as to whether the images that appeared in front of him were dreaming. What the hell is going on here? It's too much. Row after row of military vehicles, even helicopters were out. For those who don't know, it's war. The two were shocked. Several military land cruisers crossed over the two of them. Straight away, he drove into the cordon that was guarded by a large number of soldiers. The entire crowd around them became serious when they saw this car arrive. It was as if the air was condensing in the air. Within a short time, a man came down from the car. This person looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, but his expression was not angry, and he exuded a gust of majesty between his hands. This man is none other than Commander Chen of the Arsenal, Chen Yi. After a few more moments, another person ran out of the Tanzanite. Seeing this person, Yao finally came back to his senses in surprise from the shock. It's that Major. He's there too, only to see Zhang Niu walking quickly towards Chen Yi, then stopping in front of him with a solemn look and saluting solemnly. And Chen Yi just nodded his head and said in a grave tone, "There's no need to talk nonsense. Where is Li Liang? Take me to him at once." Chapter 20. I'll sell what Eagle Sauce doesn't dare to sell. Begging for votes. The moment. And Yao and Lin Shulan weren't far from the entrance of the detective bureau. Both of them naturally heard what Chen Yi said. They actually really came to find Li Liang. On top of being shocked, and Yao stared in disbelief again, because she saw the man in front of Zheng Niu with the rank on his shoulder. It seems to be at the rank of commander. After receiving this news, and Yao was even more shocked inside. What exactly is this Li Liang's offense? Even someone of the rank of commander like that came to him. Things are really getting exaggerated. But she immediately snapped back to the idea that it was a journalistic priority. It can push public opinion to the breaking point, so she subconsciously took out her cell phone, ready to record this scene at the Tanzanite Bureau. But the moment she had raised her cell phone, the soldier on guard not far away frowned, and running quickly toward her, he shouted to stop it. "This comrade, military secrets, no stopping here, no photos or videos allowed." Saying that, he was in a moment of Enyao's daze. With one hand, he snatched Enyao's cell phone and deleted a video recorded in it, then frowned warily at the car beside the two men, and took a long look at them. And Yao was about to explain something. The soldier added in a hushed voice, "You two are sneaking around, and between now and then, please come with me." The words just fell. Before Enyao could say anything, the soldiers on guard then rushed up two more, directly backhanded them in a backhanded hold. The sudden turn of events made Enyao couldn't help but yelp, and then hurriedly explained. Seeing this, Lin Shulan couldn't stand it anymore and hurriedly explained together with Enyao. "Comrades, you've got it all wrong. We're no outlaws. We're really here for someone." But the soldier on the sidelines acted as if he hadn't heard. "I don't care what the two Enyao people explained to bring them to the detective bureau." Previous chapter. Next page. Inside the Department of Exploration, Li Liang was escorted to that interrogation room again. However, the treatment was much better compared to before. and the attitude of the guards at the entrance had changed a bit. Before he said he had to pee and drink water. The guards at the door all either said no, or said to hold back, but now the guards at the door would satisfy themselves if they asked. The magnitude of this change in attitude was a bit puzzling to him as well. What's all this fuss about? Just as Li Liang was wondering, the locked door was opened. The same one that came in this time was a soldier. It exuded an unruffled aura. He first sized up Li Liang. With this survey, Li Liang felt a chill rise up his back. This person's eyes were so sharp that they seemed to be able to penetrate Li Liang's entire body. But Li Liang has seen people selling arms over the past month. Most are outlaws who have fought their way through knives, guns and bullets, so he didn't fear the gaze of the other party in the slightest, so he met them just like that. Chen Yi was also a bit surprised in his heart at the moment. One surprise was that this young man was actually really a high school student. Another one is, there seemed to be a calmness and sharpness in this young man's eyes that was hard to articulate. The main thing was that this young man in front of him was actually so calm when he saw himself. But then, after associating it with Li Liang's identity, it seemed to make sense. That said, it's a great way to have a heart like that at this age. It still made him appreciate it a little in the back of his mind. It's just a shame it's not his soldier. Gathered up those jumbled thoughts, he went straight to the seat across from Li Liang and sat down. He narrowed his eyes and observed Li Liang for a while before opening his mouth with a smile. Not bad. It does have the demeanor of a great arms dealer. Li Liang did not answer either, but just crossed his arms and looked at Chen Yi quietly. Seeing that the latter did not speak, Chen Yi did not care, talked to himself. Lyra, I have a few questions for you. Saying that, he pulled out from his pocket the arms order that had been sent by the Camel Country earlier, and without waiting for Li Liang to reply, he handed it to his desk. The latter took it and gave it a cursory scan before raising his head to look at Chen Yi. What do you want to ask? Seeing that Li Liang didn't explain anything either, and his expression didn't change at all, there was then a hint of clarity in his mind, but more than that, there was a hint of shock. So it was asked. Question 1, this order is indeed a trade order between you and Camelot Nation, right? Li Liang nodded his head and said calmly, it is indeed an arms order that Camelot is going to buy from me, and I'm worried that if you can't find out, I won't be able to get out of here. That's an order of several $100 million. Now that you're here, it's a good thing. At those words Rao Chun Yi froze for a moment. What do you mean you're afraid we won't find out? Do you mean you can't find out if you want us not to? Also we're here, that's good. Being said so by Li Liang, Chen Yi always felt like he was being taken advantage of, and his heart felt very bad, but nothing was revealed in his demeanor. What Li Liang just said, although uncomfortable, but did not put too much on his mind, just nodded and asked again, you have all the arms and weapons on this order. What with the L-90 rocket launcher, the Red Star brand body armor, the ADM sniper rifle, that whole range of stuff? Or are you selling them all? Li Liang seemed to be speechless at his question, so he returned with some impatience. Don't you talk nonsense? What would I sell if I didn't have it? I'm an arms dealer, not a scammer. I do business with a conscience. Hearing this answer, Chen Yi Rao no longer could not calm down. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The body position across the table to come closer to Li Liang a little, whispered, this is a non-sale item of the Eagle Sauce family. What is this ADM sniper rifle? Eagle Sauce seems to have only released some data. Where did you get it? Finally the most crucial question was asked. Chen Yi really wanted to know where the hell this kid got these top-secret weapons from. You know, even those top-secret weapons that the Dragon Kingdom has on Eagle Sauce are only partway through their research progress. But this kid, out of the blue, is a finished product and put it on the market. People are more angry than people. Nope, this should be. People are more than a country, and a country is still more than a country. Who's to blame for this? As the commander of the arsenal, Chen Yi, how could he not be curious? As the question was thrown out, the eyes stared at the latter dead on, as if they wanted to see through him, and Li Liang was silent for a few seconds after hearing this question, as if he was thinking. Then, only then did he speak. You're right, this is the Hawk Sauce family's active weapons. I just think that there is money not to be made. Hawk Sauce has good things always hidden and refuse to sell. There is money not even to be made. So, if they don't earn it then I have to earn it. The words fell. The air in the interrogation room seemed to freeze. The two were wide-eyed. A full half-minute or so passed. The corner of Chun Yi's mouth twitched viciously. No, is that the point? How can it be a matter of selling or not selling this stuff? It's fucking not for sale. Not for sale. What do you know about not for sale? People are in the secrecy phase, the research phase, the experimental phase of the contraption. You say take it out and sell it? Plus, you can sell all you want. You can sell all over the world. as if Eagle Jam didn't know. Isn't this just a slap in Eagle Jam's old face, eh? Thinking of this, Chen Yi froze, punching Eagle sauce in his old face. This seems like a great thing to do. Ahem. Chen Yi dryly coughed twice, forcibly calmed his heart and said with a serious look, "Where did you get all this stuff? Aren't you afraid that Eagle Sauce is going to want you all over the world if you do this? Retaliate against you?" Li Liang still crossed his arms on the table, that strand of posture. Talking. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm already wanted by Hawk Sauce. Chen Yi, Chapter 21, wait here. I'll make a phone call. Inside the interrogation room, the two were just wide-eyed. It was silent for half a minute before Chen Yi sucked in a breath of cool air in his mind. What did this kid just say? It's now on Eagle Jam's global wanted list? Doesn't matter yet? Knowing that he was wanted by Eagle Jam, he still waltzed into the Dragon Kingdom. Isn't this a bogeyman? In case Hawk Sauce gets any misunderstandings. Thinking that the Dragon Kingdom drove Li Liang to steal their country's weapons secrets. Who are they going to talk to about this? You can't even tell by jumping into the Yellow River. Though Dragon Nation is not afraid of Hawk Jam. But this thing is going to be misunderstood if it's really a case of Dragon Nation stealing Eagle Sauce secrets. It's the Dragon Kingdom's fault anyhow. No way. I'm afraid this is more serious than I thought. Once he thought of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but look gloomy again. In a deep voice, he asked Li Liang in front of him, "Lyra, there's a more important issue at hand." At that, Li Liang raised his eyebrows, signaling the other to ask, "Have you been exposed? Or, Hawk Master, does he know your identity information?" Asked Li Liang surprisingly revealed a smile and said confidently, "Don't worry, other than those who have traded with me, others have no idea what I look like, much less my last name or that I'm in the Dragon Kingdom." Hearing this, Chen Yi's heart finally sighed in relief. Just as long as the identity hasn't been revealed yet, this proves that there is still room for control maneuvering in the Dragon Kingdom. This is no joke. The weaponry that the young man in front of him took out was enough to make any country's heart flutter. Hawk Jam's secret weapon alone is enough to get the crowd going. Not to mention the fact that the arms order just sent by that camel country had some weapons with inexplicable bursts of performance on it. These things are enough to drive a person crazy. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Yi always felt that the young man in front of him was really becoming more and more agreeable. Boldness. Do things carefully, not bad for an arms dealer. 2 words, professional. Most importantly, how dare he mess with Eagle Sauce? It's still a blatant provocation of Hawk Jam. The biased Hawksbane can't do anything with him right now. Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but reveal an imperceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Previous chapter, next page. But these are not the most important. The important thing is, where on earth did this Li Liang get all these goodies? Did you get it from Eagle Jam or not? If not, what should I get it from? With these doubts, Chen Yi asked again. Next question. Where the hell did you get all this stuff? This is all top secret. Of course Li Liang knew what he was up to. It's just a matter of wanting to know where one's arms pipeline comes from. Sure. There was no way he could have told him himself. Even if you tell them, it's unlikely that they'll believe you. Should I say that I have a system and that the system swiped it for me? No one would believe it. So when faced with this question, Li Liang didn't answer it head-on, but instead steered the topic away and asked in return, "Comrade, all I want to know right now is when can I get out? Now that you've confirmed this deal between me and Camelot, it wouldn't be right to keep me here. After all, I'm now holding the identity of a Dragon Nation person. In case the Camel Nation misunderstands that you're imprisoning me in order to stop them from purchasing arms, I'm afraid that would damage the friendly relations between the Dragon Nation and the Camel Nation. Wouldn't it?" These words caused Chen Yi to frown as well. This kid, I really underestimated him. Is this really a high school student? Meticulous to such an extent. As if this return to the Dragon Kingdom and a series of situations seemed to have been anticipated and responded to by him. Chen Yi's face was calm, but in his heart, he was appreciating the young man in front of him more and more. Ha ha ha. After a few moments of effort, Chen Yi's originally tightly furrowed brows suddenly stretched and let out a loud laugh. This scene looked a bit puzzling to Li Liang. When he was about to open his mouth, the other said first, "I was right about the man." The appreciation in Chen Yi's eyes was undisguised at this point, and his face returned to its amiable appearance as he finally stated the true purpose of coming here. "Are you willing to work with us? Cooperation? With the military?" Li Liang's expression moved slightly. "That's right." Chen Yi nodded seriously and added, "Actually, in the beginning, the purpose of my coming here was to talk to you about cooperation. I was just going to come and try you out, but I didn't think I'd find something special." Chen Yi looked Li Liang up and down as if he had found a treasure. It certainly wasn't what Chen Yi said it was. It was just that he knew that it was impossible for Li Liang to tell the truth. But Li Liang hadn't violated the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. and the Camel Kingdom side was still waiting for a reply. In order not to mess up the friendly relations between the two countries, they couldn't do anything to Li Liang for the time being. In that case, it would be better to stabilize Li Liang with a reprieve first. Will he still not be able to figure out where he got his arms when he follows up with a slow understanding? And the young man in front of him, with the heart and means displayed on him, was completely at ease to cooperate with him. So that's how it is. The Dragon Kingdom is actually interested in my arms and weapons as well. That's good. As soon as the words left his mouth, Li Liang pulled out a pair of gold-rimmed glasses from somewhere and put them on, then smiled faintly. I'm sorry, I'm the one who slacked off. So it's a big client. Seeing this appearance of Li Liang, Chen Yi was also stunned. The moment he put on the glasses, he was simply as if he had changed into a different person. A treacherous businessman's breath came out. Say it. What kind of arms and weapons does the Dragon Kingdom need? I have everything here. Only what you can't think of. Not what I can't get. For the sake of me being from the Dragon Kingdom, I'll sell it to you at market price. Those gringos I can sell super doubled. But for the Dragon Kingdom, I'll sell them to you normally. How's that? How about it? And there are discounts for large quantities. He gazed at Chen Yi, but Chen Yi interrupted him and said, wait a minute, what did you just say? Super doubled? Li Liang froze at his words, not really understanding why he would seize on this point. Yeah, doing business and not making money. Then what's the point of me hustling? Besides, I'm taking a risk. The words fell. Chen Yi was silent. Super doubled. He sold it to someone else as a super double. Well, haven't you thought that these clients of yours, they won't have a problem with you? Identity, small as a mosquito's voice. However, this caused Chen Yi's entire body to tighten up. This is not good news. If it was like what Li Liang just said, the identity information would only be known to those who had bought his arms and weapons, and he is super doubling down on selling to these guys, is very likely to make these people resent Lyra. In case these people know that Eagle Jam is on a global manhunt for Li Liang, would that be because Lillian super doubled up on selling arms, and sell Lyra's identity information to Eagle Sauce? If that was the case, then did it mean that Li Liang's identity information had probably been exposed? Hiss. Thinking of this, Chen Yi sucked in a breath of cool air in his heart. Hold on. Business first. I'll go out and make a phone call. Lyra? Chapter 22. Forget it. Just transfer the special forces here. Inside the interrogation room. Seeing that the other party was leaving, Li Liang caught himself on the spot. It was another big client, so how could he not be in a hurry? Then he hurriedly shouted at Chen Yi, who was about to leave. Old comrade, don't go. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, we can just sit down and talk about it. It's all good. 20% off anything. However, at this moment, Chen Yi did not care what Li Liang said, just walked out of the interrogation room looking so glum. Through the conversation he had just had with Li Liang, he had already smelled a hint of crisis within, but he wasn't sure. He needs to calm down now. Just after leaving the interrogation room, Zhang Niu, who was on the side, immediately walked over quickly and asked, Commander Chen, the trial is over? Chen Yi did not answer, but only shook his head and made a gesture, signaling Zhang Niu to talk outside the detective bureau. The latter did not ask any more questions when he saw that his face was grave, and followed him outside. Walking outside the door of the detective bureau, Chen Yibuan suddenly stopped in his tracks. It seemed that the mind had already planned what to do with this series of troubles. Then he turned to Zhang Niu with a grave expression. Zhang Niu, is the talk about Li Liang on the internet hot right now? Zhang Niu looked serious. It seemed to guess something as well, and there was a pause before answering. Within the Dragon Kingdom, the public opinion about Li Liang's arrest does have some heat, but everyone is still in the midst of speculation and doesn't really know what he was arrested for, so these remarks are still within a manageable range. Chen Yi nodded and pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked determined and said to Zhang Niu, from now on, block all posts about Li Liang on the internet, and prohibit discussions about Li Liang on the internet, and report back to headquarters again and ask them to send reinforcements to us. Full protection for Li Liang from now on. At this point Chen Yi paused again. Forget it. Directly ask the headquarters to send a special force over to provide full protection for Li Liang. There's a good chance that his identity has been leaked. We must be careful. Hearing this, Zhang Niu just froze in place. It seemed a little hard to believe what the commander in front of him was saying. Not so much. Full protection for Li Liang? Even if the identity is compromised? What the hell is going on? Previous chapter, next page. Though he had just guessed that Li Liang might indeed be dealing with the Camel Kingdom, but it's not so exuberant. Even if you can't trade with the Camel Kingdom by capturing Li Liang, but it's not enough for Dragonland to go ahead and make the deal themselves. It's not like they can't get arms and weapons. After a long time Zhang Niu swallowed and asked cautiously, Commander Chen, isn't that a bit much? It's not that serious? Did you ask something? Chen Yi let out a breath and calmed his heart, finally having a chance to spit. From the moment he received the arms order from Camelot, it shocked him to death. Who can believe these things when they are told? If he hadn't actually confirmed the authenticity of that arms order himself, he wouldn't have believed anyone who told him there was such a thing. And they were all done by a high school student. Comrade Zhang Niu, things are really more serious than you think. This kid in there, he not only does have a deal with Camelot, but do you know what kind of arms and weapons he's trading? At this point Chen Yi stopped and his eyes just stared at Zhang Niu. The latter was also a bit uncertain and shook his head. Only then did Chen Yi continue. He sells secret weapons of various countries that are not for sale. You know what a non-sale item is. Even the non-sale items he had for Eagle Sauce's furry bears. You know those things we have not even been able to confirm specific data on. And he actually has finished products. And not only do they have finished products, he's able to put them up for sale. And what's even more unbelievable is that some of the weapons he has in his hands have explosive performance. I've never even heard of them, but just from the data, they seem to be far superior to the weapons researched by various powerful countries. Now, according to Li Liang, Eagle Jam has learned that he's selling those off-sale items and has started a manhunt for him. Can this not be serious? After saying all this, Chen Yi no longer looked at Zhang Niu, but instead raised his head at a 45-degree angle to the sky. He was suddenly much more comfortable in his mind. All this unbelievable information finally got out of him. But at this moment, Zhang Niu's heart was shocked beyond words, though there was a guess in mind and was prepared for it, knowing that Li Liang has a big arms deal. But I didn't expect to actually be able to do it to such an extent that I could even get my hands on Eagle Jam's top secret weapon. This is outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that all of this was said by this Commander Chen in front of him, I'm afraid I can hardly believe it myself. Now then, you've got yourself a top arms dealer? Although he himself didn't like Li Liang too much as a profit-oriented arms dealer, but just this one thing against Eagle Jam, the young man, I must say, did a great job. After digesting the information-rich news for a bit, he then asked Chen Yi, "Then Commander Chen, I'll go report to the headquarters and ask them to request for support?" At those words, Chen Yi nodded. After receiving the order, Zhang Niu also stopped procrastinating, turned around and went to contact the headquarters. After all, if it was really like what Commander Chen said, Eagle Jam was already looking for Li Liang, then the Dragon Kingdom must take countermeasures quickly. After seeing Zhang Niu leave, Chen Yi also turned towards the interrogation room. Inside the interrogation room, as soon as Li Liang saw Chen Yi come back, the treacherous smile on his face branched out again. "Comrade, how's it going? Have you considered it? My weaponry guarantees your satisfaction. The price is fair, and it's all fair game. After this village, there will be no more stores." Seeing this scene, Chen Yi's mouth couldn't help but twitch viciously, and his face couldn't help but look odd. This kid is short of money? After doing so many arms orders, how to say should also earn a lot. How to still look like this? Ahem. Chen Yi dryly coughed twice, adjusted his emotions and said to Li Liang with a smile, "The business matter is something we still need to discuss at headquarters, and we'll let you know as soon as we have the results." Hearing this, Li Liang immediately put away his smile, and then coldly looked at Chen Yi again and said, "Since you're not doing business, can you let me out?" "You're not doing business. I'm still doing business." Seeing this scene, Chen Yi was also stunned. This kid's attitude change can be really fast. No wonder everyone says that arms dealers are awesome people who are only interested in money. "We won't talk business for now, but we can talk about where you're going." At those words, Li Liang raised his eyebrows, then quickly regained his calm demeanor. "Okay, you say." Only after a moment of silence did Chen Yi slowly speak. "Given the fact that your identity may have been revealed, Hawk Sauce may take a shot at you, so there are only two options for you to stay or go. One, to continue to be held here by us. The second option is to get out, but only if we send someone to follow and protect you, and you can't leave the country until we discuss the results at headquarters. How about that?" Chapter 23, Is This How You Repay Me? Inside the interrogation room, Li Liang just stared at Chen Yi. He mulled over these two options presented by the latter in his mind. Getting out is definitely out. You can't be locked up in this place by yourself. After all, there are too many variables at hand. In case the Dragon Kingdom backtracked, then I'm afraid I wouldn't even have a chance to get out. More importantly, he still has orders from Camelot in his hands today waiting to be traded. That's a lot of money. Although the condition was that he couldn't leave the Dragon Kingdom, this point wasn't difficult for him at all. There are ways to fix that when you get out on your own. Only after pondering so much did Li Liang faintly open his mouth. "I'll take the second one." Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled faintly. This choice of Li Liang's had long been guessed in his mind, so he wasn't surprised. Very well, Mr. Li Liang, you may go. After the two agreed, Chen Yi and Li Liang then stood up at the same time and walked towards the outside of the interrogation room one after the other. At this moment, the guards standing outside the interrogation room were also a bit shocked to see Li Liang and Chen Yi walk out at the same time. He was about to make a move to escort Li Liang again. On the side, however, Zhang Niu stopped them. After signaling a look, the guards had no choice but to stop. Then Zhang Niu walked straight to these two again. First, he looked at Li Liang with complicated eyes before saying to Chen Yi, "Commander Chen, just now there were two people outside the exploratory division, listening to the vigilantes. They were sneaking around and taking pictures with their cell phones, saying that they were here to look for Li Liang. How should these two be dealt with?" "Oh, here to see Lyra?" Chen Yi turned his head to Li Liang and asked, "Is it your subordinate who found it? It's really loyal. How dare you find it when it's all cordoned off outside like this?" Hearing this, Li Liang also frowned and said, "Where are the people? Show me." This time, he returned to the Dragon Kingdom by himself. How could one's subordinates find this? But if not them, who else? After hearing Li Liang's reply, Zhang Niu did not act immediately. Instead, he looked at Chen Yi, waiting for him to give the order. Immediately after seeing Chen Yi nod, he greeted the guards on the side. Previous chapter next page. Gesture them to go and bring the people. It wasn't long before the guards brought out two men coming from a short distance away. "I've said it's a misunderstanding. Why don't you guys believe me? I'm a reporter from a local station in Mordor. My name is In Yao. You guys can go and check it out. Comrade, we really aren't any bad guys. We just came over to look for Li Liang. We just want to understand the situation." Upon hearing the voice, Li Liang, who was on the side, always felt that one of the voices sounded a bit familiar, so he followed the voice and looked over. At a glance, he saw the familiar figure and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Sister Shulan? After hearing this title, Lin Shulan also stopped with a stunned face and said in a tone of disbelief, "Li Liang? You're really here?" It then shrugged off the guards and jogged towards Li Liang. Although she had known that Li Liang had been taken, she still found it somewhat unlikely. Now that he saw Li Liang in the detective bureau, he was convinced in his heart that he had indeed been brought in. Li Liang was also a bit surprised in his conscience. He couldn't figure out why Lin Shulan had been brought in as well. Then he subconsciously looked at Chen Yi, who was on the side. Thought it was his way of threatening himself. Seeing Li Liang's unkind eyes, Chen Yi's also had an innocent look on his face. Looking at his expression, Li Liang instantly understood what was going on. His gaze returned to Lin Shulan, and he couldn't help but feel a warm current surge through his heart. Then he said to Chen Yi, "She's my friend. I can take her with me, I guess." Chen Yi nodded and said, "Could be." The words just fell. Anya was not happy about it. This is planning to leave himself behind. This Li Liang is really heartless. Thanks to myself, I was trying to do him justice in front of the public. Then he shouted sharply to Li Liang, what about me? What about me? You guys are just going to leave me alone?" Seeing this, Lin Shulan tugged on Li Liang's sleeve and whispered, "She came with me to save you too. Not a bad person." At those words, Li Liang subconsciously looked over. After taking a good look around, he realized that he didn't know this person at all. "But I just heard her say she was a reporter, so I guess she's here to dig up news about herself." But how did digging for news get to Shulan's sister's house? That's a bit much, isn't it? Thinking about this, Li Liang couldn't help but feel a little displeased with this female reporter. However, his face did not show it, and he only nodded at Lin Shulan. Again, he said to Chen Yi, "That woman is also my friend. You don't have a problem with me taking her with me, for in Yao Chen Yi can know much more. After all, he often read the news, so he recognized it at a glance." Then he replied to Li Liang again, "I don't have a problem with that." After getting Chen Yi's answer, the three of them just strutted out of the detective bureau. There was still heavy security outside the door of the detective division, but Li Liang ignored it. Instead, he took a hard gulp of air and then grinned again, looking toward Lin Shulan and said, "It's been stuffy in there all day. It's better to have fresh air outside." Upon hearing this, Lin Shulan was about to say something, but behind her, and Yao snatched the question. "Student Li Liang, what exactly happened? How did you get targeted by the military? And so many personnel were deployed." Saying that, and Yao looked towards the soldiers on guard around the Tansi bureau, and a chill could not help but rise in the bottom of her heart. Li Liang blankly glanced at Yao and faintly returned, "It's a long story, so I might as well keep it short, but if it's long then I might as well not talk about it. After all, knowing too much can't be good for you." He couldn't bring himself to feel any good about the female reporter in front of him. They all ran to Lin Shulan's place to investigate in order to dig up news. Really anything goes. Hearing Li Liang's answer, and Yao couldn't help but frown, but didn't get angry and was about to continue to get to the bottom of the matter. Lin Shulan, who was on the side, pulled Li Liang's sleeve again and asked with worry in her eyes, "Lyra, what the hell is going on? I'm worried about you when you're like this." Upon hearing this, Li Liang was first stunned. Then he grinned and said, "Don't worry, Sister Shulan, I promise you, I didn't break the law, but I can't tell you now. I'll explain it to you slowly when the opportunity arises." Hearing Li Liang say that he hadn't broken any laws, Lin Shulan was relieved. Then he stopped asking too many questions. The three of them then crossed the police line and walked towards the car driven by Yao. However, at this moment, Yao realized that there was a person not far away who seemed to be following them, as that person always kept a certain distance from them. They pick up the pace, the guy behind them picks up the pace, they slow down the pace, the guy behind them slows down the pace. It must be hard to notice if it's an average person. But Yao had been an entertainment reporter before she became a popular reporter for the local station in Magic City. In layman's terms, it's also known as doggy, so for something like stalking, she subconsciously senses it. Thinking of this, a chill rose in Yao's heart, so she said in a bit of panic towards Li Liang who was at the side, "Have you guys noticed? There seems to be someone following us from behind." At those words Lin Shulan also turned around and saw that there was indeed a person standing not far away. When the man saw Lin Shulan turn around, he pretended to crouch on the ground again as if nothing had happened. Seeing this scene, Lin Shulan also got a little nervous and asked Li Liang, "It seems to be true. Li Liang, is it possible that you haven't gotten your affairs in order yet?" Li Liang also subconsciously looked back and instantly thought of what Chen Yi had said. His heart was then reassured again, and he said to Lin Shulan next to him, "It's okay, don't mind him." Then he looked at the nervous Yao on the side and laughed. "Big reporter, it's late. You should go home too." And Yao froze for a few seconds, then reacted, her face suddenly changing. "No, what do you mean you? I worked all day for you today and this is how you treat me?" Once Li Liang heard that, the expression on that face turned even more outrageous. "It's not like I'm keeping you busy. At the end of the day, wasn't it me who fished you out?" When he finished, he looked straight at the other man. "For one thing, never met you. Secondly, there is no collusion of interest. Wasn't all this behavior just a fantasy of Yao's own somewhere?" Hearing this, Yao was instantly speechless as well. "Nice, there's nothing really wrong with that." It did seem that they all went on their own initiative, and Li Liang, indeed, was not involved in anything. But, how can you let go of news that comes to you so easily? "Okay, I'm still busy. Big reporter, I'll leave you. Goodbye." "No, don't end up saying goodbye." Seeing her look like she wanted to say but didn't know what words to say, Li Liang waved his hand. Just as he was about to prepare to leave with Lin Shulan, the anxious Yao's thoughts went through at once. As if his head had been opened up, he took a step in front of Li Liang and unfolded his arms. "Even if I took it upon myself to initiate an investigation into your matter here, then I saved Lin Shulan today. What are you going to do about this? Just repay me?" Li Liang's footsteps lurched. Frowning, "Save? What do you mean?" Chapter 24, Don't worry about it, okay? The color of the moon is like water. On the street outside the detective bureau, only the three Li Lians were left just standing there. After Yao said these words, Lin Shulan lowered her head and tugged on Yao's sleeve, signaling her not to tell the truth about this matter. This scene was naturally seen by Li Liang. "He's not stupid. I felt something when I saw Lin Shulan earlier, but one forgets this again because of today's troubles." Now that Yao said this, it immediately came to mind. What do you mean by save? When the word save is used, the situation is certainly no longer that rosy. Looking at Yao, there were even a few moments of coldness in his tone. Lin Shulan was one of the few people he could call family in this world, and the other person had encountered something, and he, himself, knew nothing about it. What the hell is going on? Before Yao could say anything, his tone increased again. "Being an arms dealer for a long time, you don't have the same aura as ordinary people." Originally, he had always used this overbearing tone only on those scoundrels and traitors, terrorists, but today, he hadn't been able to hold back, and had exuded this intimidating tone to an ordinary person. You, what's your hurry?" Yao was stunned. This high school student. No, it shouldn't be called a high school student. That kind of aura shouldn't be on a high school student. She was a little uncomfortable by the look, didn't bother to hide it either. A brainwave recounted the events of this afternoon. After she finally finished speaking, all a bit dry-mouthed, the scene was plunged into a deathly silence. Li Liang glanced at Lin Shulan, who had her head down. "This is all true?" Lin Shulan didn't answer. She didn't even think that this matter should have been known to Li Liang in the first place. He's a high school student, and knowing what he can do will only add to his troubles. Besides, he had always treated Li Liang like a younger brother. How can you let your juniors worry for you when something happens at home? In reason, it shouldn't be. Thank you for this matter, but it's a bit late today. Let's talk some other time. While Lin Shulan was pondering, Li Liang seemed to have finished sorting out what had happened. After saying goodbye to Anya, previous chapter next page. This time, he took Lin Shulan's hand and left straight away. Neither gave Anya the time or opportunity to react. When she came back to her senses again, all she saw was the backs of the two of them. Aha! Damn it, why are they gone again? News? Where's the news I want? I didn't get a bit of news about the news from my own busy day. He thought that Li Liang would give himself a bit of news about his arrest or something for the fact that he saved Lin Shulan. I didn't realize it was just a thank you. That's all. Well, at least give some news out that can get itself reported. At the same time, not far from Anyao, there stood a man in a baggy top and a ducktail hat. He was none other than the special forces that Chen Yi had arranged to protect Li Liang. At the moment, he was staring at Anyao and the soon-to-be departing Li Liang duo, almost exposed. This little girl is not simple, obviously just glancing at me. She was actually able to notice me. Are the higher-ups sure they're right? They want me to follow that young man? Are you sure you're not following this little girl? It seemed to him that Li Liang, whom his superiors had asked him to follow, was nothing special. How it looks like it's just a regular guy. Not even a hint of awareness in the face of his own stalking. Instead, it was this little girl who had found herself first. It made him wonder if he wasn't making a bit of a big deal out of having to track this man down. After staying away from Anya, Li Liang pulled Lin Shulan to a more lively street. He then took a car and went straight to the Dongyang neighborhood where Lin Shulan was. Originally, Lin Shulan wanted to go back by herself, but Li Liang said that those debtors may return to continue to make things difficult for her. He is not assured. Must go over to see. Hearing that, Lin Shulan couldn't refuse anymore. Just a few more points of guilt inside. After all, still letting Li Liang worry about himself. But he, still a high school student. What an incompetent job you are doing as a sister. Lin Shulan's house isn't exactly luxurious. It was just an ordinary two-room apartment. But after she had taken care of it, the inside of the house looked and revealed a cozy feeling. This wasn't the first time Li Liang had run to Lin Shulan's house as a guest either. After all, when the two were originally neighbors, Lin Shulan had often invited Li Liang to her house for dinner. It's not so formal when you enter the house. Walked over to one of the couches and just sat down. Lin Shulan incidentally went to the kitchen to prepare a cup of hot tea and handed it to him. After a moment's hesitation, she chose to speak. Li Liang, I know it's because I'm worried about my sister. But don't worry, I already have a solution. You don't have to worry about this anymore, okay? I don't want to bother you about me. Upon hearing this, Li Liang shook his head and said, Sister Shulan, I understand what you're saying, but you took care of me so well before. How can I sit back and do nothing now that you're in trouble? With that, he took out a bank card containing $1 million from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shulan, adding, There's some money in here to go pay for our mom's treatment. Not much, don't worry about it. Seeing this, Lin Shulan was first stunned, then she shook her head and refused. Money? No, I can't have this money. You're still in school. Your income is usually earned on your own part-time job. In this society you can only rely on yourself. If I take your money, what will you do with yourself? After saying that, Lin Shulan barely managed to squeeze out another smile and said, Don't worry, my mom will be out of the hospital soon and won't need much more money. I'll be able to take care of it on my own. So you might as well keep this money for yourself. With that, he was about to shove that bank card back into Li Liang's hands, but instead of picking it up, he pushed the bank card with $1 million on it back, then smiled. Sister Shulan, you're the only one who treats me the best in this world. How can I not care when you're in trouble? It's fine if you don't use it now, just in case you need the money later. And I'm a student. I'm afraid that I can't save money on me, so I'm relieved to put it here with you for safekeeping. Upon hearing this, Lin Shulan only felt her nose turn sour. She was certainly touched by Li Liang's behavior, but she still couldn't accept this money, so he put the card back into Li Liang's hands again. Seeing this, Li Liang was also a bit grumpy, so he pretended to be angry. Sister Shulan, if you don't take this money, you're planning to cut ties with me. Hearing this, Lin Shulan couldn't help but be a bit stunned. Knowing that she couldn't argue with Li Liang, she thought for a moment before saying, You this. Tell you what then, I'll hold this card for you for now. I'm just custodial. Oh, you really don't have to worry about my business. At those words, Li Liang grinned and his heart relaxed. He naturally wouldn't say how much money was in the card, and if Lin Shulan knew that there was $1 million in the card, I'm afraid he would be even less likely to take it, because she just takes too much care of herself. Thinking so, Lyra's thoughts went back. After a brief reminiscence, it's back to reality. The money is settled, but the debt collector is still to be negotiated. But it's not the right time to talk about it. In moderation, after the two of them made some more small talk and conversation, it was getting late. Lyra said with a yawn, "It's already late. Take an early rest, Sister Shulan. I'll sleep in the living room in case those people come over again." Chapter 25. Is this cohabitation? It didn't matter to Li Liang where he slept. The room was fine, as was the couch, so he doesn't really care, and he's not that pretentious. It's the same sleep wherever you sleep, and sleeping in the living room also gives you a better sense of what's going on outside the house, so those debt collectors don't come looking for trouble in the middle of the night. If they came looking for trouble, they themselves would definitely have to make them suffer. But unfortunately, there was no movement or trouble this night. Early the next morning, Lin Shulan slept until he woke up naturally. Since his own mother had been hospitalized with an illness and had taken out a loan shark, he hadn't slept much, especially the debt collectors, who reminded her to pay back the money from time to time, irritated her fragile nerves, even waking up in the middle of the night. But strangely enough, it was a surprisingly restful night's sleep, not even a dream. It made her look towards the door of the room that was closed, and her gaze seemed to be able to see Li Liang outside the room through it. Is it because he's here that he's sleeping so soundly himself? Is this considered cohabitation? The thought made his face roll back. What are you thinking? This is my brother. Then hurriedly shook his head to clear it a bit more. Inside the living room, Li Liang similarly opened his eyes. Only then Lin Shulan slept peacefully and comfortably outside. He fell back on feeling all over the place and couldn't help but sputter. The couch is really still too small for who I am anymore. Next time I want to stay here, I'll have to move the bed. The couch did seem a little small for his size, and he couldn't even stretch his legs out when he slept on it. He even rolled over and fell off several times during the night himself. However, because of being trapped and devoured, he didn't want to care about such trivial matters. Nothing happened this night, which made him fairly satisfied. You know, these debt collectors can do anything. If it were a man, it would be fine. He would be able to fight back a bit. But Lin Shulan is a girl's family. How can she resist? Previous chapter, next page. Thinking of this, Li Liang couldn't help but look gloomy. Though it's peaceful now for the time being and no trouble is coming. But that doesn't mean something won't happen afterward. This matter must be settled quickly. There wasn't much time for himself now, and there were still a few days left to trade with the Camel Kingdom. Although Chunyi did not allow himself to go out of the Dragon Kingdom, it was not difficult to defeat him at all. Since he had released himself from the Detective Bureau, there was a way for him to escape from the Dragon Kingdom without any problems. This is a huge amount of money that one must earn no matter what. But the first thing to do now is to go ahead and drop out. As Li Liang was thinking this, he realized that there seemed to be some movement behind him. Upon hearing the sound, Li Liang looked that way, just in time to see Lin Shulan walk out the door. At this time she was wearing white pajamas. Long hair was simply bundled, even if it is not powdered. But the appearance is still extraordinarily pure. Face value is not inferior to those network celebrities. Being stared at like this by Li Liang, Lin Shulan also became a little embarrassed and hurriedly lowered her head and said, "Thank you, Lyra." Smiling, Li Liang also stood up from the sofa and laughed. "Thank me for what? Didn't you take care of me like this before? Hurry up and get cleaned up. I'll make you something later if you want to eat." Lin Shulan thought about it and responded, "Make whatever you like to eat. I'm not picky." Hearing this, Li Liang was about to respond with something, but at this moment the phone on the side rang. Seeing this, Lin Shulan smiled faintly and made a gesture to answer the phone, signaling Li Liang to answer the phone first, and before waiting for Li Liang to respond, she went to wash up first. When Lin Shulan left, Li Liang picked up the phone and fixed his eyes on it. The call, surprisingly, came from his own subordinate abroad. Usually these subordinates rarely call themselves. Now suddenly call over. Could it be that something has not happened? With a question in mind, Li Liang then picked up the phone. Then a burst of English sounded on the other side of the phone. "My lord, aha, you say. We were contacted by the Camel Kingdom yesterday. They said that they had filed a diplomatic request with the Dragon Kingdom. They seem to be very concerned about your current situation and asked if this aspect of the deal would be able to go ahead as promised." Hear this. It dawned on Li Liang as well. No wonder Chinyi and Zhang Neo changed their attitudes so quickly yesterday. 1 minute he was going to send himself to a court-martial. The next he brought himself back, and it didn't take long to put himself out there. It seemed that he hadn't miscalculated in his earlier layout, and thought that the Camel Kingdom had broken faith and wasn't going to trade with him. It turned out that he had contacted the Dragon Kingdom directly after realizing that he had been captured. That would explain all these things that happened yesterday. Thinking of this, Li Liang couldn't help but reveal a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he spoke back to his subordinate on the other end of the line. Well, I understand. You tell the people of Camelot that I'm fine, and the deal will go through as promised. Thank them for me by the way. Plus tell their king that I'll have a surprise for them when the deal is made. Yes, my lord. With the answer on the other end of the phone, Li Liang simply hung up the phone and couldn't help but ponder again. I didn't expect this camel country to be quite on top of this matter. We can give them some appropriate concessions when trading. Money, of course, is still to be made. Thinking of this, Li Liang gave a wicked smile and was about to turn around and go wash up. As a result, he turned his head to find Lin Shulan standing behind him with a strange expression. It was a long time before he was surprised. When did you get so good at English? Can you even communicate with people fluently? Seeing this, Li Liang gave an awkward laugh. I have just communicated with my subordinates in English, which is my own habit of communicating with them. I didn't expect to be discovered by Lin Shulan. I was forced to do a little business abroad, and I couldn't do it without English, so I learned it in a hurry. At those words, Lin Shulan was silent for a moment. The eyes looked Li Liang up and down again, as if they were seeing him for the first time, then finally spoke. I'll make breakfast. You have school today. It's not too late. I'll take you to school later on my little donkey. After saying that, Lin Shulan put on her apron and went straight to the kitchen to get busy. Seeing this scene, Li Liang didn't really care about Lin Shulan's strange expression just now. Think of it only as her being surprised that she was able to speak fluent English, but just now she was talking about going to school. Thinking of this, Li Liang smiled slightly. One does have to make a trip to school, but this time it's not a run to school. It's to drop out of school. Chapter 26, Don't worry, I'll be back later. Between thoughts, Li Liang subconsciously looked at Lin Shulan, who was busy making breakfast in the kitchen. She had to drop out of school herself, something she was definitely against. But whether she agrees with her withdrawal or not, this thing still needs to be done. So it didn't matter too much to herself even if she let her drive herself to school. Sooner or later she would know anyway. But right now there is one more thing to take care of besides dropping out of school. That was the loan sharks that Lin Shulan had borrowed. And now that he stayed here by himself, it was okay. He could settle to cope with those debt collectors when they came. But once she was gone, leaving Lin Shulan alone, could she handle it? The answer is obvious. Li Liang frowned and made up his mind. After dealing with the school's withdrawal, by the way, Lin Shulan's troubles will be solved together. After all, it's no good dragging it out like this, and you can't keep guarding it here all the time. Just as Li Liang was thinking, Lin Shulan, who was busy in the kitchen, then came out with 2 bowls, handing one of the bowls to him with a smile. There are some small ravioli left at home. I don't know if you like them. Upon hearing this, Li Liang took a look and said, the little ravioli is good too, with a little vinegar and a little chili. With that, he took the bowl of wontons and returned to his seat with Lin Shulan to feast on them. In fact, it didn't matter to Li Liang what he ate for breakfast. He was not a picky eater. Not to mention the fact that before he was in the arms business himself, he often ate without food. Luckily it was this sister who often invited herself to dine at her house. Since then, he had decided that he would have to repay her in the future. Thinking about this, Li Liang couldn't help but get a little lost in thought, completely unaware that he was staring at Lin Shulan. The latter thought that he was not eating very well, so he was a little surprised. What? Is there something on my face? Li Liang also realized that he was a bit out of line, so he smiled awkwardly and said, No, I just thought of something. Then there was a pause, and a slur of what was left of the ravioli in the bowl was stuffed into his mouth. Sister Shulan, I'll find a way to help you with the arrears. At those words, Lin Shulan couldn't help but freeze. Then she put down her chopsticks and frowned her pretty eyebrows and stared at Li Liang somewhat unhappily and said, You don't have to worry about this matter. All you have to do now is to go to school well. I will find a way to get the money myself. Got it? In her opinion, Li Liang, a high school student, no relatives, able to earn money to maintain their own life, is very good, which has the ability to help themselves. Previous chapter, next page. And that's $400, 000 that he owes, which is not even a small amount for an average person. Not to mention Li Liang, a student who usually had to break $1 in half. However, she also realized that Li Liang was caring about herself, which made her feel a little happy in her heart. She then paused and said to Li Liang, Had enough to eat? Go to school first. I saw the news yesterday. You were taken from school. Go back and explain to your teachers. Don't let them get the wrong idea, okay? Hearing this, Li Liang just smiled and did not say anything else. The two then cleaned up. Li Liang then rode Lin Shulan's small electric donkey and led her towards the outside of the neighborhood. Just as he reached the intersection of the neighborhood, he heard a familiar voice. Li Liang, Lin Shulan, here, I'm here. The two men followed the voice and were a little surprised. The person who came was none other than An Yao, who was currently standing on the side of the road not far away waving at them. When she saw the two stop, An Yao ran towards them. Why is she still around? Lyra's expression shifted. This reporter is really difficult to deal with. It was hard to shake her off yesterday, but now she's following her again. But it didn't matter if he pestered himself. He was about to run out of the Dragon Kingdom anyway. When the time comes to run out of the Dragon Kingdom, let's see how you can still find out. Right in the middle of Li Liang's thoughts, An Yao then walked quickly to the side of the two. Selfishly, he opened his mouth. Where are you going? Take me with you. Hearing this, Li Liang spoke with some dissatisfaction. Do we know each other well? No, didn't I say thank you yesterday? You don't have to look into my affairs. You won't find out anything. There's no use following me. To tell you the truth, someone won't let me tell. The words fell out of his mouth, and he spread his hands at his disposal. But as it turned out, the words were so clear. And Yao, however, still didn't look half discouraged and directly greeted Lin Shulan. When he was done, he grunted a couple times before looking at Li Liang. I don't believe anything you tell me. I only believe what I find out myself. In all my years as a reporter, there's nothing I can't find out. And you're no exception. With that, he pointed to the small electric donkey not far away and swore, Look, I've got all the tools ready, and I've already made a report to the station manager, who's all in favor of it, so I'll be following you from now on, and I'm definitely going to investigate the secret behind you. Li Liang followed the location of her finger and saw that there was really a small pink-colored electric donkey, instantly filled with black lines. This chick is for real, so relentless? Look at her like this, like she's on a collision course with herself? I really don't know what I'm going to get out of investigating myself. Chan what? Ah, Shan Yi, don't they care? Just let her come and investigate herself? Could it be that you want to catch yourself with a crime in your hands so that you can be brought to justice? Thinking of this, Li Liang couldn't help but look grave, but it was soon followed by a soft chuckle. It didn't matter even if that was the case, as long as she stayed out of the way and didn't interfere with herself. Just follow. She couldn't find out anything anyway. If she does find out something, then count her as good. No further attention was paid to the little reporter. Riding a small electric donkey, he took Lin Shulan and drove directly towards the school. An Yao has no business either. After freezing for a moment, he rushed on his own electric donkey to follow closely behind. Lin Shulan's home wasn't really that far from Magic City High School. 10 or so minutes later, the group had then arrived at the entrance of the school. A few people got off the bus, and there were already quite a few students at the entrance of the school walking towards the school gate one after another. It's still early. There's no rush for now. After Li Liang parked the small electric donkey on the side of the road, Lin Shulan then said to Li Liang, I still have to go to work, so I won't see you in. So remember to explain yourself to your teacher. But only halfway through his words, he saw Li Liang directly pull off the key of the electric car. After playing with it in his hand and turning it around, Smiley said, There's no rush. Sister Shulan, wait here for a while, I'll be out later. Come out for what? Lin Shulan looked at Li Liang, who was full of smiles, and was a bit puzzled. It's not really a big deal. I just came over to the school today to take care of a small matter. What is it? Drop out. Lin Shulan? Chapter 27, Did this really happen? Drop out? At this moment, Lin Shulan wondered if she had heard wrong. Isn't he here for school? How did it turn into a withdrawal? Just as she wanted to continue asking something, Li Liang just smiled bashfully. Then he stepped through the school gates and disappeared from her sight. What did he just say? Going to drop out? Why? Hearing this, An Yao, who was on the side, was first a bit puzzled, but soon became excited. As a reporter, she seemed to smell a hint of news again. It seemed to her that Li Liang must have a not-so-small secret on him. As soon as she came out of the detective bureau, she became more certain in her mind. Especially now, hearing that Li Liang was going to drop out, she felt at once that there must be some connection with what had happened yesterday. So he said goodbye to Lin Shulan and chased straight after him. In the meantime, inside the senior, second, class, the crowd is still in disbelief about what happened yesterday. But what shocked them even more was what was happening on the internet. Overnight, all of Li Liang's posts, comments, videos, and other discussions and information about him on the internet had disappeared. It's as if what happened yesterday didn't even exist, never happened in general. If they hadn't witnessed Li Liang being taken away by a large group of gun-toting war police, it's all about wondering if you're dreaming. They all understood that the network could never have taken such measures against an ordinary person if something major hadn't happened. What do you guys think happened to Li Liang? This is too weird. I was commenting on the posts about him online last night, but when I woke up this morning, nothing was there. I found out too. I tried to ask about him in the chat group this morning and guess what? It wouldn't even post. I'm the same. I thought it was a bug in the chat software, but then I tested it again and realized that everything else could be sent out, but only messages with the two words Li Liang couldn't be sent out. It seems like these two words have become forbidden words. With that they fell silent again. They knew very well in their hearts what the ban on Li Liang meant. Previous chapter next page. As per past practice, it must be because something big has happened that can't be known, and it's extraordinarily severe to do so, but they still couldn't figure out what Li Liang, in the end, had done. Just between their silences, a classmate next to me suddenly chimed in. He can't really be an arms dealer. Words. Several of the students froze and looked at each other, then sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss. No way. Absolutely not. The other side. Inside the teacher's office. Almost no one in the school knows about Li Liang's capture yesterday. With all the commotion and the internet going crazy, it's hard to not know. But as teachers, they naturally know that news on the internet is not reliable. This was the case with one of the female teachers, who directly turned her head to ask Wu Yong, who was Li Liang's homeroom teacher. Mr. Wu, what exactly happened to that student of yours? Why is it such a big deal? When these words came out, the teachers in the office all looked at Wu Yong. Wu Yong was stunned. What happened? He'd like to know, too. It's all a bit inexplicable really. No, it's really a bit mind-boggling, but he returned politely. I'm not very clear about the specifics, but what I'm sure of is that Li Liang, he's a good kid, and he definitely won't do anything illegal or criminal. As he was speaking, another female teacher with a cell phone suddenly interrupted in confusion. How come all the posts and remarks about Li Liang's classmates on the internet have disappeared? Words. Wu Yong didn't know why his heart suddenly tightened and a sense of uneasiness strongly struck him. The teachers in the office were also curious and picked up their phones and started looking through them. A moment later they let out a cry of surprise. Really? All post discussions, including the video, have disappeared, as if it never happened. What the hell is going on? The internet is actually blocking this story. Is it that serious? Did Li Liang really do something illegal and criminal? Or is it more serious than that? Listening, Wu Yang frowned. Quickly, he picked up his phone and tapped on the software, then searched for high school student events in the search bar. But soon he froze. The search bar is blank and pressurized, so he changed a few more keywords without dying, and found that he still couldn't search for anything. He knew in his heart what it meant. Did Li Liang really commit some major offense? I don't think so. Li Liang, he's a good student, a good boy. Thinking about it, the female teacher on the side suddenly looked at Wu Yong with a face full of sympathy and opened her mouth. Teacher Wu, if this matter is really serious, I'm afraid your bonus for this year will go down the drain. At those words Wu Yong came back to his senses. They, the teachers, were not well paid, but they had bonuses, and the bonuses were based on the promotion rate of the students in their classes as well as their grades. Now that something so serious has happened to the class he's leading, he's afraid he won't even have to think about this year's bonus. Still, Wu Yong pulled at the corners of his mouth to make himself squeeze out a smile. It's okay, it's just a bonus. It doesn't matter if you don't have it for a year. But the female teacher paused and added, the bonus is a small matter. Although I don't know what your student has done, but it certainly seems serious from the current situation. I'm afraid that when the time comes, it will affect you in the profession of teaching because of this matter. Hearing this, Wu Yong was first stunned. He wanted to argue something back, but it was the truth. From what I'm getting now, it seems that this student of his may have actually committed something very serious, and being his teacher himself, maybe the students didn't care. But the leaders above him think differently and will see him as an incompetent teacher for failing to control his students. Maybe he would lose his job because of Li Liang. Thinking of this, Wu Yong gave a bitter smile and was about to continue saying something. The phone, which was sitting on the table, rang. Looking at the two words on the cell phone, Wu Yong's heart thumped, for there were three large words displayed boldly on it. Principal Zhang. Seeing this, that female teacher looked deeply at Wu Yong with a face full of sympathy and walked away. Picked up the phone and said hello, but the principal across the table didn't seem to want to say anything more, just said for him to come over and hung up. Receiving this news, Wu Yong was like a bolt from the blue. His heart was like ashes. Zhang Zhongwang did not say much on the phone just now, but he seemed to sense a hint of icy coldness. Still coming? You really can't fire yourself. Though I myself often tell my students that teachers are bowed to death. But he didn't want to die for real. While death is a bit of an exaggeration, at his age, wouldn't firing him be no different than death? Wu Yong's heart became even more bitter. Being a teacher yourself for so many years can be a great way to do your job. Never made any mistakes. How to get to this point? But soon he looked serious again. He or she is innocent of the profession and the status of a teacher. Just fire it. Wu Yong, walk the walk and sit up straight. He then gathered himself and, looking like he was dying, headed for the principal's office. Not much longer. He then arrived at the door of the principal's office, and although his expression looked like he was ready to die, his heart was beating a little, but he didn't want to think about it. Instead he just pushed the door open and walked in. Just get in the door. He saw that there was another person besides the principal in the principal's office at that moment. See the man clearly. Wu Yong's expression changed. There was a long pause before he exclaimed, Li Liang, Chapter 28, you're really an arms dealer. Requesting for votes. Principal's room. After Wu Yong came to sit beside Zhang Zhongwang, he subconsciously glanced at the expression on the principal's face. At the moment this principal had a serious face and did not open his mouth to say anything, because he didn't know how to ask. And on the opposite side was the calm-faced Li Liang. Wu Yong didn't rush to ask. Instead, he looked at the young man in front of him with a complicated expression. The mind was left with too many doubts. What's going on here? How did Li Liang show up here? Wasn't he taken in yesterday? Such a big deal about arresting someone yesterday, only to release them today? Couldn't it really be a misunderstanding? Thinking of this, Wu Yong's heart let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he hadn't been wrong about Li Liang. He knew he wouldn't do such illegal and criminal things. Seeing Mr. Wu arrive, Li Liang greeted him. He then took the lead to break the calm and said to Wu Yong, Old class, you're here just in time. I've just spoken to Principal Zhang. He said that I'm your student and I must ask for your opinion before I do so. At the sound, Wu Yong looked at Li Liang. Another puzzled look was given to Zhang Zhongwang. The latter paused before speaking slowly. What do you think about Lyra saying she wants to drop out of school? As the words fell, Wu Yong refused without even thinking about it. Drop out? No way. I really don't know what you're thinking. Have you thought about your future? It's senior year now, and the college entrance exam is coming up soon. It's the period that belongs to the turning point of life. You dropping out now is undoubtedly irresponsible for your own life. Hearing this, Li Liang remained expressionless and said carelessly, Mr. Wu, I've considered all of this. I have my own plans for the future, and I understand exactly what I want. Hearing this, Wu Yong sized up the high school student in front of him some more. Though one wonders what happened yesterday when the young man went to the visiting directorate to cause him to entertain the idea of dropping out of school. But one understands Li Liang's family situation. For him, studying is the only way out. As a teacher myself, I cannot stand by and watch him go astray. The matter of dropping out of school was something that one would never agree to, and so it was added. Since you're talking about dropping out, there has to be a reason to convince me, and if there isn't, then I'm sorry, I'm not going to agree. Could it be? Is it something to do with what you did yesterday? Hearing this, Li Liang also just frowned slightly and calmly said, Yes, but no. Honestly, yes. I actually don't want to drop out of school, but going to school will only affect how fast I can make money in my business. Previous chapter, next page. I'm afraid that if I go to school and study honestly, I won't be able to earn this much money in my life. At those words, Zhang Zhongwang and Wu Yong both looked at each other. Especially Wu Yong. His eyes directly widened. It really does have something to do with yesterday. But, that's not so bad as dropping out of school, is it? Even if you were taken away in front of the whole school, but didn't you come back? It's those guys who caught them by mistake, or they wouldn't have come right back today. There's no shame in this for Lyra. Shame on the war police, I guess. And, what's this about business? What business is so important to an upcoming senior? And what reading and going to school is not as good as making money in business? What kind of business is he in that's so profitable? Isn't that bullshit? It seemed to him that Li Liang had nearly found a reason to drop out in passing, so Wu Yong said with a hint of anger in his tone, Doing business? Don't you brag? If you can't give me a reason to convince me, go back to your studies now. But after he finished he seemed to think of something else, and so on. He suddenly thought about the rumors of the students in his class at the time. Li Liang seems to be doing an arms deal? Shouldn't it be? As soon as he said business, Zhang Zhongwang also subconsciously thought of arms just like Wu Yong. So again, they looked at each other. and both seemed to read what the other was thinking. The two couldn't help but mentally suck in a breath of cold air. This rumor can't be true. A moment later Woyang asked cautiously with some tentativeness, "The business you speak of, it's not like you're dealing in arms like the rumors say, is it?" Upon hearing this, Li Liang first hesitated. No. Hearing this, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief and were about to say something. Li Liang quickly added, "I want to clarify that this is not a rumor. I am indeed in the arms business." At these words, the principal's room was awfully quiet. At the moment if a pin dropped on the ground for fear of hearing the sound. However, Li Liang continued with complete disregard for their reactions. "I was doing pretty well in the foreign arms market, making a little money, and felt that school wasn't as fast as I could make money in business, so I decided to come and drop out. I wonder if that's reason enough." Wu Yong Zhang Zongwang and the two of them just stared at Li Liang, unable to speak for a long time. It's not a rumor, so it's an admission? Did they hear right? Those rumors are actually true. Is this high school kid really in the arms business? Where does he get his arms channels and where does he run his business? Nope, that's not the point. The point is that he's really in the arms business. But the young man in front of him is just a high school student. How did this happen? And he said it's going well? What do you mean by doing well? As in doing a lot of arms business? What else was said? Ah, yes. Can you make a little money? Listen to this. Is this speaking as a human being? Is that arms deal making a little money? Although they didn't understand the prices in the arms market, they didn't have to think about how much profit was involved in this stuff. Can this be chump change? The two men calmed their hearts for a moment, then re-examined the student in front of them. Then Woyang had a second thought. He's not lying, is he? Making up a random excuse because he wants to drop out? But soon he dismissed the idea. Because the scene that happened in the classroom yesterday is still fresh in my mind. That formation. The war police opened the way and the soldiers led the way. And that soldier was a major. Even the major himself came. Such a big move. What does that tell you? This shows that things are really serious. He had seen with his own eyes that a large group of gun-toting war police had rushed in to take Li Liang away. Plus if what Li Liang said was true, then how did he get out? It doesn't make sense to let him out. None of this makes any sense at all. It doesn't make any sense at all. In the midst of his thoughts, Woyang's gaze fell back to Li Liang, looking at the latter's serious expression. For a moment he didn't know if what the other party was saying was true or not. He then put the thoughts in his head down for the time being. The eyes went back to the principal on this side of the room. This is not the time to be thinking about this. Li Liang is now offering to apply for a withdrawal. So should they agree or not? Chapter 29 The Position of Arms Dealers. The other side. After Chen Yi let Li Liang go, then he hoofed it to the commanding officer's headquarters to report the series of events. The district commanders were at first curious as to what was going on. I can't believe they need to be brought together for a meeting. But after listening to Chen Yi's report, they were also confused. Lira? High school students? Arms orders? Trading with Camel Country? The arms and weapons on this order. This high school student named Lira has it all. Though they are in high places and nothing seems strange to them. Still, the mind-boggling array of information froze them in their tracks. They don't believe it. What can a high school student have to do with arms and weapons? That's not possible. They then repeatedly confirmed with Chen Yi before gradually accepting this fact. Command also fell into a moment of silence. A few moments later, the commander-in-chief decided at once and agreed to cooperate with Li Liang, and let Chen Yi go forward to negotiate and understand a little. Such a talent, they must keep in the Dragon Kingdom. After getting the order, Chen Yi will not delay any longer, and immediately moved back to the Magic City. The moment. Principal's room. The three men fell into a brief silence. This scene was watched by Li Liang. It made him frown. He didn't know what the principal and the old class were hesitating about, but it was just a withdrawal. Can't you be more forthcoming? Anyway, his mind was made up. This study itself is bound to be withdrawn, and it's useless for anyone to say so. Previous chapter next page. Just as he was about to say something, the phone in his pocket rang. After glancing at the fact that it was an unfamiliar number, Li Liang first hesitated, but it's still connected. Hello? Li Liang, this is Chen Yi. The words were brief, but he still heard it through his voice. Commander Chen? The caller went on. Didn't I tell you before that the Dragon Kingdom was interested in making a deal with you, as well as the matter of your deal with the Camel Kingdom, and now that the results of the discussion on the higher-up side have come out, I'm going to come and talk to you face to face. Enough about that, where are you now? Upon hearing this, Li Liang returned without much thought. In the principal's office at Mordor High School, the caller asked with some confusion. Magic City High School? What are you going there for? Going to school? Converted now? Hearing this, Li Liang was a bit helpless. No, I'm here on an errand. That's fine. Subsequently, Chen Yi did not say anything more. Just tell Li Liang to wait for him there. Don't run around. He will be there soon. And then hung up. This made Li Liang wonder for a moment. Did the Dragon Kingdom not agree to its own exit deal? But he soon didn't care. They might not be able to catch them if they wanted to run out of the Dragon Kingdom themselves. After hanging up, he looked at the principal and Wu Yang again and said, "Old Ben, headmaster, don't just stand there. Say something. I'm definitely dropping out of this school, and for the reasons I've given. I'm really busy with my business and don't have time for school." The moment Zhang Zhongwang and Wu Yang looked at each other, they also naturally vaguely heard some of the conversation just now. What is the commander again? Another arms deal or something? Listening to them made their hearts pound. It made both of them a little shaky as well. Did Li Liang not lie? But even in the arms business, is this business that good? It's a job that keeps your head in your pants. It'll make a few bucks. Even if you can earn it, do you have the life to spend it? In their opinion, Li Liang might sell arms, which is just a small business of selling small pistols. Not only is it dangerous, it doesn't make much money. They couldn't watch Li Liang go astray. So Principal Zhang dryly coughed twice and said, "Ahem, Li Liang, I think you should reconsider about dropping out of school." But Li Liang interrupted him with a shake of his head and said in a resolute tone, "No need to think about it. I've been thinking about it for a long time. You guys better hurry up and go through the process for me. And it's not that I'm giving you guys a hard time. It's just that school really isn't as lucrative for me as the arms business." The words fell. The two of them, Wu Yang and Zhang Zhongwan, carefully sized up Li Liang some more. Look at his serious face. They felt at once that the young man before them, it seems to have gone too far astray. So then he continued to persuade Li Liang without dying. The two sides argued in this way, with the public saying that the public is right and the private saying that the private is right. It took a whole 20 minutes of persuasion, and the saliva had to be said to have dried up. Li Liang, however, continues to insist on dropping out of school. Just as Zhang Zhongwan was about to continue saying something, the door to the principal's office was pushed open by a hand. The first to come in were two gun-toting warriors. With a wary look on their faces, they stepped aside after confirming that the principal's office was non-threatening, and in the wake of that, was none other than Chen Yi. As soon as he entered, Chen Yi looked over the trio and couldn't help but frown. How there are others? How does that make one talk to Lyra? But it's the poking and prodding. It left Zhang Zhongwang and Wu Yang on pins and needles, especially after seeing the rank on the other's shoulder. Sweat hairs stood up all over his body. It's commander rank. The last one that came was Maj. A bigger one this time. Could it be that? Could it be that the call Li Liang just made was with this commander? Li Liang actually had an arms deal with the Dragon Kingdom? However, Chen Yi did not look at the two but walked towards Li Liang. Then he inquired to Li Liang, "What are you doing here?" Li Liang was about to reply, but Wu Yang, who was on the side, jumped ahead. "This comrade, Li Liang, he's here to drop out." Drop out? At those words Chen Yi frowned. So Wu Yang explained the matter and added, "Comrade, please persuade him. Li Liang's family situation is not good. Studying is his only way out. Now that we are approaching the college entrance exam, which is an important turning point on the road of life, how can we just say that we are dropping out of school?" At this point Li Liang interrupted to explain, "Commander Chen, you also know that we're in the arms business, running all over the world. How can we have any time for school? Dropping out of school was a necessity, and I was bound to do it anyway." Hearing this, Chen Yi also understood the general situation. It made him frown. Dropped out of school to go into the arms business offshore? So after dropping out, do you have to withdraw your citizenship again? Are you coming back? How will we find him if we don't come back? No, he can't be dropped out of school. To keep him in school, any way you slice it, let him keep a layer of relationship with the Dragon Kingdom. Don't look at it as a small matter. This is definitely an important bridge to draw closer to Li Liang. As long as there was this relationship, it was the same as he was still from the Dragon Kingdom. As long as he's still a dragon nation, the Dragon Kingdom would also have a reason to communicate and deal with him in an honorable manner. Furthermore, by then, Li Liang's human resources, even all those top-secret weapons, all of this might be of use to the Dragon Kingdom. Arms don't have borders, but they can have tendencies. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's eyes lit up. Chapter 30, You've really raised a good student. Principal's room. Chen Yi came back to his senses and gave Li Liang a kind smile. Li Liang, I do have a proposal. It cannot hinder you from doing arms business, and it can also not make things difficult for the two teachers. Oh, what a proposition. At those words, Li Liang subconsciously became vigilant. There was something about that smile that always seemed familiar to him. It's as if you were selling arms yourself with a traitorous look on your face. Not that he was afraid of the commander before him, he just couldn't figure out how the commander in front of him, who represented this dragon kingdom, was suddenly so nice. Is he really not afraid that he'll just go abroad and never come back? It's not right. 10 out of 10 is 11 out of 10. Seeing the other's wary look, Chenny smiled slightly before slowly saying, "How about this? The school keeps your enrollment and you don't have to come to class. You can go about your business. It's just a matter of coming back and taking a test when it's time for the entrance exam." Speaking of which, Lyra frowned. Exams? What other tests do you have to take? What's the point? What one goes to school and reads for? It's not about getting a good paying job later, and then well feed yourself? Now you can make so much money in the arms business on your own. What other exams to read and take? Reading? Read as shit. And Chenny also noticed Li Liang's expression and knew what was going through his mind. Then he added, "Take it easy, just hear me out. And that half-sister of yours doesn't know who you are, does she? And with a school record to keep, you'd be good to give her an explanation to put her mind at ease, wouldn't you? And you don't have to go to the exam. You just have to go to the test center and go through the process. We in the military promised that if you want to study afterward, you can pick whichever college degree you want. How about that?" Previous chapter, next page. The last 3 words. Chenny was not only talking to Li Liang, looked aside as well, listening to the frozen in place Wu Yong and Zhang Zhongwang. This commander had a suggestive look in his eyes, with a small hint of menace. How dare they have a problem with that? They nodded their heads. But that's what this IQ is. It made them even more confused. What the hell is going on? This is all this commander's idea? Does that make sense? That the entrance exam is just a walkthrough? No test? Just pick any college if you want? This is a college entrance exam. And it goes without saying that college entrance exams are gold. Even the state takes the exam very seriously. Every year the college entrance exams brush off a large number of students who want to go to college. And Lyra, he doesn't have to take the test to just pass? And it all seemed to be the intention of the commander in front of him. Hearing this, Li Liang's expression moved slightly, his face showing all the hesitation. That's not to say he has any desire for any degree. It was just that he couldn't figure out what Chenny was doing this for. What good does retaining his enrollment do to him? Chenny? The move puzzled him for a moment. Forget it. It doesn't matter if you keep your schooling as long as it doesn't prevent you from making money as an arms dealer. Then he said faintly with a slight smile, "Okay, I agree. Let's do it like you said. As long as it doesn't get in the way of my arms business." Hear the answer. Chenyi's heart was finally relieved. The look of anticipation on his face changed to surprise. The big plan is working. Then added, "Okay, then we've made up our minds." The 2 teachers don't have any comments, do they? Wu Yong and Zhang Zhongwang hurriedly waved their hands. No, we don't have a problem with that. Your commander has spoken. How dare you have any comments, even if there is, which can be useful. The joy on Chenyi's face at this moment was even more undisguised. He was pleased with the answers and performance of both teachers. Then he stepped forward and said to Principal Zhang, "Mordor High School, worthy of being the key high school in Mordor. The teachers are powerful, especially you 2 teachers. You've really cultivated a good student for our Dragon Kingdom. I'll report it to the top for them to commend you." Chenny then looked around the principal's office and added, "A good teacher deserves a good office environment, and when I came here I found your school to be overly aging as well. I'll tell you what, I've decided that we, the military, will fund and help you renovate the school." Ha! The 2 men looked at each other in disbelief as they listened to these words. Zhang Zhongwang in particular was uncertain. He looked at Chenny and then at Li Liang. Renovating schools? Did you hear yourself right? Though you don't know what happened, but the surprise came a little fast. This is what's going on. Meaning you keep your job again? Not only do you keep it, but you have to commend yourself. Did Lyra not break the law? Rather, it's a big contribution to the country? So you're looking at the glory? Is this a one-man, one-village deal? However, Zhang Zhongwang quickly retrieved his thoughts and hurriedly shook Chenyi's hand, excitedly saying, "Thank you, comrade. What can I say? I thank you on behalf of the entire staff and students of Magic City High School." Only to see Chenny waving his hand, he added, "This is nothing. The main thing is that you guys have raised a good student. Our military should thank you." Hearing this, Zhang Zhongwang glanced at Li Liang next to him again with a thoughtful look. Chenny then added, "All right, since the matter of Li Liang's withdrawal has been settled, can the 2 of you go out first? Lyra and I have some things we need to talk about alone." It was then that Zhang Zhongwang reacted, and after thanking Chenny a few more times, he and Wu Yong walked out the door. Outside the door, the 2 stood still for a long time. What happened in the past 2 days is like a dream. One moment there's an arrest. The next moment there's a commendation. What the hell is going on here? They can't figure it out. Soon Zhang Zongwang asked Wu Yong, who was also frozen in place. Mr. Wu, what do you think is going on here? Is it because of Li Liang? Wu Yong came back to his senses and replied, I'm not sure, but I have a feeling it should have something to do with him. You said, is Li Liang selling arms to help the Dragon Kingdom? Why else would that commander react like this? At this point, Wu Yong paused for a moment before returning. It's quite possible. In the meantime, only Li Liang and Chen Yi were left in the principal's room. It was then that Chen Yi spoke. Well, now we can talk. With that he sat down opposite Li Liang and said to himself, regarding the cooperation we talked about last time, our headquarters discussed it and we decided to buy a batch of arms and weapons from you. At those words, Li Liang raised his eyebrows and his face finally changed. That treacherous smile suddenly surfaced again. You mean the Dragon Kingdom wants to buy my arms and weapons? Have a vision. Say, what do you need? I've got it all right here. Seeing this, Chen Yi couldn't help but have an odd expression again and hurriedly coughed twice. Ahem, take it easy for now. You don't necessarily have the arms and weapons we want. If not, the business matter, we still need to reconsider. Chapter 31, do you really have it? I really did. Commander Chen, what are you talking about? What do you mean I don't always have it? What kind of arms and weapons do you need? I can get them for you. I can get you any kind of weapons you need. Hawksbanes, woolly bears, whatever, at a price you'll be happy with. Principal's room. Li Liang was originally sitting in his seat, but when he heard that he was going to buy arms and equipment, he was energized. He directly came to Chen Yi's side. The essence of light in his eyes flashed greatly, and his treacherous businessman nature was revealed. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi's expression became even more odd. Thinking to myself, did this high school student in front of me learn to change faces? That's a quick change in attitude, especially when you hear there's business. It's like a different person. A dry cough to ease the awkwardness a bit. Then he took out a document pouch from his arms and squared his shoulders. Ahem, all right, take a look at this. At those words, Li Liang took the pouch of papers and opened it. It clearly lists a bunch of arms and weapons. Arms orders? That's right, we have this order ready. We just don't know if you can get the weapons on it. Seeing this, the eyes of Chen Yi on the side were filled with excitement as he added, the first three above, YAL-1 laser weapons, are used to strike drones and destroy small ships, followed by the MA-77 howitzer and the M270 multiple rocket launcher, including the kind of bazooka you gave Camelot Nation earlier. We added to it. Seemingly thinking of something, Chen Yi paused before continuing. But, we require these weapons to be man-portable and with a tracking system. What do you think? The words fell. Chen Yi then stared somewhat nervously at Li Liang in front of him. The arms order he gave listed many weapons though, but only these three are the ones they need and want the most. Originally, the headquarters did not think that the arms dealer could come up with such a weapon during the deliberations, but then they saw a bazooka on the Camelot arms order. This weapon is extremely powerful while still having a ridiculously long range. You call this a bazooka? It's not a tank range? Who built this thing? There can be no such thing. But it soon occurred to them that the order had come from Camelot. Then it shouldn't be so careless as to get the above data wrong. But thinking about it that way, the shock in their hearts grew even more. Previous chapter, next page. This arms dealer who's still in high school really has weapons of this caliber. So with a tentative mindset, their headquarters negotiated this arms order. Just a moment. Li Liang had then finished understanding the arms and weapons above. He was seen putting down that order and rubbing his hands together. Then with a big smile on his face, he confidently said to Chen Yi, no problem, I have all of these. How many do you guys need? Hearing this, Chen Yi was first stunned, then stared in some disbelief. All of it? Are you serious? You also have these first three weapons above that are capable of single combat? Of course. Just directly say how much you want and when you want to trade. Leave the rest to me and I promise to get it for you. At this moment, Chen Yi's heart still felt a bit unreal, though he knew that Li Liang was a great arms dealer. But at the moment it always felt like there were ants crawling all over my body. So again, he repeated what he had just said. You do? I really did. At the moment there was silence in the principal's room again. Chen Yi just stared blankly at Li Liang. Originally, the headquarters was to hold the mindset of testing the proposed arms order. But this high school student in front of me, he just agreed so easily. I didn't realize he had it. A moment later Chen Yi took a deep breath and a smile returned to his face. Comrade Li Liang, since it's all there, there's no need to say more. The budget we prepared is 300 million Longhua dollars. Upon hearing this, Li Liang raised his eyebrows and his expression moved slightly. 300 million? Seeing the other party's color change, Chun Yi's heart was slightly tightened. Is it less? Then added hastily. The 300 million is just the money for our initial partnership. If this first shipment really meets our expectations, then we'll make a second deal with you soon. Hearing this, Li Liangkai grinned. Alright, since the Dragon Kingdom is so sincere, I have to show it too. Only to see Li Liang pull out his cell phone and skillfully open the calculator on his phone, roughly calculating. A moment later he added, I'm also from the Dragon Kingdom, and the Dragon Kingdom doesn't lie to the Dragon Kingdom. I'll give you a discount on the weapons on here, and I won't say anything more. You guys will pay 200 million. In fact, 200 million was already beyond the price point he had in mind. He also didn't expect the Dragon Kingdom to trust him so much that he would take out so much money in his first transaction. Hearing this, Chen Yi's heart was overjoyed. Originally he thought that the high school student in front of him would open his mouth wide, but I didn't expect the other party to actually make a discount and save himself 100 million Dragon Nation dollars. So he immediately shook Li Liang's hand and said with an excited smile, Good, it's settled. We still need to prepare. The trading time will be set for next month. How do you think? Okay, I'm fine with that. After saying this, Li Liang thought of something else and added, By the way, how are your discussions going on the matter of my exit and trade with the Camel Kingdom? I'm trading in a couple days. You guys aren't going to stop me, are you? Upon hearing this, Chen Yi immediately waved his hand. Don't worry, the above has already agreed to your outbound deal. It's just that you need to rush back when it's time to deal with us. Li Liang finally nodded. Now that the matter was settled, there was no need for him to stay here. After all, Sister Shulan was still waiting for herself at the school gate, so after chatting with Chen Yi a few more times, he said goodbye to him and walked out the door. The other side. And now after Li Liang walked into the school gate, she immediately followed him. But somehow, I lost myself following it. Can't find him anywhere. It made her a little chagrined and angry. Where did it go? It was clearly within his sight just now. Why did it suddenly disappear? Just when she was ready to give up and hit the road. Instead, he noticed that there were actually a few gun-toting soldiers standing outside the principal's office. Was curious. Another soldier came out of it. After getting a good look at her opponent, she immediately ducked aside. It's that commander from the detective bureau? Why is he coming to school? Something's not right. Did he come for Li Liang again? The dragon commander came to Mordor High School. This is considered news. After all, this is the commander, who usually can't be seen. Thinking of this, Yao's eyes turned. Since he couldn't find Li Liang, it would be just as well to make this a hot news. So she pulled out her cell phone and prepared to record the scene. But just as she was about to videotape, the warrior outside the principal's room sensed it. A loud shout followed. What people? Sneaking around doing something. At the words, Yao was shocked and her cell phone fell to the ground. Just as she was about to lower her head to pick it up, the warrior on the side had rushed to her. Without saying a word, he pressed her against the wall. Seeing this, she hurriedly explained. Comrade, this is a misunderstanding. I'm here to find someone. Chen Yi, who was on the side, naturally noticed the scene. It was just that he thought how the voice was so familiar. Then he fixed his eyes on it, and his expression couldn't help but be odd again. Then he stepped forward and signaled the two warriors to release her, and asked again, You're not a friend of Li Liang's? Why are you still here when he's already out? At the words, Yao was first stunned, then through gritted teeth, It's already out. He really did ditch me on purpose. This is how I repay him for doing me such a great favor. Not even a little bit of news information. Help? Chen Yi was also stunned. An arms dealer who needs the help of an ordinary man? Somewhat curiously, he asked, What favor did you do him? And Yao then let out a long breath, trying to calm herself down as much as possible. Then he recounted what he had done to save Lin Shulan. You say, if I did him such a favor, shouldn't he repay me? Listen to the end. Chen Yi didn't fight for him because of Yao's complaints. The opposite. His face slowly began to darken. You mean, violent collection? A hushed inquiry was made, and a frown followed. Now in this day and age, I can't believe there's such a thing as loan sharking and violent debt collection. Chapter 32 National Clearance Operations. At this point, Magic City, inside Lehigh Consumer Finance, a dozen minions dressed in black stood by, and the desk in the center. A fat man with a big back haircut, who looked about 30 years old, sat in a chair and smoked a cigarette in his hand with an expressionless face. His name is Lo Chi-kung and he is the boss of this loan shark company. At the moment, his back was turned to the big bald man standing behind him. The big man looked panicked with his head down. A moment later he said warily, Boss Lu, we were negligent yesterday. I didn't realize that there was actually a reporter inside the people watching the show. and that this reporter was actually a popular reporter from the Magic City station. She even picked up her cell phone to videotape it. I had to go for the sake of the company's reputation. With that said, the bald hunk looked up from his seat. Seeing that the other party was unmoved, he hastened to add, next time I'll bring Lin Shulan back." The words fell. Lu Jiqiang only turned around, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Okay, I know all about it. I've already understood. That reporter is a popular reporter from the Magic City station, but that Lin Shulan can't have anything to do with her. I'm afraid I just happened to be passing by and stumbled upon this before I happened to save her." At that he grunted again. With that Lin Shulan's family, there's not much that can help her at all. At those words the bald big man's heart was relieved, knowing that this boss did not blame himself. So he said with a sardonic smile on his face, yeah, and her mother and her are the only two people in that woman's family, and no one can help them. Don't worry, I'll bring that woman back to you next time. But this Lin Shulan really doesn't know what's good for her. Boss, you look at her. It's her honor. How many women who can't afford to pay back the money to send to the door don't have this chance? Hearing this, Lu Jiqiang's mouth broke into a smile. It was a comment he took very well, but it was true. He had already investigated Lin Shulan a long time ago, and that was his purpose in the beginning. Money wants it, and women he wants just as much. He licked his dry lips at the thought. Lin Shulan's cool demeanor came back to his mind. Previous chapter, next page. I wonder if you'll still have that look on your face the next time we meet? But just as he was about to continue saying something, bang! The door to the office was suddenly blasted open with a huge force. Hoo. Click, click, click. A messy sound passed. Only 7 or 8 heavily armed war police with guns rushed straight in, and behind these war police, it was also followed by a dozen soldiers in green uniforms, and the battle police officer who walked at the front. After seeing the bald big man, before the big man could react, an over-the-shoulder drop put him on the ground. Then he yelled at the man sitting in the seat, "Nobody move! Let me see your hands!" A sudden scene. It directly scared these juniors in the office silly. What is this? War police with guns, and heavily armed soldiers. And Lu Jiqiang in his seat was confused, but the sight of the open red dot sight was already aimed at his head. And don't dare make a sound. Just sit in your seat with your hands on your head. What's going on here? There's no mistake. I'm just a bit of a lone shark. As much as that. The soldiers are here, still heavily armed with guns. Just as he froze, only to see another man in military uniform step out behind these warriors. He could clearly see the rank on the man's shoulder. It's actually commander level. The scene left him dumbfounded. Not so much. The commander is here. In this moment, his mind immediately began searching for something he had done that could alarm the military. But, no, just a lone shark himself. Those women were sent to the door by themselves. They didn't force themselves. Can that be considered a crime? Just as he froze, Chen Yi had already walked up to him, and An Yao just followed behind him with an incredulous look on her face. Out of the corner of his eye, he took another look at Chen Yi, who was on the side. This would definitely be another big story if it was recorded. The military, in conjunction with the war police, has made a cleansing arrest of a loan sharking company. And all of this was actually because he mentioned that Li Liang's half-sister was being bullied? What kind of relationship does he have with the military that he can actually put out such a battle for him? And Yao couldn't figure it out for a while. She didn't think this commander had come to end the illegal lending company because he was bored. It must be because of Li Liang. But who the hell is Li Liang? A moment later the military caught up in it. 1 minute the military is sending out war police and soldiers for him to help him out of trouble. This is all getting really hard to figure out. She couldn't guess. But what she could be sure of was that there was definitely an unknown secret in Li Liang. This is surely a big news story like no other. Just as An Yao was out of his mind, Chen Yi finally asked to her, "Are these the guys?" She came back to her senses when she heard Chen Yi inquire. Then he looked around the room and pointed to the bald man who was pinned to the ground. "Yes, I remember him. It's them." The big bald man who was currently being held down on the ground, seeing An Yao pointing at himself, being scared, his face went white. "It's yesterday's reporter." He reacted. He himself had only put in some harsh words last time. How come even the military is here? No, do journalists have so much power these days? Unfortunately, no one can answer him these questions now. After Chen Yi received an affirmative reply, he directly signaled the warriors to handcuff these people. And aside, Lu Jiqiang looked at his handcuffed hands and became even more confused. Rushing to Chen Yi, he said anxiously, Comrade, what's going on here? What's going on here? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? We're good people. Give me a chance to explain. I can lead you to other loan sharks. Give me a chance to get credit. Toward the end, his voice even had a hint of crying in it. However, Shenny didn't answer him and didn't even look at him, just turned back to Anyao again. You're not allowed to report out on today's arrest. Anyao hurriedly nodded. Shenny then turned his words around. Of course, you can cover the other thing that I can reveal to you in advance. Sort of. A preview. Hearing this, Anyao instantly became interested. News from the military. That's the scoop. And it must be big news. So she hurriedly inquired. What is it? Shenny faintly smiled with a hint of coldness in his eyes and said, next, a nationwide usury purge will be organized in the country. All illegal lending, debt collection companies, all of them will pay. At those words, a roar went through Anyao's head. The mind sucked in a breath of cold air. Full. National clearance. Hear yourself correctly? National action. What those 4 words mean. This is an official state action. Just because Li Liang's sister was illegally called in by a loan shark? But it doesn't have to go to this extent. Li Liang he. What exactly is the identity? Chapter 33, on the eve of leaving the country. The camaraderie of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside the Magic City local station building. After Anyao came out of the loan shark company, she immediately returned here. Looking at the information that had just been compiled in his hands, her heart was unspeakably complex. Think back on the events of the last 2 days. Until now, it still felt a little less real to her. No thoughts at all. What the hell did Lyra do? Even the military takes such good care of him. She couldn't figure it out. Just know it all. It must have something to do with Li Liang, but it's not clear what's really going on. There is also no way to find evidence. Half a day later, she shook her head and simply stopped thinking about it. Never mind. I'll dig up the news someday. She then walked to the station manager's office with the document with the scoop in her hand. Shortly afterward, the Mordor station manager who got the document was confused. National operation clearance of loan sharks. Is this the state's move? What's so sudden? He looked at the documents in front of him, and then looked at Anyao who had a smiling face. The face couldn't help but look serious. Anyao, is this news reliable? This is not a joke. About to the country. We can't report nonsense. At those words, Anyao froze, then said unconvincingly, Station manager, this news is the real deal. It's a reliable source I got from a big shot. What big man? I can't tell you that. His identity is kept secret. Anyao paused and added, anyway, it's a very big figure, of a very, very high rank. This news is definitely not wrong. High level? Right. Very, very high. Looking at Anyao's serious face. Previous chapter next page. The stage manager was instantly in deep thought. He also watched Anyao's live broadcast. Know that she interviewed a major in the military. Could it be that Major Zhang Niu said that? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. If it is true that the major gave the information which can be believed. In the meantime, people on the internet are gradually taking notice. The moment the conversation about Li Liang suddenly disappeared, the video disappeared even more cleanly. Short of a night. Try Googling again. I can't find a thread about that high school kid getting arrested on the whole internet. So clean that it's like the incident never happened. In response, people on the internet have noticed this strange phenomenon. Strange. What happened to that high school talk? I just searched and it did disappear. Inside. There is an inside story here. Things are definitely not simple. Could it be that a certain blog has another bug? This software is truly unreliable. Hasn't this matter been investigated yet? I'm waiting to see what the truth really is. Just as people were wondering about this, another message appeared as if out of nowhere in the first place on a blog. National action. National money lending and violent collections clearance operation coming soon. When people saw the news, they all froze, then incredulously opened this hot search. What came into view was a news broadcast from a local Magic City station, and the person broadcasting this news was none other than Anyao. People from all walks of life were shocked when this news came out. At first they had some doubts about the veracity of the news, but then I thought about the fact that this is about to the national side of the news. Can this still be false? Who dares to report fake news like this? The answer is obvious. No one dares to do that. So after everyone watched the video, the online buzz instantly exploded. There was a lot of talk. National clearance. What's going on here? It's state action? The officials have stepped in. How long has it been since there was such an action? Why so sudden? Can anyone tell me why this storm has suddenly started? Why was there no warning at all before this? Is this matter so big that even the state has taken it seriously? But yes, this kind of illegal collection and lending company really should be fixed and rectified. Upstairs is right. This kind of illegal lending collection does not know how many people harm. I raise my hands in favor of this thing. Well done. The other side. Inside the Dongyang subdistrict, Lyra came back here after getting out of school. As for Lin Shulan's side, he was confronted by her as soon as he left the school himself, still asking him why he's going to drop out of school and things like that. But the matter had already been settled, so he explained it to Lin Shulan, said he didn't drop out. He wasn't feeling well today, so he took the day off, but she didn't believe it. After pressing the question a few more times in succession, finally Li Liang was ready to swear. That's what convinced me that there was no such thing as a dropout. After a few words of advice, telling him to go back and get some rest or something like that, he went to work. The moment Li Liang was lying on the sofa, swiping the short videos on his phone, he came back here to see if he could wait for the debt collection gang. Good to get this out of the way before I leave the country myself. But after waiting for half a day, there was no movement at all. It bored him a little. Before that, with the arms business, every day was full of passion. Now that he was suddenly idle, he was a little less accustomed to it. Just then, the phone pushed a message to him. The title above is National Action, National Money Lending and Violent Collections Clearance Operation coming soon. Seeing this, Li Liang couldn't help but be a little curious. He was very interested in news from various countries, because it gives a better understanding of a country's situation. That's how it was when I pitched Nikolai before. He also made a point of asking for information before going to deal with the other side. So this message, he clicked on it without even thinking about it. But after reading it, he couldn't help but look odd. The host of this news is in Yao, but Lyra did not wonder at her. He was curious. Why does it involve something like state action? Instead, the local Mordor station reported it first. Where's CCTV? Shouldn't this kind of thing be broadcast on the CCTV? However, he was a little more curious. Why is the state suddenly investigating such things as illegal collection and lending? And it's still a thorough nationwide investigation. How can you need the state to do something like this? But soon he thought of something else. Earlier, Chenny said that he would arrange for someone to follow and protect him. Could it be that they've noticed what's going on over here, so they've come to help clear the way? When you think about it that way, the matter seems to make sense again. Li Liang smiled slightly mentally. This is quite a nice thing to do. It looks like we can give more discounts for cooperating with the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Since everything in the Dragon Kingdom is pretty much settled, it's time for me to leave the country to prepare for the preparations for the deal with the Camel Kingdom. Then he thought of Lin Shulan. Sitting up from the couch again, he looked a little complicated. He had only just returned from abroad himself, and now it's going abroad. What should I tell her about this? Chapter 34, Nikolai in a desperate situation, begging for votes. In the meantime, La Buraka tribe. The artillery fire has blasted this godless land beyond recognition. The sound of shells falling as well as bullets breaking through the air constantly rose and fell here, accompanied by the agonizing screams of innocent people, interspersed with the guttural cries of children. Here, it's already hell on earth. This tribe, which is on the verge of being destroyed to the ground. But at the moment, inside a luxurious manor, Nikolai stood on a platform. The few men standing behind him looked disheveled. His fists were clenched, his face twisted, and his expression was filled with anger. Damn! God damn it! They betrayed me! Why? Why did you do it? A few hours ago, war erupted with a bang. Nikolai's forces are in the middle of a firefight with another group. Originally, I thought it was Eagle Jam Nation or one of his minions who struck out, but he didn't expect it. I'm surprised it wasn't Eagle Land that called. Instead, it was another tribe he was allied with. This allied tribe is one he trusts, not even warding him off, just giving him his back. But I didn't expect that they would actually take a shot at themselves. This sudden attack caused Nicola to have no time to react. What's worse, the other side seems to be using Eagle Jam country weapons with extremely heavy fire coverage. This series of strikes got his troops leveled straight away. Nikolai looked at the battlefield in the distance, his heart twisted and his face pained. The moment is already a big one. It can no longer be reversed. Retreat, my lord, before it's too late, the little brother behind him voiced. Immediately afterward, a few others followed suit and advised. Yes, my lord, there's an old saying in the Dragon Kingdom that there's no fear of being burned when there's a green mountain. Retreat, it's okay now. It's just one of their tribes that's taking a shot at us, and if it drags on any longer, maybe the rest of Eagle Jam's minions will get here too. At that time, when they all strike together, I'm afraid we'll really be overthrown. Words. Nikolai closed his eyes, the look of pain intensifying in his features. How could he not know? Previous chapter, next page. This is all the work of Eagle Jam Nation. They must have turned their allies. Abel too. He's not happy about it. Instead of going to war with the Eagle Jam Nation and their minions, they were stabbed in the back by one of their own. How could this be acceptable to him? but there's no way around it. One has failed. After a few moments of silence, Nikolai spoke in a hoarse voice. Withdraw. At that the men breathed a sigh of relief. They were genuinely afraid that this lord was going to fight to the death, but at that moment, after hearing the answer, he was inwardly relieved and at the same time a little grateful. Luckily for this lord, his anger hadn't gotten the better of him, so one of the men rushed to speak. My lord, we've already thought about it. This retreat will retreat towards the Kar tribe. They're our allies and won't reject us. Words. Nikolai sneered. Allies. Can allies be counted on now? He himself had just been backstabbed by his most trusted ally. Now that he mentioned allies, he felt a chill in his heart. He let out another long sigh and said, Retreat to Camel Country. Hearing this, several of the minions looked at each other. Camel Country? Yes, Camel Country. Nikolai finally regained his composure at this point. The eyes were filled with anger, but the voice was unusually calm. Go hide in Camelot for a while. After all, Camelot is a country. Our tribe isn't enough to look at, but when it comes to the country they shouldn't dare to just go to war against it. And we have a better relationship with the Camel Country, so we'll pay some money and they won't refuse. He then ordered them after a pause. Go ahead, pack up and retreat. Yes, my lord. Upon receiving the order, a few of the men stopped dragging their feet, though they were surprised, turning to make some arrangements for the retreat. At this point, the barren desert, Nikolai stood his ground, followed by the remnants of his army. He was mortared in place. With a grimace, he looked at the army before him with its Eagle Sauce-type equipment. I escaped all the way from the manor, but I didn't expect it. On the road they must take to escape to the Camel Country. Yet there was a well-equipped force that had been waiting for him here for a long time. The two sides faced each other for a few moments. The other side was the first to break the calm. A man who looked like an officer came out of it and said to him, Nikolai, didn't think so. We knew you would flee to Camelot, and now you have no way out. At those words, Nikolai's face twisted, his eyes staring intently at the person who opened his mouth across the room. And when the other man saw that he did not speak, he added, We're not here for you, we're just asking you some questions, and as long as you cooperate with us, we won't do anything to you. Hearing this, Nikolai's expression eased only slightly for a moment. He couldn't believe these people were so nice. They could have just turned on their allies and ended their tribe. Still, he finally asked, What do you want to ask? Seeing Nikolai speak, the officer-looking man returned. We'd like to know who that arms dealer was that you dealt with earlier, and where is he? Everything we need to know about his identity. Words. Nikolai's eyes narrowed slightly. Sure enough, I'm sure it's Eagle Jam Country. Who else but them would care so much about that arms dealer? Although he knew that Li Liang was wanted in the Eagle Sauce Country, but I didn't expect it. They actually did come out in such force to find that arms dealer. So then he spoke again. What if I don't? Hearing this, the officer on the opposite side of the room snorted, his eyes filled with disdain. Do you have a choice? The other side. Inside the council hall of the Camel Kingdom, King Ibn and all the people gathered here again. It happened suddenly. They've received news of Nikolai's defeat, and received a message that the other side was coming to Camelot to hide. Estimates can be made on a time basis. He should be in Camelot by now, instead of not seeing anyone until now. And it was discovered through the investigation that this time Nicola was attacked. The shadow of the Eagle Jam state exists behind it, and the reason for this outing, in all likelihood, it was because they knew about Nikolai's dealings with that arms dealer. After all, most of what that arms dealer sells is weaponry from the Eagle Jam nation. Eagle Jam surely can't tolerate it, and they, the Camel Country, are likewise being watched by Eagle Jam, so for that they had to be cautious. A few moments later, King Ibn was the first to speak. Guys, what do you think about the attack on Nikolai? Rushed, who was on the sidelines, spoke gruffly. First of all, this whole thing is definitely the work of the Eagle Jam nation. It wasn't long ago that we learned that that arms dealer was wanted in the Eagle Jam country, and the purpose, as I'm sure you've guessed, is precisely because the weapons sold by that arms dealer are Eagle Sauce-type weapons. That's why the Hawksbill nation is so angry about it. The words fell, the crowd nodded, and Rushed continued. Now that Nikolai's whereabouts are unknown, I think it's likely that he's been captured by the Eagle Jam nation. If that's the case, maybe the information that we're going to deal with that arms dealer has been exposed. I'm afraid we need to make a quick response to this. Words. King Ibn looked ironic. He naturally knew the consequences of having the information about this deal exposed. I'm afraid that Camelot today can't even fuck with Eagle Jam's minions without powerful weaponry, not to mention the even more powerful Eagle Sauce. This arms, they must buy. Otherwise, what happens to Nikolai is what happens to them. It might be even more disastrous. After thinking for a few moments, King Ibn spoke in a deep voice. If there is a real possibility that the information about this deal will be exposed, then we must prepare for the worst. This is a deal we must make as soon as possible. The crowd nodded without objection. In order for this deal to go through, that arms dealer we're going to do everything we can to protect. Then Eben added after a pause, why don't we just send an army over to get him? Chapter 35, go on. The plane's leaving. At this point, Magic City local station building. Inside the station manager's office. Station manager, that's how the situation is. You have to trust me. There's definitely big news on Li Liang. And Yao looked at the stage manager in front of her and said excitedly, when I interviewed and investigated before his classmates but said that Li Liang he was selling arms abroad. There must be a secret here. Even though she had just reported a hot scoop, but at the moment she didn't have an ounce of joy, because just now, she had investigated through some special means that Li Liang had bought a plane ticket to the Elephant Country, and it's tomorrow night. A student who has only just started school, and to go abroad during this critical period of the upcoming college entrance exams? That doesn't explain it in any way. Originally, she had felt that this high school student had an ulterior motive, and now with this kind of behavior, she had to wonder. On second thought, she decides to follow Li Liang to the Elephant Country to investigate. So they went to the station manager's office to explain the situation to him, but the station manager was silent as he listened. He doesn't agree with Anyao following Li Liang to the Elephant Kingdom to investigate. And let's not even talk about whether or not this high school student has what's known as big news on him. Just talk about the environment and policing abroad alone. How could he feel comfortable with his own employees going there alone? And Anya was still a girl. After thinking for a moment he shook his head and finally said, no, I don't agree. This is surely just an oops. You're just overthinking it. Students and arms? Those two words can't be linked together no matter how you think about it. Maybe it's just those students talking nonsense. You know the law and order in foreign countries. You're a girl running abroad alone. If something happens, how can I explain? Upon hearing this, and Yao immediately became anxious. The secret on Li Liang's body was surely a shocking big news. She had a hunch that it was definitely bigger than this news that the state was going to clear out the loan shark companies. So anyway, she had to go. So she returned. This can't be Oolong. He definitely has a secret on him. At this point the stage manager was about to continue saying something, but Yao didn't give him a chance and continued. Previous chapter next page. There's nothing I can't find out in all my years as a reporter. So I'm going to investigate whether you agree or not. You. The words fell, and Yao also didn't give the stage manager another chance to speak and left straight away. The other side. Inside the Dongyang subdistrict. It was already evening. Lin Shulan returned early, saying that he hadn't been able to keep Li Liang for dinner the last time he was here, so make it up to him this time. At this Li Liang just smiled and didn't say anything more. Just then, his phone rang again. Without hesitation, he answered the call in front of Lin Shulan. Hello? Who is it? After the connection, soon there was a sound in English from across the room. Hello? I'm from the Camel Country Communications Department. When he heard that it was someone from the Camel Country, he didn't think much of it. After all, it was normal for the other party to call to say hello when they were about to trade with them, but Lyra didn't see it. Lin Shulan's hand on the side chopping vegetables paused for a moment. He then walked from the kitchen into the living room and continued his answer in English. Camel Country? What's the matter? Hear the reply. The opposite side then began to tell of recent events, as the other narrated. Soon enough Li Liang also learned the full extent of what was happening over there. His face darkened with it. A moment later he replied with an icy voice. Well, I know. I'll be there tomorrow. When the other party heard the affirmative reply, they said something like trouble. Just hang up, and he began to think about it. This is not the time to settle things. He himself is still in the Dragon Kingdom. Everything is a decision to be made when you get there yourself. Li Liang then gathered his thoughts, as if nothing had happened. He returned to the kitchen to help. What? You're going abroad? After the two of them finished eating, Li Liang talked to Lin Shulan about the fact that he was going abroad. She stood up from the couch in surprise when she heard Li Liang's intention to leave the country. With a puzzled face, he looked at the other party, his tone full of incredulity and even some anger. What about school? Don't you have to go to school? Or did you, finally, drop out of school? Seeing the other party reveal his expected reaction, he also said with a helpless look on his face, Didn't I tell you before? I've got a little business abroad, so I've got to keep an eye on things a bit. As if he was afraid that Lin Shulan wouldn't feel at ease, he added, Don't worry, I definitely didn't drop out. I still have my school registration, and I'll be back for finals. At those words, Lin Shulan lowered her head and pursed her lips, her mood a little low. but now the other side has arranged everything. It's not a good idea to say anything more yourself, even less reason to keep him around. This scene was naturally seen by Li Liang. Knowing that this sister was worried about herself, she smiled slightly and softly said, "All right, Sister Shulan, just don't worry. It's not the first time I've gone abroad, I know in my own heart." With that, Li Liang took Lin Shulan's hand, not noticing in the slightest that the other's body suddenly stiffened a bit, added, "I'll be back to see you as soon as I can, okay?" Hearing that made her feel better. Then he grunted, not moving to shake off the other's hand helplessly. "If you say so, what can I do? When do we leave?" "Tomorrow night." "Tomorrow night? In such a hurry?" Seeing this reaction from Lin Shulan, Li Liang thought she was really angry, so he rushed to explain again. "My partner told me that they sent someone who would send someone to pick me up, and I can't just keep leaving people hanging over there waiting for me. You know, people are customers after all." At that Lin Shulan smiled. He seems to care about his anger, and so it came back. "Then you have to remember to report to me when you arrive abroad." Yes. The next day, Lin Shulan did not go to work either. Instead, he woke up Li Liang early in the morning, said he wanted him to go shopping with him, to which Lyra was a bit reluctant at first. "After all, I don't have such a hobby myself." But looking at the other man's expectant eyes, he also hesitated a little, and the thought that he might not be back for a long time afterward. So it was agreed. Consider it goodbye. After that, the two of them took a long stroll around the city of Mordor, wandered from the mall to the snack bar, went to the amusement park, and took a walk in the square in the evening. In the end, Lin Shulan personally rode the small electric donkey again to take Li Liang to the airport. The two are ready to part here. At this point, Li Liang looked at the time and pondered in his mind that it was time to get on the plane, so he smiled and turned to talk to Lin Shulan. "Sister Shulan, it's almost time. I'm leaving, you go back." "Good, make sure you stay safe, okay?" At this Lin Shulan smiled, pinning a strand of hair behind her back and just staring at Li Liang. She then said to Li Liang in extremely fluent English, "When you go out, no matter what happens, think that there are people in the country who care about you." Hear that? Li Liang's eyes widened in disbelief. He opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Lin Shulan pushed him towards the boarding gate with a red face and urged, "Come on, let's go. The plane's taking off later." Chapter 36, The Camel Kingdom is all but dead. Ladies and gentlemen, the plane to the Elephant Country is ready to take off. Please fasten your seatbelts and don't leave your seats at will. On the airplane, with a radio broadcast, and gradually people sat back in their seats and quieted down. And Lyra, he took his seat a long time ago. It's in the middle of an out-of-body experience right now. The words that Lin Shulan just said when he was at the airport. It took him a while to get over it. This sister of his actually knows English, and said it so well. Himself on the phone with his little brother earlier, including yesterday when contact was made with the Camelot people. She's all beside herself, which means she heard it all. No wonder when I spoke to Camelot Nation yesterday, the other guy said that Eagle Jam might have to take a shot at himself. The time to send in troops to protect yourself. She always had an odd look in her eyes. Turns out she knows everything. Noticed it myself before. While chatting with Lin Shulan, she asked herself about her time abroad. After lying to her himself, that downcast look on her face, he also thought it was a little strange at the time. Now think carefully. I'm afraid I'm a little disappointed because I lied to her. Thinking of this, Li Liang wiped his face fiercely. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Just know it. She didn't stop herself anyway. So that's tacit approval. When I return home next time, I'll bring some gifts, admit my mistake, and talk to her properly and it'll be fine. Was thinking about it. Another announcement came over the radio signaling everyone to turn their cell phones off. Hearing the broadcast, he took out his cell phone and looked at it. It just so happens that Camelot Nation also sent a message. It says roughly that their personnel have departed, pretty much by the time Li Liang gets to the airport. They'll be there pretty much the same time. Previous chapter, next page. It was a relief to see this news. The actions of the Eagle Sauce Nation had been known to him for a long time when he had spoken to the Camel Nation earlier. In response, he had to be cautious as well. After all, the other side is not an ordinary small country, a small tribe. Instead, it's one of the most vocal behemoths on the planet. Thinking of this, Li Liang's expression went cold. But, it's not that easy to deal with yourself. After a moment of thought, he turned his cell phone off and was about to close his eyes and concentrate. Instead, a familiar figure appeared next to him. She crossed the aisle and then just stood straight in front of herself. After seeing the person clearly, Li Liang was instantly sleepy and frowned. "On Yao?" He was a little taken aback. Of course, there was only amazement. Adjusted his sitting position. Then it was as if he hadn't seen her and continued to stare up with his eyes closed. Seeing this, and Yao didn't care, but just sat by his side, then slowly spoke. I said I'll definitely follow you, and I'll never give up until I've investigated the secret behind you. Words. Li Liang only felt a little speechless. This little ninny was really pestering herself. What's with the news? These reporters are crazy, aren't they? In order to make her know what to do, Li Liang had to open his mouth. The journey won't be as easy as yours, so don't get scared and cry when the time comes, begging me to take you home to your mommy. Who knows that in Yao, who heard this, just snorted coldly and didn't answer him, and Li Liang sighed mentally after hearing the hum. Women are such a pain in the ass, but soon he felt indifferent again. Based on previous calls with Camelot Nation, Nikolai has been defeated and is unaccounted for, which means Hawksauce is likely already knew his identity from Nikolai. That means that one's identity may not be a secret anymore. Thinking of this, Li Liang sighed. Forget it, just follow it. It doesn't matter even if she exposes it as news. No words along the way. No, to be precise, Li Liang was speechless all the way. But then Yao on the side was different. Ever since he got on the plane he's been chattering nonstop and asking all sorts of questions at him. What is the purpose of this trip to the Elephant Country? Why are you going to drop out? How did you get released from being taken to the detective bureau before? Is it true that arms are being sold? What is the relationship with the military and so on and so forth? And she had a notebook in her hand trying to record something. Li Liang's head exploded at her question. This is not an investigation. This is clearly an interrogation of oneself. But unfortunately Lyra still didn't answer any of her questions. Just resisting the urge to make a move on her continued to close his eyes and stare. A few hours later, a radio announcement finally came from the airplane. Ladies and gentlemen, the flight to the Elephant Country has arrived. Please disembark in an orderly manner with your belongings. The two exited the airport one after the other. The Elephant Kingdom. This was not the end of Li Liang's journey. It's just that now that his identity has most likely been revealed, Hawksauce is frantically searching for him all over the world. It's not good for security if your whereabouts aren't a bit of a hassle. But the egg pain is that the people who are looking for me all over the world have concealed it. How the hell did you know that I bought a ticket to fly to the Elephant Country? Li Liang looked at the heel-like and Yao with an egghead expression. It was only now that he got off the plane that he reacted. It stands to reason that these whereabouts are busy and shouldn't be kept secret? And Yao, an ordinary reporter within the Dragon Kingdom. She even found out? Humph. You're underestimating the extent of the Dragon Kingdom's journalists' involutions. If we couldn't even find out about this, we'd have been kicked out of the circle a long time ago. What kind of reporter are you if you can't get first-hand information? An Yao carried his suitcase, answering Li Liang's question while looking around curiously. Honestly, earlier, after her conversation with the station manager, she had looked up information on the Elephant Kingdom. The stage manager was still right. The Elephant Country was really too chaotic to be policed, and it would indeed be dangerous for her. But I brought so many defense weapons, I should be fine. And Yao glanced at her suitcase somewhat sheepishly. There weren't many clothes in there, just a change or two. The rest of the space she had all stuffed with a variety of defense weapons. For this reason, she had previously encountered a giant long period of inquiries while boarding a plane in the country. Even almost missed my flight. The good thing, though, is that it turned out well. The thought made her face less tense again. Li Liang looked at the woman, who was several years older than himself, from the side with a strange expression. Did you just say something yourself? No, right? Then why is she smiling? It didn't matter. Didn't bother with An Yao anymore. Li Liang then pulled out his cell phone and prepared to contact the people from the Camel Country. But just as he was about to dial the phone himself, a phone call from his own subordinates, but it hit at this time. Seeing this, Li Liang didn't think much about it and directly connected. But before he could speak himself, the opposite side spoke anxiously. My lord, the people sent by the Camel Kingdom to fetch you have been completely wiped out. Upon hearing this, Li Liang wasn't surprised and only frowned. The Eagle Jam country is moving pretty fast, but that didn't surprise him. One's own early response. He then inquired calmly to the caller, how's the second program being implemented? The caller rushed back as well. Yes, it's been arranged. There are our men at the airport. Your Honor will go directly to the underground garage at the airport. There's a car there for you, and we have a helicopter at the nearest small airport ready to go. Chapter 37, you didn't deny your identity. Begging for votes. Okay, I got it. Airport exit. Li Liang hung up the phone after confirming with his subordinates. The moment. A sneer ran through his mind. The reason for the total destruction of the Camel Country must have come from the Eagle Sauce Country. Other than them, Lyra couldn't think of anyone who would do that. Nope, it's who else in the world. besides those in the Eagle Jam country, would dare to do so, but luckily, he had already had a countermeasure in place, was thinking about it. A ringing phone pulled his thoughts back again. Pick up your cell phone and fix your eyes on it. It was the caller from Camelot country. After this incident, on the side of the camel country, I'm afraid we'll have to come and ask for a statement. Frowning, he didn't think much of it. Direct connection. A few moments later, a gruff tone of English sounded from across the room. Lee, the troops we sent to meet you were attacked by the Eagle Jam Nation. Yes, I have been informed of this and I am very sorry to hear it. Li Liang didn't show much emotion and replied in English. After all, it was something his own subordinates had only just reported, and the people of the camel country were not surprised. After all, they knew that the other party was a big military merchant. The information is naturally good in this regard. It just paused and then continued, but they held out to the last point. Directed those people from Eagle Jam country elsewhere. Lee, and you're safe. We must close the deal as soon as possible. These warriors of ours, they can't die in vain. They all did it for the honor of the Camel Kingdom. Last words. He could feel the gnashing of teeth on the other end of the line. Words. Li Liang's expression was serious, and he fell silent in a rare moment. Nobody's happy when someone dies. These, however, are living, breathing beings. Previous chapter next page. And most importantly, still died in battle because of himself. It's all deals behind the scenes though, but as it turned out, there was no mistaking it. Things have happened, and Li Liang paused. Although the other party didn't explicitly say so, but he wasn't stupid either. He understood that in this way, he was indebted to Camelot Nation. They don't say it now though, but when the time comes to trade, the camel country will definitely use this as a reason to keep the price down. That means, by myself, I'm sure I'm going to lose money. Thinking of this, Li Liang's head was filled with black lines. Damn that hawk sauce. However, now was not the time to think about that, so he quickly replied, I see, this is considered a favor I owe to your Camel Kingdom, and of course, I will pay you back. That's it for now. We'll meet at Camelot. Yes. The words fell. Li Liang didn't say anything more and directly hung up the phone. This was followed by a long, calming breath. He then turned his head to look at Yao, who had a somewhat odd expression on the side. This woman he had to deal with. The situation is not optimistic now, and there may be danger to follow. There's no need to put her in deep danger. But at the moment, Yao's expression was changing, but Lyra didn't think much of it. Instead, he spoke directly to her in a serious tone. Big reporter, I'll give you two choices. Either you go back to your country and pretend nothing happened, and then either that, or you stay in the elephant country as if you were coming to visit in general, and stay here for a while. At those words, Yao raised her eyebrows and looked Li Liang up and down before calmly asking, what about you? Li Liang didn't answer, just frowned at her. As a result, the other asked again, why do you owe Camelot Nation a favor? You're not really working as an arms dealer, are you? Hear that? Li Liang was first stunned, and then his head was filled with black lines when he reacted. She knows English too? Asterisk 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 asterisk. How come one by one they all know English, right? Is it fun to eavesdrop on people's phone calls? But he should have thought of that a long time ago. How could the other party, being a journalist, not know some English? One is still careless, but he didn't say these words out loud, he just mentally spat them out. The thought of having just lost money naturally puts me in a bad mood, so he didn't bother to break up anything more with Yao. It looked like this little ninny was determined to follow her. Then he said to her again with a serious expression, it's fine if you want to follow me, but all actions must be at my command. Otherwise, if something happens, I can't guarantee that I'll be able to bring your body back home. And Yao, who heard these words, instantly had her eyes light up, and then her eyebrows flew up. He spoke in an agitated tone. You didn't deny it. That means you really are an arms dealer. After saying that, she looked at the young man in front of her who was still a student with some shock. What the internet says is not a rumor. The rumors are actually true. Then there was some joy, because after all these days, it's finally time to extract a bit of useful information. How could this not excite her? But Li Liang looked at her, and at the moment, his heart was speechless. What in the world is this woman's brain circuit? Is that the point? I really don't know what to think. Is news that important? More important than life? However, Yao quickly calmed down and agreed with a bite. Okay, no problem. I'll just follow your command. But then she hesitated for a split second, because she thought of what Li Liang had just said, obviously telling himself that danger may follow. She then subconsciously looked at the suitcase she was holding. The thought of a suitcase full of self-defense weapons restored his confidence. It's full of weapons that have been carefully prepared for themselves. What kind of pepper spray? pepper spray, electric baton, and so on, is very well prepared. Even if you are in danger yourself, you are not afraid. And how old is this young man in front of me? Even if he's an arms dealer, he's probably just a small arms dealer. The arms deal scene is certainly no bigger. How dangerous can it be? So one's own baggage of self-defense weapons is definitely enough to protect oneself. No words along the way. And Yao just followed behind Li Liang and didn't say anything more. Along the way, she saw a couple of black men run up and talk to Lyra about something, and all with a look of respect. Is Li Liang so well connected in the Elephant Kingdom? And Yao followed behind, watching this bizarre scene, though he now knew that Li Liang was an arms dealer. But I also didn't realize that he was so well connected too. It's actually tempting to ask for clarification, or take the opportunity to eavesdrop on a bit of information coming in. But perhaps it was because Lyra knew he knew English. So when you talk to those people, you purposely walk away to avoid yourself. So annoying. I should have known better than to play that little smartass earlier. Looking at Li Liang, who was talking to the black little brother on the side, and Yao stomped her foot with some depression on her face. But the words are so. She didn't really have to stalk her to get over there again. Just stood still and listened with ears open. Though I couldn't hear more than a few words either. Still, I vaguely heard the black man seemingly call Li Liang something. I think I called him, Your Honor? Chapter 38 Chase and Kill? Yes, chase and kill. Boom boom boom. Early morning, a roar came from the sky. I don't know whose kid yelled out that there was an airplane. The result drew the adults on the floor to look up as well. But soon they were baffled. The sight in front of them put them in a bit of a trance. Until these helicopter gunships swept over their heads and flew off into the distance. They just reacted. There was also a bit of gravity in his expression. Is this going to be a war? Or is it a drill? And at this point, helicopter. Li Liangjung lowered his head, his face grim. He was annoyed at the thought of losing money on a deal with Camelot Nation. Since he's been in the arms business, it's never been only about pitting yourself against others. I didn't expect to be pitted by someone else this time. And the people who screwed him over are the Eagle Jam Nation. Thinking of this, Li Liang's face clouded over a few more times. This Eagle Jam is also too careful. Isn't it just selling a little bit of top-secret weapons, used like this? If it wasn't for the Eagle Sauce Nation ambushing the people sent by the Camel Nation to pick themselves up, then one doesn't have to owe any favors, much less lose money. The thought of all this shit put him in a bad mood the whole way. The moment An Yao was sitting across from him, she looked out the window and then at the young man in front of her. Couldn't help but have a complicated expression again. Opening her mouth, she wanted to ask something, but when he saw Li Liang's gloomy face, he didn't know what to say. And the window. 7 or 8 helicopter gunships are in an encircling position. Wrapped this helicopter they were in and just followed the action. Though she had seen the scene long ago, it still slowed her down a bit now. These helicopters seem to be at his beck and call. He sells arms. It can't be these. She just felt her brain go a little foggy at the thought. She then immediately denied it. No way. These helicopter gunships should belong to someone else. How could he be selling them? Previous chapter, next page. But she was still confused at the moment. She was confused the whole way. Ever since Li Liang's identity was guessed by her. It's like he just stopped pretending. There were several car transfers along the way even. That was actually okay. And she was okay with it. It's normal for arms dealers to be cautious in their dealings. But in the end of their. Surprisingly, it's another airport. At first, she was a little puzzled. Didn't this just come out of the airport? What's the point of going to another airport? If you are going to fly, then why don't you buy a ticket to fly at the original airport and go to another one? She couldn't read it. But when she entered this airport, all the questions in her mind unraveled. Because there's no one at this huge airport. There are only 7 or 8 helicopter gunships parked here, and it looked as if it was waiting for someone. She first looked at Lyra in disbelief. It was found that he was not surprised by any of this. Instead, it was a time to walk calmly past, and Yao's heart stuttered. It took her a moment to realize that she seemed to have made a mistake. One seemed to have underestimated Li Liang a little too much. What kind of small arms dealer is this? Small arms dealers have the ability to empty entire airports? Can a small arms dealer mobilize so many helicopter gunships at once? And that's in someone else's country. These helicopters just flew in here fair and square? Parked here again bright and early? No one's going to take care of it? She was a little overwhelmed by all this information. For a while she had trouble accepting it. She looked at the young man in front of her and instantly felt compelled. It's time to get to know the high schooler in front of me all over again. His identity doesn't seem to be simple. And Li Liang also noticed this woman across the street was positively staring at himself, but did not open his mouth to say anything. She can follow herself if she wants to. he didn't bother, and didn't have the heart to care, just lost money myself. It's annoying as hell. A few hours later, a streak of fish-belly white rose in the sky. After this night of tossing and turning, the helicopter finally reached its destination. This place is an uninhabited island in the high seas area and there is nothing on it. There's only one luxury cruise ship. This cruise ship was ridiculously large, and Yao had never seen such a large cruise ship. Just know the price won't be cheap. There's no time to be surprised. The helicopter minions were seen just walking up to this cruise ship. It was then that she reacted and asked Li Liang, who was at the side, with an incredulous face, "This cruise ship is here to pick us up?" But Lyra did not answer her question. Instead, the black minion wearing sunglasses on the side took over and Yao's query, replied in English, "Yes, you guessed correctly. This cruise ship is privately exclusive to His Excellency. There are not many of them in the world, and now we are heading back to base camp." Hearing an affirmative answer, and Yao was too surprised to speak. This young man, not only can he mobilize helicopters and go in and out of other people's countries at will, there's also a rather large, out-of-shape luxury cruise ship. Is this cruise ship really his? At this moment, Anyao froze in place, watching Li Liang just walk up, without the slightest emotion. That's when she came back to her senses, looked aside at the little black man. She realized that she was afraid that she wouldn't get any useful information from Li Liang, so she seized the opportunity to ask the little black man who had answered her query, That your lord, is the arms business very big?" Upon hearing this, the black man smiled, revealing a mouthful of white teeth with a proud face. "Of course, His Excellency's arms business is doing very well. I'm afraid there aren't many people in the world that can do it as big as him." Hear the other side's reply, and Yao only felt her brain fuzzy as she looked at the helicopter gunship in front of her, opened his mouth and realized he couldn't get a word out. She had learned that Li Liang was an arms dealer though, but she couldn't imagine it. What kind of arms dealer can mobilize so many armed helicopters at once? They also enter and leave other people's countries at will. Then an idea came to her mind. The helicopter wouldn't be his as well. It can't. It shouldn't be possible. How old is he only? How could he possibly have made it this far? But, listen to this little black brother. Even in this world, there were not many people who could do this to the same extent as Li Liang. So is this true or not? Anyao felt a little confused all of a sudden. The black minion's words kept going round and round in her head. It quickly came back to Li Liang's status as a high school student. There was another brain fizzle. High schoolers? Arms dealers? The two disparate words kept colliding in her mind. Couldn't get it to blend in. She then thought of those who had come into contact with Li Liang during her previous interviews, commenting on his, what was it again? Ah yes, good student? It's called being a good student? Ah, but soon the little black man on the sidelines spoke up to pull her thoughts back. But now there's a very troubling problem. At those words, and Yao returned to her senses and asked with a somewhat stiff expression, "What kind of trouble?" Only the black junior frowned but said in a calm tone, "It's not even the damn Eagle Jam country. Most of the weapons we sell are weapons from the Hawksbane country, and now the Hawksbane country has found out. They're chasing us all over the world, otherwise it wouldn't have been necessary to go around so troublesome for so long." Hunt? Yeah, the chase. The moment. Anyao's brain is completely down. Chapter 39, wanting to be a mediocre arms dealer. You've all traded with those guys. Where do you usually trade? Who are the people the deal is with? At this point, cruise ship. Anyao was grabbing that black junior and kept asking questions. There was also a notebook in his hand, and every now and then he wrote something. The black guy was not above answering all sorts of questions. The black kid talked to her quite a bit along the way. The more she talked, the more excited she became, because if these things were to be placed within the Dragon Kingdom, it was bound to be one hot story after another. All this, Li Liang also saw in his eyes, but he did not go to stop it, because even if this woman took that information and made it into the news, it wouldn't get broadcast. The previous blocking of all discussion of him on the internet is a perfect example of this. That's why he didn't bother. And at this moment, and Yao seemed to have asked something from that black little brother. Directly turning his head with an incredulous face, he glanced at Li Liang, because the little black guy just said to her, this time, the deal was with the Camel Country. And Camel Country, that's a country. Li Liang was actually able to make an arms deal with them? Or does Li Liang here actually have a weapon they can look at? Would this be too much of a stretch? He's still a high school student. Being an arms dealer is just that. He can also hook up with a country like Camelot. Arms deals can also be made. So what is this arms he's selling? She didn't believe that Camelot would be short of that pistol rifle or whatever. Definitely more powerful weapons. If this deal thing was told, I'm afraid it would be enough to shock the Dragon Kingdom. No, it's possible to shock the world. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom sent out such a big battle to arrest him at that time. Even the commander was alarmed. That does seem to explain it all. Previous chapter, next page. Approaching late night. The sea journey is still a long way off. So Yao went back to the guest room that had been arranged for her. Yet she didn't rest right away. Instead, he took out his cell phone, ready to open the map and see where he had gotten to. But soon she frowned. No signal? Never mind. Let's just write down everything we learn on our phones. If these things are reported, it's definitely big news. And it's big news that will shock the world. Thinking of this, her eyes erupted with brilliance, and without any further hesitation, she directly clicked on the memo and began to memorize it. But remembering, she suddenly froze. Then the look couldn't help but be complicated, as if he was torn about something. The little black guy earlier said that the Eagle Jam Country was after them. So, can these things be reported? If it's reported, won't Li Liang be in danger? So all the way there she was torn. Finally, the cruise ship stopped, which meant the destination was here. Yao walked out the door of his room. Looking up, what came into view was an extremely large island. The scenery is beautiful and the water is crystal clear. Could this be where the deal was made? Soon she didn't think much about it and directly followed Li Liang off the boat. But as soon as she got off the boat she was confused, for she saw that the entrance to the island was surprisingly manned by a dozen black men with guns. The blacks stationed there were all respectful after seeing Li Liang, and one addressed him as his lordship. This scene caused Yao to be unable to return to her senses for a long time, and Li Liang didn't say much at the moment. Inquired directly to one of the black minions, "Do you have everything I need and the intel ready?" Seeing this, that black little brother hurriedly spoke respectfully, "My lord, it's all ready. We've investigated that squad from Eagle Sauce, and they're now guarding the road that must be traveled outside of the Camel Country." Li Liang's face instantly darkened. His eyes slightly narrowed, making it impossible to see any emotions. Sure enough, he was waiting for himself. He then nodded and added, "Get ready to go now." My lord." At those words, Yao on the side was confused again. Departure? Where to? Aren't we at our destination? Doesn't the deal take place here? Instead, it's within the Camelot? But what's he doing asking for intel on the Eagle Jam Country? But soon she remembered that the black subordinate had said earlier, most of what they sell is weapons from the Eagle Jam Country. So the Eagle Jam Country is after them, probably trying to avoid the Eagle Jam Country. Thinking of this, Yao also stopped talking too much. Instead, he looked at the guns in the hands of these black minions. Then he looked at his suitcase again, thought about all the self-defense stuff she had packed in there. A moment later she mentally let out a long sigh. I've come this far and realized that the stuff I brought with me doesn't seem to be of any use at all. No, it's not even comparable. The things she carries are weapons that only work up close. If the other person had a gun, then he or she wouldn't even have a chance to pull out a weapon. It's not even close to a gun. After all, there is such a rumor in the Jianghu. 7 paces away the gun is fast. The gun is accurate and fast within 7 paces. As she was thinking this, she realized that Li Liang had already walked towards the island, then also rushed back and followed. But this time she was confused again when she entered the island. What is this place? The things on this island. It can't all be Li Liang's, can it? Sure it's not into a military base? Just a glance at her. A large tarmac appeared to the left, with hundreds of fighters parked on it, and in an open space opposite it, rows and rows of tanks were arranged, thousands of feet, which is more of a variety of models. Most of them she couldn't name, but she could vaguely distinguish some. That's an active tank from Eagle Jam Country, and Yao couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise, quickly focusing her gaze on the distance again. In the direction directly across from them, there is also a factory building made of steel structure, although you can't see what is done inside, but think it must be an arms weapon too. And at that moment, aside on the other road, more than that, a group of black subordinates were transporting load after load of ammunition, but it was all just what she could see at a glance, and there seemed to be this larger space behind all this that she failed to see. Is this sure it's not an arsenal? At the moment, she only felt a bit suffocated, and it became a bit difficult to breathe. She stared straight at Li Liang's back. It still feels a little less real. Is this a dream? You're not awake yourself, and you're still sleeping on a cruise ship? But the smell of smoke in the air kept reminding her that they were real. But then she quickly thought of the black subordinate who had said earlier that she wanted to go back to base camp, and then associating it with the fact that the people here respectfully address Li Liang as Lord. Doesn't that mean that all of these things belong to Li Liang? All Yao could feel now was a wave of dizziness in her brain as she looked around at the weapons in front of her. Airplanes. Tank. What's that? Looks like an anti-aircraft gun. even surface-to-air missiles. So immediately afterward a question came to mind. Where did he get all this stuff? A small island like this has long had a military power far beyond that of a small country. And it's all from Li Liang. If he had the intention to develop it, he could even fully establish this place as a country. If we give him a longer time, maybe, the world is going to have one more hegemon. Yet, he did not do so. Instead, they chose to sell them. Does he just want to be a mediocre arms dealer? Chapter 40, Cross-Pushing Eagle Jam. The main road of the island. Anyao just stared straight at the airplane tanks in the distance. He didn't come back to his senses until Li Liang shouted ahead of him. She looked at the other woman and returned with a complicated look on her face. What's wrong? Li Liang then paused and said seriously. On second thought, what I'm doing next is a little dangerous, so just stay here and wait for me. Once Anyao heard this, she was about to continue saying something, but the black subordinate on the sidelines grabbed the advice. Your Excellency is going to the battlefield. This is something that belongs to men. It's better for women to stay behind. After all, on the battlefield, bullets have no eyes. At those words Anyao's face changed. Battlefield? Didn't you say you were going to an arms deal? Why are you suddenly going to war? It came too suddenly. Say war? But isn't Li Liang an arms dealer? Just a businessman. How come you need to go to the battlefield? She was looking more and more confused, wondering what the high schooler was thinking, much less understand what he was trying to do. But at the moment the black subordinate didn't reply to her again either. Li Liang, who was on the side, even narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance, and did not bother to explain anything. The battlefield was not like other places, the ferocity of which he had experienced. Running into battle with a woman in tow was definitely not wise behavior, not to mention the fact that this woman has never been on one of these battlefields. I'm afraid I've seen it on TV at best. He was also protecting Anyao. After all, being from the same Dragon Kingdom, one still had some affection for his compatriots. He didn't want the Dragon Kingdom to be sacrificed on the battlefield, but he did not say these words out loud. Instead, he always spoke with a calm face. I told you, you have to listen to me if you want to come along. And here, you can wander around and no one will stop you. Don't you want news? Here, take as many pictures as you want, post as much news as you want. Just think of it as you're advertising me. But, he then had a turn of phrase. The eyes then revealed a hint of icy coldness, and the whole person's aura seemed to have pulled up a notch. Previous chapter next page, like a different person, the tone of which was even more unrefusable. However, if you dare to tell Sister Shulan about what happened here, I can't say what will happen to you. At this moment, Anyao only felt some chills on her back and goosebumps exploded all over her body. Threats. He's making a naked threat. He seems to be coming for real. Once again, she felt that air of superiority from Li Liang. Last time it was because of Lin Shulan, and this time the same. She could distinctly feel it. The teenager in front of him wasn't joking about what he said. He was serious. Originally, she was going to say something to retort, but now that I've heard these words I don't know how to speak. Finally, he agreed. Okay, I'll do as you say. Get an answer. The icy coldness in Li Liang's eyes only gradually faded away, and then he returned to a calm face. A final nod was given to her, accounted for it with a Negro on the sidelines, signaling him to stay and protect Anyao. With that, Li Liang greeted again, and instantly dozens of black subordinates who appeared to be leaders gathered in an orderly manner. After saying something to them, the black subordinates then scattered and whistled. In no time at all, several thousand men were assembled. These people were actually heavily armed. No exceptions. Even more terrifying, the fighters and tanks aside, they actually moved. Seeing that the people had arrived, it was then that Li Liang opened his mouth, his tone grave and serious. Comrades, what we do as arms dealers. At that moment someone spoke back. Sell arms. Smiling Li Liang nodded and added. Right, we're going to make money selling arms, but now Eagle Sauce countries, step by step, they don't let us sell arms, they don't let us make money, and even hunted us down. Can we endure this? This statement was made. The black subordinates below, all gritting their teeth and filled with righteous indignation, immediately roared. Can't. We are arms dealers, and if we are not allowed to sell arms, we are being cut off. They're not preventing us from selling arms, they're trying to kill us. Fuck it and be done with it. Looking at the scene in front of him, a smile appeared at the corner of Li Liang's mouth. The heart is very satisfied. He then said some encouraging words to me, which drew the breath out of these people. His mouth kept calling Li Liang's name. War. The fight is all about morale. The purpose has been accomplished. He swept his gaze around the room and instantly picked a dozen people. These dozen people were carefully trained by Li Liang and were the elite of the elite. A dozen is more than enough to deal with that Eagle Jam unit. With that, he gave an order and took the dozen or so men and headed for the island's exit. And Yao looked at him for a long time before responding. She wanted to ask Lyra again what exactly she was going to do, but it was too late to go after them. The other party had by now gotten into a car and left. She then anxiously asked her black subordinate aside, "What is Li Liang going for? Isn't he going to trade? Why did you suddenly make this mess? What do you mean by just talking about going to the battlefield?" Perhaps she had been shocked for so long since arriving here that for a moment her mind was spinning. But it's also true. From the time she came into contact with Li Liang, she couldn't even guess what the other party did. This high school kid. No, this arms dealer has really surprised himself too much. Or maybe it's shock. At those words, the black subordinate on the side actually laughed. With that, he explained, "My lord is going to take revenge on the Eagle Jam country." Retaliation? And Yao looked at him in disbelief. While his heart was shocked, he was more puzzled. Because Eagle Jam Nation is after him? But Lyra, he could be a match for Eagle Jam Nation? Even Dragonland and Woolly Bear need to be careful and cautious. How dare he go? With that, the black subordinate on the side went on to continue explaining. Originally, the Camel Kingdom sent a force to protect His Excellency in order to be able to make a smooth transaction. But I didn't realize that we had underestimated Eagle Jam's determination to capture His Excellency. They took care of that force in Camelot as best they could. Then the Camel Country contacted His Excellency, meaning that their troops died because of His Excellency. So the price of this arms deal had to be lowered as well, which meant that His Excellency was going to lose money on this deal. His Excellency knows that he has wronged the Camel Kingdom, and that the Eagle Sauce Kingdom caused all of this, which is why His Excellency has acted as he has. Hearing this, Yao immediately came to a realization. So that's it. No wonder at that time at the airport, when Li Liang called, he said something about how he owed Camelot Nation a favor. So it's because of this. And Yao hadn't had time to think much. The black subordinate continued immediately afterward. Our lord has always been vindictive. Even if the other side is a Hawksbane country, we'll still fight. It doesn't matter if we're already wanted all over the world in the Eagle Jam country anyway. At those words, Yao's heart suddenly jolted. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Eagle Jam Nation? You know that's Eagle Sauce country. All have a significant place in this world. It's one of the few overlords of this world. Once angry, everyone has to weigh in. And the black subordinate in front of me actually thinks it doesn't matter. Could this be what Lyra meant? The black subordinate did not rush to reply. Instead, he snorted. Another cigarette was pulled from his pocket and lit. It was followed by an expression of delightful exhalation. I subconsciously glanced at the depths of the island, a place that could not be seen, then smirked. Look at us here. Would you be afraid? Don't forget, we're arms dealers, and on this island, we have weapons that could level the Eagle Jam Nation. We are arms dealers, we sell arms, and likewise, we are more familiar with the use of these arms and weaponry. So if you want to mess with us, you have to think about whether you can withstand the retaliation from us. Chapter 41. If you're not careful, it's easy to start the S3 season. Can you level up a country? Hear that? Yao looked up again to take a closer look at the island, though one has just now already observed it. But now that she was looking at it closely again, she still found it shocking to her. Thousands of tanks and nearly 1,000 fighters came into view, and that's just what you see in front of you. In the large area behind it, there's no telling what weapons are out of sight. Such general military power is indeed capable of leveling a small country. But soon she was worried again. But the other side isn't exactly a small country. That's Eagle Sauce country, the blue planet's only surviving sole superpower. Eagle Jam, both military and economic power, are the strongest on the blue planet, not to mention his horrendous annual military spending. How can the army of a country in which such enormous wealth is piled up be weak in combat? It could be described as a terrifying existence that everyone was afraid of. But now, Li Liang, including his men, however, pressed the others. She took several deep breaths to calm the pounding heart. Retracting his eyes, he asked the black subordinate, "Even though your armed forces are strong, but the other side is after all the Eagle Jam country, are you not afraid of any accidents?" At that, the black subordinate smiled again and said confidently, "Don't worry, we've got surveillance, and in case of an accident, we can back up right away." Surveillance? They're not fighting on this island. Where's the surveillance? And Yao had a horrified look on her face. Satellite surveillance, the little black man said as a matter of course, and Yao's brain went down for a moment. What followed was a look of incredulity. It froze for a long moment before he said, "You guys still have satellites?" Previous chapter, next page. Looking at the way Yao was fussing, the black subordinate also looked at her with some confusion. "Sure, it's just a satellite. What's new? We've launched several up there. Do you want to see it? I'll show you. Our Lord rarely goes to war, and it's rare to try to see him on satellite surveillance. After all, there weren't many people who were so desperate to come after us before, and it's just Eagle Jam alone. This statement was made. An Yao couldn't calm down anymore. Breathing began to catch. What is going on with this subordinate in front of me? Doesn't he know that less than 30 countries in the world can launch satellites? And what, not just a few satellites? Does this speak human language? At the moment, if she could, she wished she was dreaming. It's just not believable to her. Even wondered for a moment if I had heard wrong. It's just an island. It's okay to have so many large weapons. They still have satellites? I can't believe there's such a thing as being able to build satellites, and that several were launched up there? But soon the subordinate repeated what he had just said, pulling in Yao's thoughts back to reality. Are you going to see it? Your Excellency should be preparing to give Eagle Jam a run for its money this time. It's also a way of establishing authority and warning those who are eyeing us to keep their thoughts to themselves. So this fight, it's definitely exciting. It's just a shame I won't be able to participate in it myself. As he said the last sentence, there was a slight look of regret in his demeanor. These words made in Yao's eyes jump straight up. Livy, take the eagle sauce state leeway. It's all about what a tiger and a wolf say. Crazy, so crazy. Quickly she returned with a stiff expression. Look, must see. At that, the black subordinate smiled and said nothing more. It just said to follow him and then led the way. But at this moment, and Yao already had a soulful look on her face. Think about what happened today. It's okay to travel all the way in helicopter gunships and big luxury cruise ships. Himself thought that was what Lyra had borrowed. But I didn't realize that after entering the island, thousands of tanks and nearly 1,000 fighters appeared. And what with surface-to-air missiles and anti-aircraft artillery, this military power is horrifying. And it seems as if that's only part of it, not all weapons. At that thought, she turned her head again to look at the weapon in the distance. Another look at the black subordinates who were busy transporting weapons and ammunition. And then he recalled, just now, the scene where Li Liang gathered his men to go and take revenge on the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. The moment made her heart burst. Crazy. This place is full of crazies. In the last few days, it's gone from the peaceful Dragon Kingdom, to the filthy Elephant Kingdom, and now to some kind of war. It was like a dream. He, Li Liang, an arms dealer, just businessmen. How dare you go against Eagle Sauce? And no one on this island is against it? And no fear? Just so confident? At that thought she looked again at her black subordinate who was leading the way. Goosebumps exploded all over his body. With black subordinates leading the way, they walked into the heart of the island. It's not a flat area like the entrance to the island usually is, nor is it as if it were a factory building. Instead, it's a villa against a hill. The villa looked roughly like it covered a full 20 acres. However, and Yao did not feel strange at the moment, because there were even fighter jets and tanks on this island. It's not unusual to have a villa. It wasn't long before the two walked in. After bending around the corner, he arrived at the top floor surveillance room. But when she went in and just swept a glance, her whole body instantly went numb. Couldn't even help but lose my voice and scream. This is your surveillance room. Yeah, what? The black subordinate looked at her with some confusion. He didn't understand this friend the Lord had brought with him, always so startled. Is that unusual? But Yao did not see his eyes. She looked around and scanned the room. It's not a big floor, but it's 200 square feet. Inside, a dozen people were staring at the computer screens in front of each of them, working on something, and on top of the surrounding walls, there are even hundreds of screens hanging. These are all surveillance and can see that the surveillance images on this are each different. But what really surprised Yao was, these screens are not physical. Instead, it consisted of a transparent-like curtain of blue light, in which the picture is but clear as day. What kind of high-tech is this? And Yao stared straight at these screens and sucked in a breath of cold air in her heart. Hiss. In her perception, this screen consists of a transparent light screen. Shouldn't it be something you only see inside a sci-fi movie? That this kind of stuff actually happens in reality? How they are built? I'm afraid this is something that existing countries are still working on. Is it possible that the technology level of this small island is even more terrifying than these big countries? At this moment, and Yao couldn't help but feel a little thirsty. This trip, even if it's not reported, it's worth coming. So Li Liang has mastered this kind of technology. No wonder the Dragon Kingdom is treating him so well. It's easy to start the S3 season if you're not careful. Chapter 42. What a way to heaven you don't go. In the surveillance room, and Yao looked at the surveillance with a different picture in front of her. Even after searching for half a day, she couldn't find any surveillance that could see Li Liang. But at that moment the black subordinate, who was on the sidelines, stepped forward and tapped the screen with his hand. Some manipulation ensued. Instantly several screens merged with each other into one larger screen, and two helicopters appeared in the screen image. Then the screen flashed again, gathered in the helicopter. This wave of operation came down, directly giving In Yao a dumbfounded look. This shit still works, but the words didn't come out of her mouth, and her gaze returned to the monitor. Picture. Li Liang had already put on his equipment, and seemed to be explaining something to a few minions on the side. Those few juniors also nodded their heads in a hurry, but soon In Yao frowned, because there are only 2 helicopters in this picture, and only about a dozen people who can take them. Just going to get back at Hawk Jam? This will work? She then inquired of her Negro subordinate on the sidelines. Is just this many enough? That's a whole army in Eagle Jam. Upon hearing this, the black subordinate raised his eyebrows to reveal a confident smile and said, "You'll see when you read on." Hearing the reply, In Yao stopped talking. Look at the other person's confident expression. She was also a little curious as to what Lyra and the others would do. Picture. After a couple hours of flying, darkness crept in. The helicopter landed in a hidden clearing. Li Liang and the others then walked down with their weapons and equipment. Looking at the screen, In Yao froze again, because by now it was evening. But the surveillance footage is ridiculously clear. There's no fuzzy look at all. Previous chapter, next page. This was extremely incomprehensible to her. How the hell did that happen? Could it be that the technology level of this small island is really higher than the big countries? At this point, a dense forest on the border of the Camel Country. A unit with Eagle Jam country-style equipment is stationed in it. This is none other than the Sea Dog Raiders of the Eagle Jam Nation. And here is their camp. Although there was no movement near this dense forest, but their guard was not relaxed. The surrounding area was still in groups of 2, and was policing the perimeter. And inside a simple tent in the middle of the camp, there are 4 people sitting upright. In front of them, a leader-looking man was holding a document. After a long time he gave a satisfied smile and said, "A document came from above praising us. The brass is very pleased with us for taking care of the Camelot forces." At that, the crowd below laughed as well. They all knew what this far-flung document meant. This represents an absolute promotion for them to go back and a commendation for them. But soon one of the people below was worried. "Commander Mercer, will our total annihilation of the Camel Kingdom's forces this time cause them to retaliate?" Then he paused and added, "After all, Camelot is a country, and even though we're outside our borders, after doing something like this, maybe they'll fight back." Hearing this, the commander named Mercer's mouth showed disdain. "Camel Country? How dare they? We wiped out a platoon of them on this operation with just 2 tactical squads. I'm afraid they've all been scared out of their pants when this news gets back. How dare they come to retaliate?" The 4 people below them laughed at the words. The worry in his eyes was gone, replaced by pride. That's just the way it is. 2 tactical squads. A small team of 6 men all but annihilated over 30 people from the Camel Kingdom with only 12 men. Keep in mind they have 4 squads in total. This operation didn't use its full strength at all, and not a single casualty in the squad. That record alone is enough to give them the right to be proud. Soon, Commander Mercer put away his smile again. He thought again about the main objective of the mission, the mysterious arms dealer. They got word that the arms dealer was selling top-secret weapons from the Eagle Jam Nation. Not sure where he got it though, but after investigation, it did. And there was also information that the arms dealer was going to sell these weapons to the Camel Country. This made the OP angry and alarmed. They were immediately sent to the Camel Country to round up this man. Mercer at first also wondered how this arms dealer got their top-secret weapons, but soon he didn't care. So what if that arms dealer has weapons? How can anyone have the guts to take a shot at them? His own unit was battle-hardened, and they are representing the Eagle Jam Nation. Look at it now. He himself exterminated the troops of the Camel Kingdom, which didn't even dare to utter a fart. What can that little arms dealer do? Dare to do what? As long as that arms dealer dares to show up, let him have no return. A smile appeared at the corner of Mercer's mouth at the thought. This operation was literally a merit badge for them. Soon he put away his smile again and said, "Though we've been honored by our superiors, the mission is not yet complete." At that moment, the 4 people below also put away their smiles. Immediately after that Mercer added, "You all know the target this time. This man is slow to show up. We need to find him somehow. We must expand our search outside of Camelot, or even take the initiative. As soon as the arms dealer is found, or anyone involved with him, arrest him and shoot him if necessary." The crowd nodded at the words. Didn't think it was wrong to shoot down. After all, that arms dealer was selling their country's top-secret weapons. Blame the man for offending Eagle Jam Nation. The words fell. Mercer gave another explanation. signaling that he should not let his guard down during the night either. Beware of the arms dealer who takes advantage of the night to enter the camel country. These 4 people then walked out of the tent and went to arrange for their respective squads to carry out their tasks. When they were gone, Mercer gave a confident smile. This unit of theirs, even in the Eagle Jam country, it's considered the best of the best. Never missed a mission. No one who is targeted by them has a good ending. They all have to die. At this point Mercer was in the middle of his thoughts. The military radio on the side then went off. He didn't think much of it, but just connected. It took a moment for the man across the room to speak up. Commander Mercer, go ahead. Hearing each other's voices, even though no one was around at the moment, he still got serious. Then the other added, Commander Mercer, traces of that arms dealer were found in your area, and he was carrying weaponry. And without hiding his tracks, this is a good opportunity to strike. Go and do him in. At that, Mercer froze for a moment, but quickly recovered, said to the other end of the line, Roger, promise to finish the job or something like that. The person then hung up. After hanging up, Mercer couldn't help but sneer twice. Finally, after searching for him for so long, I didn't expect him to come to my door now. What's the saying in the Dragon Kingdom? Right, it's called there's a way to heaven if you don't go, and there's no door to hell if you break in. Chapter 43 Departure. Packing up eagle sauce to go. The other side. Li Liang and his minions got out of the helicopter. He only had 12 men with him on this operation. It wasn't much, but it was enough. Looking at the weapons in the hands of these minions in front of him, he was furiously satisfied. RPGs, rifles, sniper rifles. This is all equipment built within the island. The moment his eyes rested on the night vision device on the heads of his minions. This night vision device was researched not too long ago. Or maybe the system swiped it on him. Functions and functions, rather a bit different from others. Strictly speaking, this is the first time they've acted so formally, since the purpose of this operation is to establish authority. It's only natural then to bring out the latest weaponry and equipment to shine. Seeing these weapons, Li Liang couldn't help but sneer in his heart. Just in time to try out the power of these weapons with the troops of the Eagle Jam Nation. At this point, a few of the juniors stood in a line, waiting for Li Liang to give the order. But at this point he was in no hurry. Instead, he first looked serious and surveyed the minions in front of him. Only then did he speak slowly. As arms dealers, we are in the arms business. But now, the damn Eagle Jam country won't allow us to sell arms, which is definitely moving our cake. Speaking of this, Li Liang paused, his expression filled with anger. They're simply too deceitful. It's even if they don't let us make money, they have to hunt us down and kill us, to drive us to extinction. You guys, can we put up with this? The words fell. These juniors also all looked angry, clenching their fists, and some even gritted their teeth to the point of crunching. At this point someone returned angrily. It's too much. If they don't let us sell arms, we won't have any money. And if we don't have any money, we won't be able to live. They're trying to get us killed. Previous chapter, next page. Damn you, Eagle Sauce. This is driving us to our deaths. Hawk Sauce is a bully. Finish them off. Revenge. Revenge must be taken. Seeing this, Li Liang nodded his head, very satisfied. He wanted that kind of momentum. In the meantime, Kojima's surveillance room. And Yao looked at the surveillance in front of him. Li Liang and his minions got out of the helicopter. Then the talking began. At this point, the black subordinate on the sidelines tapped on the screen a few more times. A voice then came out of the screen. This scene directly gave Vi and Yao at the side a dumbfounded look. What operation? And you can hear voices? But soon she saw Li Liang on the monitor was saying, but now, the damn Eagle Jam country won't allow us to sell arms, which is definitely moving our cake. They're simply too deceitful. This operation is about destroying all of Eagle Jam's forces, not sparing a single one. We want the world to know that we are not to be messed with. Hearing this, and Yao froze again. What? Eagle Jam Nation touched your cake? You're selling someone's top secret weapon. Eagle Sauce itself is usually something you take out and crave, never something you sell. You're good. You're selling it when you say you're selling it, and you're selling it all over the world, just as afraid that other countries don't have it, so people can be willing in Eagle Jam country? How's that for moving your cake? It's obvious that you've touched the cake of the Hawkspread Nation, isn't it? And Yao was speechless for a while. The heart's perception of Li Liang as a person was refreshed once again. Shameless, so shameless. Besides, if you sell someone else's weapon, so be it. Isn't that your fault? And now you are going to hit people? What kind of reasoning is that? And there is such a thing? But soon she was silent again. What she had seen and heard on the island during this time, It also probably understood how big Li Liang's arms business was. Just from the thousands of tanks and nearly 1,000 fighters it seems, Li Liang he is definitely not some small arms dealer. Not only that, he can launch satellites, and the equipment in this surveillance room. Thinking of this, Yao turned her head and scanned this surveillance room. The heart couldn't help but burst. These are real high-tech. I'm afraid that none of the existing powers have ventured into this area. Is there actually such a thing on this island? And Yao only felt her scalp go numb. Such a military force can definitely have the ability to speak loudly in the world. But soon she was confused again. Where did he get all these weapons and tech? Could it be stealing drawings from another country? Or maybe they researched it themselves? Quickly she shook her head, dismissing the idea. None of this is very realistic. Not to mention how hard it is to get the drawings. You can't even get into their country's labs, right? And it's even harder to research on your own. All these existing arms and weapons are not the cumulative efforts of generations of inventors. Some even took generations to perfect. And Li Liang he's just a high school student. Where did he get the ability to do that? Just then, the minions in the monitoring room listened to Li Liang's inspiring words. They suddenly let out an ape-like cry. My lord is right. Fuck eagle sauce. Let the world know that we are not to be messed with. Blocking us from making money will only end in death. My lord is mighty. At the sound, and Yao looked up, only to see these juniors all filled with righteous indignation and gnashing of teeth. Some of them even had red eyes, a puff of chest thumping and wailing like primitive gorillas. They agreed with what Lyra said. Couldn't agree more. But Yao was speechless for a while when she saw this scene. This Li Liang brainwashed them in a few words? So gullible? On the surveillance screen, Li Liang has finished his explanation, then pressed the hidden headphones on his ears, then spoke slowly. Do tell me the exact location of Eagle Jam Country. Upon hearing this, the black subordinate next to Yao immediately operated on the screen. This black subordinate is called Ado? And Yao's face looked odd for a while. Although Li Liang was speaking in English, she still understood the meaning. Soon, a black man off to the side named Du used a satellite to pull up the location of the Eagle Jam Nation squad. Then with 2 more taps on the screen, he was instantly connected to Li Liang and their little brother's headset. My lord, I've found it. The last location of the Eagle Jam Nation's forces was located in a dense forest just northwest of you. So fast. And Yao's heart was shocked for a moment. Less than 2 minutes only. Actually found out the other party's exact location? But soon she was relieved and felt as if there was nothing strange about it. It's as if one is slowly starting to accept the craziness and outrageousness of this place. The other side. Lyra quickly obtained the location of the Eagle Jam Country after being informed by Ado. He then ordered his little brother, put out our newly produced night vision devices and set out to pack up the forces of the Eagle Jam Nation to go to. Chapter 44 That arms dealer is a vindictive man. At this point, in the camp of the Sea Dogs Raiders, inside a large tent, the bearded man was tied to a stool. His hair was disheveled, his face was pale and bruised, and there was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. But the eyes were gleaming, and were staring, dead on, at an Eagle Jam officer seated across from him. A look of defiance was written all over his face. If you have the guts, you can get me killed. The officer's name is Anthony. His rank is not small. It's a lieutenant colonel. At the moment, he looked at the bearded man's eyes in front of him, and a pang of displeasure ran through his heart. What's the point of being so cocky when you're defeated? He spoke slowly. Nikolai, as I said, we're not holding it against you. We just want to know what weapons that arms dealer has. At that, Nikolai let out a bitter laugh and spoke in a weak voice. I've said all I need to say. I really don't know the rest. If you want to know, you can investigate yourself. Actually, also Nikolai does have something to hide. He did not tell the officer the truth about the weapons that Li Liang possessed, but it was not clear how the officer could see it. But he didn't care about that. He was more afraid of retaliation from that arms dealer than from this Eagle Sauce Country officer. Nikolai knew the terror of this arms dealer well. He has weaponry that normal people can't even imagine. Those weapons can only be described in 2 words. Terror. Nikolai shivered at the thought. Then it went on. All I can say is that the weapon he possesses is extremely powerful. So powerful that it's outrageous. If it wasn't for the fact that I didn't have enough funds to afford those weapons, I wouldn't have been caught by you guys. Even in the face of my allies' betrayal, I will never lose. At this Nicola paused and added. Previous chapter next page. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony, I still have to warn you that this arms dealer is vindictive, and you may not be able to withstand his wrath. At that, Anthony frowned with disdain. It's all just a ruse for arms dealers to sell weapons. First he tells you how powerful his weaponry is, and then he's good enough to lure you into buying it. Nikolai, at a position like yours, you can't even think about that, can you? At that, Anthony snorted. his expression full of contempt. He understands the ruse of these arms dealers very well. After all, one's own Eagle Sauce country is a major arms and weapons seller. Even funnier, Nikolai mentioning weapons being powerful in front of him? This is a world of arms and weapons. Whose weapons, other than those of individual countries, can be more powerful than those of the Eagle Jam countries? And what anger! How dare a mere arms dealer go up against a behemoth like the Hawksbane Kingdom, undoubtedly looking for death, not to mention the arms dealer. Even if all the arms dealers in the world put together, nor would they dare to make a fool of themselves in front of their Eagle Sauce nation. Though he didn't know exactly how the man had gotten his hands on their top secret weapon, but he didn't care at all. Now that arms dealer had shown up, I'm sure their Sea Dog commandos will wipe them out in no time. At this point, top secret weapons will never be circulated again. At that thought, Anthony added, his demeanor full of confidence, to tell you the truth, that arms dealer has shown up, and I'm sure it won't be long before he's shot down by our people. You might as well worry about yourself first. But at the moment Nikolai was shaking his head with a bitter smile, didn't hear him clearly, just stopped arguing with him about anything. Ugh, still too young, and it did, until Nikolai had seen the weapons, and like the officer, didn't believe it. But soon, Nikolai shuddered, as if he had thought of something, then to a horrified face to Anthony. Did you just say that arms dealer showed up? At that, Anthony looked puzzled. Why does he seem so scared? But at this moment, he didn't think much about it, and just returned with a proud expression. Yeah, we just got word that the arms dealer showed up in our neighborhood, and it looks like he's coming with weapons. This is a death wish. Our Sea Dog's commandos have already made their move. I'm sure he'll be shot down soon. He had a disdainful look on his face, but off to the side, Nikolai's eyes widened and his breath caught. Come armed. At this point he gulped and said with a voice that trembled a little, did you guys tell anyone about this thing where I exposed his identity? Anthony frowned and said, what's the connection? At that Nikolai blew out his beard and his voice was anxious. Of course there is. I told you, that arms dealer is vindictive, Anthony. In the meantime, outside the dense forest, the Sea Dog's commandos are already on the move, with all 4 tactical squads in action. The same wore night vision, an indispensable piece of equipment in night battles. A few moments later, 4 tactical squads gathered. The respective captains took their players and prepared to discuss some tactics. One of the minions quickly said dismissively, Captain, there's no need to discuss tactics. The other party, an arms dealer, a businessman only, it's good enough that he has the guts to sneak up on us, but that's all that can be said in his praise. We're going to shoot him down just casually. At that, the captain on the sidelines also smiled. Tactics are still necessary to look professional. It's also true, though, that no one is going to take this opponent seriously. They've been in 100 battles for a long time. This kind of night battle had been experienced many times long ago, not to mention that their enemies were a bunch of untrained traitors. It's simply not too easy. Even they felt that the 4 squads deployed this time were a bit too redundant. With that thought, the captain, again, smiled at a few of his teammates. Although this mission is simple, I still want everyone to be cautious and prudent so that there are no casualties. Soon a member of the team waved his hand back. Don't worry, Captain. This kind of mission is simply giving us merit badges. We can't afford to die. We still have to go back to our country to receive the award. That's right, I have to get back to my wife. Shut up. In a flurry of banter, the captain interrupted their continuation and chortled. We're on a mission here. We'll talk about any mission afterward. The big battle was imminent, and it was clear that they didn't care about the enemy on the other side. Even all flirted with it. After all, they felt a little ridiculous up when they thought of their opponents in this operation. Dare to attack their Sea Dog raiders in the night? What a big joke. If that arms dealer had been up against someone else, there might have been a chance to win. But it's a shame. They are the Sea Dog commandos, and the night is their battlefield. Fighting them at a time like this, undoubtedly, it is hitting a stone with an egg. A heckle passed. The team also quieted down as they were about to confer. But just then, a sudden change occurred. Pa! A gunshot! In front of the captain, the player who said he was going back to be with his wife. The head exploded violently like a watermelon. Bits of blood and flesh splattered in all directions. Chapter 45 Call. We need bomber support. Outside the dense forest, with the sound of a gunshot after, one of the members of the tactical squad had his head explode instantly. Around him the crew was splattered with bits of flesh and blood. Even that battle-hardened captain froze, but it only froze for a moment. Soon he reacted and shouted at the others. It's a sniper! Take cover! Take cover! The rest of the team who heard this, there was no hesitation, and immediately each found cover. With that, he began to be on guard. It must be that arms dealer. The squad leader's expression carried a complexity of horror, disbelief, and anger. But he didn't doubt it. He understood very well that it must be the arms dealer who had struck, because the intelligence understands that those people are in the neighborhood. He didn't expect to lose one of his Sea Dog's commandos. What's more, I didn't expect the enemy to touch it without a word. And in this dense forest with many trees and cover, one clean shot took care of his crew. He can't take it, but it is indisputable. At the moment, the place was awfully quiet. No more sounds appeared except the rustling of the wind through the leaves. Everyone dared not utter a single breath. The scent of blood in the air was hard on their nerves. They all had mixed emotions. The team member who had just been talking and laughing with himself was now no longer able to speak. But they were, after all, battle-hardened, and soon composed themselves. Everyone is wearing thermal night vision. This thermal imaging night vision device is sufficient to see living things up to 500 meters away in the dark. But soon they froze. Looking up, I was surprised that there were no suspicious heat sources. It was still dark all around. There are no living things in human form except them. Damn, what a hell. Why can't I see people? Where are the people? The captain was sweating profusely by now and mentally cursed. Where the hell are they hiding? He couldn't understand why the thermal imaging night vision looked to detect nothing alive. Mind you, it's already dark. A sniper, without any light source. Previous chapter next page. It's extremely difficult to target and kill the opponent with precision. At that moment, a member of the team who was using the boulder as cover asked over the intercom, "Has anyone seen the enemy? Answer me." When these words came out, the crowd was silent. No one can answer. They didn't even see it. Seeing no answer, the team member was about to continue asking again, but the words were not yet spoken. Bang! A gunshot rang out like a thunderclap, and the bullets passed through all cover, including plants and trees. The precision hit the boulder in front of this player. The boulder was as high as one person and its thickness was even more outrageous. But the boulder didn't block it in the slightest, but was torn apart by this bullet. It went straight through and finally hit him in the chest, leaving a big hole in him. A member of the team just died. The scene was seen by the captain, who was just off to the side and heard the shots ring out with his own ears. And then it just smashed through that boulder and hit that player. At this moment, his face was horrified and full of disbelief. What kind of sniper rifle is this? With that kind of power? It's not a cannon. Too late to sigh. He immediately looked up and searched for the figure with his thermal imaging night vision. Soon his heart stuttered. Still no heat source found. Can't see the people. How is this possible? Could that sniper be 500 meters away? It's impossible. Absolutely impossible. It's already dark and even the fog is starting to fill in. So how could that sniper see so far? Just as he was thinking about it, the gunfire started again. This time it was several shots in quick succession. All that could be heard was the bullets slicing through the air, again through cover, and hitting. Several members of the team couldn't even let out a scream before they were killed on the spot. The scene made many of the players cringe inside. Damn it! Where the hell are the people? They're really scared. Even the thermal imaging night vision device couldn't see people, and it was like he had become blind in this dark night. And even if they couldn't see anyone, they didn't even use cover. How could they not panic? Soon they didn't have time to think before they heard a bazooka firing sound. At this moment, they could no longer remain calm. The hairs on his body stood on end. I don't know who reacted extremely fast and shouted at once, "Bazooka! It's a bazooka! Run! Take cover!" The words fell. An instant later fire shot up and cut through the sky, and then the shell landed behind a member of the crew who was about to run. The two team members who were closer to him were directly blown away by the terrifying impact and crashed into a tree, and then fainted. But the attack from the opposite side did not stop. There was only a moment's pause and a few more shells came again. Run! Run! Everyone reacted quickly this time. Just hearing the sound, he had pulled up his legs and ran, but it's as if the rocket just came with a tracker. No matter how much they dodged, it was always a precise strike. How can this be? It's like the shells are tracking. A member of the team lost his voice and yelled. He had witnessed his best friend clearly dodging the shell on his way to escape, but the shell actually turned 90 degrees and smashed back. After a few shells in succession at the moment, a surprising roar came from the distance, as well as the rifle bursts. The voice was in English, but they clearly understood that it wasn't one of their Sea Dog's commandos. "Don't fucking run. Don't let me make money." Right. At those words, a famous member of the team stopped and looked back, but there was no one behind him. Just immediately after, before he could look closely, a shell came again and again, slamming hard in front of him. This scene caused many people to stare in disbelief. Vile. The moment. No one dared to stay any longer, pulling their legs out and running, with nothing but terror on their faces. Fark fark fark. What the hell is this? All shells and no people. Hell no. What a hell. Run. Run. The opponent's weaponry is too powerful than ours. Retreat. That captain also had a horrified look on his face, even as he ran ahead of everyone else. He had been retreating since the second shell came in. The other side's weapons are not on the same level as ours. Even the rockets have been brought out. We underestimated their weaponry. Damn it. I should have thought of that. They're arms dealers. How could they not have some good equipment? Retreat. All retreat. At this point he yelled back towards the back without looking back, said the man as he pulled out his walkie-talkie. Calling command. We need support. We need support. Bombers. Send in the bombers. Chapter 46. That's for jerking off. At this point, inside the camp tent, Commander Mercer and LT, Colonel Anthony both sat facing each other. Even Mercer didn't dare to be slow about the lieutenant colonel in front of him. After all, the other party was an important person assigned from above. At first Mercer couldn't figure out why such a person would be sent from headquarters, but he figured it out quickly. I think it's also because this mission is too simple and the danger factor is small. That's why they were sent to the battlefield to gild the lily and get some credit in the process. A pang of disdain ran through Mercer's mind at the thought, but a smile remained on his face. Commander Anthony, our squad is on the move and it won't be long before we take that arms dealer down. When the time comes, I still hope that the lieutenant colonel will be able to put in a few good words for us. At that, LT, Colonel Anthony simply replied, yes, the might of our Sea Dog commandos is all there for all to see, and I'm sure that soon we'll be able to return to our country to claim the credit. At that, the two of them looked at each other and smiled in a heartfelt way, but just then, a radio went off to the side. The words that came from it caused the two to be stunned in place. Calling command. We need support. We need support. Bombers. Send in the bombers. This statement was made. The expressions on the two men's faces changed, and they looked incredulous. They clearly heard the sound of artillery fire ringing out on the other end of the radio, and the panicked voice of that captain. Listening carefully, it seems to be, on the run? What's going on here? Support? Or bomber support? Had his own Sea Dog commandos been defeated? Impossible. I know the strength of the Sea Dog commandos. How could it turn out like this when dealing with just an arms dealer? Mercer looked incredulous, but the voice on the other end of the radio came back on. Commander, their weapons are so much more powerful than ours. Even the bazookas are pulling out. We need support. Bomber support. At those words, Mercer finally couldn't calm down, and the expression on his face changed to one of horror. Anthony was even more so, and he subconsciously thought of what Nicola had said to him, and so it was that the words spoken by Nicholas were again relayed back to Mercer. At that, Mercer's expression changed. Powerful weapons? No way. It's just an arms dealer. How strong can a weapon be? It's just some broken guns. Soon he calmed down. Previous chapter, next page. I underestimated this time. I should have thought of that. After all, the other party is an arms dealer. It's normal to have some powerful weapons, but it doesn't matter. We still have bombers. Direct fire coverage for a bit. Blast you all to pieces by then. Mercer's face softened a little at the thought. He didn't believe that a mere arms dealer with a few broken guns could deal with the bombers. No further hesitation followed. A request for support was sent directly to the nearest military base. Soon after, the military base gave a reply. The bombers have taken off. After getting a reply, Mercer's heart finally eased with it. And the squad at this point, they also finally stopped after receiving affirmation of command bomber support, retreated to a hillside. This location is an excellent defensive lot. The captain looked around at this time, his expression filled with anger and even more heartache. At the bottom of the hill, the other side's attack continued, and he has very few players left, is struggling to defend, but soon he mentally sneered twice. Bomber support will be here soon. I'll see you dead. The other side, the surveillance room inside the island. And Yao looked at the surveillance even more confused. In her perspective, the picture was crystal clear. The image shows Li Liang holding a bazooka and raising his hand to fire a shell, not even aiming, and several shots in a row, but it just hit the other side. Screams and sounds of fleeing roared, after a few rounds of shelling, grabbing the AK and charging forward with a sidekick. Every now and then you hit a pike and yell a couple times. It's, and Yao looked at the monitor for a long time and couldn't say anything. It is really because, Li Liang, they are so unprofessional. There were no tactics at all. Taking his weapon, he charged forward, but for some reason, the other party didn't even have a chance to fight back. It seemed as if they couldn't see Li Liang at all, only to be constantly chased by them holding their heads. Looking at the picture in front of her, and Yao couldn't help but be stunned. Is it really the special forces of the Eagle Sauce country? In her days, the black man, who was on the sidelines, however, had a serious expression on his face, then immediately connected to Li Liang's headset and said, "My lord, we have monitored a military base in the Eagle Jam country, and a bomber has been dispatched, destined, it seems, for your location." Upon hearing this, Li Liang didn't have much of a reaction and just told him that he knew, but Yao froze, because the black minions on the side did not do anything, still staring at the monitor screen. "Isn't this supporting Li Liang? That's a bomber," Yao anxiously said to the black junior at the side. She understood very well that under the fire coverage of the bombers, Li Liang and the others were afraid that they would only die. This is already in desperate straits, but the black junior in front of him, but there is not a trace of urgency, is still unchanged face watching the monitor, not a bit to support the appearance. However, she quickly reacted again, as if something had occurred to her. That's not right. How did they know that the bombers from the Eagle Jam country had taken off? This is the most fucking secret information people have, isn't it? The satellites here, are they even monitoring the overseas military bases of the Eagle Jam country? Yao's scalp tingled for a moment. It's so anticlimactic. Does Eagle Land know about the fact that they are being monitored? Not true. How did the satellites monitor it? What satellite could have such a function? Soon all she felt was confusion in her brain. But aside, Du pulled her thoughts away, facing Yao's question still said with an unconcerned face, "It's just a bomber. There's no need for us to back them up. Sir, they've got sniper rifles and special bullets." As the words fell, Yao was even more confused and asked with a puzzled expression, "Sniper rifle? Bullets? What can that do?" "That's for hitting people. Can't you shoot down airplanes?" "Yeah, that's for jerking off." On Yao, chapter 47 now. It's my turn. Begging for votes. Down the hill, Li Liang and their minions remained on the offensive. The enemy ran ahead and they chased after them. Every now and then you raise your bazooka and take a shot. The squad from the opposite side of the Eagle Sauce Nation dodged and dodged, not daring to fire their guns more than once. It's really that rocket projectile that's weird. Like it has tracking ability. You can't even hide once you're locked on. And the other side's got snipers. Seconds if you show your head. They were indignant, but there was nothing they could do about it. They could only grit their teeth and hold on bitterly. After all, the other side was carrying better weapons than they were. "Damn it, don't use rockets if you can." The captain gritted his teeth and roared, and continued running without looking back. Just then, a boom came from the sky. The squad members looked up and the tigers shook and burst into tears. "It's here. Finally, our support has arrived. It's the bombers. Our bombers. Ha ha ha, support has arrived. Let's see if your bazookas are better or our bombers." The players gritted their teeth and roared. This battle was really suffocating for them. It's never just them running after someone else, which is the case today. It's really suffocating. Now that they see the support, they are even more excited, especially so for the captain. The expressions were all twisted up. "Great, the support has finally arrived. Bomb them hard for me." In the meantime, Li Liang and the others also spotted that bomber in the sky. He waved his hand, signaling his minions to stop the pursuit, then squinted at the bombers slowly coming toward them in the sky. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Finally here. Been waiting for a long time." Then he turned his head to a sidekick. "Replace the sniper rounds with the armor-piercing rounds we've researched." Upon hearing this, the little brother replied with a cry and immediately took action. The sniper rifle with changed bullets was handed to Li Liang in a short while. Li Liang took the sniper rifle without expression, pulled down the bolt and loaded the bullet. One and done. Finally the gun was raised and aimed at the bomber in the sky. The moment. Previous chapter next page. Because the bombers arrived, the tactical squads of the Hawksbane Nation finally got a break. At that moment the captain picked up his binoculars and was about to instruct the bomber where he was going to bomb. But soon the scene in front of him made him freeze. Couldn't help but laugh out loud afterward, because he saw it in the distance. A teenage-looking man was currently holding a sniper rifle up and aiming at the sky. That target happened to be that bomber of theirs. What's he doing? It's not like he's trying to bring down a bomber with this crap, is it? The captain snorted. How whimsical. A sniper rifle and you think you can shoot airplanes? Stupid. Ridiculous. In his heart he knew very well what this bomber could do. This bomber is one of the supreme masterpieces of their Eagle Sauce Nation. Its speed, its power, configuration, all are ahead of any other country. And let's not even talk about whether or not you can hit it with a sniper rifle. Even if you do, it won't help. This is because the material layers applied to this bomber by the Eagle Jam Nation are the latest research. Not to mention sniper bullets. Even a bazooka hit on it is like scratching an itch. Thinking of this, the captain's heart in his mind was even more contemptuous in his heart towards the young man's action of raising his gun. That's right, how could a small arms dealer know about this new material, much less have seen any high technology? But just then, the other man was seen pulling the bolt, cocking, aiming, and following. Pull the trigger. Moment. A flat, thunderous shot rang out violently. For a moment, the world was quiet with only the sound of the gunshot, and the captain couldn't help but have his heart in his throat. It won't really hit, will it? All eyes were on that bomber at the moment. In a second, in 2 seconds, 3 seconds, passed. Nothing happened to the bombers in the sky, still flying recklessly through the sky, and the captain, whose heart was hanging in the balance at this moment, scoffed. Looks like my worries were redundant, but yeah, a sniper rifle deluding itself into hitting a bomber? It'd be a laugh to tell the world. Then the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified. I was worried that the bombers wouldn't be able to find each other's positions. After this shot, the sky should be clear to see. Didn't even need to guide themselves. Right away the bombers were able to cover them with heavy artillery fire in the vicinity of their place. The captain mentally sneered twice at the thought. Chase, is not chasing quite cool? Now I see you do so. In the meantime, the other side, inside the surveillance room, and Yao's heart was also in her throat. The sight of Li Liang raising his gun caught her eye. In his heart, he couldn't help but worry for Li Liang. What is this Li Liang doing? Still not running? How can you bring down an airplane with a sniper rifle? Then before she could think, she saw Li Liang pull the trigger. But soon, the bomber in the picture didn't react, still flying normally in the sky. This scene caused Yao's face to pale up with despair in her expression. It's over. Once this gun goes off, Li Liang's position will be exposed. The other side will soon find out and apply fire. He's dead. On the bomber. The driver looked displeased that he was still sleeping this late at night. But then I got word that I was going to go on fire support. At first, I thought there was a war going on somewhere. But he was speechless for a while after learning the situation for himself. An arms dealer raiding a Sea Dogs commando? And bomber support? The Sea Dogs can't do it? What do they do? You actually had to fly your own bomber to support it for such a trivial matter? It's not a big deal. I'd like to see how capable this arms dealer is, daring to provoke the Eagle Jam Nation. Originally, when he arrived over here, he was still worrying about how to get to the enemy's location, but soon a gunshot with fire rang out from below. The scene made his heart stutter. He realized that the shot would have been the enemy firing right at him. Is this sniping at me? But after a few seconds had passed, it turned out that his plane had not been damaged in any way. That's when he was relieved and snorted. Scared the hell out of me. I thought something was really up. He looked down at where the fire was emanating from, then sneered twice. Now that you're done fighting, thanks for revealing your position. Now, it's my turn. Chapter 48. It was blown up with a sniper's rifle. Naive. Delusional to shoot an airplane with a sniper rifle. Kid, you're going to pay for your ignorance. The captain couldn't help but let out a few sardonic laughs as he watched the bombers advance towards the other side's bearing. The truth was that just now, Li Liang's group of people had fiercely chased after them. It made him feel bad inside. The famous Sea Dogs commandos being chased by arms dealers? It's still the kind where you get hit with no power. If this gets out, I'm afraid I've lost my face. Now with the arrival of the bombers and the exposure of the other side's position, he felt at once that the group of arms dealers was already dead in the water. Especially in this scene right now, the other side is actually shooting at the bomber with a sniper rifle. In his opinion, it was just a desperate struggle. At this point, on the bomber, with the fire on the ground exposing the position, the driver locked onto it at a glance. At this moment he laughed twice. Piloting his bomber, he barreled toward Lyra's location, deciding to deliver a fire coverage strike. Finish playing and call it a day. Go back to bed. In the meantime, ground. Li Liang looked at the bomber in the sky that was still coming towards him unharmed. There wasn't a hint of panic in his mind. Instead, a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, a junior brother on the side was a bit puzzled by the situation. The gun. It's out. But why? No feedback whatsoever. The opposing bomber was unharmed, soaring through the blackness of the night. With this doubt, he then asked Li Liang, "Did you miss, my lord?" Words. Li Liang did not answer him immediately. He realized that the shot must have hit. Previous chapter, next page. Only this particular bullet hit it. Was like a drill constantly rotating to eat away at the chassis. And it doesn't explode immediately after penetrating it, but has a delay. This is also to ensure that damage can be maximized to the target of the strike. But Li Liang didn't bother to explain any of this at the moment. Instead, he just smiled and looked at the sky, finally waving his hand before finally returning. Take it easy, Let the bullets fly for a while. The words just fell. Suddenly, in the darkness of the night, boom! A loud explosion rang through the sky. The bombers that had been swooping toward them in the sky suddenly disintegrated in all directions. Surprisingly, it exploded in the sky like a firework. In an instant, the fire glowed in the sky, illuminating the dark earth for 3 minutes. The wreckage of the airplane also fell in all directions. All eyes were on the sky. The whole room is watching at the moment. The scene. Li Liang and their minions didn't react too much, because it had been expected of them for a long time. There were even some juniors who saw the scene before showing a look of entitlement. But in Yao in the monitoring room as well as the Sea Dog commandos on the hillside were incredulous. The captain in particular looked at the fire in the sky as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. How could this be? This is a bomber. I can't believe it really blew up from a sniper shot. At this moment, he had a horrified face and his eyes were staring at the sky in a godless daze. The shock of this scene was too great for him. Take down a bomber with a sniper rifle? This is simply unthinkable. Not to mention the altitude that bomber flew at. Can a sniper rifle hit it? There's no way that bomber's speed alone could have locked it down just like that. Not to mention that the materials used in this bomber are impossible for ordinary sniper bullets to penetrate. But now this is in front of us. And yet it really happened. It really just blew up in one shot. What kind of sniper rifle is this? It was able to blow up our bomber with one shot. Nope. Is this really a sniper rifle? He hurriedly picked up his binoculars and looked at the weapon in Li Liang's hand. After determining that it was a sniper rifle in the other party's hand, there was a sudden suffocation of the brain. It's really a sniper rifle. This weapon really exists. The captain looked at the bombers still disintegrating in all directions in the sky. Another look at where Li Liang was. The scalp pricked up. This sniper rifle and the guy who shot it. There are really only 2 words to describe it. Off the charts. Nope. It should be horrible. If you look at the whole world, I'm afraid there's no one who can do away with a bomber with one shot. Or with a sniper rifle. How the hell did he do that? This power even seems to be quite a bit greater than when you just hit yourself. Thinking of this, the captain was as battle-weary as a deflated balloon. It took a long time to finally respond. Can't fight. I really can't. Run. To run. We need more support. In the meantime, inside the surveillance room, the minions inside were wailing at the image in front of them. Ha ha ha. It worked. His Excellency blew up the airplane. I always knew that this sniper rifle's power would be okay. The Eagle Jam country is now stupid. Let's see if they still dare to mess with us in the future. And if they still dare to prevent us from making money selling arms. Now we're going to show them what happens when they block us from making money selling arms. And Yao on the side also looked confused. It really blew up with a sniper rifle. It's outrageous. She looked at the footage on the monitor. Another look aside at the always expressionless black man, and the excitedly wailing minions. The heart only felt a little scared up. That's a bomber from the land of eagle sauce. It's amazing how excited they get when they blow up. It's crazy. It's a bunch of crazy people. That's a complete tie with the Eagle Jam country. But then he thought of the large number of equipment first-class weapons on this island. And his heart dropped. Originally, she was still worried about Li Liang's behavior of not retreating. But now this shot. But realistically, she had to be told. Worries seemed to be redundant. At this point, hillside, the captain and members of the Sea Dogs Raiders reacted and stopped dragging their feet. Pick up your weapon and turn around. It's the best time to retreat before the other side launches a second attack. If we don't run now, I'm afraid we won't be able to. The other side could even bring down a bomber. How does this play out? It's so unreasonable. Damn it. This really can't be fought. We must retreat. It's outrageous. Even the bombers dry crushed. When the team thought about this, they just felt cold sweat keep pouring out. Originally, they had thought that this mission was nothing more than a simple task to brush up their merits. Now it seems that this is not a merit badge brush. It's clearly meant to kill them. I'm afraid there wouldn't even be any bone crumbs left if this shot hit a human body. And the same goes for the captain. As he retreated, he roared into his walkie-talkie. Lord Commander, the other side blew up our bombers. We need more support. Saying this, he seemed to feel that something was wrong and hastened to add another sentence. It was shot down by them with a gun. Chapter 49, Come to a fight and I'll fight. At this point, the other side, inside the camp tent, the 2 men, Mercer and Anthony, listened to the reports blaring over the radio. The expression was first shocked, then it transformed into horror, and finally a look of incredulity. There was a long silence before Mercer finally came back to his senses. The look on his face was all that of having seen a ghost. God, please tell me if I'm hearing this wrong? Our bombers, they're attacking down? Or was it blown up with a sniper shot? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This whole thing is bogus any way you look at it. That's a bomber from the land of Eagle Jam. Say blow up? And it was blown up with a sniper rifle. Who can believe this when it comes out? No. The shell of that bomber is made of the latest material that has been researched. Don't talk about sniper rifles, you can't even blow up a rocket. And now, his own men are actually saying that the bomber was blown up by sniper fire? How does that make him believe? So it was then confirmed again with doubts like the squad leader on the other end of the radio, but from the frightened and panicked tone of voice across the room, it didn't seem fake at all. Double check. Both Mercer and Anthony were completely confused. It's actually true. The bombers really bombed. Fark, how the hell did they do that? What kind of gun can have such a powerful attack? The moment they thought of Nikolai at once. Think about what you said earlier about that arms dealer coming with weapons. And when he said how powerful and horrifyingly unthinkable that arms dealer's weapon was. Nikolai's subconscious look of horror. It all combines. It doesn't seem like Nikolai is bragging. The weapons at the disposal of this arms dealer were indeed a bit stronger than they had imagined. At that thought, Mercer's face darkened, then thought for a moment and clenched his teeth. Since bombers won't work, we'll send in more powerful weapons. Then Mercer didn't hesitate any longer. Turning around, he picked up the military radio and contacted the military base. Military base, I'm ordering now. We need more powerful weapons support. The bombers aren't coming. What we need this time are fighters. Send in the fighters straight away. The words fell. The other man visibly froze. Previous chapter next page. Not much thought ensued, as it was an order given by the commander of the Sea Dogs Commando. So he quickly agreed, and told him that soon the fighters would arrive at the battlefield. Hearing an affirmative reply from the other side, Commander Mercer's face eased only slightly, but still gritted his teeth. This time, the fighters are even more powerful and faster than the previous bombers. The materials used, and the weapons are all not on the same level. This time, I'm going to make it so that these arrogant arms dealers can't even fire their guns. With that, he gave a big wave of his hand, contacted the squad leader. Inform him to hold on just a little longer as fighter support is on the way. The moment. Kojima's surveillance room. The minions wailed for a while and then calmed down. A few moments later the face of the Negro due in front of the monitor changed, then operated on that transparent keyboard, as if he had found something. Didn't think much of it. He immediately picked up Li Liang's headset and reported calmly, "My lord, we have monitored another airplane taking off from the military base of the Eagle Jam Nation. This time it wasn't bombers anymore, it was fighters." This statement was made on the side, and Yao's expression changed, but was not too surprised. Fighter, is it necessary? Even sending out fighter jets. This Eagle Sauce country really wants to drive Li Liang and the others to extinction this time. But soon she let out another long mental sigh and her face regained its composure. Fighter jets these, and Lyra and the others have them. Doesn't seem like much of a novelty when you think about it. And it seems from the sniper rifle that Li Liang just had that was capable of blowing up bombers. I'm afraid even fighter jets can't withstand that kind of power. But, the one that's coming now is a fighter. It's definitely more powerful than a bomber in terms of speed and power and all that. She pursed her lips at the thought, and her heart couldn't help but worry again. Will they survive this time? The other side. Naturally, Li Liang had received a report from the black man, Do. But at the moment he remained calm. There was no expression on his face, but in the back of his mind, he couldn't help but laugh. That's good. I'll beat you all once and for all. I'll fight if one comes. Just then, another roar came from the sky. The crowd looked up and it was the fighter jet from the Eagle Sauce country. It flew recklessly in the dark night sky, somewhat hidden from view because of the cloud cover. At the moment, it's looking for a target that needs to be struck. Seeing this, Li Liang let out a light laugh. Coming so fast, just in such a hurry to deliver heads. Without much thought, he immediately loaded that sniper rifle in his hand. The bolt was then drawn and cocked, and once more aimed at the other side, hillside. Because of the arrival of the fighters, the crowd of Sea Dog commandos also stopped retreating. Instead, he looked at the fighter jet in the sky with confidence. The look was full of pride. Great! Support has arrived. Our support has arrived. This time it's a fighter. The altitude, the speed and the power are much better than the bomber just now. This time the bunch of them can die. This is what happens when you mess with our Eagle Sauce country. The teams excitedly discussing it. It was as if I saw the scene of those hateful arms dealers being strafed to death by fighter jets. Soon their respective telescopes were ready to take in the sights. So did the captain on the sidelines. He sneered twice in the bottom of his heart, and instantly felt that this group of arms dealers were already in a situation of certain death. I'll see how you guys respond this time. Won't still try to shoot down our planes with that stupid gun. Naive. Soon he took the binoculars and once again looked at the direction of Li Liang and the others. But at that moment, his heart thumped violently, because what he saw through the binoculars at that moment was clearly the scene where Li Liang was aiming with his sniper rifle raised. The scene instantly caused him to panic a bit. And he's trying to fight fighters with this sniper rifle? The words just fell. The members of the Sea Dogs commando team also saw this scene, and everyone looked a little odd as they discussed it. What is he doing? He really wants to keep fighting fighters with that stupid gun. Ha ha ha, is he scared silly? I'm well aware of this fighter. It's one of our crushes. And in terms of speed, the sniper rifle bullet speed doesn't even come across as possible. Not to mention the fact that this sniper rifle is still locked with the naked eye. Looking at him, it's clear that he knows he's a certain death. So he still wants to gamble with a sniper rifle? Ha ha ha, but that's too whimsical. There's absolutely no way he's going to bring down the fighters this time too. Chapter 50. Are you trying to cut off the future of Camelot Nation? At this point, inside the Camelot conference room, King Ibn and a host of other dukes are gathered here. Every one of them had heavy faces. Because, just now, the Camelot border guards sent a message that shocked them. The arms dealer with whom they have an arms deal is in a firefight with the forces of the Eagle Sauce Nation. The news is out. King Ibn could no longer calm down, ignoring the fact that it was late at night. Immediately, a group of dukes and others were summoned for a discussion of countermeasures. At this point he looked around the circle, finally speaking in a deep voice. Folks, what are your thoughts on what's happening outside the borders? Or rather, what are your thoughts? At those words, the crowd just looked at each other. Their hearts were also in a state of disbelief when they first got the news. That arms dealer has too much guts. Before that it was only superficially against the Eagle Jam Nation. But now it's actually going straight to Eagle Jam Nation to fuck with them. This, who would have thought? He's just an arms dealer. Really have the guts to fight this superpower that claims one of the world. And as reported by border agents, this arms dealer has beaten the famous Sea Dogs commandos of the Eagle Sauce country without a fight. That's a Sea Dog commando. A platoon from their camel country was wiped out by just 2 squads, and still extinguished without casualties. And this arms dealer, he actually beat them to the punch? Who can believe this? An arms dealer in business, and a high school student at that, whisking away the elite forces of the Eagle Jam Nation. That's even so. The next even more outrageous news was, I heard that the Sea Dog Raiders were undefeated. Bombers were called in for support, to fire a few strikes. It ended up being blown up by that arms dealer with a sniper shot. What the fuck? What the hell was that? The information reported by the officers at the border was determined to be accurate? Bombing bombers with a sniper rifle? How outrageous this must be. So they double-checked. Previous chapter, next page. But the guy reporting from the border was adamant that it was really shot down with a sniper rifle. The king and the rest of the crowd were genuinely confused when this news was affirmed. At this point, King Ibn was the first to break the silence when he saw that the crowd was silent. Gentlemen, today that arms dealer and the Eagle Sauce Nation are completely at loggerheads. I think I'm afraid we'll have to give up on the arms deal with him. After all, we can't afford the wrath of a behemoth like the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Words. Most of the crowd has commented. Yes, the king is right. That arms dealer is alone. Naturally he is not afraid of retaliation from the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Makes sense. We're different. We're a country with millions of people standing behind us. It seems that this arms deal really can't continue. Listening to the crowd's discussion, Rusht was the only one who frowned, though King Ibn was right. Now, to preserve their country, it is indeed no longer appropriate to get too involved with that arms dealer. Otherwise, when the time comes, the camel country will really not be able to say anything. Not to mention the fact that that arms dealer shot up someone's bomber. This is undoubtedly a declaration of war against the Eagle Jam Nation. And the Eagle Jam Nation is certainly not going to eat this dummy. They're bound to go crazy with revenge, if it really comes to that. Will the Eagle Kingdom take care of the Camel Kingdom along with it? After all, the Camel Country was involved in this incident, and they had exchanged fire with the Eagle Jam Country's forces, though his own troops were all but wiped out. But all in all it did participate, and they can't refute it because it's the truth. A few moments later, King Ibn was about to make a decision when he saw no one objecting, but at that moment, Rusht, who was on the sidelines, got up and spoke. Your Majesty, I have some opinions. Words. The crowd turned to him. King Ibn also frowned at this point. Still, he gestured for him to continue. I think this deal is a must with that arms dealer. The crowd shook their heads in disbelief at this statement, but Rusht did not pay any attention and remained to himself. Guys, you know the intel. Outside of the country, that arms dealer didn't just beat the Sea Dogs commandos of the Eagle Sauce Nation senseless, and with a sniper's rifle. He did away with the Eagle Jam Country's bomber with a single shot. Don't you all want to know what kind of weapon that sniper rifle really is? Or rather, if each of our troops were equipped with such a sniper rifle, would there really be any need to be afraid of the Eagle Jam Nation? And that arms dealer has more than that, doesn't he? Speaking of which, the crowd had a thoughtful look on their faces. Rushed paused and scanned the crowd, his eyes finally settling on the king's face. Immediately afterward, he continued, "So, Your Majesty, I think that the weapons in the hands of that arms dealer are more powerful than we thought. This deal really can't be cut off just like that." At that the crowd remained silent, but soon Rushed seemed to grit his teeth as if he had made up his mind of some sort. "Your Majesty, before the meeting began, I had already sent someone to support that arms dealer." "What? Words?" The crowd in silence was horrified. King Ibn even got up from his seat. He stared at Rushed dead in the face, grimacing with rage. "Rushed, do you realize what you are doing? How dare you support that arms dealer without consulting us? Are you trying to jeopardize the future of Camelot Nation's virtue?" The other side. Inside the Longhua military factory, Shenny sat in his seat holding a document in his hand. This is described above. It was at this time that Li Liang did what he did outside the camel country. Seeing the end, Shenny even sucked in a breath of cool air. The heart was shocked beyond words. What the? A sniper shot to blow up a bomber? Outrageous. It's outrageous. As the commander of the Dragon Kingdom's military factories, he himself knew some data about the Eagle Jam Kingdom's bombers. The ability shown in that data. It's simply not something a sniper rifle can handle. And now the intel says it was solved by a sniper rifle. And only one shot? But soon he thought of the data-exaggerating rocket launcher that Li Liang had sold to Camel Country. At once he felt somewhat reasonable again. In that case, it's not impossible. After a few moments, he put down the document and couldn't help but contemplate it. It's me who underestimated this Li Liang. It seems that I don't have a clear perception of the arms and weapons he's selling. Not only does he have the top-secret weapons of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, but he even has weapons that are more powerful than top-secret weapons. That sniper rifle. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Shenny looked odd for a moment, but soon his face sank again. The Eagle Sauce Country is a country that won't take a loss. Now that they've even sent out their bombers, there's no guarantee that they'll take any other measures next. In that case, will Li Liang be in danger? That's just fine, but Li Liang, he's from the Dragon Kingdom after all. Now that he's at war with the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, will it affect the international situation of the Dragon Kingdom? Thinking of this, Chenny finally decided after a pause. No, this matter is important. It still needs to be decided from above. A meeting must be held to discuss a plan. Chapter 51. A real man never looks back at an explosion. In the meantime, on a fighter jet, fighter pilots are soaring recklessly above the sky. He let out a long breath and looked down. What came into view was none other than the still smoldering wreckage of the bomber. He couldn't help but look grave. I can't believe the bombers were taken care of. In fact, at the time of receiving this mission, he did not know that the bombers had been destroyed. Just a little surprised that the Sea Dogs commando, who had never called for support, had called for support twice in a row. Unbelievable. Is it surprising that the same elite troops that were invincible in the past would call for support? He had been a little surprised, but now he wasn't looking at the wreckage of the bomber on the ground. It seems the enemy has weapons capable of bringing down bombers. No wonder the Sea Dog commandos called for support. It looks like there was a lack of intelligence and they were crushed by the other side with their weapons. It was thinking that, and soon he didn't care. He grunted coldly. Humph, even with a weapon that brings down bombers. So what? I'm a fighter jet, with speed, configuration, and altitude that's many times better. Not to mention the fact that the chassis of this fighter of mine is reinforced and tougher than the chassis of that bomber. Thinking of this, he had pride in his demeanor as he continued to search for the enemy below. But just then, a loud gunshot rang out violently. The sound was like a thunderstorm rising from the ground, and the sound echoed in all corners of this earth. Just the moment the shot rang out, the fighter pilot subconsciously swerved to the side to dodge. It was almost a subconscious act on his part. His instincts told him there was danger. He immediately checked the fighter for any damage. After confirming that nothing is wrong, just reacted. Eyes followed the place where the gunshots and fire had just been made. There was a group of people standing in that spot. It didn't look like a member of the Sea Dogs commando team by the way it was dressed. And even more interesting, previous chapter next page. One of them actually had a sniper rifle and was aiming something up into the sky. Seeing this scene, he actually had a chill down his back for no reason. An attack on me? Then it looks like they're the enemies that need to be taken out on this mission. He looked odd again at the thought. But that guy, what's he doing? He's not trying to come at me with a sniper rifle, is he? He snorted and his demeanor returned to normal. Trying to shoot down my fighter with this piece of shit gun? Stared silly? Can't be out of your mind. Ha ha ha. At the moment he didn't think much of it. Piloting the fighter jet, he immediately locked the group on the ground, ready to finish them off once and for all. Ground. Li Liang lands a body shot. Straight away, he put down that sniper rifle in his hand. Even though that fighter jet in the sky was still flying recklessly, his eyes no longer looked away, but only addressed the minions behind him. Go! Let's continue our pursuit and finish off all of that group today. Say it. And no longer looking at the sidekick but picking up his gear and walking forward. And just then, the fighter in the sky swooped down on them. The little brother on the side finally couldn't help but voice out in surprise. My lord, that fighter is coming our way. Upon hearing this, Li Liang just waved his hand and said, there is no need to care anymore. Just move forward. At that, he paused in his steps, but did not turn around. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth and he said with a big smile, a real man never looks back at an explosion. The words just fell. Boom! The fighter jet in the sky that was swooping towards them. There was a sudden loud bang, and with it came another burst of fire. As the distance is not too far, these black minions could even feel a wave of heat laying over them. In the sky, the fighter jet was just blown to pieces. The wreckage of the airplane scattered with flames and fell like fireworks all over the land. Seeing this, the black minions withdrew their gaze. When he looked at Li Liang's back again without looking back, there was inexplicably more of a fervent admiration in his eyes. No shame, worthy of a lord. At this point, Hillside, the squad leader, as well as his teammates, stared in disbelief. Each one looked horrified, looking at the fighters scattered across the sky. It was a long time before a member of the team lost his voice and screamed, "Geez, fighters, the fighters are shattered too." This statement was made. The players who had been in a daze reacted, especially the squad leader, who was looking at the sky with a dumbfounded expression at this moment. How can this be? All this he saw with his binoculars. Watch as the arms dealer raises his gun, pulls the bolt, loads and fires, watching that fighter jet in the sky, circling away at speeds the naked eye couldn't lock onto. But even so, that shot actually hit. The other guy just used one shot. He saw clearly that the young man, after one shot, even dropped his sniper rifle, no longer even looking, much less picking up another weapon to strike. Literally just took out bombers and fighters in a row with a single sniper rifle. And only one shot. Is this a dream I'm having? The corner of the squad leader's mouth twitched at the thought. Then he gave himself a sharp pinch on the arm. Finally, he sucked in a breath of cold air. It's not a dream. It's real. The fighters were really blown up. There's something odd. There's something odd about their weapons. Kojima surveillance room. The minions started wailing again. Some of them even climbed up on the table. The look on his face was full of excitement, as well as fervent admiration for Li Liang. Ha ha ha. Well played. Worthy of an adult. That was a handsome shot, my lord. Especially the last line. True men never look back at explosions. It's even more exciting. Now the Eagle Sauce country knows how powerful it is. This is what happens when you don't let us sell arms to make money. Let's see who dares to stand in our way in the future. Words. And Yao didn't bother to look at her little brothers who were once again getting excited on the side. Instead, his eyes were on the security feed in front of him, looking at the fighter jets that were blown up in front of him like fireworks. At the moment she was powerless to spit anything out. It seemed to have numbed her a bit with all this going on, though she was still surprised. But it was only a mental surprise. She was really used to these scenes. Think back on this night. First, the Sea Dogs commandos were left holding their heads and unable to fight back. And then another supporting bomber was done in by a shot from Lyra. These are also even. Now even the fighters are being done away with in one shot? If one remembers correctly, then Lyra is still a high school student, right? Think about that. And Yao couldn't help but be stunned. Perhaps, he might actually be able to have a notable position in this world in the future. Chapter 52, Annihilation of the Eagle Sauce Troops. Outside the dense forest, down the hill, with the fighters destroyed to nothing, the Sea Dogs commandos were at this point in the battle. There was only one thing on their minds at the moment. Can't fight. I really can't. And the other side, Li Liang and his minions, at the moment, didn't linger much longer. Grabbing their weapons, they charged the Sea Dogs raiders on the hillside. Those little black boys. One side of the fire suppressed the other while letting out a howl like a primitive gorilla. Combined with Li Liang's hand, the bazooka that would turn. More than anything else, it scared the hell out of the Sea Dog raiders. Especially since there were snipers on the other side watching, which made them all afraid to stand up and return fire. All you can do is stick your gun out of cover and fire indiscriminately. This scene would have been a shock to other countries if they had seen it. Herculean Sea Dog Commandos are in such a sorry state. Not much longer. Rely on the bazooka for suppression. Li Liang and their minions had already attacked the hillside. This place, under their heavy fire suppression, it's all gone to hell, and there's smoke and craters all over the place. Lyra hadn't had time to look around. A strong and pungent smell of smoke then came in bursts. Mixed in with it was also the slightest hint of blood-like rusty flavor. The hillside was already littered with corpses. The squad leader in front of Li Liang crouched on the ground with his hands raised. He was the only one who survived this battle, captured alive. It was a shame for him as a squad leader. He glared viciously at Li Liang, not hiding the anger in him. If it wasn't for this man, then how did the bombers and fighters get shot down? If his eyes could kill, he would have killed the young man in front of him 10,000 times already. Previous chapter, next page. But at the moment, Li Liang didn't bother to look at him, or didn't care about him at all. Just a long breath in his mind and a bashful smile. In this way, the previous Camel Country troops, who were destroyed because of me, will have repaid their favor. When we trade with them then, we won't be afraid of being pressured by them. Thinking of this, the smile in Li Liang's heart grew even wider. Not having to lose money is a good outcome for him. Just as he was thinking, a junior ran over and handed Li Liang a phone. My lord, the Camel Country is calling. Camel Country? At those words, Li Liang was surprised for a moment. Without much thought, though, he took the phone over and answered it, saying, which one? The caller paused before speaking anxiously. Li, I am Duke Rushed of the Camel Kingdom. Hearing this, Li Liang was even more surprised in his conscience, but still returned. Duke Rushed, what can I do for you? Rushed hurried on. Li, we've learned that you're in a firefight with the Eagle Sauce Nation. That's why we have now sent a unit to reinforce you. You're an important partner to us, and we can't just watch you put in danger and not care. Hearing this, Li Liangcheng roughly understood what was going on, but with the matter settled, he interrupted Rushed. Duke Rushed, thank you very much for your support, but it's still not necessary. Things have been settled on this side, and the forces of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom have all been wiped out by us. I felt very guilty when your troops from Camel Country were attacked by Eagle Jam Country in order to receive me before, so this time, I can be considered to have returned the favor. You just need to prepare the next matter of trade with us. This statement was made. Duke Rushed on the other end of the line mentally erupted into a gasp. What? Solved? How is this possible? Did I hear you right? That's the Sea Dog Commandos of the Eagle Sauce Nation. I can't believe it was taken care of so quickly. Nope, they actually solved it? At this moment Rushed was as if he had eaten a fish splinter stuck in his throat for a long time and could not speak, so much so that Li Liang thought it was a bad signal, and continued to ask several times in a row. Hello, Duke, can you hear me? Is the signal bad? That's when Rushed on the other end of the line came back to his senses. Ah, well, can hear. When he heard the reply, Li Liang also gave a so he repeated it again and told the Camel Kingdom to prepare for the deal. It then hung up. The other side, inside the conference room at Camelot. In the conference room at this time, it was just Rushed who was left. He listened to the beeps coming from the other end of the line. It took a long time to come back. It was a long time before he finally responded and began pacing the conference room. I can't believe that the Sea Dog Commandos of the Eagle Sauce Nation have been completely annihilated. How could it be so fast? That's a Sea Dog Commando. Rushed looked horrified. He understood very well what the Sea Dog Commandos meant. That's a special force that represents one of the strongest forces in the Eagle Jam Country. Their previous platoon had all died at the hands of this unit, and, it appears from where the fight took place, the opposing Sea Dog Commandos should have 0 casualties. And now, that arms dealer actually told himself, the Sea Dog's raiders have been all but wiped out by him. It's not that one doesn't believe it, the problem is that it's too much. Soon Rushd's footsteps lurched, and then he thought about all the intelligence that had been reported up from the border earlier. That group of arms dealers, one shot blew up a bomber sent by the Eagle Jam Nation. When he thought of this information, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air in his heart. Hiss. In that case, with such a heaven-defying weapon, it doesn't seem impossible to wipe out the Sea Dog raiders. At this moment, Rushd's eyes erupted in a burst of light, and his breathing began to catch. This deal, no matter how difficult it is, we're going ahead with it. The weapons in the hands of this arms dealer are too heavenly. If you get it, it's enough to have a notable position in the world. Thinking of this, he hesitated no longer, and was about to go to the king for some counsel. Still, something occurred to him, so immediately, he contacted the unit that he had sent to support Li Liang earlier. In the meantime, a force from the Camel Kingdom has just departed. A line of military vehicles is heading for the border. They were tasked with going to support the group of arms dealers at the border who were engaged in a firefight with the country of Eagle Sauce. At first they were a bit puzzled. What kind of arms dealer needs their camel country to mobilize troops for support 3 times? But there's no way around it, and they don't dare ask. They're soldiers. Obeying orders is their vocation. At the moment, in the very center of the row, the commander of this mission was sitting in his car with his eyes closed. Just then a subordinate on the side voiced out to wake him up, saying, "Commander, Duke Rushed is calling." At that, this commander was a bit surprised, but he took it anyway. Soon the other side will say, "Sir Commander, this operation is cancelled." Hearing this, the commander froze, somewhat surprised. "Cancelled? Duke Rushed? What's going on?" Rushed added, "Well, it's cancelled. We've gotten word that the Sea Dogs commandos from the Eagle Sauce country have been all but wiped out by that arms dealer, so you guys don't have to go." The words fell. Rushed didn't say anything more, just that he had an emergency and hung up. At this point, this commander, who only felt a roar in his brain, was filled with disbelief. The Eagle Jam Nation's troops were actually wiped out. So fast. How is this possible? He knew very well that it was dark now, and even for his special forces, it would be extremely difficult to fight in this environment. And that group of untrained arms dealers, to actually wipe out the forces of the Eagle Jam Nation under these environmental conditions? And it's also the ace special forces of the Eagle Jam Nation, the Sea Dog Commandos. Chapter 53, A Young Plan to Make the World Dare Not Move. The other side. The military-industrial island. Li Liang and a group of minions finished settling the Sea Dogs raiders at the border of the Camel country. After taking a prisoner in passing, he returned here. The reason why I was in such a hurry to get back, it was mainly because next, there were still some things that needed to be prepared before they could make a deal with the Camel Kingdom. The moment. Inside the villa, Li Liang sat in his seat holding his chin in thought. Beside him was the black man, Ah Do, who was already in Yao. And Yao didn't dare to look at the young man in front of her, and I don't know why, probably because of what the other guy has been doing lately. It really made her feel like she was a world away from it, especially when she was on the monitor and saw Li Liang kill someone with a gun without batting an eye. And when he thought of what he had done to Li Liang before, he was even more shocked into a cold sweat. He's not going to try to do anything to me. I know too much and he wants to kill me. And Yao's heart thumped and her face paled. A few moments later, Li Liang turned his gaze to Yao and finally spoke. "On Yao, didn't you want to expose my news before?" At those words, Yao's cold hairs stood on end, immediately sitting up straight and waving her hands in a hurry. No, I don't want to right now." But who knew that Li Liang followed up with a slight smile and said, "It's okay, I gave my permission. You can report all the news here as much as you want, including the total annihilation of the Eagle Jam Nation's forces by me." When these words came out, Yao froze. This was followed by a puzzled look at Li Liang and finally said anxiously, "Ha, are you crazy or not? Do you know what the consequences would be if this kind of thing is reported?" She couldn't figure out that Li Liang was dead set on not letting herself know these secrets before, but now it's a departure from the norm. And in Yao's opinion, reporting this kind of news would not do him any good. It will only invite endless trouble. And the first as well as the biggest trouble is surely the infuriated retaliation of the Eagle Jam Nation. It's something one has struggled and tangled with before. She was afraid that if these news were reported, it would have incalculable consequences for Li Liang. Previous chapter, next page. She stared at the young man in front of her and was about to say something, but the other party jumped the gun. "Don't worry, the Eagle Sauce country wouldn't dare touch us." Li Liang smiled bashfully and continued immediately afterward. "I've already figured out that what's going on here is going to be found out sooner or later, so I might as well take the initiative and report it myself. Besides, what are we doing away with the forces of the Eagle Jam Nation for? Isn't it just to make a statement? This way, can't be established only for the Eagle Jam country alone." Speaking of this, a wry smile appeared at the corner of Li Liang's mouth, and no one knew what he was pondering at this moment. He followed that up with a comment to the black brother, Ado, who was on the sidelines. "Ado, prepare at once to spread the word about our total annihilation of the Hawk Jam Nation's forces." Black brother Do didn't hesitate and didn't ask anything. After just saying yes, he walked out of the room. The next day, offshore online, slamming a hot search to the top, the headline reads, "Outside the Camel country, the elite troops of the Eagle Sauce country were wiped out by an unknown arms dealer." The appearance of this hot search immediately aroused the curiosity of the majority of netizens to discuss. What's this? Is someone making up rumors? The forces of the Eagle Jam country were completely wiped out. Ha ha, rumor mongering won't do. Not to mention how strong the forces of the Eagle Jam country are. Let me just ask, Who dares to strike the forces of the Eagle Jam country? Upstairs is right. Any superpower in this world wouldn't dare to take action against the troops of the Eagle Jam country at will. How can there still be such a hot item appearing? Rumor mongering doesn't have to be costly? After a while of discussion, someone finally managed to click on the hot search, but when they clicked in and saw the content, they directly froze, followed by a face of horror as well as unbelievable. In the content is a video. Picture. A bomber circled the sky, and a young man on the ground was actually holding a sniper rifle up and taking aim. That was aimed at this very bomber. A short while later, a startling gunshot rang out. The bombing in the sky unexpectedly exploded without warning. The scene then shifts and another one flies in the sky, visible in the video. This one clearly not a bomber anymore. Instead, it's a fighter jet, but the young man on the ground, still in the same position, loaded, aimed and fired. After a loud gunshot, the fighter jet in the sky unexpectedly exploded violently into pieces as well, and then the video shifted again. This time it was on a hillside that was littered with corpses. Some of the netizens were quick to recognize the uniforms they were wearing, with one commenting, This is the Sea Dog Commando of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. How come they've all been taken care of? At the moment, the picture, a member of the team, resembling a captain, was crouching on the ground with his gun in both hands. The eyes were filled with anger and resentment, and in front of him was the young man who had shot the airplane. This is where the footage in the video comes to an end. The moment. Everyone on the internet was horrified after watching this video. What was in this video really turned their perceptions upside down. What ensued was a frenzy of discussion. Is the content of this video true? That young man actually shot down the fighter bomber with a sniper rifle. What kind of divine operation is this? And in this video, from the uniforms on those bodies, it looks like it's the Sea Dogs Commandos from the Eagle Jam country. It was him. He's the one who led the men to wipe out the Sea Dog Commandos. The invincible Sea Dog Commandos lost. What exactly is this young man? It doesn't look like he's very old, and he dared to exchange fire with the Sea Dog Commandos of the Eagle Sauce country. If this video is true, Eagle Jam Nation has suffered a huge loss this time. Not only did they lose a fighter and a bomber, they also lost a Sea Dogs Commando team, and as I watched the video, one of the team members was even captured alive. This is a disgrace to Eagle Jam country. Who put out this video? This is provocation. He's openly provoking the Eagle Jam Nation. At this point, the other side, inside the Camelot conference room. At this point in the conference room the dukes and kings were gathered together again. Soon King Ibn was the first to speak. Guys, what do you think about this video on the internet? That arms dealer's blatantly provocative-like behavior. The crowd was silent. Since you all won't say anything, I'll say what I think. King Ibn then spoke, with a serious look and a grave tone. This behavior of this arms dealer is really unwise. With such a provocation, the Eagle Sauce Nation will definitely not tolerate it, and they will definitely retaliate wildly. Most people nodded their heads at this statement. Immediately afterward, King Ibn added, in the end, this arms dealer is a young man after all, and such impetuous, unwise behavior may pull our camel country down again. I'm afraid the deal with this arms dealer is still up for discussion. Chapter 54, Public Opinion Breaks Out, Identity Exposed. Speaking of the end, King Ibn's gaze went to Rushed, who was silent on the sidelines. Actually, they saw that video on the internet, and it was reported by Rushed even earlier in the day. They had long known about Li Liang's total annihilation of the Eagle Sauce Nation's forces. At first they didn't believe it, but when you see the videos that are being put out on the internet today, you realize that this is actually true. That young arms dealer literally wiped out the forces of the Eagle Jam Nation. But why would he publicize this? Isn't this drawing fire and forcing the Eagle Jam Nation to retaliate? For a moment, they couldn't think of an answer. But such a result was unacceptable to them. The deal was on the line and such a turn of events occurred. It's hard to guarantee that the Eagle Jam Nation won't turn the tables on them. Ibn's face grimaced as his eyes scanned the crowd. Rushed, who was silent on the sidelines, looked as if he had figured something out. With a great light in his eyes, he looked excitedly at King Ibn and said, Your Majesty, gentlemen, I understand why this arms dealer is doing this. At that the crowd turned their eyes to Rushed in unison. The latter said excitedly, It's young. The crowd wondered. Guys, look at the title of the hot search. Why is he naming out that he's an arms dealer? Rushed continued. Then think about it, folks, why the Eagle Jam Nation went to all the trouble of capturing that arms dealer. It's not because that arms dealer is selling weapons that contain top secret weapons of the Eagle Jam country. There's no way the Eagle Jam country would let him sell their top secret weapons. So that's why they took action against this arms dealer. But they didn't realize that the weapon in the hands of this arms dealer was so unbelievable that it actually took care of all their troops. And this arms dealer knew the seriousness of the consequences of this, so he simply made this public, informing the world that he has weapons in his hands that can counteract the Eagle Sauce Nation, and also named himself as an arms dealer in the headline that these can be sold. In that case, once this incident comes out, everyone will be interested in the weapon he's holding. It's a weapon that can counteract the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Who wouldn't be moved? With that said, the crowd understood even if they were stupid. This is indeed a phallic plot. He told the world that he was able to have a weapon in his hand to fight the Eagle Sauce Nation, that no one is unmoved. But these men did not dare to plunder by force the weapons in the hands of this arms dealer, because even the Eagle Sauce state is taking a big loss. But they're not going to let Eagle Jam Nation take a shot at this arms dealer either. The reason for this is that they don't want the counterintuitive weapons in the hands of this arms dealer, all in the hands of the already powerful Eagle Jam Nation. Previous chapter, next page. And this, then, is that arms dealer's phallic scheme. If anything happens to the arms dealer, then everyone will turn on the Eagle Sauce Nation. In the meantime, inside a conference room at the Dragon State Military Factory, the crowd was sitting around in their seats, looking at this hot search on the screen, and everyone was thinking. A few moments later, the man sitting in the main seat finally spoke. Commander Chen, what do you think? Chen Yi looked grave, but soon a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a trick this young arms dealer has pulled off. The one in the main seat also smiled faintly. Yes, the later generations are fearful. This hand of young plotting has actually made the whole world not dare to act rashly. In the meantime, the other side, Dragon Kingdom Forum, that hot search that shocked the world, also appearing within the Dragon Kingdom forums. Soon this hot search topped the forums. After the crowd saw the content of this hot video, they couldn't stop being shocked and discussing it. My God, when did something like this happen in the world? Someone actually fought with the troops of the Eagle Jam country. It's outrageous. Looking at the content of this video, it seems like it's still the Sea Dog Commandos of the Eagle Sauce country. That's Eagle Jam country's ace special forces. How come they were all killed? What on earth is the young man in this video? He actually dared to exchange fire with the special forces of the Eagle Sauce country, and by the looks of it, the other party seems to be powerless to fight back. Is this really the Sea Dog Commandos of the Eagle Jam country? How come it's so unbeatable? Nope, the sniper rifle in this young man's hand is some kind of heaven-defying weapon. How could he shoot down fighters and bombers? It's too much. This video can't be fake. I've never seen anything like this before. Shooting bombers and fighters with a sniper rifle? What the hell? The content of this video is so unbelievable. It concerns a superpower like the Hawksbill state, and it's got it on the ropes. Everyone is concerned. Over time, the video was reposted on various websites and forums. As the content of the video went viral, it didn't take long for someone to recognize the young man in this video. Isn't this the young man who was arrested at Magic City High School earlier? What's going on? Did I recognize it wrong? Or did I just blink my eyes? How did he go abroad? And he even got into a fight with the Eagle Jam country. He even shot down 2 of their airplanes. I also have an impression when you say that. It seems like it's really that young man who hit the hot search a while ago. Isn't he a student? Someone please tell me what the hell is going on. My brain is going haywire. A high school student ran off and started a war with the Eagle Jam Nation, and beat them back. Someone please explain. In the meantime, inside Mordor High School, the students also noticed the article named, Outside the Camel Country. The elite troops of the Eagle Jam country were completely wiped out by an unknown arms dealer. The hot search. Soon they clicked on the video. As the video plays, they instantly recognized the young man with the cold look and sniper rifle in this video. Couldn't stop a gasp. How come this guy in this video seems to be Li Liang? It's me who saw it wrong. How could it be so similar? Smell. A student zoomed in on the screen to watch frame by frame. A moment later they were confused. Someone even jumped up from their seat in alarm. This is really fucking Li Liang. I definitely won't be mistaken. I'd recognize him even if he turned into ashes. What the hell is going on? Can someone explain to me how he fought with Eagle Sauce's troops in Camel Country? Did the war police come to arrest him before because of this? He's really working as an arms dealer. Murder. Li Liang killed someone. So many bodies. When these words came out, all the students were horrified. They were all still students, while Li Liang had already dared to go to war, and one shot a plane, and the opponent is still the forces of the Hawksbane Nation. How could they not be alarmed by this man? Especially in video content. Li Liang faced a field of corpses without even blinking, as if he was used to it. They were instantly chilled to the bone. Even the cell phone in his subconscious hand slipped to the ground. One's own sight actually hid this kind of godly person. Terror. It's too scary. In the meantime, Principal's room. Wu Yong and Zhang Zongwang both had heavy faces. This hot video is spreading too widely, and with international relevance, they are naturally aware of it. Looking at the video, especially when he saw Li Liang shooting an airplane with one shot, both men's hearts fluttered, couldn't help but look at each other in disbelief. After the video content ended, the two looked at each other speechless with really mixed emotions. It was only after a long time that Zhang Zongwang finally spoke. No wonder the major and the commander came to him before. So Li Liang is actually a character like this. Perhaps what he said before about selling arms outside of the country is true. I'm afraid. Then all of this recent happenings might make sense. Upon hearing this, Wu Yong didn't say anything, only nodding his head with a still complex expression. Chapter 55, Conspiracy? Then we'll use conspiracy. Requesting for votes. In the meantime, inside the Dongyang subdistrict, Lin Shulan naturally noticed the hot search that was sensationalizing the world. This hit is so hot that there are really very few people who don't know about it today. The headline of this hot search in particular is conspicuous. Outside of Camelot, the elite troops of the Eagle Sauce country were wiped out by an unknown arms dealer. She looked at the young man in the video who was charging expressionlessly across the battlefield. Others might have hesitated for a moment if this person was Li Liang, but she was instantly sure that this was that brother of hers, Li Liang. He is really working as an arms dealer. Her heart was shocked and at the same time, she was more worried. Lin Shulan's heart was inevitably complicated as she watched the video. For a long moment, she muttered to herself, but then, won't safety be guaranteed? Inside the Magic City local station, the station manager looked at this hot search on his phone. How could he not recognize the young man in the video? This is the same young man who was arrested earlier at Mordor High School. The moment, he was in a bit of a trance. Subconsciously, he thought of Anyao. Earlier, Anyao had balked at the fact that this young man must have a secret on him. Even despite his objections, he was determined to follow Li Liang out of the country. Now looking at the hot search stage manager, inevitably a sigh of relief. That little ninny Anyao really hit the nail on the head. This young man actually has such a big secret on him. But soon there was a rush of anxiety in the stage manager's mind. The video shows this young man shooting decisively, facing a field of corpses. His expression didn't even change a bit, but that was just fine. But then he thought about those bodies on the ground being the special forces of that Eagle Jam country. You know, it's a knife fight on the battlefield with the Eagle Jam nation. That could really kill someone. A chill ran through him at the thought. This made him unable to help but worry about Anyao. It won't be dangerous for Anyao to follow him. At this point, Eagle Sauce Nation. Previous chapter, next page. General Command. Inside a large conference room, the district commanders are gathered here. Everyone's face didn't look too good. The incident was nothing short of humiliating for them, especially since this shame is now fast becoming known around the world. How could they not be anxious about this? The moment. In the main seat of the conference room sat a man with a hawkish nose, and his face was most ugly. His name is Mora, and he is the commander-in-chief of the Eagle Jam Nation. At the moment he looked around the crowd, with a final slap on the table. His gaze went to the two men with their heads bowed to the side, and he spoke angrily. Mercer, Anthony, you two losers. I told you to take care of that arms dealer, and you can't even do that. Not only were the Sea Dogs commandos wiped out by the other side, it also took one of my bombers and fighters. Even the captain of the Sea Dogs commandos was captured alive. How did you command? How come you two didn't die at the Camel Kingdom border? What's the point of coming back to disgrace yourselves? Anthony and Mercer, both pale, bowed their heads and dared not make a sound. Not only that, but everyone dared not make a sound. This whole thing is a disgrace. The whole world knows about the big loss that their Eagle Kingdom has suffered, and it's a disgrace to the whole world. How can this not make this commander-in-chief angry? A moment later Commander Mora let out a long breath, said in a grim tone, on my command, gather the troops, go after this arms dealer with all your might, at all costs. This statement was made. The faces of the district commanders changed drastically as they realized. This incident happened in a way that really angered the commander-in-chief to the point of losing his mind. So someone quickly spoke out against it, and it was none other than Lt. Colonel Anthony. He immediately stood up and hurriedly said, Commander Mora, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. At that, Moira looked at him grimly, but Anthony still said stiffly, Commander-in-chief, this is not the time for revenge. It's a ploy by arms dealers. It's a phallic scheme. Hear that? Commander Mora's expression finally slowed, and after a few moments of calm contemplation, he finally reacted. But at the moment he remained silent. That's when Anthony pontificated. Commander Mora, at this point, if we make a move, we will definitely be targeted by everyone. Everyone can see the weapon in the hands of this arms dealer. That's a super weapon that can counteract our Eagle Sauce Nation. And he also pointed out that he was an arms dealer, which is saying that all these weapons can be traded. How can other countries not be moved? I'm afraid they will definitely side with that arms dealer in order to keep us from monopolizing these weapons. And the reason, I think you understand, Commander. They'll say that it's petty of us, a superpower, to take a shot at a small arms dealer. Use that as an excuse to stop us. That way they'll be able to help that arms dealer in name only. And later on they'll even be able to earn some goodwill from that arms dealer. At that, Anthony paused. For the first time since arriving here, he dared to look up at the commander-in-chief. Seeing the other man look better, he added, Commander Mora, I think that people must be killed, but it may not be necessary for us to do it ourselves. Hear that? Commander Mora's mind was suddenly clear. He forced down the anger in his heart and began to think, that's a good point, Anthony. That arms dealer is neither a nation nor a tribe, just a civilian doing business. The Eagle Jam Nation is a superpower. There is something wrong with making a big deal out of a small arms dealer. Why do you need to do it yourself when there are so many minions under the Hawksbane state anyway? Thinking about this, Commander Mora looked at the lieutenant colonel with a hint of appreciation. After a few moments of contemplation, he scanned the crowd and saw that they were all looking thoughtful. That's when he finally asked, is there anything you all want to say? This statement was made. The crowd snapped back to attention, and one of them soon returned. Commander Mora, Lieutenant Colonel Anthony does have some truth in what he says. It's a bit ugly for a big country like our Eagle Sauce country to take on a small arms dealer. Winning is dishonorable. Losing can be as humiliating as it is now. Yeah, even though it's not like we're going to lose in Eagle Sauce country, it's still a bit of a big deal for us to do it. Since that arms dealer dares to use a young plot, then we'll use a conspiracy. Isn't there such a trick in the Dragon Kingdom's art of war? It's called killing with a borrowed knife. At that, Commander Mora nodded. Seeing that the others did not continue to comment, it was then that he finally spoke to Anthony, who had stepped aside. Lieutenant Colonel Anthony, contact that military base near Camelot immediately. Let them figure out how to get rid of that damn arms dealer. At this, Mora paused then added, remember, it's not for them to step in and fix it, it's by someone else's hand. Yes, Chapter 56, how about a fight? The other side. Inside a military base in the Eagle Jam country, Frank sat in his office with his cell phone and a thoughtful look on his face. Playing on the cell phone was that latest breaking news. Outside the Camel country, the elite troops of the Eagle Sauce country were completely wiped out by an unknown arms dealer. Originally he wasn't interested in news, but just now, he received a message. A secret message from a lieutenant colonel named Anthony, far away from the headquarters of the commander of the Eagle Jam Nation. In the contents of the secret message, Anthony asked him to do away with that arms dealer who had clashed with the Sea Dogs raiders on the border of Camelot country. And at the end of the call, that lieutenant colonel emphasized again and again, Commander-in-Chief Mora gave the order that it was not necessary for their military base to do the job themselves, but to borrow someone else's hand to do it. At first, he was a little puzzled. Arms dealer? What arms dealer needs the personal attention of Commander Mora at headquarters? But when he asked this of Anthony, the caller actually froze. It's like they don't know how to talk. There was a long moment of silence before Anthony finally spoke up and said for him to check the internet for hot takes. Then he hung up. Who knows? It's a no-brainer. Turns out this is the same arms dealer who took out his own fighters and bombers. Off the charts, especially seeing the video of the young man picking up a sniper rifle and blowing up a fighter jet. It was more than enough to make his heart burst. After he watched this video over and over again, it was finally determined that the Eagle Jam country did not have such a powerful sniper rifle. It made him silent. Soon he thought again of the mission given by the general headquarters. Send someone to take out this arms dealer, and he was not allowed to send his own troops to do it. This problem really gave him some headaches. The opponent's weapons are powerful. How is this going to go about doing away with this arms dealer? If we do have to lend someone else a hand, who should it be? For a moment, Frank didn't know what to do. Just then, he had a sudden flash of insight and suddenly thought of the one in the POW camp. Nicola. I've heard that Nikolai seems to have had contact with this arms dealer and even bought weapons from him. Why don't we let him? With that thought, Frank had an idea in mind. Then without further delay, he headed straight for the POW camp. Previous chapter next page. The moment. In the POW camp, Nikolai was gaunt and glum. Shortly afterward, the doors to the POW camp were opened. In walks none other than Frank. He frowned at Nikolai and walked straight to the chair. Seeing this, Nikolai's expression was a bit surprised. Then, as if thinking of something, he yelled angrily. Again? I've got nothing left to say. I've been interrogating this and that since I was caught by you guys in the desert. And now, even now, it's that arms dealer who's at war with you guys. What's the point of interrogating me all the time? If you're capable, go and bring him in for interrogation. At that, even Frank couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Is this person off stupid to say something? Quickly he coughed twice and squared his shoulders. Ahem. Nikolai, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to interrogate you. I'm here to talk to you about cooperation. Cooperation? Nikolai paled slightly. What kind of cooperation can I talk about with Eagle Jam Nation? Only Frank nodded and continued. I won't spare you the details, but you should know about what that arms dealer has been doing lately. At this point, Nikolai finally looked better. His eyes filled with excitement, and he actually laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, of course I know. You're Sea Dog commandos from Eagle Sauce Country, getting their asses kicked by that arms dealer. Even, during the escape, I heard, that arms dealer, shoot down your fighters and bombers. At those words, Frank's face was ugly. Nicola's words were undoubtedly exposing his own scars, but the thought of having to ask him to do things for him forced him to hold his tongue. But Nikolai didn't care about that, and continued to gloat with a face that was self-conscious. It's not deserved. I warned you long ago, that arms dealer's weapons are ridiculously powerful. Don't mess with him. It's a pity that you won't listen. Now you know the consequences. It's too late. Toward the end, Nikola even sked inside with a look of hatred, but it was hard to hide the excitement in his demeanor. Ugh, pity, pity. The scene straight away made Frank's teeth itch with anger. What's the point of being a prisoner of war? What do you have to do with bombing bombers and fighters? You didn't bomb them. These words, however, were not uttered by Frank. Just took a deep breath and calmed down. Then with a playful expression he looked at Nikolai and said, Nikolai, don't gloat here either. As far as I know, you're still the one who gave us the information about the identity of this arms dealer, aren't you? What do you think will happen when he realizes that it was you who betrayed him? What? At those words, Nikola's body stiffened for a moment that was visible to the naked eye, and the expression on his face instantly turned into horror. When he thought of that arms dealer's vindictive character, cold sweat instantly covered his forehead. At that moment, Nikolai finally sat up straight and spoke in a serious tone. This is no joke. You guys, seeing the other man's reaction brought a wave of relief to Frank's heart. Laugh? Why don't you laugh? You were gloating just now and now you're scared? Frank opened his mouth with a slight smile. Don't worry, we haven't disclosed it to that arms dealer yet, but if you don't cooperate with us, then I can't guarantee that the arms dealer will know anything about it. At that, Nikolai was silent for a while before finally speaking. How do you guys want me to cooperate? It was only when he saw the other man take the bait that Frank finally said, It's simple. I want you to do away with him. Do away with him? Me? Just me? Aren't you guys just trying to get me to die? Upon hearing this, Nikolai jumped up from his stool in a flash, a face of horror while acting as if the other party was talking about a big joke. You can't even get the Hawksbane Kingdom to let yourself go? What's the difference between that and getting killed? But Frank didn't bother to look at him, just went on to talk to himself. Do you have a choice now? There was a moment of silence from Nikolai. Seeing this look, Frank smiled slightly in the back of his mind, knowing that Nikolai was, at this point, shaken. And so it went on. Nikolai, this isn't exactly a death sentence. You've traded with him. He's naturally familiar with you, so you have a chance to get close to him again. And, unbeknownst to that arms dealer, it was you who sold his identifying information. If you can just get close to him, will it be any harder to do away with him? At that, Nikolai remained silent, just a pang of the heart analyzing up. There is actually some truth to what this officer is saying. If it was really like what he said, the other party didn't know about his own betrayal of identity information, then one can indeed do so. After a moment, Nikolai looked at Frank's expression. A hard look followed. It looks like I have no choice anymore. Sooner or later I'm going to die here in the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, so I might as well put up a fight. There might even be a chance to live. Chapter 57, Childishness and Fairness in Price. At this point, inside the military-industrial island, in the blink of an eye, it was almost time to trade with the Camel Country. The moment. And Yao looked at Li Liang in the distance with a complicated expression. He was explaining to a group of minions to prepare for the arrangements that should be made before departure. After saying that, these minions went off to do their own work, and then Li Liang looked at Yao on the side with a surprised expression. Then he walked right up to her and asked, Big reporter, how are you considering that thing I told you about? There was a moment of silence from Anyao. Li Liang didn't have the heart to say, You were clamoring for news and news before, And now you don't want the big hot news under your nose? As the words fell, Li Liang's expression perked up and he laughed with a treacherous face. You hurry up. Don't dawdle. This is a great opportunity to make money. Later, you hurry up and turn on the live broadcast. I want to make a name for myself, so that the whole world will come and do business with us. At those words, Yao's expression became even more complicated. Today, early in the morning, Li Liang woke her up and said that she would soon be trading with the Camel Kingdom. Make yourself available to live stream the entire trading process, even from the island, starting today. It gave her a pang. Does he really have no idea what being on the air will entail? I really don't know what this young man is thinking anymore. Is it so important to make money? Li Liang, you're crazy about money. And Yao was silent for a long time before she finally spoke. No way. Starting a live broadcast can be really dangerous. And when everything here is exposed at that time, it will be very troublesome. At those words, Li Liang shook his head, interrupting Yao's continued words, his eyes firm. You're wrong, Yo. I really didn't ask you to start a live broadcast for money. I'm doing it to protect everyone. This statement was made. Rao and Yao also froze, especially the other party's expression. A serious face, not like a joke at all. She couldn't help but be surprised. Protecting everyone? Right. Li Liang continued firmly back. Think about it, we are now at enmity with the Eagle Jam Nation, which will surely invite his retaliation. So the purpose of my letting the broadcast go live is to let the whole world see the weapons I have here, so that while they're intimidated by me, I'm going to tell them that these are available for sale. Speaking of this, Li Liang paused and smiled with a playful expression, then said, previous chapter, next page. I even have the top secret weapon of the most powerful nation, Hawk Jam, here, so who wouldn't want it? At that point, they'll definitely help us block the Eagle Jam Nation in order to get these weapons. Now do you hear me? And Yao was finally reacting, her eyes shining brightly. Ah, I see. I didn't expect this young man in front of me to have such a handful of schemes. It seems he really underestimated him. Also right. Someone who can make a business like this must have a little bit of brains. Seeing this, Li Liang didn't say anything more, just said, if you hear me, hurry up and start the live broadcast. Don't freeze here and delay my business. It was at this point that Yao finally nodded her head and agreed to go live. A few moments later, Yao put on a makeup and prepared the live props. Then at the entrance to the island, turn on your cell phone and officially start the live stream. Yao was worthy of being a popular reporter of the Magic City station. The live stream hadn't even been on for a few minutes before it flooded with viewers. For a moment, pop-ups immediately poured in. Sister Yao has finally opened her live broadcast. It's been a long time since I've seen Sister Yao. It's really hard to get used to it. Ha? What is this? Is this on an island? Is this reporter broadcasting live from abroad? Then it seems like this live broadcast should be interesting. See the live stream. The numbers keep pouring in. It was then that Yao began to introduce herself. Hello everyone. I'm a reporter from a local station in Magic City. My name is Yao. Yes, everyone is correct. I am indeed on a private island abroad. Saying that, Yao turned the camera that was originally pointed at the entrance of the island and aimed it at the fighters and tacos lined up on the side. For a time, the live broadcast room, which was still full of pop-ups, fell silent. When they see the object in front of them, an avalanche of pop-ups kept pouring in like an avalanche of pop-ups in the live stream. What is this? Tanks, a fighter jet. Sister Yao, where are you? This is not a foreign military base. My God. I took a general glance and there must be at least a couple thousand tanks in this place. And then there's the fighter jets. It looks like there are, at any rate, thousands of them. No. Am I blinking my eyes? That seems to be the latest fighter plane researched by the Eagle Jam country. They never publicize it. There's only some data in the world. I can't believe I saw the finished product today. Sister Yao, are you at a military base in the Eagle Jam country? Perhaps the live broadcast was too exaggerated. And soon some netizens began to forward the live broadcast to various places. It made the already hot live room even hotter. It was at this point that Yao looked at the pop-ups in the live stream before she began to introduce herself. Calm down everyone. This is not a military base in the Eagle Jam country. I'm sure you're all aware of what's been happening on the border of the Camel country lately, right? This little island. It's that arms dealer's home base. When these words came out, there was a moment of silence in the live broadcast room. Then it boils over instantly. What? This is that arms dealer's home base. I'm afraid this is the biggest arms dealer in the world. No, an arms dealer? Where did an arms dealer get a top secret fighter jet from Eagle Jam? Don't be too outrageous. These can't be P's weapons, or movie props. Yeah, this is too unbelievable. How can it be? I see that fighter jet is obviously the one that is top secret in the Eagle Sauce country. I'm a military fan. I won't recognize it wrong. If this isn't a prop, I'll eat it directly. And Yao looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast with an odd expression for a while, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh in the bottom of her heart. Looks like these viewers have seen a lot less than they should have. But yes, the Dragon Kingdom does control weapons too strictly, and it's normal for many people to have never seen them. And he himself reacted the same way they did when he entered the island at that time. Just then, a name floated across the broadcast room, a name that was extremely conspicuous, even labeled with the official big V word. There were only 4 words in that name, but it caused everyone to not help but feel a shock in their hearts. Dragon Army Network. The crowd froze when they saw it, and for a moment they thought the bit was someone impersonating, but when they clicked into the account, they were confused. What followed was a flurry of discussion. No! Why have you alarmed the official Dragon Military Network? Aren't these things movie props? It can't be real. Oh my god. The officials are here. Did I really read that right? The officials actually watch this kind of news live. And Yao was also surprised for a moment at this time. She didn't expect that it hadn't been long since this live broadcast was opened, and that the officials of the Dragon Army Network had noticed it so quickly? That's a little too fast. But soon Yao calmed down. And yeah, it's not unusual for this kind of scene to be noticed. But just then, Li Liang walked over. He was seen walking up to the camera with a smirk on his face. Hi, everyone on the air. After saying that, Li Liang didn't care what was being said on the pop-up screen. He just said to himself, I have all the weapons available for purchase here, and I can sell them as long as people have the money. What about the fighter planes of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom? The tanks of the furry bears? All can be sold. Child and child. The price is absolutely fair. Chapter 58. Never let him make an easy trade. When Li Liang's words fell, the live broadcast room was abuzz, and someone soon recognized Li Liang. Him. He seems to be the young man on the internet who was in a firefight with Eagle Jam Nation. That's him. He's the one who shot down the Eagle Jam country's fighter jet with his sniper rifle. He speaks Dragon Kingdom. When did Dragon Kingdom produce this #1 character? So the stuff he just said he could sell wouldn't also include the top secret fighter from Eagle Sauce, would it? It's so anticlimactic. How did he get all this stuff? I'm a little messed up. At this point, Li Liang roughly scanned the pop-up screen, and seeing that the time had come, he proceeded to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, from now on, MS. And Yao will be broadcasting the entire process of our arms deal live. Well, I won't say any more nonsense. Prepare to depart. As the words fell, Li Liang smiled faintly and signaled Yao to turn the camera to another place. That's exactly 2 luxury cruise ships over there. The group of minions over there at the moment were in full voice. The body was already heavily armed. Body armor, helmet, and an AK in his hand. At a glance, it's obviously a well-trained unit. The other portion of the minions that were not armed, truckload after truckload of arms and weapons were being moved to one of the cruise ships. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room burst into a gasp. No, for real? Really live streaming the whole deal? That said, aren't these personnel really from the Eagle Jam country? Why do I see that the equipment they're wearing seems to be Eagle Jam-esque? I go, how can I see such a scene? The whole live broadcast of the arms deal. But, who is this young arms dealer dealing with? No, how come this cruise ship of his is so big? Is there a cruise ship of this size on the market? That guy, is that the point? The focus is on the arms deal. What do you care about cruise ships? The other side. Dragon Nation. Inside Mordor High School. Principal Zhang Zhongwan was sitting on a chair as he was watching the live stream initiated by Yao. After listening to the other party introduce his identity, Yao turned the camera around. It was the thousands and thousands of tanks and fighters that caught his eye on the screen. Zhang Zhongwan's eyes widened as he watched this scene, especially when Lyra walks into the shot and says that all of these can be sold. His heart snapped even more. It occurred to him that at the time when Li Liang had come to him to withdraw, he had asked him what kind of business he was doing abroad. At the time, Li Liang replied that he was doing a little arms business. Now that Zhang Zhongwan was looking at the live broadcast, he couldn't help but look odd for a while. He called it small business? You're selling fucking fighters and tanks. It's also a top secret fighter from the fucking Hawk Jam family. This is no small arms business. Previous chapter, next page. For that scene, bring so many armed men and weaponry in one transaction. I'm afraid the biggest arms dealer in the world couldn't do it. And so on. The world's largest arms dealer? Zhang Zhongwang suddenly froze, as if he had thought of something, and muttered, he can't already be the biggest arms dealer in the world already. In the meantime, inside the conference room of the Dragon Kingdom's military factory, A group of district commanders who normally have trouble getting together, all in this conference room. They watch the live feed playing on the big screen. At the moment it's just a complicated look, but see the camera roll against the piles and piles of fighters and tanks. Finally, it was someone who couldn't sit still, because he could see that the fighter was the very one that Hawk Jam was dead set on hiding and refusing to reveal. He opened his mouth in surprise. This arms dealer even has this. That's Hawk Jam's top secret fighter. The others were equally surprised. And that tank, if I'm not mistaken, it looks like it's from the country of the woolly bear. Where did he get so many fighter tanks? The crowd was silent, but the man in the main seat suddenly spoke. It seems we really underestimated this young arms dealer. Words. Chen Yi, who was on the side, nodded his head and did not open his mouth to say something back. He was the one who had the most contact with Li Liang among them though. In his heart, he was somewhat prepared for Li Liang's weapon, but now that he had seen it with his own eyes, it still amazed him. At once, he thought of the matter of the arms order he had previously agreed with Li Liang. I should have known that I should have been bolder when discussing the arms order. Who knew he had so many goodies? Chen Yi sighed in his heart. He was in command of the arsenal. How could you not recognize those weapons in the live feed? Just the more I looked at him, the more alarmed I became. This kid, he's for real. That previous arms order with Li Liang is still too conservative. The pattern is really small. Nowadays, from this live feed, it looks like this kid is holding all kinds of weapons, and there are a lot of powerful weapons. At this moment, Chen Yi secretly decided in his heart, make sure to revise that original arms order when you deal with Li Liang next time. No more conservatism this time. All of the top secret weapons that the Eagle Sauce country was hiding were reported to Li Liang. Buy as many dragon kingdoms as you can. Think about it. Chen Yi mentally grunted, then withdrew his mind and his gaze was back on the screen. This time they were not actually brought together to simply watch this broadcast. It's just that they're trying to figure it out. This Li Liang says he's going to broadcast the entire arms deal live. And what exactly is his purpose? At this point, Eagle Sauce Nation, inside the command post, Commander-in-Chief Mola and a host of leaders were also watching the broadcast. It was just that the more they looked at it, the more they were amazed, especially when the scene shifts to the fighter jets. The other guy said all these things can be sold for money. The scene, it directly makes them anxious. Someone even slammed up the table in agitation and roared, "He's being provocative. Nope, he's threatening us." How could they not recognize it? Li Liang pointed to what he said he could sell, and it was none other than their top secret fighter from the Eagle Jam Nation. This is the capital they usually brag about. It even took a huge amount of money and manpower to research it. Some technologies, in particular, have taken generations of research. Now listen to the other side talking about selling these things. How can they take it? At this moment, as the live screen continued to rotate, they were finally looking at a part of the island. Personnel, weapons, equipment. This amazes them even more. It's totally on par with their military bases in the Eagle Jam country. At this point, Officer Morris' head office stared grimly at the live feed on the screen. The island had brought him so much shock. He decided in his mind, it can't be allowed to go on, especially with this arms deal. He can't be allowed to complete it easily. Chapter 59: A Great Gift to the Camelot Nation. Inside the border waters of the Camelot country, unblocked, two luxury cruise ships, one in front of the other, were on fire in the direction of Camelot. The decks of these two cruise ships are 10 meters apart. There was just one heavily armed black man with an AK stationed there. Such a sound. If any uninformed personnel saw it, I'm afraid I'll think it's some country that's about to make some big move. It's finally here. And Yao said to the boy wearing a black trench coat beside her on the cruise ship deck, "Well, get ready. Don't stop the live broadcast." The boy, who was naturally Li Liang, said faintly from the sidelines. At those words, and Yao paused for a moment, her expression complex with a hint of nervousness. This live broadcast has been a global sensation so far. The live feed has long been filled with people from all countries. The number of people has crossed the 100 million mark. The pop-ups on it were so dense that they blocked the live screen from being seen clearly, and Yao had never seen this kind of scene before. Even though she was a reporter, her heart was a little nervous at the moment, especially when she saw the pop-ups in the live stream, in varying languages. The heart grew even more worried. Li Liang, is it really okay to broadcast this arms deal live in its entirety? Nothing will happen, right? And Yao looked at Li Liang with worry in her voice. Don't worry, nothing will happen, Li Liang said indifferently. Not much longer. As the two men spoke, the cruise ship was approaching the dock at Camelot. This area has long been heavily fortified and isolated from all civilians. Li Liang gave a general sweeping glance and whispered something to the black man, Do, who was beside him. Then he strides off the cruise ship. There you are, my friend. Across from Li Liang, a man in gorgeous clothes shook hands with him opposite. And you are? Duke rushed. Li Liang first gave a start, and then immediately judged from its voice. The man was the very same Duke he had spoken with. At that, Rushed laughed with a hint of surprise in his expression. Ha ha, Li, my friend, it's finally time to meet you. Your legendary deeds can be circulated very widely these days. Li Liang smiled faintly. No joy or anger could be seen in his expression, and said, previous chapter next page. Is that a jab at me, Duke? No, it's just that I'm impressed. I've only heard about it before. I didn't realize that the arms dealer who went against the Eagle Sauce Country was really so young. Rushed waved his hand in quick succession. The one standing in front of himself now was a man who wasn't even afraid of the Eagle Jam Country. He really didn't dare to poke fun at him himself. He was just surprised at Li Liang's age. Li Liang also did not take this matter to heart. Haha laughed, then continued. Mr. Duke, as I said before, I will surprise you with this deal. As the words fell, Li Liang waved his hand towards the cruise ship. Only the black man, nodded and escorted a man who was tied up in 5 different ways. The man was depressed. His mouth was taped shut, but his eyes glared fiercely at Li Liang. Seeing this, Rushed was somewhat taken aback and looked over the man, his eyes glazing over in surprise. This man is a member of the Sea Dog Commandos of the Eagle Sauce Country, Li Liang said with a slight smile. That's right, these are the guys from the Eagle Jam Country Special Squad that knocked out your unit earlier. Now, I'll give him to you, and I'll be returning the favor I asked before. Rushed looked incredulous. It's surprisingly captured alive. Rushed, though, knew that the arms dealer had defeated the Sea Dog Raiders of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom at the border of the Camel Kingdom, but he didn't expect the young man to be so raw. Actually captured a member of the Sea Dogs Commando alive. And, judging from the rank on his uniform, this man was feared to be the captain of the Sea Dogs Commandos. The value of such a captive could not be small. They, the Camel Kingdom, are perfectly capable of punching the Eagle Jam Kingdom in the face with this man. It's not even a good idea to blackmail the Eagle Jam Nation. So in that case, the arms dealer did return the previous favor. The other side, Camelot Domestic. He actually captured a Sea Dog Raider captain alive. King Ibn is watching what's happening at the docks via a live feed from Anya. Looking at the live feed in front of him, he was shocked. He understood all too well what having such a captive meant to the Camelot Nation. That Sea Dogs Commando, being the ace unit of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, the captain was taken alive and gone, which is certainly a disgrace to the Eagle Jam Nation. And at this moment the live broadcast has faced the global people, and there are viewers in every country watching this live broadcast. This suggests that word of the capture of the leader of the Sea Dog Raiders will soon spread. In time, under the pressure of public opinion, the Eagle Jam Nation will surely demand the return of their prisoners. This means that the Eagle Sauce Nation will not just take a shot at the Camelot Nation until this captive has been welcomed back. King Ibn's eyes were wide open. This young arms dealer has indeed returned a big favor to us. This way, Camel Country can become more proactive when facing Eagle Sauce Country afterward. I didn't realize this arms dealer would be so nice to us. The thought of this touched the heart of King Ibn, but soon his expression grew guilty. Previously, he himself was against this arms deal, but the other party is now giving such a big gift to Camelot. It was even planned out how to get his side to come back in one piece after he was done trading with him. It was my mistake. I thought that trading with him would put the Camel Kingdom in hot water, but he thought so well of the Camel Kingdom. Ivan let out a long sigh, more guilt in his heart. It was fortunate that Rushed had insisted on an arms deal, or else the Camel Country would not have received this great gift. I'm afraid, by that time, not only would the Eagle Jam Country be offended, but even this arms dealer would be offended along with it. I'm afraid I can't imagine the consequences of that. Luckily, thinking about this, Ibn had an instant change of heart about Rushd's unauthorized support earlier. The mind instantly decided, when Rushd comes back, he must be honored. In the meantime, the viewers in the live broadcast room, naturally, took in this scene. When they saw the clothes on this captive, there was instant recognition. There was a lot of amazement. It's really the captain of the Sea Dog Commandos. I originally thought that the content of that video on the internet was fake. I didn't realize that the captain of the Sea Dog Commando team was actually captured alive. It's outrageous. The Sea Dog Commandos are the ace special forces of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. They are known to be invincible. Now they've been captured alive. He really dares. This young man realized that this is a live broadcast. Isn't he slapping the Eagle Jam Country in the face by carrying this captive out to sea in a live broadcast? Ha ha ha, this face slapping hurts. I'm afraid that Hawk Jam is dying of anger. I'm curious now, what will the Hawk Jam countryside do when they see this scene? Chapter 60, Young Warrior, is this $500 million? Fark, this fucking arms dealer. At this point, inside a conference room in Eagle Jam, Commander Mora watched the live feed on his cell phone, veins rippling in his head and his teeth clenching. Damn it! This arms dealer, I'll make sure he's thwarted and not allowed to die. He threw the cell phone in his hand to the ground as he raged. Good. Very good. Playing me like that, aren't you? Moira sat in her seat with a black head. The story had taken the world by storm, and it was hard for him not to notice, especially on the air. The young man was delivering the captain of the Sea Dogs Raiders to the Duke of Camelot Kingdom in 5 pieces. It was also emphasized a bit that it was a surprise for the Camelot nation, giving away the captain of his Eagle Jam country's ace troop as if it were a gift, still singling this out in the midst of this sensational live broadcast to talk about it. It was as if he was afraid that the whole world didn't know that the captain of the Sea Dogs commandos of his Eagle Sauce country had been captured alive. How could he tolerate this? Thinking about this, Moira immediately felt like something was blocking her heart, and the more she thought about it, the more angry she became. Fark, I'm going to get this arms dealer killed. Just as soon as the words were out of her mouth, Moira fell silent. At the same time, a feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. Originally, Camelot Country was in his revenge plan. They are also involved in buying and selling this arms dealer. In their opinion, it is better to leave no one behind who buys the arms of this arms dealer, because among the weapons they bought were also top secret weapons from their own Eagle Jam country. But now this young man is live on air, handing people over to the Camelot Nation like that. It's not really a good idea to just go and move Camelot Nation yourself. After all, it was the Eagle Jam Nation that struck one of Camelot's forces first before that. Now this hasn't been shaken out yet, but once you take on Camelot country yourself, I'm afraid Camelot will bring this to light. At that point, I'm afraid the Eagle Jam Nation will be condemned by the whole world, though it didn't matter to Moira herself whether she wanted the face or not. But you can't go so far as to provoke the international community. And in general, the matter is national and international. You can't make unauthorized decisions on your own. Moira's expression grew grimmer at the thought. The face of the young man in the middle of the broadcast came back to his mind. This arms dealer is really something, playing with a handful of young tricks until now. Really? Very good. A moment later, Moira pressed the landline on her desk. Then he dialed a phone number and spoke in an icy tone. Previous chapter, next page. Call down and tell Anthony to move as fast as he can. In the meantime, Camelot Country docks. Rushed was excited about this particular surprise. He whispered an explanation to his men and signaled them to take this particular captive away. Only then did he return to Li Liang. That's when Li Liang finally said, Duke Rushed, is it time to talk about the arms deal next? Rushed laughed and said, Naturally, I won't forget about this, and we in Camelot still attach great importance to this batch of weaponry. Lyra smiled and nodded. Come on then, let's go check out the lot. Yes. Li Liang then made a gesture of invitation, signaling Rushed to come along with him. Seeing this, Rushed called on a group of heavily armed soldiers. Together with Li Liang, they walked towards the luxury yacht loaded with arms and weapons. After getting on the yacht, Rashid swept over it with a glance. Most of it was single combat weapons. This includes that numerically exploding bazooka. After a general survey, Rushed pulled an arms order out of his pocket. Then it was handed to a group of men to check it out. Such behavior was normal, although it was said that the arms dealer in front of him had done their Camel Kingdom a great favor. But all in all, it was still a deal, and he had to think a little more for Camelot. Li Liang took all this in stride, but didn't say anything more. Rushed, who was on the side, seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Li Liang out of the corner of his eye. Seeing that his opponent was expressionless, he smiled again and spoke to Li Liang. Li, I know you're an honest businessman, but there's a process that should be in place, and we still have to carry it out. Well, I know. Upon hearing this, Li Liang just nodded his head and faintly replied back. In his opinion, there is nothing wrong with all this. Business is business. Talk openly. As the words fell, Li Liang lit up a cigarette and then talked to Rushed. The topic of conversation, naturally, is Eagle Land. There is still very much room for the two to discuss this topic. Rushed, in particular, was gritting his teeth as he spoke of his squad's destruction. Before long, those soldiers from the Camel Country had finished their inspection. One of them walked right up to Rushed and opened his mouth to report. Mr. Duke, we've checked and it's all right. No problem. At that moment, Rushed nodded with a satisfied expression, then turned his head to Li Liang and asked, Li, since there's no problem, let's talk about the price directly. I wonder how many billions the young warrior intends to ask for this batch of goods. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, Rushed froze, because after he turned his head, Li Liang had actually put on a pair of gold-rimmed glasses at some point. The whole person's aura was like a different person. At this moment, Rushed cackled in his heart, because Li Liang was now, as it were, acting like a treacherous businessman. You should know that Li Liang had just given a big gift to Camelot, and this batch of arms was also the first thing Camelot had applied for to purchase. Right now, if the other party is asking for a lot of money, I'm afraid it's not easy for him to refuse. A wave of apprehension ran through Rushed, and a cold sweat even broke out on his forehead as he cried out in his heart, "This arms dealer isn't trying to screw me over." In front of Rushed, only Li Liang's face was serious as he pushed up his glasses, then slowly stretched out 5 fingers. Spare Rushed froze for a moment at the sight, then he gulped and asked cautiously and tentatively, "Young warrior, this is $500 million? Right, 500 million. I need at least 5 for this batch." Li Liang replied with a serious face and a non-negotiable look. "Deal." But at this moment, before Li Liang could finish his sentence, Rush directly interrupted Li Liang by holding his hand with an excited face. "So cool?" Li Liang looked at the Duke in front of him with a puzzled expression, but the other party added immediately afterward, "I say, deal, 500 million euros. 500 million? Euro?" Upon hearing this, Li Liang's brain roared, and he even wondered if he had heard it wrong, but then he looked at Rushed with an excited grin on his face. It was as if he had taken advantage of the situation. Rao couldn't help but stare for a moment. He had originally held out 5 fingers, just to tell the other party to ask for $500 million. Who knew that the other side said 500 million? But it was euros. He himself was thinking that he had just given Camelot a great gift of captivity and was going to double down on the Camelot pits, but now it seems that this is not doubling, this is just super duper. Knowing that Camelot has money, able to, but I didn't realize that I had underestimated the economic power of the Camel Kingdom. It was then that Li Liang came back to his senses, then took a deep breath. His eyes filled with fervor. Fearing that the Duke in front of him would backtrack on his words, he immediately took hold of his hand, all the while yelling at the black man, "Do," who was off to the side. "Deal, quickly, get the contract." Chapter 61, It's such a good deal to trade with the young warrior. Yacht. Li Liang suddenly held Duke Rushd's hand. The excitement in his eyes was undisguised. That's a quick change of attitude back and forth. Straight away, Rushed couldn't help but freeze. The original look on the other's face just gave a noticeable lurch. Thought it was this arms dealer who was dissatisfied and wanted to sit on his hands and raise the price even higher. But I didn't expect the other party to agree straight away. Don't know what's going on though. He didn't think much of it, though, and turned his head to the arms and weapons on the yacht. The heart is very satisfied. Though these weapons were not anything more than tremendously powerful, but it is very important for the situation in Camelot right now. After all, in a situation that could open up a war zone at any time, no one is too armed. Mostly, they just didn't realize that the Eagle Jam Nation really wanted to take a shot at them, and let the word out. No one in no country is allowed to buy or sell weapons to their camel country. Such a series of maneuvers down the line simply caught them off guard. It causes them to offer high prices for weapons they can't even buy. Something you can't even buy with money? That's too much for Camelot to even think about. But thankfully, that issue is finally sort of resolved. At this moment the stone hanging in Rushd's heart finally fell to the ground. Rushed said in his heart, "With this batch of arms and weapons, I think that when the time comes to face the targeting of the Eagle Sauce Nation and those of his minions, his heart will have a few points of confidence. It's only 500 million, which is just a drop in the bucket for Camelot. So this deal really isn't a loss." It is not an exaggeration to realize that this time Camelot is taking the deal very seriously. No one sells them weapons today. That's why they're willing to pay a high price for it. And the money they had set aside for this deal to begin with was €1 billion. Now that it's already $500 million to take it down, he's really happy with it. And Li Liang brought it to them. Not only are they like arms in the snow, there was also a Sea Dog Raider captain from the land of the Eagle Sauce. That's a lot of value. The weapons in this captive captain add up to just 500 million. This has been a very good value for Camelot Nation. Rushd's heart suddenly stuttered at the thought. Previous chapter, next page. The eyes went to the smiling young man in front of him. He's not going to back out later, is he? Ahem. Quickly Rushed coughed twice dryly and hastily addressed his subordinate. Quickly, call the money to young Master Li first now. 500 million euros. Not a penny less. Having said that, after one of the subordinates on the side answered a yes, he immediately got off the yacht to prepare to get the money. Seeing this scene, Li Liang raised his eyebrows and asked, "Duke Rushed, don't you want to wait for the contract to arrive and take a look at it?" Rushed hemmed and hawed and hurriedly waved his hand and replied, "No, No, we believe in the young warrior you are. At this moment, Li Liang always felt something strange. Is this Camelot a nation of fools with a lot of money? That's too quick. I haven't even brought my own contract yet. Just tell the guys to get ready to hit the money? If everyone did things the way Camelot did, it would be a lot easier to sell arms on your own. He didn't think much of it though, just have the money anyway. And Yao, who was on the side, listened to the conversation between the two and stared with wide eyes. A wave of shock rippled through his heart. All of the transactions were all streamed live to her. The audience of the live broadcast was even more disorganized. The pop-ups were flying like snowflakes. 500 million? Or is it euros? This is too outrageous. I didn't even know that selling arms was so profitable. And this is also too fast transaction. A total of from the beginning to now is only about 10 minutes only. A single 500 million euros of business is done? I'm numb. Is money not money anymore? 500 million A $500 million business finalized in a few minutes. The world of the rich is really unimaginable. I've long heard that the camel country is very rich. I didn't believe it, but now I see it's really rich. 500 million euros is a deal. No way. I want to be in the arms business too. Is there anyone who can tell me what channels there are to get arms? When the time comes, let's make raffles bigger and stronger. The pop-ups were full of waste, but Yao, who was on the side, didn't care to look at them. She watched the whole thing straight on, and her brain couldn't help but roar. 500 million euros. I'll never make that much money in my life. And they talked and laughed about it. Yao couldn't believe it until now. The scene before us is the scene of an actual arms deal. What kind of arms business is this? Is that a deal? It's almost easier than going to the grocery store. Even the food market is a bit of a haggle. This 500 million euro deal was finalized in 10 minutes? A few moments later, the black man, trotted all the way over with the contract, and rushed subordinate who had been sent out to prepare the money walked back with a bank card. The contract before us is in duplicate. Li Liang took it and roughly flipped through it to confirm that it was correct, signed his name. Spinning around, he handed both copies to Rush to examine together. Rush took it and scanned it as well, finally signing his name as well. And then without further ado, he directly took that bank card from the subordinate on the side and handed it to Li Liang. Li, the money is all ready. It's all in here. Now it's yours. Li Liang nodded, his expression not moving, put the bank card with the huge amount of money into his pocket just like that. The two then looked at each other and smiled, reaching out to each other and shaking hands. This transaction is all but complete. At this time, Rush said to Li Liang with a happy face, Li, it's really a great deal to work with you. Hearing this, Li Liang smiled faintly and said, ha ha, trading with you guys puts me in a pleasant mood as well. I hope to exchange more in the future. At this time, Li Liang's mood was indeed pleasant. Can you be in a bad mood when you make so much money? Just took the bank card though with an expressionless face. But it's all just pretending by itself. That's 500 million. Or the euro. Who could not be excited? Think back to your own arms career. This order has been the most money one has ever made. But 500 million euros is more than the value of the weapons. Camelot country is offering such a high price. Was it so generous because of the captive he had given them? Alas, I should have known I shouldn't have gotten them all killed then. Catch a few more alive and maybe the Camel Kingdom will offer a higher price. Ahem. When he thought of this, a pang of pity ran through Li Liang's mind, but he quickly retracted his thoughts with 2 dry coughs. This camel country is really something, so I can't be stingy then. Lyra smiled and turned to Rushed. Duke Rushed, initial transaction. To show our sincerity, this batch of weapons will give you an escort to your doorstep. Chapter 62. Li Liang, you're really different from other arms dealers. Escort? Rushed visibly flinched and whirled around. Li, our Camelot country's military bases in here, but one is in the south and the other in the north. Are you sure you want to do this? But Li Liang in front of him just smiled and looked at him, not like he was joking at all. Of course, Mr. Duke, your camel country is my big customer, so it's only right that the service is special, Li Liang said with a smile. At those words, Rushed finally reacted, and the brief confusion on his face quickly turned into excitement. In this situation, there are very few people willing to help Camelot Nation. This young man helped them repeatedly. First, they risked offending the Eagle Sauce Nation to make a deal with them. After that, it was the regiment that destroyed the Ace Special Forces of the Eagle Sauce country, even sent a captive, and now there is an offer to escort them. These many snowbirds have touched Rush's heart for a while. What a conscience this young arms dealer has. Soon he mentally grunted again. And Nikolai said earlier that this arms dealer is all about money and no one else? It's not a fart. That guy, making this young man out to be a proper unscrupulous and adulterous businessman with a mixed-up demeanor. But now look for yourself. The money he wanted wasn't much, and the service was so good. Where is this treachery? This Nikolai is just full of shit. Arms dealing Rusht has also been exposed to a lot, but I've never seen any arms dealer who could do what this young man did. And the strength of this arms dealer he understood very well. That's the presence that beat back Eagle Sauce's ace special forces. Now he has his escort. The safety aspect is not a concern at all. Think about that. Rusht regained his grip on Li Liang's hand again with an agitated look on his face. Li, you're really different from other arms dealers. It's just so pleasant to deal with you. You're simply the most conscientious arms dealer I've ever met. Hearing this, Li Liang was also stunned, and his expression couldn't help but look odd. Previous chapter, next page. It's just an escort. Is there a need to be so excited? But soon he smiled faintly again. This is a small matter. Not enough to worry about. The Duke should also get ready. We'll leave right away. Yes, outside the border of Camelot. Its convoys, carrying large quantities of arms and weapons, traveled in great numbers. Exit at the Camelot country docks. Li Liang and Yao and his group switched to military SUVs with the Duke and the others. Getting to the Camelot military base is not accessible by sea, so Li Liang left the yacht at the dock. A portion of the group was left there to wait. He himself joined this escort with the 12 men who had attacked the Sea Dogs raiders last time. And the black man, Do. As it gets further and further away, the landscape on both sides of the road changed from barren Gobi to desert, and on both sides of the road, and further out in the desert, you can also see a person walking on foot with a backpacking bag. They were hobbling and tired. That exhaustion is not just physical, rather, it's the heart. Anyao even saw a woman holding a 3 or 4-year-old child. Hollow-eyed, he walked alongside the road, knocked by the ground beneath his feet. He fell hard to the ground. The child in his arms was induced to howl at once, but instead of coaxing, she picked up the child and climbed back up as if nothing had happened. Like the Walking Dead, he continued on his way. The expression on his face was numb as hell, and there was no light at all in his eyes. What kind of people are they? And Yao said softly. Upon hearing this, Li Liang did not reply. Rather, Du, who was driving at the moment, took over the conversation and replied, Escape. These people have fled all the way from the country of Baton. The war there was fought very hard. The destination they fled to would have been the Camel Country, only they didn't realize that the Camel Country would likewise not receive them. When he was finished, the black man, Du, took one more look in the rearview mirror. Still calmly, he continued, That woman. I'm afraid I've lost the most important person in my life. It could be her husband. It could be all her family. Things like this happen every day over there. Listen to the calm tone of the Negro adept. Anyao couldn't help but fall silent. Her heart was incredibly heavy. As a journalist, she was equally concerned about the situation on the Bataan side. From those news reports, she also felt angry and heartbroken. The live stream is still on at this time, and Yao's conversation with them was naturally overheard. The original pop-up filled the live room. The moment. There are only a handful of entries that speak of sadness and anger. So, I really admire you. MS. Reporter. How dare you head out of the country at a time like this and follow your lordship in this way? The black man, Du, held the steering wheel with one hand and smiled to himself. Another hour or so of driving. The convoy leading the way in front finally stopped, and Yao followed the source of the caravan and saw a few small ramshackle buildings at the end there. This is a supply point for the Camel Country. The black adept swept past the caravan and drove right up to the buildings, finally stopping in the middle of one of them. The black man, Du, then opened the trunk. Li Liang stepped out of the car and gestured for Yao to get out together as well. According to intelligence, there are tribes up ahead that are engaged in a firefight. We're almost in the engagement zone, so just to be safe, we have to wear protective gear. As he spoke, Li Liang handed out a helmet and a protective undershirt from the trunk. There's also an array of knee pads, gloves, and other gear. Engagement zone? At those words, Yao froze for a while. This came too suddenly. 1 minute it's fine, how come the next minute we're seeing war again? But Lyra did not answer her, just helping Yao put on all this protective gear. After finishing, Anyao saw Li Liang pull out a pistol from a backpack on the side again. Then it was just shoved into the frozen in Yao's hands, and Yao blinked, her expression full of shock. It's, before she could inquire, Li Liang explained, take it for defense. He then grinned at Yao's shocked gaze and said, Big reporter, I actually really admire you. For the sake of news, you even dare to come to a place like a battlefield. These words were not Li Liang's way of mocking her. Rather, I really admire it. A journalist, or a girl's family, can do that. It is already very difficult. At this moment, Anyao came back to her senses from Li Liang's words. Then she saw, before her, this young man, another sniper rifle from the trunk. Click, an unmistakable cocking motion. The scene. It made Anyao remember again when Li Liang was in the dense forest at the border of the camel country at that time. Faces kill without expression, and the look of indifference in the face of a field of corpses. All of a sudden her heart snapped inside her. This isn't going to kill again. Chapter 63. This young man, the more I look at him, the better he looks to me. Requesting votes. At the supply point in the desert, Li Liang loaded his sniper rifle. Then another rag was taken out from the side and the barrel was skillfully wiped. And Yao on the side was stunned and speechless. In one hand she held the cell phone that was broadcasting live, and in the other she held the gun that Li Liang had just handed her. Then he looked at him, and then at the pistol in his hand. The mood couldn't help but be complicated. Nothing's really going to happen. And the viewers of the live broadcast, after seeing this scene, it was not a good idea. No, can someone explain to me what's going on in the engagement zone and why the body armor is on? Holy shit, guns, sniper rifle, even the guns are ready? Aren't they going to escort arms and weapons? How come it looks like it's going to war? I say, can these really be broadcast? This is too exciting. The live feed was going crazy with pop-ups. Didn't we agree to broadcast the entire arms deal live? The arms deal is over. So is your escort. Why the sudden change in style now? A rhythm of going to war? Even this reporter was given body armor and a handgun? And the other side, inside the commander-in-chief's room in Eagle Jam country. To understand this arms dealer, Moira is still watching the broadcast. He looked at the live feed. Li Liang got out of the car and put on his protective gear. A sniper rifle was pulled out of the trunk of the SUV. 2 clicks of cocking. Moira couldn't help but freeze at the sight and muttered, "Why does this sniper rifle look familiar?" Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Then wide-eyed, he sprang from his seat with a jerk. Previous chapter, next page. This sniper rifle. Moira picked up his cell phone and zoomed in as he stared dead at the sniper rifle in Li Liang's hand. Suddenly he lost his voice in surprise. This sniper rifle, isn't it the latest one we researched in Eagle Jam country? No, how is this possible? This is something we've only revealed a little bit of data about internationally. We've never shown the finished product at all. And, as I recall, the sniper rifle is still only half finished now. So how did it end up in his hands? Moira stared at her phone, her breath catching. He was pretty sure that the sniper rifle was from their Eagle Sauce country. At that time, after researching a semi-finished product, he also had the peculiar interest to take a look at the powerful sniper rifle. He was definitely not mistaken in this appearance. Moira watched the live feed, transfixed. Could there be? In the research department? Nope, even if we did, we don't have a finished product. How did he perfect it before us? Moira, transfixed, suddenly murmured, "Murphy, he perfected it himself." No, even less. The idea was vetoed by Moira just as soon as it popped into her head. The other party was nothing more than an arms dealer. So how could they have this kind of technological ability to research weapons? But if he didn't research it himself, then where did he get this thing? Where did he get it? At that thought, Moira suddenly fell silent. He looked at Li Liang on the live screen. A moment later there was a flash of sternness in his eyes and his tone was icy cold. No matter what the facts are, this arms dealer should never be allowed to live. Dragon Nation. Inside the arsenal, Chenny looked at the live feed in his cell phone and suddenly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The expression couldn't help but be odd. I remember, isn't this sniper rifle the one that Eagle Jam Nation always flaunted before? What's it called? Oh yeah, MAG-fed anti-tank sniper rifle. I didn't realize. He has this thing too. If I had known he had so many goodies, I should have asked him what weapons he had before we placed an arms order. At this moment, Chenny had remorse written all over his face. Still a bit of a rush. What's the rush to place an order? I should have talked to Li Liang in the first place. But soon Chen Yi's complexion returned. When Li Liang returns to China, we must add this to the arms order as well, and get it to Dragon Kingdom together. Hey, Hawk Sauce, don't you like to pretend? Like to show off? Just wait. Right away Dragonland will buy your newest weapon. Thinking of this, a smile appeared at the corner of Chen Yi's mouth. Eyes were on the live feed again. He looked at Li Liang, the appreciation in his eyes unconcealed. It really feels soothing how it looks. This young man, TSK, the more I look at him, the better he looks to me. In the meantime, in the desert on the border of the camel country, Leland sneezed. Couldn't help but frown at him. Could it be that someone scolded me? But soon Lara shook his head again, brushing the thought aside. Another pistol was picked up and carefully cleaned. A few moments later, Li Liang wiped the pistol and skillfully loaded it just as well. Then a handful of them were inserted in the straps at the calf. At this moment, he finally stopped and pulled a carton of cigarettes from his jacket pocket. It was hollowed out along with it, and the bank card that Camelot Nation handed him. 500 million euros. That's a big haul this time. Seeing this card, the corner of Li Liang's mouth couldn't help but raise, puffed on the bank card, then wiped his hand over it. Then he lifted up his body armor and placed the card in the pocket of his jacket near his heart, and finally an involuntary pat on the pocket. That was a satisfying nod. He then lit the cigarette up and took a sharp drag, exhaling with a pleasant expression. Eyes were then placed on a road in one part of this desert. That's the way they're going to go this time. Li Liang looked over there with a sudden frown. There is a high point next to that road. There was a lot of greenery around and a few boulders a few meters high on one side. Such a location is absolutely perfect for an ambush. At that moment, a black man, stepped aside with a cigarette in his mouth. He followed Li Liang's gaze to that spot, then asked suspiciously, "My lord, this is..." At those words, Li Liang withdrew his gaze and gave him a look, saying, "It's nothing, just saving for a rainy day, a self-developed habit. Before I do something, I always unconsciously think about the worst possible outcome of that thing." The black man, scratched his head and looked a little embarrassed. Apparently, he doesn't understand what it means to save for a rainy day. Just said, "Don't worry, my lord. Although there is a belligerent zone ahead, we are a caravan of the Camel Kingdom. The car has the flag of Camelot on it, so who would be so ungrateful as to put their mind on Camelot?" said the black man, pointing to the flag on their SUV, confidently. Li Liang followed his gaze, exhaled a puff of smoke, and nodded. "Let's hope so. Say it." Li Liang strides towards Duke Rush's side. Just a few steps ahead, a gunshot butted in. The black man, instantly widened his eyes and his expression was filled with horror, only to see it in front of him. Li Liang flew backwards like a kite with broken strings. The shot passed before the Negro Du had time to cry out in alarm. A large number of shots rang out again from a distance. Chapter 64, going to settle some people. The moment before Duke rushed, he was talking to a soldier about something. Just then, the gunshot rang out violently. The soldiers in front of him reacted extremely quickly and immediately shielded him. But the next second, it was followed by another gunshot. The soldier's head then directly exploded violently like a watermelon. Blood drifted all over the place, chunks of flesh and unknown objects spilling all over Rushed. He froze at first, and his face instantly paled. Good thing he's someone who's seen it all. Was not frightened into moving in place, but quickly ducked behind the military vehicle. Enemy attack! Hurry! Protect the Duke! Soon a few more soldiers ran up to Rush shouting, interlocking him behind his back with one hand, simultaneously alerted. Take cover! Take cover! The moment the gun went off, the soldiers of the Camel Kingdom were also quick to respond. They immediately took cover, all the while observing where the gunfire was coming from. The other side, Li Liang gets cracked with a nice shot that sends him flying backwards. But soon, he didn't linger, and immediately climbed to his feet with a sideways roll, ducked behind the SUV. At the same time, he yanked down Anyao, who was frozen in the car. The sudden sound of gunshots made her human dumbfounded, especially the scene just now when Li Liang was hit by the gun and flew out backwards. She saw it truly, she couldn't help but make her face pale, already scared out of her wits. At the moment, Anyao was hiding behind the tires of the SUV. The body was already on the ground, but the cell phone in his hand, which was broadcasting live, was dedicatedly not left behind. She aimed her cell phone at Li Liang, half a day before she finally said, "Previous chapter, next page. Li Liang, are you alright?" Upon hearing this, Li Liang nodded and did not speak. And at the moment, the netizens who saw this scene on the live stream, straight up crazy. Holy shit, it's on. Who is it that they dare to ambush the Camel Kingdom's caravan? How dare they? This is definitely not a drill. Did you guys just see that this young man just flew straight out? This power is definitely not an ordinary rifle. Holy crap, I'm actually getting to see a live war in my lifetime. Outrageous. Can it really be broadcast? In the meantime, Arsenal, Cheney sipped his hot tea, was watching the live stream with great interest, but just then, suddenly a gunshot rang out. The image showed Li Liang flying backwards. He rose from his seat in an instant. The tea in his mouth was also violently spat back into his cup. He looked incredulous. That's the sound of a sniper rifle. Not good. Li Liang him. No way. Chen Yi was anxious in his heart. Now Li Liang's identity was no longer just a dragon countryman. So simple. He's the most important partner in the Dragon Kingdom right now. already an important person who should never be lost. He watched the live feed and clenched his fists. But soon, the picture. Only Li Liang rolled on his side and ducked behind a car. Seeing this, Chen Yi's heart finally sighed in relief. Okay, it's okay. Then soon Chen Yi froze again. It's not right. It's a sniper rifle, right? How is he okay? In the meantime, after the buggy, Li Liang looked serious and did not answer Yin Yao's question. Instead, he drew the pistol he had just put in from his calf, skillfully opened the safety. A wary face. Carefully, he discerned the direction of the gunfire. It's the place with the greenery and the boulders. A stern color flashed in Li Liang's eyes. Unexpectedly, the fear he just had actually came true. There really is an ambush there. That's when the little black man ducked as well. Looking at Li Liang with a face full of horror, he said, my lord, are you alright? Li Liang nodded his head still calmly and replied, I'm fine. It looks like the sniper's shot wasn't quite accurate enough to aim for my head. Luckily, this time I'm wearing the newest body armor we've researched on the island. Otherwise I'm afraid I'd have gone home with this shot. Saying that, Li Liang couldn't help but look icy cold. The first shot goes to him. Obviously, it wasn't directed at Camelot at all. Rather, it's yourself. But who exactly? Gradual. While Li Liang was contemplating, the distant gunfire, surprisingly, stopped strangely slowly. Eventually it completely fizzled out. But it is this behavior. More than that, Lyra was sure. The other party must be coming for himself. One strike failed to kill me, so it retreated? Li Liang narrowed his eyes and looked around remotely, eyes unconsciously fixed on the several bodies on the ground. Dead man. Another death. These are the Camelot people. And there seemed to be a bit more bodies in this area closer to him than elsewhere. A discerning person could have surmised this at once. These people are coming for him. Li Liang couldn't help but fall silent. How is this going to end? He looked at the bullet wound in his chest and unconsciously ran his hand up and down it, musing. This sniper rifle is not bad. It won't be the usual bandit dilettantes. It should be a troop with training. Is it the Eagle Jam country again? But just then, Li Liang suddenly froze. His hand stopped at his chest. The whole thing froze in place. Then something like that came to mind. Frantically, he took off his body armor. This behavior made both Yin Yao and the black man, who were on the side, look confused. The black man, couldn't help but wonder, my lord, what are you doing? But Lyra did not speak. Just a handful of plastic shards from that pocket of his jacket near his chest. Bank card. That's when the black man, reacted. Wide-eyed. He gulped. There was a greater panic in his expression than just when Li Liang was hit by the sniper rifle, then silently moved a few steps aside. I can't help but still mumble under my breath. It's over. It's over. Now those people are dead. You say that you guys can't hit anywhere but on this bank card. Isn't this looking for death? And Yao asked with a pang of confusion. What are you muttering? What's over and done with? As long as people are fine, it's just a bank card. Just ask Camelot for another one. Hear that? On the side, Li Liang's body involuntarily twitched. That's easy to say. Ask Camelot Nation for it again. He himself had promised to escort the arms shipment to the military base. But today, a lot of people are dead in Camelot. If only they knew that the people who attacked them were coming at them. How can this be good? Until then, they're going to come after themselves to pay for that. There's nothing else to pay for yourself. Apart from arms, there's only money to lose. Pay out. Thinking of this, Li Liang instantly felt a twinge of pain at his heart. I just made money and I'm losing it again. Li Liang stared blankly at the bank card in his hand. A few moments later, his face darkened instantly. Both eyes began to fill with blood. He was seen pocketing the fragment of a bank card containing €500 million. 2 words, put your body armor back on. Then walked over to the trunk of the SUV and pulled out the sniper rifle, looking at Li Liang's inexplicable behavior, with a puzzled look on her face. And Yao said, Li Liang, what's wrong with you? Li Liang did not answer, just walks over to the main driver's seat of the SUV with a black face and not a word. Start the buggy. 1 foot on the gas. Lift off in the distance toward where they had just fired on them. Only a confused Yao was left behind. And the black man, Abdul, who can't breathe. At this time, Yao asked again to the black man, what's he going for? The lanky body of the black man, shuddered in flesh, silently spit out a few words. The Lord stormed off to fix some people. On Yao, Chapter 65, this arms dealer is nothing but a paper tiger. And Yao froze and looked at the black man. Surprised. You mean, Li Liang he's going to go and finish off those people who just attacked us? This statement was made. The live stream instantly exploded. did I hear right that one man is going to take out the troops attacking Camelot? This arms dealer is a bit of a big shot, isn't he? He thinks he's making a hero movie. Young people are still too impulsive. They were just shot by a sniper's rifle. Why don't they learn from their mistakes? What's the difference between running over like that and giving away your head? This is no joke. There are still bodies lying on the ground. It was a real battlefield. Alas, the other party even dared to attack the camel country, so they must not be any good. Now this young arms dealer is really in danger. The moment. And Yao looked at the calm, motionless black man, Do, and said anxiously, aren't you guys going to go alone? It's dangerous for him to go alone, isn't it? The black man, Do, looked at Yao and couldn't help but look odd. Dangerous? What danger could he be in? The danger now would be the people who attacked. Ahem. The black man, Abdul, coughed dryly twice and said, don't worry, my lord is more powerful than you think. It's even more powerful. It's fine for us to go over there later. Besides, going over there now, it's really a bit disturbing for your lordship. The other side, a clearing. Duke rushed grimaced, and in front of him stood a man with the appearance of a chief. His voice spoke with a rasp. How many were sacrificed in total? 13. Upon hearing the answer, he nodded and closed his eyes. The face was full of pain. He couldn't figure out what kind of person had the nerve to be so bold, in broad daylight, dare to launch an attack on their camel country. Couldn't it be Eagle Jam country again? Suddenly he opened his eyes. His eyes were firm, and he gritted his teeth. Check. There must be a way to find out. No matter who it is, they can't be spared so easily. Contact headquarters immediately and report this matter. Upon hearing this, the officer-looking man replied with a serious expression. Yes. Just after the officer left. Previous chapter next page. The black man, Do, walked over with Yao and the 12-man squad from that island. They were already heavily armed. The black man, Do, walked right up to Rushed and did not say anything. Instead, he first bowed with folded hands to the body on the ground. Then he said, Mr. Duke, our lord has gone after those who attacked. At that, Rushed looked at the black man, Do, and the men behind him. Then a little surprised. He went alone? Du nodded and continued. We're ready to follow along. We agreed before that we would escort this shipment of arms for the camel country, so naturally we can't go back on our word. Hearing this, Rushd's heart was touched. I didn't realize that the arms dealer was more anxious about being attacked than he was. Even all of them chased after each other alone. This group of arms dealers, the service is just too good. Then you guys hurry up and go. I really don't know what to say. Lee, he is just too touching to me. You guys must protect him, Rushed said with a sincere look on his face. Hearing this, the black adept looked odd again, but he just nodded and said no more. Directly after taking in Yao as well as the 12-member squad and asking for a couple of SUVs, then he chased after Li Liang towards the place where he had left. At this point, Dragon State Arsenal. Chunti looked at the live broadcast screen and instantly became interested, going to bring someone into action, but there was a worry in his demeanor that he couldn't hide. On the one hand, he was worried that Li Liang would be in danger if he rushed towards these terrorists alone. On the other hand, it was because he had heard that Li Liang had been at a place on the border of the camel country before, took out Eagle Jam's Ace Special Forces, also knocked out a bomber and fighter. Even without any casualties, a Sea Dog's commando leader was captured alive. He wondered, Li Liang, how on earth he had managed to do that. At this point, the other side, a road in the desert. Two trucks are driving frantically. On the passenger side of the truck, a man scratched his hair in some annoyance and said, asterisk 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 asterisk, a great opportunity to miss. Didn't manage to take out the mission target. It's only 1,000 meters away, and I didn't even manage to hit his head. Could it be that my aim has dropped? The man couldn't help but get a little chagrined as he spoke. At that, the people in the back of the truck were comforted. It's okay, Deputy Chief, they have a long way to go to the Camelot military base. Yeah, we still have plenty of chances. Besides, if he's hit by a sniper rifle, he'll be seriously injured if not killed. Yes, this time, it's just his luck. When it's night, we'll rub the night and make another raid. That arms dealer will die for sure. That said, the troops of the camel country really don't have any fighting ability at all. Did you guys just see that? After we opened fire they could only frantically dodge. They didn't even have a chance to shoot. Ha 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 ha. As the comforting words of the players rang out, that deputy chief's expression finally got a little better. In his mind's eye, the Camelot soldiers were beaten and scampering again. A smile followed on his face as he said, yeah, but this time our mercenary group's mission is to take out that arms dealer. As for the camel country's people, it's better to try to kill as few as possible. The deputy leader is also right. Although we, the unyielding mercenary corps, are too lazy to talk to the people of the camel country, but bullets cost money anyhow, and it's a bit of a waste of ammo to kill them all. The crew in the truck laughed at that comment. Ha ha ha, how can you say that? Even though they were beaten senseless, but man, at least they are warriors of the camel kingdom. And the arms dealer, even funnier, I've heard all about it, and he's going to escort their Camelot countrymen safely to their destination. How did it turn out? The men flew off with a single shot from our vice captain. Tough guy. One shot he didn't even fire at us. Ha ha ha. The truck was filled with a joyful atmosphere as the members of the group continued to banter. In their opinion, this what escorted the arms dealers of the Camel Kingdom. It's just a paper tiger. It's no more than that. An arms dealer, businessman. What a big mouth. And threatened an escort? Where does he get the confidence? Think about it. The deputy chief snorted as well. But soon he put away his smile and put on a straight face. Okay, stop. This operation wasn't completed, but I'm still going to report back to the chief. So be quiet and quiet. I'm going to report back. At that, the team members in the car were immediately silenced. It was then that the deputy chief picked up his walkie-talkie and said slowly, "Chief, we hit the target with a sniper rifle during the operation, but it seems from his actions that he should not be dead. But this time, we've tested the other side's strength, and we intend to rub the night to move again. Over." Chapter 66. I saw him get knocked off his feet with my own eyes. In the meantime, the headquarters of the unyielding mercenaries. Inside a room, two men sat opposite each other, one of them with yellow hair and a big back comb, and the other with a standardized beard. He, none other than Nikolai. Only at the moment, for some reason, he has given himself a new name, called Oleander. At that moment, the man with the yellow hair was the first to break the calm and said to the bearded man in front of him, "Oleander, everything you promised earlier was true, right?" he said, his gaze unconsciously glancing toward the door. There, parked, was a weapon powerful enough to dominate the land. Nikolai, who went by the name of Oleander, smiled slightly and skillfully lit a cigarette in his hand as he said, "Pharaoh, you know, I never lie, and as long as you guys complete your mission, that Eagle Sauce tank outside the door will belong to your indomitable mercenaries. Only, all of this assumes that the mission is accomplished. That arms dealer must die." As the words fell, a smile appeared at the corner of the mouth of the man named Fei Luo, and he said, "Don't worry, it's just an arms dealer. Killing him is as easy as killing a chicken. Don't talk too much, Chief Farrell." Nikolai frowned, exhaling a mouthful of smoke out of his mouth, and said, "Let me warn you first, this arms dealer, he's not ordinary." At that, Farrell snorted, didn't take what Nikolai said to heart. In his opinion, how unusual can an arms dealer be? Those people are nothing more than war merchants who have fallen into money, even if they had a little to do with the word war. But at the end of the day, isn't it still a businessman? How hard can it be to kill him? At that thought, Farrell was about to snark on Nikolai, but just at this moment, the intercom on the desk suddenly rang with a report. The two men listened in silence, but heard the end. Nikolai's expression changed and changed. Then it turned from horror to anger. He rose from his seat at once, then spoke angrily. "Philo, what have your people done?" Hear that? In his seat, Chief Farrell was in place with a confused look on his face. His expression then iced over. The tone was unpleasant. "Oleander, what do you mean by that? It's only one failure. Didn't you hear my regiment say that they've tested the strength of the other side?" Previous chapter, next page. The other side is obviously untouchable. Besides, in the debriefing they all said that they had already hit the arms dealer with a sniper rifle. They just missed the head and didn't die. But I'm sure that if he's hit by a sniper's rifle, he must be seriously injured if not dead. And they've already designated their next plan for another nighttime raid. Now that the arms dealer is seriously wounded, can he be far from death? But Nikolai wasn't buying it, still gritting his teeth. "Testing? Who told you to try and test it? And at night, did you think the damn arms dealer would give you time to sneak up on him again? You didn't die when you got hit by a sniper rifle? Do you want to listen to what you're saying to yourself? I've said long ago, don't make a random move without the certainty of absolutely killing that arms dealer. Now you tell me what to do next." There was always something strange about the way Farrell listened to him. He didn't understand the man in front of him. What's with the sudden change in temperament? And, from his words, seems like there is some fear. Quickly he calmed down and asked suspiciously, "What next? Oleander, are you crazy? What the hell is wrong with you? My team members are saying that the arms dealer was hit by a sniper rifle. Don't you hear me?" Listening to the other side, Nikolai was silent. After a few moments, He sits back down from his new seat and forces himself to calm down. That young arms dealer, even the Eagle Sauce Country's ace special forces unit, the Sea Dog Commandos, were destroyed by him. Could this small mercenary group that he had found really deal with him? Not dead from a sniper shot? It doesn't sound right in any way. Where can that be? Never heard of a sniper shot that didn't kill you. After a few moments of silence, Nikolai looked at the man before him and said slowly, "Pharaoh, contact your people right now and demand that they report back all the details of that arms dealer being hit by a sniper's rifle." At those words, Pharaoh didn't act, but just looked at Nikolai with a puzzled expression. It was then that Nikolai slowly explained, "Philo, I know what you're thinking, but I'll tell you something. The Sea Dogs Commandos of the Eagle Sauce Nation were once wiped out by this arms dealer. Even the fighters and bombers sent out by the Eagle Jam Country were shot down by him. And this arms dealer and his squad, without a single casualty, even captured the leader of the Sea Dogs raiders alive." This statement was made. Farrell instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Sea Dog raiders? Of course he knew what that was. They're a special forces unit that's known to be invincible. It's the ace assassin of the Eagle Jam Nation. And now they've been wiped out by an arms dealer? The captains have been taken alive? No, no, no. How is that possible? He immediately denied himself. But the expression on Nikolai's face in front of him was all seriousness. There was no hint of a joke at all. So Philo followed up. "Are you telling the truth?" Nikolai nodded and followed up. "In the hands of this arms dealer, there are powerful weapons. And he's a flawed man. If he's not dead, he'll definitely come for revenge. This is the reason why I told you guys to never make a move without the certainty of a kill." Listening to what Nikolai said, Pharaoh couldn't help but look odd. Why does that sound and feel a bit fake? But looking at the other party's expression and their behavior just now, it wasn't like they were lying in general. For a moment, he was a little confused as to what was going on, but he knew one thing. If it's really like what the bearded man in front of me said, it's better to be cautious yourself. At this moment, Pharaoh nodded, then turned on the intercom and said slowly, "Vice Captain Lay Code, this is HQ, this is Farrell. I demand that you report back the details of that arms dealer being hit by a sniper rifle. HQ reconfirms to you that the target is confirmed and has been seriously injured." As he asked the question, Pharaoh even got a little unnatural. How can a person not be injured when hit by a sniper's rifle? It's just ridiculous. In the meantime, the intercom snapped. The voice coming from the opposite side was none other than the voice of the leader of their unyielding mercenary corps. Only after hearing this, everyone in the car looked odd. One of the members of the group couldn't help but murmur, What does the regimental commander mean by this? That shot, it sent people flying. Can they not be seriously injured?" The members of the group looked at each other in disbelief at this statement. Isn't that a question that is just farting with your pants down? What the hell does that mean? For a while, they couldn't guess. The chief on the other end of the intercom wanted to know exactly what. After half a day of fruitless discussion, the deputy head of the group could only squirm and pick up the walkie-talkie. Replying, "Chief, the arms dealer confirmed that he had been hit by a sniper rifle. I saw it with my own eyes and pulled the trigger myself. In the multiplier, I clearly saw him being shot. He flew backwards." Chapter 67 finally found you guys. Requesting for votes. At this point, on the road in the desert, the two trucks were traveling slowly one behind the other. The group in the truck was looking for this one perch. In the truck, the members of the regiment were still in disbelief at the question the leader had just asked. There was a lot of puzzled discussion. "You guys, what the hell does he mean?" "Chief, I don't know. I didn't get it either. I've already told him that the arms dealer was hit by a sniper rifle, and he came back to ask again if the other party was seriously injured. Isn't that ridiculous?" "Yeah, who can take a sniper's shot and still be okay? He flew out and he's still asking if he's okay? If he's not dead, he's half dead." While they were discussing it, Li Liang drove the military vehicle with the flag of the Camel Country, darting down the road. At the moment, his gas pedal had been pressed into the gas tank in general. The car was going a whopping 180 miles per hour. A moment later, Li Liang looked at the figure of the truck that was gradually revealed in the distance. The corner of his mouth lifted into an extremely cold smile as he muttered, "Finally, I found you guys." When he finished, he heaved the gas twice more. The SUV quickly sprinted toward the two trucks in front of it. With about a kilometer to go, Li Liang held the steering wheel with one hand and picked up the sniper rifle on the side, directly against the glass of his SUV, one-handed cocking and aiming. Then the tone was cold. "One shot," with two words spat out. A startling shot rang out violently. The bullet went straight through the glass of the SUV and smashed it open. And the other side. In the truck, Deputy Chief Lay Code, who was in the passenger seat, did not join them in the discussion, just silently looking out the window. But just then, Deputy Chief Lay Code jolted to see something appear in the rearview mirror. He was so frightened that he fixed his eyes on it, and then he immediately stared. The moment, behind them, an SUV that was rapidly approaching them. It was a sight that straight away made Lay Code scream out. Not good. The Camel Kingdom's people are coming after us. This statement was made. The eyes of everyone in the truck looked out the window in unison. Previous chapter, next page. There was literally a buggy in the distance with the flag of the Camel Country. It was currently being about 1,000 meters away from them. Sub-Commander Lay Code then reacted quickly and picked up the other walkie-talkie. This walkie-talkie is exactly what contacted the other truck. He rushed to say, 222. A military vehicle from the Camel Country has appeared behind you and he is rapidly approaching you. If necessary, find a way to destroy it. But his words had just finished. A thunderous shot suddenly rang out from the rear. He subconsciously looked back. The truck in the back surprisingly boomed directly behind it. The fire shot up into the sky and instantly exploded. Truck wreckage was splattered everywhere. The other side. Inside the headquarters of the unyielding mercenaries. Pharaoh squinted at Nikolai and finally said with a cold grunt, HM. How's that? Oleander, do you hear me now? That arms dealer confirms that he's been hit by a sniper rifle. He must be seriously injured. At that, Nikolai fell silent. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell for a moment. Seeing this scene, Fei Luo was also puzzled. He couldn't even begin to understand what the bearded man was struggling with. If you're hit by a sniper's rifle, you'll definitely be seriously injured if you don't die. Not to mention, it was clearly stated in the deputy chief's report just now. The arms all flew out from the impact of that shot. At the moment, Philo frowned and was about to say something. But Nikolai, who was in front of him, spoke up before him and addressed him. Pharaoh, keep asking how they were sure the arms dealer wasn't dead. Hear that? Philo finally couldn't help himself. He snapped to his feet and yelled angrily at Nikolai. Oleander, don't bully me too much. I have given in repeatedly. You don't believe in the strength and tactics of our unyielding mercenaries? My corpsmen are making money with their heads on their pants, and no one should be allowed to question them on a mission. Speaking of this, a flash of sternness flashed in Fei Luo's eyes. With a deadly stare at Nikolai, he went on again. Or do you want to renege on your debt? You didn't even try to give us that Eagle Sauce Country-style tank. The moment. Nikolai also froze at his sudden roar of anger. He hurriedly waved his hand in explanation. No, Chief Farrell. You misunderstand me. It's not that I don't trust your unyielding mercenaries. Rather, one really has to be cautious about this arms dealer. I've already said that as long as the mission is accomplished, then the tank will be yours. And there's no way I'm going to renege on that. Hearing this sign of weakness from Nikolai, Farrell grunted and sat down from his new seat. He was finally looking a little better, but still hadn't bothered to look at Nikolai in front of him, for the inexplicable and repeated tantrums in front of him. The man who had inexplicably questioned the strength of their unyielding mercenary corps again. At this moment, he had tolerated it to the limit. In any case, their unyielding mercenary corps was a prestigious existence in this area. They have their own pride. Nikolai looked at Pharaoh in front of him and couldn't help but feel a bitter smile in the back of his mind. This is a good way to ask so many questions yourself just to be on the safe side. For that arms dealer, I wonder if it's because I betrayed him. It's always a little scary. A few moments later, Pharaoh remained silent, but Nikolai couldn't help himself. He really wanted to know, how on earth did the regiment that was in the field of battle confirm that the arms dealer was not dead? He was the first to break the calm and said, Captain Pharaoh, look, how about this? Of the payoff, in addition to that Eagle Sauce tank, I'll personally add another $1 million. How about that? This statement was made. Chief Farrell's demeanor finally changed, but he wasn't a cutie pie either. Knowing that the other party would surely not see himself lose his temper, he added $1 million in out of the blue, so he opened his mouth and asked, what do you want? At that, Nikolai knew this was an opportunity. He hemmed and hawed and continued, I just need you to double-check with your regiment that the arms dealer, how do they know he's not dead? How about just this one condition? The moment. Hearing this condition, Pharaoh looked at the cutie with a look on his face. Look at Nicola. Doubtful. That's it? Niku nodded fiercely, determination in his expression. Philo was even more puzzled. Take $1 million, just to confirm this? It's really sick, but wouldn't it be a little cute not to earn the money that was delivered to your door? It's just an insignificant little thing anyway. After a moment, Pharaoh finally nodded. Then he picked up his walkie-talkie and called, Sub-Commander Lay Code. This is HQ. This is Farrell. Come in if you copy. Chapter 68, He's hunting us alone, begging for votes. Inside the headquarters of the unyielding mercenaries, Farrell picked up his walkie-talkie and called with the deputy chief but was slow to receive a reply. The scene. Straight away, Nikolai's heart stuttered. It always seemed as if something bad had happened. Philo glanced at him, also noticing Nikolai's awful expression, so he hurriedly picked up his walkie-talkie again and continued the call. Subcommander Lay Code, this is Farrell. Please respond when you hear me. Please report back quickly on your status and location today. But the words came out. There was no movement on the other side. The call was as loud as the sea of Stonestown. Seeing the situation, Nikolai is finally sitting on his hands. He stood up and paced back and forth across the room, his face hard. There's a problem. There must be something wrong. Just now it was replying well. Why now there is no sound at all? It can't be that arms dealer. The thought of that young arms dealer's face. Nikolai's face went white for a moment. That young man's battle record was truly appalling. And with all those arms and weapons in his hands, he's seen it with his own eyes. The weapon in the hands of that arms dealer. No exaggeration. It's simply anticlimactic. The moment. Off to the side, Farrell saw Nikolai's constant pacing form around the room. Couldn't help but frown as well. Somewhat displeased. Oleander, I've said it before. Don't question the strength of our unyielding mercenaries. My troop members have just made it clear. The opponent's strength isn't as exaggerated as you say. Though he couldn't figure out why his men had suddenly lost contact. But he understood very well the strength of his unyielding mercenaries, even if the other side wanted to do away with their elite corps. And it's never easy. At this point, previous chapter next page, Desert Roads Inn. With a startling shot rang out. A bullet sliced through the air and hit a truck hard. The iron on the truck was like paper, and was directly torn apart with ease. A strong penetrating force pierced right through the gas tank of this truck. Before the sound of the bullets had completely stopped, the truck simply exploded. Pieces of the truck mixed with some unknown object were scattered everywhere. The scene. Straight away, Deputy Chief Lay Code, who was in the other truck, felt a tingle in his head. My hair! What the hell is this? He stared blankly at the fire in the rearview mirror. The face merchant couldn't stop a wave of surprise. God, fucked up a truck with one shot? Are you kidding me here? This one clearly heard it as a gunshot. How to hit a truck with the same power as a cannon? Is that fucking reasonable? It doesn't make sense at all. Lay Code looked in the rearview mirror. Just a buggy with a camel country flag and no windshield, leaping straight out of that firelight in a single bound. He fixed his eyes and snapped to attention. With a sudden look of horror, he lost his voice and exclaimed, "It's him! It's that mission target! It's that arms dealer!" This statement was made. The members of the group in the truck were suddenly blue in the face. They didn't believe it, and one by one they rushed to poke their heads out to make sure. Only a young-looking man was seen in the SUV in the back. With one hand on the steering wheel, a sniper rifle was raised in the other. At the moment it was running towards them at speed. Already less than 800 meters away from them already. He's fine. I can't believe he's not okay at all. Did the deputy chief miss? Impossible. Even if it was too far away at that time, I saw it clearly. That arms dealer was clearly sent flying by a shot from the deputy head. How could he not be hurt at all? Look guys, is that a sniper rifle in his hand? He didn't just blow up our mercenary group's truck with that, did he? Smell. The corps members in the car couldn't help but look towards the sniper rifle on Li Liang's hand once again. There was disbelief. That's when Deputy Head of Lay Code suddenly noticed something was wrong, because he realized that in their rear, it seems like the arms dealer was the only one car that came after us. The sight couldn't help but make him freeze again. Just him? Lay Code looked back again, suddenly annoyed. Originally he saw the flag of the camel country at the beginning. Thought it was the camel country coming after them. But I didn't realize that the arms dealer was the only one. It's not. One man had the audacity to go after 2 truckloads of his own people? Still too beat up to fight back yourself? And getting 7 or 8 corpsmen taken out by the other side? What is this? Fark. Blew up a truck and got bluffed by him. At the thought, Lay Code felt his face roll. He roared, "Don't be afraid, brethren. No one from the Camel Kingdom has come. He's the only one who came after us. He came just in time. Let's send him to his death. Take a plunge. Fuck him." At that, the members of the group reacted at that moment. What? A person? I felt humiliated at once. The other guy had the guts to go after a carload of his own people all by himself. What arrogance! It was a complete disregard for them. With this in mind, the members of the group did not delay a moment. There was a flurry of picking up weapons on the sidelines. At this point, one of the corps members kept screaming curses from his mouth, just about to poke his head out to teach the young man in the back a little lesson. Suddenly, there was a thunderous gunshot from the rear. Next moment, a bullet ripped through the compartment door at the rear of the truck. This corps member along with those in front of and behind him, a bull-sized bloody hole appeared on their bodies at the same time. And the bullet didn't stop. It went straight through the entire carriage, then shattered the front windshield of the truck. At this point, they fell straight down before they could inspect their injuries. No more breath of life. One bullet, 3 lives. This scene comes to life. It left the few people left in the carriage outright confused. In particular, the deputy head of the group, Lay Code, was left speechless with astonishment. The power and accuracy of this gun on the other side. What's the situation? You know, that young man in the back was driving while using that sniper rifle with one hand. He was the strongest sniper in the unyielding mercenaries. How can you not understand how difficult it really is? Driving a car and aiming with one hand? He couldn't even think about it. Not to mention having to consider things like wind direction. 3 men in one shot under these conditions, or without being able to see the people in the compartment. How can this be done? At this moment, Laycode looked at the corpses of the regiment in the carriage and muttered, could it be that the sniper rifle in his hand comes with its own aim? Just then, the walkie-talkie beside Laycode went off again once more. Lemma, can you hear me? This is Farrell. Get back to me as soon as you can. Words. Laycode finally came back to his senses. In those few short minutes, he had long heard the chief's call. However, I have not been able to reply because of the urgency of the situation. At this point, he picked up the intercom with a shaky hand, his voice hoarse. Chief, that arms dealer is unharmed, and now a man is chasing us. Chapter 69, More Support? Begging for votes. Vice Captain Laycode's words had just fallen. The familiar sound of sniper fire from the rear resounded once again. Bang! The bullet took the rear of the truck, which already had a large hole in the door. Another larger gash was torn out. Next moment, the member of the group sitting in the main driver's seat who was driving had his head smashed open like a watermelon. One shot to the head. This member of the group couldn't even feel the pain, and his consciousness simply died out. The body slammed straight into the steering wheel. After losing control of the driver, this truck shook with it. Upon seeing this scene, Chief Laycode's face suddenly changed, then quickly reacted by dropping the walkie-talkie. One pulled the door open on the main driver's side and kicked the body out of the car, then took hold of the steering wheel to stabilize this car. At the same time, he yelled towards the crowd in the carriage. What are all frozen for? Are all waiting to die? Fight back! Words. The crowd returned to their senses. The moment. There were only 6 of the original 9 members of the unyielding mercenary corps left. They looked at the young man in the back. Suddenly there was some fear, but then the eyes became fierce again. At this point a member of the group said to a teammate on the sidelines, it seems that if that arms dealer doesn't die today, it will be us who die. Fark, fight him. He's only one man. A few of us stand apart left and right. Attack on him at the same time. I don't believe he can finish us all off at once. The one that's alive. Make sure you cut his head off. At that, several members of the group looked ferociously in favor. By this time, the madness and ruthlessness in the bones of these mercenaries were completely aroused. Dead is dead. It wouldn't be a bad idea to pull this arms dealer's leg. Previous chapter next page. The road to hell isn't lonely. Several people gripped their weapons tightly in their hands. After a silent count of 3, one of them let out a roar. Go! In the meantime, 2 of the men in the car each set up a body in front of them. A foot kicked the already tattered tailgate open. After rushing out in unison, the trigger was pulled frantically at the SUV that was still 200 meters away from them. Die for me, ta-da! The rifles in their hands swept wildly. In the midst of this hail of gunfire, the SUV in the back kept snaking away though. Still, the body took a couple shots. Toward the end, it seemed to finally start slowing down as if it couldn't hold back. The scene. It sent a wave of ecstasy through the hearts of the crowd in the truck. As if grasping a lifesaver, someone shouted, right, that's it. He's only one person. Even if he's more powerful, he can't stand up to our many people and fierce firepower. Hit it hard. Don't stop. Killed so many of our brothers. Can't let him live. As the words fell, several members of the group went even more frantic. When he ran out of bullets, he immediately replaced the magazine without a pause. His finger is set on the trigger. The bullets went out hard toward the SUV, but just after they finished changing ammo was firing a few shots towards the rear. Someone noticed something was wrong. Suddenly shouted, you guys, look, what's going on? Where's the arms dealer? Words. Several other members of the group froze. The shooting then stopped as well. Even Vice Captain Laycode, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror in wonder. At this point, the SUV's still traveling in the back, but the young man in the car who had just been sitting in the main driver's seat suddenly disappeared. This bizarre scene caused them to be directly stunned. Had the arms dealer just been hit in a burst of intense fire? The other guy's dead? But if it's dead, then why is the car still running? For a while, the battlefield fell silent, but just as they were wondering, a man sprang out of the main driver's seat of the SUV in the back. He is none other than Li Liang. It wasn't the sniper rifle he was carrying in his hand at the moment. Instead, it's a bazooka. In the meantime, the crowd in the truck was also stunned. However, after someone saw the weapon in the other party's hand again, they looked like they had seen a ghost. Bazooka! He still has a bazooka! Someone shouted out of breath. As the words fell, the crowd looked in unison. He was suddenly pale. They didn't hesitate for a second. Immediately, he raised the rifle in his hand and was about to fire violently at Li Liang. But Li Liang and the SUV didn't give them another chance to shoot. It was just an expressionless face, and then a gentle pull of the trigger in his hand. One moment, a stream of fire with smoke was headed straight for the undercarriage of the truck. Boom! A violent explosion echoed in the middle of the desert. Li Liang eased off the brakes and stopped approaching. He's ahead. As the shells fell with precision, the terrifying impact directly overturned this truck. The car rolled down the road a few times before finally coming to a stop. After a few moments, the truck's gas tank was also set on fire. An even more violent explosion rang out afterward. The truck then erupted in flames, burning and splintering. Li Liang narrowed his eyes slightly and watched this quietly. Look around and wait until the tank blows up. That's when he slowly drove up, but he didn't make it to the side of the exploding truck. Instead, he picked up his sniper rifle and walked off to the side of the road. Over there, a figure was lying on the ground, his face pale and his expression terrified. He held the already blown-up walkie-talkie in his hand and kept yelling, "Chief, regimental commander, we need backup." Hearing this, Li Liang raised an eyebrow and calmly said, "And support?" The other side. The black man, Ah Do, was traveling at a fast pace with An Yao and a squad of 12 people who were heavily armed. Soon the sight before them stopped them from traveling. The black man, Du, got out of the car and walked up. In front of him, a truck burned with a blazing fire, which by now had been burned down to a single frame. Inside the car were 7 or 8 bodies that had been burned beyond recognition. An Yao took the cell phone that was broadcasting live and similarly stepped out of the car. She looked at the scene in front of her and instantly covered her small mouth, her face instantly pale. This is Li Liang's doing. She looked at the body in front of her and all she could feel was a churning in her stomach. After forcing herself to endure it, she stopped looking. Instead, he set his eyes on the cell phone that was broadcasting live. In the meantime, the crowd in the live broadcast room was even more directly boiling. "I'm going. What a death. No, it's just a matter of saying you'll do it. That young man really did it. One man chased after all these people who attacked them and took them all out? What about the arms dealer? He didn't get away unscathed, did he? I mean, this can't really be a movie, can it? How did he do that? It looks like these should all be enemies, and there really doesn't seem to be any sign of that arms dealer. It's alright, it's too much." And Yao looked at the pop-ups in the live broadcast, and that's when she remembered. Where's Li Liang? She forced herself to look back with nausea, but she did not see the young man's figure. But the next second, an earth-shattering explosion suddenly rang out in the distance. Chapter 70, What Unyielding Mercenaries? You have to bend. As this explosion rang out, and Yao's face turned a few shades paler. What's going on over there? The crowd followed the voice in unison. After a moment, an even more violent explosion came again from the distance. The black man, Du, looked into the distance and then at the truck burning in flames in front of him. That's when the response dawned on him. I said, why isn't His Excellency here? So this is only the first battlefield. Words. And Yao revealed a puzzled look and said, the first battlefield? The next moment she also seemed to figure it out. Are you saying that there was more than just this carload of people who attacked us? The black adept gave her a look and headed straight for the car, replying as he went, of course. Didn't you hear the explosions that just rang out in the distance? Your Excellency must still be in a firefight over there. Go, let's go over and take a look too. As the words fell, and Yao also rushed on, the rest of the team didn't drag their feet and drove straight toward the sound of the explosion. The other side. Laycoat, after yelling into the intercom a few times and still not getting a response, it finally dawned on me that the intercom had been damaged. Earlier, when he was in the car, he heard the regiment yelling about bazookas. Didn't even think about it and just jumped out of the car. Saved my little life though, but the price was that there were already multiple fractures on his body, and the slightest movement was a piercing pain. Realizing that someone was coming up behind him, he struggled against the pain to sit up, then looked at the young man in front of him with the sniper rifle. The pupils of his eyes narrowed slightly as he thought, "This is the arms dealer. Why so young?" Although he had previously seen from afar in the sniper rifle's magnifying glass, he could tell that the arms dealer was not very old. But now, after carefully measuring and looking, he realized that the face of this person in front of him was so childish. In Lei Code's shock, in a burning truck off to the side, a burnt, blackened man actually crawled out of it. Previous chapter, next page. Lei Code looked at him, a little shocked. "I can't believe there's someone still alive." This man was none other than his regiment. He was seen struggling and crawling to the side of the clearing, spitting a mouthful of blood from time to time. Upon seeing Lei Code, Squeak tried to say something, but couldn't. "It's hopeless." Lei Code gave him a deep look, then his eyes rested on the sniper rifle in Li Liang's hand. "That's the weapon that blew up our other truck." He was very confused. If killing 3 people in one shot with no vision is luck, that shot that blew up the truck was luck too? Aiming while driving, and then just this good shot at the truck's gas tank? No way. Absolutely not. No one can do it. Could it be the sniper rifle? He stared at Li Liang and the sniper rifle in the other party's hands with a deadly stare, quickly shaking his head in self-denial again. "And it can't be. That's just a sniper rifle. Could it really be luck?" Just as Lei Code was thinking, Li Liang had already walked up to him. Slowly, he opened his mouth to interrupt his thoughts. "What did you just say about support?" Lei Code froze, then his eyes stared at the expressionless Li Liang with dead eyes. "Especially think of your own regiment." The hatred in his eyes was even more undisguised. "You," was about to say something. Next, Li Liang gently moved the sniper rifle in his hand. The action made his heart stop for a moment as he watched. Lei Code gulped, quickly regaining his look of determination. He said with a cold grunt, "Humph, I have nothing to say to you. Although I don't know if you're out of your mind with your shooting skills or what. I'll tell you that after offending our unyielding mercenary corps, you're not far from death. We, the unyielding mercenaries, are not." The words were not finished. Li Liang raised the sniper rifle in his hand and clicked it to load. It was aimed directly at the man who had just climbed out of the truck. Bang! A bullet passed through and the man's head exploded right off. After doing that, Li Liang looked at the man in front of him and said with a calm face, "I didn't hear you just now. What did you say?" Lei Code stared blankly at the headless body not far away, swallowing non-existent saliva. His tone finally became less hard, and said, "Friends, enough already. We've already lost so many people. So you're done with your revenge. Hear that?" Li Liang frowned and said faintly, "Not enough." At that, Lei Code was stunned for a moment, and outright anxious. "Not enough? What do you mean?" "Friend, if you want to talk about losses, we've suffered most of the casualties than on the Camelot side." But his words had not yet fallen. Only Li Liang raised the sniper rifle in his hand and directly pressed it against the forehead of the man in front of him, then said coldly, "I'm only going to ask once. Why did you attack us?" This act directly scared Lei Code so much that his voice trembled. At this moment, where was there any hatred in his eyes? It was all clarity. "It's important to stay alive." You. What are you doing? "Friend, let's talk things over. It's a harmonious society now. Don't fight and kill at every turn. There's something we can discuss." But Li Liang didn't care what he said. He directly pulled the bolt and loaded the sniper rifle in his hand. After this action, Lei Code was finally unable to stop himself from yelling, "I say, it's the mission, a commissioned mission." After hearing this, Li Liang's expression went all weird for a moment. I had expected this man to be a tough guy, someone who would die without revealing his message. He was ready to finish him off with one shot, but he didn't expect the other party to let up at this time. What an indomitable mercenary group. A gun to the head is still not the right thing to bend. It's named. It really doesn't work. Li Liang coldly looked at the man in front of him and said, "What mission?" Lei Code finally let out a long breath when he saw his opponent drop the sniper rifle in his hand. There was a pause before he said slowly, "Attacking you is." "No, to attack you to be precise." Lyra frowned. "Me? Right." With a complex look, Lei Code nodded and then continued, "We, the unyielding mercenary corps, received a commission, and that person asked us to kill you. I don't know the reason. We mercenary corps do our work. As long as we pay enough, we don't ask about anything else." But, at that, Lei Code paused, an intense struggle in his eyes. Apparently he didn't know whether to reveal that bit of information either. After a moment, he looked at Li Liang and finally made up his mind. "My friend, if I say the words, can you let me live?" "Words." Lyra frowned. However, he did not speak, but proceeded to move the sniper rifle in his hand. Lei Code's eyes popped. Directly Jean stopped hesitating and hurried on. But this time the client, he's paying differently than before. He didn't give money, but a tank. Tank? Yes, it's an Eagle Sauce tank. Chapter 71, next time you'll have to start a pay-per-view. Eagle Sauce style? Li Liang's eyes narrowed slightly and his face darkened as he continued to pursue. It was someone from the Eagle Jam country who commissioned you? No. Seeing that the other party's face was not right, Lei Code was afraid that the other party would GA himself with a shot, and hurriedly replied, "The man's name is Oleander." He didn't sound like he was from Eagle Jam country, more like a local on our side of the border. It's just that we don't know where that Eagle Jam country got their tanks from. He just said they came from a clean source and were safe to use. Our headmaster didn't ask much. After all, the purpose of our unyielding mercenary corps is to get paid to do things, and we don't care about anything else. Lei Code finished under his breath, not daring to look the young man in the eye again. Now that he was seriously injured, his life was in the hands of the other party. Where does one dare to hide anything? Oleander? Li Liang stared at the man in front of him, his mind quickly searching for the name. But no matter how much I recalled, I couldn't figure out when I had offended such a person in this part of the world. Could it be the minions under Eagle Jam? A thought jolted out. Though that young plan prepared by himself can make the Eagle Sauce country not good enough to make another move against himself in the open for the time being. But if the other side is playing dirty in the shadows and getting those many minions of other countries under their command to do it, who can blame the Eagle Jam country? When he thought of this, a trace of clarity came to Li Liang's mind and his face regained its calmness. Just a smirk at the corner of his mouth. Eagle Sauce country, huh? You want to play? Then I'll play big with you. Seeing that Li Liang didn't say anything for a long time, Lei Code looked up in some confusion, but as soon as he looked up, what met his eyes was this young man's grim smile. He was so scared that he shuddered. What does this mean? I've already said what I need to say. He won't still want to kill me. Fear flared up in LeMay's mind. Who can't be afraid when facing death? Though he himself had been in 100 battles and had never blinked at killing, but for some reason, there was always a pang of uneasiness in his own heart as he looked directly into the young man's eyes, especially when one thought of the decisiveness with which the other party had just raised his gun to kill. That casual, unconcerned look. At this moment there was a rare hint of fear in his heart. He subconsciously glanced at Li Liang's face again. In a flash the fear in his heart plummeted. Two words welled up from the back of his mind. Young. Previous chapter, next page. So young. It looks as if he's a student. Just as Li Liang was contemplating, several SUVs with the flag of the Camel Country were parked a short distance away. Then the one at the front immediately came down with a man and a woman. It was In Yao and the black man, Do, who were holding their cell phones and were broadcasting live. Looking at the still burning truck on the ground, as well as a couple of bodies off to the side, Black Adu's eyes moved hard. He wasn't surprised though. This kind of result was only normal for him. But In Yao was confused, especially when she paled again at the sight of the charred, headless body. I couldn't help but feel my stomach lurch. Again, another carload of dead people. And Yao looked towards Li Liang, who was not far away, in a daze, and this scene was clearly seen by the crowd in the live broadcast. In an instant the pop-ups directly filled the screen, creating a storm. I'll go. Another carload of people. How long has it been? Taking out another carload, and he did it all by himself. Someone please tell me how he did it. Even the special forces couldn't do it, could they? One man chasing after two carloads of people and taking them all out. And did you see? There was another person in front of that arms dealer, who seems to be a terrorist who was captured alive. I just counted the bodies on the ground. There are at least 18 or 19 of them, and he alone took them all. That's not enough. He even captured one alive. This is outrageous, folks. I'm a military buff and from these battle marks it looks like both trucks were blown up. I really don't know how he did it. Two trucks exploded in separate locations, and what weapon did he use to hit the explosions? A gun? A grenade? That's not possible either. An Yao didn't bother to read the pop-ups. Strongly holding back his nausea, and the black man, Do, walked over to Li Liang. Seeing that someone had arrived, the Lei Code deputy head, who was sitting on the ground, instantly tensed up and looked at Li Liang with an uneasy expression. The black man, Do, also noticed the man on the floor and took the lead. My lord, this man is? Mercenary Corps. Li Liang faintly spat out a few words. A mercenary group? With a startled look on his face, the Negro adept continued. A mercenary group dares to attack the Camel Kingdom? Who gave them the guts? Words. Li Liang didn't answer this question, but instead looked at the lens in Yao's hand. Showing a harmless smile, he said, Ladies and gentlemen, this live broadcast ends here. I'm always welcome if you want to buy arms. As long as you have enough money, you can have whatever you want. We'll see you next time. The words fell, The hundreds of millions of people in the live broadcast room froze, especially since Li Liang had a harmless expression on his face at the moment. It was even more of an oddity for them. If we didn't still see these bodies on the ground, they all had to think that the young man really did look so harmless, but soon the crowd on the live stream was not happy, and said, "I'll be damned. So soon? I haven't seen enough. Yes, this live broadcast is also too exciting, too wonderful. Don't turn off Anchor, don't turn off Continue to broadcast Say, can those arms and weapons get on the link? Don't turn it off, don't turn it off. Big deal. We swipe money. We swipe gifts. Just don't turn off the live broadcast." Li Liang looked at the pop-up screen and his heart froze. A gift? Hiss. Why didn't I think of this? There are so many people in the live room. Wouldn't a paid live broadcast make a lot of money? Li Liangcheng's Hong hemmed and hawed, but soon he came back to the camera with a few dry coughs. Ahem. Next time for sure. He then waved to the camera after saying goodbye. In the midst of Yao's dumbfounded face, he snatched the phone and directly ended the live broadcast. Before Yao could say anything, he added, "There's no need to broadcast what happens next." After saying that, he looked at Do, who was on the side, and said, "It's not the Camel Kingdom that their mercenary group is going to attack. It's me." Ha! Do was stunned and his brows furrowed as he said, "Is it a task that someone has entrusted to them?" Li Liang didn't answer immediately, but only narrowed his eyes slightly and said, Do. Immediately pull up the satellite surveillance and inquire about the exact location of a mercenary group called the Unyielding Mercenaries, and continuously monitor it 24 hours a day from now on." "Aye, my lord." Do immediately returned. After saying that, Li Liang looked at the lay code on the ground again, then smiled slightly. Lay code shivered and trembled at the look. "You're not going to kill me, are you?" "Right." Chapter 72. I suspect he has a tracking system in his weapon. Late night, the other side. In the capital province of the Dragon Kingdom, in a mysterious compound. Somewhere in the conference room the dim lights were still on. On the projector in the conference room, it's a shot image taken from a sky viewpoint. The scene shows two trucks traveling one behind the other. In its wake followed far behind an army green SUV. Three cars chased each other. After a while, the SUV was about a kilometer away from one of the trucks. A sharp gunshot exploded. The windshield of that SUV can be seen in the footage blowing out instantly. Next, in a flash, the truck in front of us was hit by a bullet that went straight through the gas tank. Explosion snapped. Eventually the truck just blew up. The screen stops playing at this point. Then the two pictures in the projector show them. One is then an image of the truck as it exploded. The other was a live feed of Yao. Li Liang could be seen standing in front of a man with a sniper rifle in his hand. The Unyielding Mercenary Corps? Its strength outside of the country is considered to be in the middle to lower reaches. Its leader, Fei Luo, had served in a certain foreign mercenary regiment in the Gallic Chicken Country for 2 years, and his personal strength is quite a bit higher than the rest of the regiment. After the end of his service, he ran off to create the Unyielding Mercenary Corps near the Camel Country, and it's worth mentioning that the Unyielding Mercenary Corps can have the reputation they have now, mainly because of their tenet that they'll take on any commission as long as they're charging money for it. In the conference room, Chen Yi, who was in charge of broadcasting the screen, slowly spoke out. After a pause, he then spoke. As shown in the camera screen, the Unyielding Mercenaries are divided into two groups of people in two vehicles, totaling 19 people, under Li Liang's pursuit. All of them, except for that deputy leader in the picture, were wiped out. According to the data, from the time Li Liang started to set off in pursuit to the destruction of the Unyielding Mercenary Corps, the entire process only took less than half an hour. That's just on top of Li Liang conducting the attack alone. The satellite surveillance footage shows that there's a squad behind it. Previous chapter, next page. That sniper rifle held by Li Liang. Look at the shape. It's exactly the latest research of the Eagle Sauce Country. The specific power data, just released a little bit. The rest there's no way to know. Saying that, Chunyi enlarged the projector's image and fixed it in the sniper rifle in Li Liang's hand. Then there was a pause, and the picture changed again. This time it's a picture of Li Liang in a car holding a bazooka. He continued, "This rocket launcher he used, we even failed to check any data. It seems not researched by any country. Moreover, from the beginning to the end of the battle, Li Liang only fired a total of 3 shots, plus 1 rocket, killing a total of 18 people." As the words fell, he looked at the bigwigs present in front of him and let out a bitter smile, saying, "The above is the entire summary I made of this situation. For this arms dealer's weapons, even I can't make an accurate judgment. As for the tactical moves of the other side in this battle in terms of judging actions, it's not my area of expertise." After he finished speaking, The voice of a big brother slowly resounded in the conference room that had remained silent. Oh, 3 bullets, 1 shell, 18 men exterminated, 1 taken alive. This is the first time I've seen this kind of thing. 2. Since this is a tactical operation, let's let the pros have their say. Guofuai, you come. Yes. The big man smiled slightly, his eyes resting on a warrior in the corner of the conference room. This soldier stood straight in a military posture. Seeing the many bigwigs gazing at him, their expressions did not change in the slightest. Meanwhile, straight ahead, Guofuai, you've previously held the title of 4th Military Region Soldier King. Tell me, what do you think of this little guy? Receiving the big brother's instructions, the warrior named Guofuai heavily nodded his head and ably opened his mouth. Judging from the footage of this battle, this young man's actions can really be described in 2 words: creepy. Upon hearing this, the many bigwigs all revealed looks of interest. Guofuai paused and continued. He showed great military qualities during the initial attack on Camelot country. The first sniper round came without warning. Although it hit him, it was as if he had expected it, and after only 0.5 seconds after the hit, he used the impact to quickly duck inside the barrier with a roll. And in this footage, we can see that he got up and immediately set his eyes on where the enemy was shooting. That's no way for just an arms dealer, just a businessman, to have that kind of combat savvy. The words fell. He looked again at the bigwigs in the room and saw a brief moment of contemplation pass before he continued, followed by a chase in the next. Here is where I feel weird. With that said, he pointed to the projector and looked grave. 1 shot. Use a sniper rifle with 1 hand. Load it, aim it, and fire it while driving an SUV at high speed, and hit the enemy vehicle's gas tank with precision. And, from the battle footage, it seems that after this young man fired, the sniper rifle unexpectedly had no recoil and remained firmly in his hand. Even his own figure is unchanged. This is the most bizarre part of this battle. The warrior named Guofuai said this, and his expression became even more serious. He was a former king of soldiers. Having served in the special forces again, he was able to see more details about the not-so-long battle. There was no shortage of shock in his mind as he recounted it. The mind is also silently comparing if it is replaced with itself. Can you drive at high speed while hitting the fuel tank of an enemy vehicle with a sniper rifle with 1 hand? He shook his head in his mind, realizing very well that he couldn't do it. Suddenly, his eyes dimmed, and there was a slight weariness in his demeanor. In the later pursuit battle, Li Liang's actions were also extremely exaggerated. First killing 3 people in the enemy compartment with a single shot without any vision, and then later with a precise shot through the driver in the main driver's seat, and all of them were headshots. In addition, the reaction he made in the face of multiple people's firepower suppression was extremely exaggerated. As shown on the screen, although there is a distance of 800 meters from the enemy, this is still within the enemy's effective range, but he walked and dodged most of the bullets, and less than 10 hit the car. Speaking here, Guofuai suddenly paused and added, with such and such marksmanship, I really have to suspect that he's either a natural marksman or, in his weapon, there's a system for automatically tracking enemies. Chapter 73. He might be able to change the landscape of the world. Inside the conference room, Guofuai continued, one of the things that's even weirder, during the initial attack, Li Liang was hit by a sniper's rifle, so by all rights, even if he was wearing a bulletproof vest and survived, he should have suffered a considerable amount of injuries, but from the way he moved afterward in this image, it seems like he's fine at all. That's something I don't see. Is the problem with the body armor? Speaking here, his gaze went to Chen Yi in his seat, obviously questioning the military manufacturing bigwig. Chen Yi's face was grave, and he spoke with great certainty. I can be sure that being hit by a sniper bullet will definitely result in considerable injuries without dying. With that, he paused, then his words changed. But, if it's his body armor, it might make sense. As for what Hai said about weapon tracking, I think it's also likely to be true. This statement was made. The many military district bigwigs in the seat stared at him in unison, a face of disbelief. After coming back to his senses, someone soon burst out laughing. At the same time, a hot-tempered Commander Shao of the Central War Zone spoke directly. Commander Chen, what kind of joke are you making here on an occasion like this? This is nonsense. This kind of weapon locks the enemy? I'm afraid no one will be able to research such technology in another few decades. Don't tell me he's a high school student with the skills and resources to work on something like this. Several other commanders didn't speak though. However, they all nodded unanimously, agreeing with what Xiao Haoyu said. In his seat, Chen Yi shook his head with a bitter smile. Yeah, who would believe such a thing? Even if one had once heard Li Liang say it himself, he was still a little skeptical even now. just as he was about to explain something. At the main seat, a man in an old-fashioned military uniform coughed twice and spoke faintly. Ahem, everyone, Commander Chen is not joking. Seeing him vocalize, the commanders looked at each other in unison, their faces showing surprise. They didn't realize that this chief of general staff, it was surprising that he would believe such ridiculous remarks as Chun Yi's, and stand up for him. Xiao Haoyu's eyes were even wider as he looked at Chen Yi and then at the man in the main seat and said, Chief of Staff Lu, this, previous chapter next page. The words were not finished. The man in the main seat then waved his hand, signaling him to stop, then proceeded to continue. Regarding this matter of weapon tracking, Chen Yi has already spoken with me before. The arsenal received an order for arms from the Camel Country earlier. At first we thought it was a mistake, but at the end of the day, they completely specified that the order was sent to this high school student named Li Liang. Among the weapons up there is a bazooka that has an extremely long range, is extremely powerful, and most importantly, this bazooka locks the enemy. The words fell. The commanders of the districts had shocked faces. Body armor that protects against sniper bullets? A sniper rifle with automatic bullet tracking? And fucking lock the enemy even with a bazooka? When it's really a sci-fi movie? If this kind of thing were to come out of someone else's mouth, they wouldn't be able to believe it even if they were beaten to death. But today, these words came from the mouth of this chief of general staff. He couldn't possibly make such a humorous joke on this occasion, but these words they did not utter. In the end, they are also the commanders of the districts, the characters of half a lifetime in the military, even if they are shocked and surprised. Nor did he make a sound. There were just a lot of looks at this chief of general staff, waiting for what he was going to say. Chief of General Staff Lu cleared his throat and continued with a smile. On the matter of the weapons in the hands of this arms dealer, we have long since made up our minds. A long time ago, I asked Commander Chen to place an order with that arms dealer. It was a test run of sorts. If the weapons in his hands, the technology, are really true, then this young man is vital to our Dragon Kingdom. It's even quite possible that he could change the pattern of the world. Having said that, the many bigwigs in the conference room were silent for a long time. In the end, nothing was stated, except that in each of their gazes, this different meaning flickered. One of the big men spoke suddenly and casually as if he had remembered something. This Li Liang, little comrade, the risk factor of doing these things is not small. The people in the picture were knocked off their feet, and while they may not have been hurt, it was still too dangerous in the end. If he really does have the technology we want in his hands, then we should step up our protection. Hasn't the research department recently researched something new? Send it over for him to play with. The other side, the desert. At the supply point in Camelot Country, upon his return Li Liang immediately brought the live-captured vice-captain of Lei Code to Rushd's side. Then the situation was described in general terms. It made Rushd's heart burst as he listened. It's only been a short time since the attack, and you wiped out all those people? Li Liang nodded, looking a bit tired, pointing aside to Lei Code. He said, yes, in case you don't believe me I purposely brought one back alive. Rushd was speechless for a moment, though he himself had known before that this arms dealer had all but destroyed the Sea Dogs commandos of the Eagle Sauce Nation. But now that he was experiencing this feeling again, it was still somewhat unbelievable to him. Seeing that the other party did not speak, Li Liang added, Duke Rushd, don't worry, I said I would escort you there, so naturally I won't go back on my word. I will carry you through all dangers. The words fell, and Rushd were all confused for a moment. Immediately, with a face moved to tears in general, he pulled Li Liang's hand and said excitedly, Li, you really, I don't know what to say. Thank you so much. This is one of the most enjoyable times I've worked with you. Your service is just wonderful. I'm really too touched. From now on you'll be our best friend in Camel Country. When I go back, I'll definitely report to the king and make sure to give you a knighthood. Words. Lyra laughed dryly. Oh, a knighthood? Of course he knew it wasn't that simple. This Camel Country is nothing more than seeing that it is still in a position of strength. It's just a matter of trying to tie yourself to them. A knighthood is nothing more than a vanity. If the other side at the moment to open a high price, give tens of billions, hundreds of billions of euros or whatever, then he or she might be able to consider it. Duke, a knighthood or something. There's no need for that, but right now I do have something I need Camel Kingdom's help with. Oh, Li, go ahead and say it. Your business is our Camel Country's business. With a serious face, Rushd clapped his chest and exclaimed, Hiss, I'm relieved to have you say that. Hearing this, Li Liang instantly became energized. The only hint of exhaustion left on his face was gone. He was seen pulling a handful of plastic shards out of his jacket pocket and whispering, Duke Rushd, the bank card you gave me during the battle just now shattered. Would you see if you can replace it with another one? Rushed followed the gaze and froze on the spot. Ha, that's it? Chapter 74. Snatch him up and make him his own. 5 in the morning. At the desert supply point, Li Liang jumped onto the roof of the SUV and sat cross-legged, replacing the sniper rifle in his hand with a brand new magazine. A cigarette was dangling from his mouth. Then he tapped the roof of his fearful car gently. Come on, let's go. Du in the car whispered back and started the vehicle. After a short pause, the convoy also finally resumed driving towards the Camelot country's military base. Lyra sat on the roof of the car, humming a cheerful-sounding ditty. As for the conflict that had just occurred, killing people and whatnot, he had long since put it behind him. War. There's no such thing as an undead person, especially in the business of arms dealers. It is not unusual to encounter wars and conflicts. It was enough for him to preserve himself and those he cared about. Of course, making a lot of money selling arms is essential. An hour later, a sliver of fishbelly white slowly rose in the sky. Gradually, light also appeared in this land. The caravan of the Camel Kingdom happened to be passing by a city near the Baton Kingdom at the moment, and Yao inside the car looked over there from a distance. The only thing that came into view were the crumbling ruins and the shell-damaged buildings, and a body covered with a white cloth on the side of the road. Their families with their children were kneeling and wiping tears from their eyes. This scene made in Yao's heart heavy. She couldn't help but mutter, saying, Li Liang, do you think that the arms and weapons you sell will hit these innocent civilians as well? Words. Li Liang on the roof of the car was silent for a while before he finally spoke. I don't know. I don't want to know. Business is about supply and demand. If someone buys, someone sells. Driving can kill. Smoking can kill. Aren't there any innocent civilians among these people? My gun has a safety on it, and it's not always the good guys that I kill. And besides, haven't you ever heard the saying? And Yao was silent for a moment and asked, what words? Li Liang looked at the distant sky and smiled slightly, remembering what a teacher in the Dragon Kingdom had said, then said, truth is only within the range of a cannon, and dignity is only above the blade of a sword. Big reporter, think of it another way. If their country had been so powerful that they had weapons that made everyone afraid, would they still have been invaded? And Yao proceeded to be silent. The truth was just like that. She couldn't refute it. At this moment, she suddenly understood. Peace that comes from being strong. What a blessing it is to live in a country as powerful as the Dragon Kingdom. 2 hours later. Previous chapter. Next page. Li Liang was still sitting cross-legged on the roof of the car. At this moment the convoy had reached the entrance to the military base of the Camel Country. Not long after the military base, a team was sent to conduct an inspection. Everyone got out of the car, just checking in to Li Liang's place. The soldier froze for a moment as he looked at both Li Liang and in Yao's appearance. A Rukoku? Sakura Nation? Or is it the land of the stick? His brain raced. One word immediately popped into his head. Not good. Could it be a spy? Freeze. Show me your papers. The soldier subconsciously raised the rifle in his hand at this moment, all the while speaking to several soldiers in the distance. Back up. 2 suspicious persons have been spotted. This statement was made. Soldiers who were conducting a routine inspection in the distance immediately surrounded them. With a speechless face, Li Liang looked helplessly towards the put where Rushed was. Duke Rushed? This is. Words. Rushed, who was registering at the entrance, followed the sound. In his heart, he immediately screamed a bad word and immediately ran over with his ass in the air. Drop the gun. This is a misunderstanding. Rushed yelled. Then he was seen pulling the lead soldier over, seemingly explaining something. After a while, Li Liang then saw the soldier and a flash of surprise lit up his eyes. When he looked at Li Liang, the only thing he carried in his gaze was respect. Finally, the lead soldier nodded to Li Liang and called away the soldiers that surrounded them all together. Then Rushed came over. He looked at Li Liang with an apologetic face and said, Li, I'm sorry, I neglected to notice. Li Liang waved his hand, signaling that he didn't care. Then thoughtfully, looked at the gate of the military base and said, Duke, now that this shipment of arms has been safely delivered, it is time for me to go. Rushed mused for a moment before smiling. Not going in to take a look? Don't be so outgoing, just make yourself at home. Li Liang shook his head, and Rushes couldn't be bothered to continue retaining it, and so the two parted ways here. 12 noon. Li Liang and his group drove to a city in the Baton country. The area has not yet been affected by the war and is relatively peaceful. Still could see many homeless people sitting on the streets though. Li Liang and the others entered the city and immediately looked for a hotel and had a meal on the way. A dozen or so people are also a bit tired in the midst of escorting arms. I can't even fight my way through a meal. So after the meal, Li Liang waved his hand and said, take a break and don't give me any trouble. We'll meet at 5 p. I have something to say. After getting his statement, it was only then that the tightly wound emotions of the black man, Do, and a dozen or so of his minions were completely released. In twos and threes the group went off to find a place to rest and recuperate. They don't all have to stay together during the rest period. Feel free to do what you want. Anya went back to her hotel room as well, muttering before she left that she was going to take a big screaming nap that no one could wake up from. To this Li Liang turned a blind eye. You don't wake up at 5 o'clock. I'll leave you here. And when the minions are gone, Li Liang also casually walked on top of the dilapidated streets. There was just one question that kept running through his head. Eagle Sauce Country repeatedly bully me. How should I fight back? Well, and that unyielding mercenary group, they simply don't kill them all. They need to think differently. How about, why don't we just set up a military base here, and then let them people work for me to make money and sell arms together to atone for their sins? Think about it. A brilliant light erupted in Li Liang's eyes. That's a good idea. The sale of arms is made into a chain industry, and in time it will be practiced all over the world. Isn't that much faster money than selling it alone, by yourself? But soon a question spared his mind again. But it's too slow to ship the arms from the island here to sell them, and it takes time to build a base, so the efficiency of making money is greatly reduced. Thinking of this, Li Liang suddenly stumbled on his feet and suddenly figured something out, only to see him clap his hands in excitement like a thatch. No, why do I have to sell my own arms? It's not the same to sell someone else's. It's all about selling arms anyway. Who's to sell is not to sell. I seem to remember that the Eagle Jam Nation has a military base over here. Wouldn't it be better if I just robbed and made him my own and sold the weapons in his base? Chapter 75 Li Liang's System, Requesting Votes, Dilapidated Streets. Li Liang's eyes erupted with a brilliant light. This sudden idea pleased him immensely. Just then there was a shout from behind him. My lord! He looked back to the street entrance, where the black man, Du, was walking toward him. Li Liang glanced at his watch, then looked at him faintly and said, What is it? The black man, Du, looked around and, seeing no one else around, handed over the cell phone in his hand. On the phone, a picture taken by a satellite was displayed. On it was a bearded man. This person. Something looks familiar. Li Liang took the cell phone and after scanning it, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a thoughtful look as he added, Seems like I've seen it somewhere. It was at this point that the black man, Du, nodded and continued. My lord, this place is the headquarters of the unyielding mercenaries. I was looking for surveillance and I found this guy. If I remember correctly, this man's name is Nikolai, and he had an arms deal with us once before, that time near the high seas of the Dragon Kingdom. Nikola? Hearing that name, Li Liang instantly recalled it. There is such a person. He looked at the picture in his phone and frowned slightly. The name was repeated over and over in his mind. He naturally knew about the news of Nikolai's defeat and disappearance earlier. Rumor has it that the man was captured by the Eagle Jam Nation. Since he was captured by the Eagle Jam Nation, that's unlikely to be released so soon. But now why the sudden appearance on the Camelot side? And it still appeared in the Unyielding Mercenaries, an organization that was hostile to him? A series of questions unfolded in his mind. Eagle Sauce Nation, defeated and captured. Nikolai, the Unyielding Mercenaries who received the commission. The payoff is an Eagle Jam-style tank. Wacky, something always feels wrong. Suddenly, previous chapter next page. There was an instant glimmer of brightness in Li Liang's eyes, and his thoughts were instantly clear. Could it be that this Nikolai has turned against us after being captured by Eagle Jam? Li Liang gave a cold snort at the bottom of his heart. Himself had wondered before. How did the Eagle Jam Nation know they were going to trade with the Camel Nation? Now that seems like it all makes sense. Handing the cell phone in his hand back to the black man, Du, then nodded and added, I know, let's go. Back to the hotel. Back to the hotel room. Li Liang unlocked the door as soon as he entered the house, and then closed the window curtains together. That's what sat on the bed. At the moment there was still some time before the assembly, but he had no intention of resting. After pricking up his ears and listening again for movement outside the door, it was only then that his face was grave and he cried out mentally, System panel, open. As the words fell, a roar went through his head. Ding! With that a blue curtain of light quietly appeared in front of him. This is Lyra's system. Since he last came out of the detective bureau unscathed, the sniper rifle that the quest rewarded arrived the next day. Then he realized that he had been able to summon this system at will. After a general understanding, he also understood how the system should be used. Anything on there is going to take real-life money to unlock. For example, this option called Battle Panel. It was Li Liang who spent $30 million to unlock the opening. With that thought, his gaze fell back to the battle panel. A look of flesh pain flashed in his eyes. Unlocking this panel nearly emptied my kitty, but it's a really good feature. Li Liang's eyes revealed a thoughtful look. Previously shot by sniper fire while escorting a Camelot convoy. On the sidelines it seems to be your own life. Or they think the other sniper's accuracy is not good. But in reality, only Li Liang himself knew that it was all because of the system's battle panel. Why don't we all just add more this time? Body armor won't protect your head. Think about it. Li Liang pulled out the bank card given by Camelot Nation in his pocket, then looked at the system panel again. Most of the above options failed to unlock. Only a handful of options are lit. He gazed at the blue light screen and after thinking for a moment, he tapped on the weapon panel. In it are the weapons he has produced so far. Any kind of weapon. As small as a pistol, a revolver Sandhawk, big as fighter jets, strategic missiles, etc. And that recently produced weapon was the same sniper rifle he used to hunt down the indomitable mercenaries. This is the same one that was given a bonus by the system when you walked out of the detective division earlier. After checking it out, Li Liang frowned. Weapons, if you change them, can't be produced now. And it's perfectly adequate to deal with these people right now with just a sniper rifle. Think of it this way. Li Liang finally tapped on the battle panel. There was a series of messages displayed on it. Host, Li Liang. Agility, 11. Strength, 15. Intelligence, 10. These information points cost $1 million for each additional point. Look at the information. Another color of flesh pain flashed in Li Liang's eyes. But it was only when he thought about the time he was hit by a sniper rifle that the look of flesh in his eyes slowly faded. A few moments later finally clenched his teeth. Taped the bank card in his hand to the system's screen. The other side. Inside the hall of the headquarters of the unyielding mercenaries. Nikolai couldn't calm down at all and kept walking around the hall. A few moments later he looked to Farrell, who was in a seat off to the side, and said angrily, Philo, is this what you call easy? I told you long ago, don't just take on that arms dealer without absolute certainty. Well now, you tell what to do? On the side, Fei Luo's face was even more gloomy, even his eyes were covered in blood. It was then that the cry for help was heard from Deputy Chief Laycode. He was shocked. The other guy was after them alone? At the time, he was on the verge of wondering if there was something wrong with his ears. But the horrified voice from across the room didn't sound like a joke. One man chasing 19 people? Isn't that funny? 19 men, each one with a bullet could have made a hornet's nest out of the other. Now you're saying he's on the hunt? But the thought of what Nikolai said. Still, he immediately headed for the battlefield with the remaining dozen or so members of the regiment. But all the things on the battlefield shocked him again. 2 trucks were completely destroyed and 18 bodies were burned beyond recognition. Not even the body of their deputy chief could be found. It's not. What the hell is going on? Is the other side coming after you with a cannon? Inside the hall at the moment, Farrell looked at Nikolai, then said angrily, Oleander, don't you get mad at me here. I've now lost half of the mercenary corps members, all of whom I've carefully trained. So tell me, who's going to compensate me? Nikolai grunted coldly and rejoined, anyway, I'm getting through to you. That arms dealer is flawed and you either need to hurry up and take someone to find a way to take care of him now. Either that, or you'll be waiting for him to come beating down your door to settle the score with you. I wasn't going to stay with you anyway. With those words, Nikolai left directly, and as he reached the door he added, don't say I'm unkind. You've lost so many men. You can have this tank. After saying that, he didn't stop and walked towards the door, leaving only the gritted teeth Fei Luo in the hall. His eyes were red and his face twisted as he suddenly stood up. Then slamming the table in front of him, he said angrily, this damned arms dealer. I won't take this revenge until I've sworn it. Chapter 76, let's go straight. Or should we say hello first? Nighttime. Baton abroad. With his sniper rifle in hand, Li Liang climbed onto the roof of the car with a few jumps and sat down cross-legged, eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze flung into the distance. In front of him the black man, Du, and a host of heavily armed minions were straightening up and waiting for the Lord to give his orders. Anyao got out of the car and yawned. Looking at the heavily armed officers in front of him, he was dumbfounded in place. What's this for? The deal is done. You don't have to be so serious to go home. She glanced out of the corner of her eye at Li Liang, who was toying with his sniper rifle on the roof of the car, then whispered another question to Do, who was off to the side. Hey, is this our way back to the island? Du was about to make a reply. Li Liang on the roof of the car, however, snaps out of it. Big reporter, turn on the live feed, and remember, cover the screen first and show them later. And Yao looked puzzled and said, why are you opening the live broadcast again? It's all done trading. What else is there to broadcast? And, to start a live broadcast you don't show people the picture, just listen to a sound? What kind of? The words just came out. A bad feeling rose in the back of her mind. No live screen? Is this some kind of secret operation that no one can know about? And it seems like a bit of deja vu with this current formation. Yeah. It's like that time when he was watching Li Liang and the others go against the Sea Dog Raiders on surveillance. Is there really a special operation? One thought. An Yo was instantly uneasy. At this point, Li Liang finally said with some impatience, "Turn on the live feed when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much? Believe it or not, I'll leave you in the desert." At those words, An Yao's petite body trembled, and her eyes looked at Li Liang with a gust of panic. "The young man in front of me kills without blinking an eye. How can it be a joke to say you left yourself here?" A few moments later, An Yao turned on the live broadcast again under Li Liang's threat, even though it was late at night. But because of what they did before, there are quite a few people who are concerned. This live account of An Yao's, in particular, already had tens of millions of followers. Once the live stream opens, the barrage of pop-ups slammed back in. Wow, Sister An Yao is on the air again. What's the live broadcast about this time? Selling arms? Or are we going to have a firefight with a certain troop? Why is there no picture? Is the equipment malfunctioning? What's going on? How come there's only sound but no picture? Is today's program an audio broadcast? Where's Li? I want to see Li Xin. Brother Li, it's me. I'm your best friend. Previous chapter, next page. Looking at the pop-ups that the netizens were on the verge of revolting, and Yao could only explain one sentence. "Gentlemen, this is a covert operation and it's not convenient to show it to everyone. Let's all listen to the sound for a moment." After a while, upon hearing this, the netizens' attention was quickly drawn to the words covert operations. Covert action? I'll go. Is this something big? What? So mysterious. It's making me itchy. Say, where are you going to go now? You can always reveal it. It's fine. It's fine to actually listen to the voice. Other than that, hey, I'll just brainstorm. This one up here. You've watched too much Little Yellow Table, right? You have a rich imagination. Just when the netizens were curious, a few voices suddenly came from the live feed. Obviously, it was the voices of Li Liang and the black man. "Ah, do. My lord, it's here. Are we going to do it straight away? Or are we going to say hello and then do it? I'll give them a shot if they say hello first." Then another voice was heard, obviously Lyra's. "There's no rush. Where's Thunder? Give me all of it." Listening to the dialogue coming from the screen Li, but not seeing the picture, netizens have already started to frantically brainstorm images. What did I hear? What the fuck? Who's Li going to fuck? It's not like there won't be any weird noises coming later, right? And what's the point of giving someone a shot? What kind of weird way to say hello? Thunder? What thunder? Damn, it's getting curious. The other end of the dark picture, Li Liang and the others had stopped at an out-equals-place location. A kilometer away is an abandoned factory. The entire perimeter was barricaded with barbed wire. You can still faintly see the activity inside. The personnel standing guard, looking at the lights over there. The Negro leapt to his feet holding that bazooka. The other junior was crouching on the ground, and in front of him was a pile of various types of mines. High explosive mines, incendiary mines, triggered mines, timed burst mines. After filling up a whole backpack before handing it over to Li Liang, "My lord, be careful." Li Liang calmly nodded and said, "You guys wait here." Then carrying a heavy backpack, silently, he felt his way toward the brightest house in front of him. Inside the unyielding mercenaries, in front of a clearing at the moment all the members of the regiment were already fully armed. The same goes for Philo. He swept his face solemnly over the members of the group before him. His eyes finally settled on the slowly moving tank, and his heart was suddenly at ease again. With this, wouldn't it be easy to kill that arms dealer, even if you're good? Can you fuck a tank? Farrell mentally grunted before addressing the group. "I'm sure you all know about our operation this time." Words. The members of the unyielding mercenary corps straightened their backs and looked grave. "That hateful arms dealer took out half of our mercenary group's men." Farrell clenched his fists, almost gritting his teeth. "They were all brothers with whom we've had lifelong friendships. They died at the hands of that arms dealer. There were even brethren who failed to leave even their bones behind. Even more so for Vice Captain LeMay, whose body could not be found, and who I fear has been captured. Brothers, when have we, the unyielding mercenary corps, ever suffered such disgrace? Speaking of which, the anger in the hearts of the members of the group was mobilized. The unyielding mercenary corps? The reason why it was called the unyielding mercenary corps. Then naturally, they have their own pride, focusing on an unyielding. The members who joined the unyielding mercenary corps, without exception, carried this belief in their bones. Being captured is their backlash. They would rather die than be captured. At this moment, when they heard Fei Luo's words, they couldn't hold back their screams any longer. Fuck that arms dealer. Make sure he pays for it. Give them hell. Avenge the dead brothers. Kill. Cut off his head for the wine. Looking at the combative members of the group before him, Lei Code nodded in satisfaction. The momentum, already rendered in place. Next, it's the death of that arms dealer. Think about it. His eyes were back on the tank that had just started up not far away. At once, his heart was a little more in the right place. Only he hadn't noticed, while looking at the tank, that there was a dead end in a place where none of the surveillance could shine. There was also a gaze watching him silently at that moment. After hearing the words of these core members, the owner of that gaze couldn't help but look odd. Chapter 77, Do not go to the head and do not get attached to the battle, and do it violently without saying a word. The darkness of the night. Inside the headquarters of the unyielding mercenaries, a figure roamed around the corners. After each wander, a delayed grenade is silently left in place. Even a few grenades were left in the cars those mercenary corps members were about to head to right in. On the barbed wire, in the piles of supplies, in the halls of the mercenary corps, in the dormitories, in the trucks, Lyra's figure flashed everywhere, and the surveillance as well as the guards were as if they couldn't sense his presence at all. Only when a whole backpack was all empty and suffocated did Li Liang slowly exit this dangerous place that was already filled with bombs everywhere. My lord has returned. When Li Liang's minions saw him return, they all gathered around at once. Only Li Liang was seen holding a detonator in his hand. Looking at the minions, he spoke calmly. Repeat the purpose of this operation. The minions looked at each other in all directions and quickly responded with a playful laugh. Charge as soon as the thunder strikes, and try to catch them alive. Do not get on top. Do not get attached. Do it hard and fast without a word. Anyo was confused. When did you have a purpose? What the hell? Holy shit, that rhymes. No, what operational purpose is so abstract? I'm sorry, but I've brainstormed a bunch of burly guys smiling obscenely. It's so inexplicably comical. Someone please tell me what kind of action Lee God is actually doing. I'm dying of anxiety. Who the hell is doing it? How? The darkened live room. The netizens were so cold that they were practically crying with laughter when they heard these slogans. I don't know what they're doing, but I can punch in these bits and pieces of dialogue and snippets as well. Brainstorm a blockbuster action movie. See that the minions have a good understanding of the spirit of this operation. Li Liang also nodded with satisfaction and said, Okay, ready. He turned around and faced the direction of the indomitable mercenaries, then gently pressed the detonator in his hand. At the same time, the minions beside him had wailed and rushed over. Charge! Fuck them! Inside the unyielding mercenaries. Previous chapter next page. Farrell put on his helmet, then with a serious face, addressed a few of the newly recruited members of the corps beside him. I told you guys to familiarize yourselves with that tank earlier, so you should have all figured it out. Don't worry, Chief. This stuff isn't hard. But, Chief, where did you get this great treasure? It cost a lot of money, didn't it? A member of the regiment smiled, his eyes resting on the tank in the distance. The eyes were full of eagerness as well as admiration for the chief. Farrell grinned, raising his head all of 3 times, and then said proudly, This stuff, just get it. I've got a little bit of contacts over in Eagle Jam country. People send it directly. As the words fell, the 3 members of the group were even more surprised in their eyes. One is really with the right people. This mercenary group, not only can they get tanks from Eagle Jam, but they also have connections over in Eagle Jam? The strength of this chief is really unfathomable. Seeing them show their adoration, Fei Luo's heart was soothed and he added, All you guys have to do is follow me, Farrell, and I can get even Eagle Jam's fighters to fly. Not to mention tanks, like this little tank. I don't even care to have it. The words were not yet spoken. Next moment, boom! The violent explosion sounded as if heavenly thunder had descended, and the entire mercenary group's headquarters shook. The firelight, it snapped to life before their eyes. A sniper's rifle shot then followed through the sky. Farrell was so dumbfounded that even his hand, pointing at the tank, paused there as if time had been suspended. In the distance, the tank of the Eagle Jam country, with the grenade inside, was directly pierced through a large hole. Before he could react, explosions rang out in quick succession. More than one place, on the barbed wire, in the piles of supplies, in the dormitories, and even in the mercenary hall behind him. Splendid flames exploded everywhere. One time, panicked cries and howls of agony echoed across the land. This sudden scene directly caused Head Farrell's entire body to freeze. He couldn't figure it out. It had just been fine slash. How suddenly, without warning, right in front of his eyes, blown up? Farrell's brain was a little foggy, and by the light of the burning fire, his eyes looked into the distance. There were a dozen or so silhouettes, their mouths emitting ape-like cries, scrambling toward them. Farrell thought he was blind, and hurriedly rubbed his eyes, but the scene before us did. Watching this outrageous scene, Fei Luo's pupils contracted. Monkey, no, an ape has become a sperm? Soon after, gunshots rang out. The sound of heavy gunfire pulled Farrell's thoughts back, and that's when he finally reacted and shouted, "Enemy attack! It's an enemy attack! Don't disorganize yourself! Take cover! Take cover! Fark! Why is this place suddenly exploding? An enemy attack? How come there was no sign at all?" The explosion still sounded from inside. Did the enemy get inside? What's going on? Couldn't have blown up over at the ammo dump? Can't be. How can an ammo dump blow up for no apparent reason? The sudden explosion drew the two core members into confusion. They took cover behind the truck, hiding from the dust from the explosion. But suddenly, a member of the group's body stiffened, then looked at his teammate next to him and said, "Did you hear that? I thought I heard a clock ticking." Hear that? The members of the group next to him were silenced and came down to listen carefully. Soon he was serious with a serious face. "There is, but why is this clock getting louder and louder? And it seems as if it's getting faster? Kind of like a ticking time bomb?" As soon as these words came out, both of their bodies stiffened at the same time, and then they looked at each other in disbelief. One of them reacted extremely quickly and pulled his legs out, but it was a step too slow after all, and the next second the bomb on the truck exploded violently. One member of the troop directly turned into a bloody mist and exploded, and the fleeing member's legs were blown off. A miserable howl fell to the ground. This same scene, it's played out constantly within this mercenary group. The mercenary corps members realized that the entire headquarters seemed to be stuffed with mines. After the initial wave of timed explosions, more of a triggered mine sounded inside the headquarters. These grenades are like ghosts, always appearing in corners they don't expect. Someone soon found out. A group of personnel had rushed to them at some point as the headquarters blew up. When he looked up again, it was a rifle against his head. "You guys," it was too late for these corps members to react. The next second, he was struck in the back of the head by the butt of another man's gun and passed right out. Chapter 78. What weapons do you need, my friend? At this point, a kilometer away, Anyao held up her cell phone and was looking in the direction of the distant explosion. The continuous sound of explosions made her heart burst. Oh my god, how many mines did Li Liang lay? And the live streamers were still left with nothing but pitch black. However, at this moment, when he heard the movement coming from the screen, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Hiss! What a fierce explosion! It's been going on for minutes. What the hell is going on? It's really killing me. Turn on the live feed. I really can't help it. The blacked out live feed made many netizens anxious. The explosions on the screen kept them brainstorming. It seemed to them that there was definitely a mini battle of no less than 100 people going on at the other end of the live feed. Weapons of all kinds were roaring and growling. Machine guns, rifles, grenades, sniper rifles, and the shouts coming from the distance made them tense up as well. Battles of 100 men or more. That's a rare sight in reality. Now that they have a chance to see it, how can these netizens not be anxious? Open the screen. Let me see. Li Shan. I want to see Li Shan. This battle will definitely stir the world. Sister reporter, please, let us watch it live and see it. Yeah, it's really rare to see such an immersive live broadcast. Battles of 100 or more? And Yao looked at the many pop-ups in the live broadcast. It shook hard inside. The distance was too great for her to see just how many people were exchanging fire up ahead. All that could be seen was the constant flames of explosions coming out, which were interspersed with screams and the apes and monkeys of Li Liang's minions. Shout STH. Not really. Li Liang he, with a dozen or so people, dares to fight hundreds of people? Just thinking about it. It didn't take long. The explosions in the distance had then stopped completely. Why is it silent? And Yao was a bit puzzled as she looked left and right towards the direction of the explosion. She wasn't the least bit worried about Li Liang and the safety of this squad. After all, back then, in the monitoring room of the island, she had witnessed Li Liang's squad's terrifying firepower crushing. Another moment of silence. Previous chapter, next page. A man stepped out of the light ahead. She looked away in confusion. The visitor was none other than Black Brother Du, who greeted him with a wave of his hand. Come on over. It's over. And Yao was visibly stunned and said, it's settled so quickly? This statement was made. The netizens in the live stream completely exploded. What the hell? It's only been a few minutes and hundreds of people have been taken care of by Li Shun? I'll be damned. Are the people on the other side made of dough? So unbeatable? Hundreds of steamed buns have to be eaten for a few days. how come it's over? And Yao glanced at the pop-up, then followed Black Brother Ado forward. Next, her whole body just froze in place. Only a mess was seen inside the headquarters of the unyielding mercenary corps. 7 or 8 people held their heads and crouched disheveled on the ground. Next to these people, a man with a blonde back was backhandedly pinned down by 2 of Li Liang's minions. His eyes were filled with hatred, but his face was surprisingly calm. This time, their unyielding mercenary corps could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Over the years, the corps that had been cultivated as well as recruited died out almost entirely at once. And what pissed him off even more was that once the battle started, the sound of thunderbolts exploding everywhere within the mercenary group was filled with the sound of thunderbolts exploding. Even the attackers were seen, and the regiment was already mostly dead. Fei Luo's eyes were dead set on the young man in front of him. Ask the one question that he wanted to know the most at the moment. I'd like to know how you managed to plant a bomb inside us without a word? One must know that there was only one way to enter their unyielding mercenary corps headquarters. That side is guarded by corps members on a 24-hour rotation. It was simply impossible to slip in unnoticed, let alone plant how many bombs inside their mercenary group. Li Liang looked at him and said without a care in the world, "Walked in." Philo was stunned. Then his face grimaced as he said, "Walk in? Impossible. If you walked in, how could our people in the monitoring room not report it? Did you bribe them?" Upon hearing this, Li Liang didn't bother to answer and just said to An Yao, who had just arrived, "You can turn the live feed on." And Yao froze and nodded, before turning the live feed back on. At this point the audience in the live broadcast room had long been unable to hold back. As soon as the screen opened, what met their eyes was the gruesome scene that had been bombarded by Thunderbolt, as well as the captives crouching on the ground with their heads in their hands. Finally I can see the picture. Holy shit, what's going on here? Was this place bombed with missiles? Where is this? Who is Li Shin engaged in battle with? Captives? What kind of people are these captives? It can't be the Eagle Jam Nation again. Li Shun, quickly explain the explanation. What the hell is going on? Li Liang scanned the pop-up, then made a standard serviceable smile and said, "Ladies and gentlemen of the audience, the truth is that people are getting the wrong idea. They are not captives. We didn't have a firefight, much less a confrontation. These guys, they're actually my trading partners." When these words came out, not only the audience in the live broadcast room was confused, even Chief Farrell and his group of minions were equally dumbfounded. They exchanged glances, then looked at the young arms dealer in wonder. A deal? What kind of deal could they have with this arms dealer? What the hell is this? Soon the live stream audience was asking. "Ha? A deal? What kind of deal? An arms deal? No, right, deal? How come I just heard movement that was clearly artillery and gunfire? Yeah, and it's a trading site? There's a deal scene like this? I don't get it. Li Shun, what are you getting at?" Li Liang looked at the pop-up and smiled back. Yes, one of the viewers just guessed correctly. It's an arms deal. The words fell. The black man, Do, walked out of the hall of the unyielding mercenaries with 7 of his minions. They had several rifles in their hands. Even his body was covered with 2 or 3 rifles. The black man, Do, walked up to Li Liang and opened his mouth. "My lord, all the guns from their warehouse are here." "Okay." Lyra nodded and picked up one of the rifles. Then he walked over to Philo and smiled. "My friend, I wonder what kind of arms and weapons you need." Fei Luo looked at the rifle in Li Liang's hand that belonged to the mercenary group and wondered, "What are you talking about?" Li Liang replied, still continuing with a serious face, "I have here dozens of rifles, dozens of pistols, countless bullets are all of excellent quality. Now during this special period, I can sell you cheaper. I wonder, my friend, how much are you going to pay for it?" With that, he loaded the rifle in his hand in passing. Seeing this scene, Fei Luo's body trembled violently. His forehead quickly covered in cold sweat. At the same time the brain spun rapidly. Chapter 79, You're not buying, are you? Begging for votes. As soon as Li Liang's words came out, the audience in the live broadcast room was stunned at first, and then someone reacted. "That's not right. Why do I seem to be looking? These guns were moved from their house?" "When you said that, I noticed it too. What an operation. Take, oh no, robbing someone's weapon and selling it back? Who can do business better than you? I'm really impressed. He doesn't sell all the arms by robbing them, does he? Wouldn't that be zero cost? It's really unbeatable." Sighed. Head Farrell looked aside at the guns that had been removed from their mercenary group. Another look at the young man before him, sparing himself the delayed reaction. At this moment, he finally understood the other party's meaning. It's about getting your own money for your life. Think about it. His face instantly grew a few more shades of gray. Buying a life is buying a life. What kind of operation is it to rob your own weapons and then sell them back to you? And what the fuck is this about an arms deal? If you want money, just say so, and make such a fuss. What a bullshit deal. But it can't be helped, now that he's been caught by this arms dealer. Right now there was nothing to do but cooperate, or else I was afraid that it would be hard to escape death. With a long sigh, Farrell finally spoke. My friend, if I buy it, will you let me and my regiment live? This statement was made. The crouching members of the group looked at their leader in unison. In their eyes, the chief's figure suddenly towered over them. There were even a few members of the group whose eyes were red. Headmaster, you really? The next moment, as if he intended to show it, Pharaoh shook his head bitterly. There's no need to say much. You've all been with me for so long. I've long treated you as brothers. How could I leave you all alone? But to spend some money, Philo understood in his mind. Since this arms dealer is trying to buy his own life with money. Previous chapter next page. Then it must be safe for the period of time that you have not yet paid out your own money. But what's the point? At this moment, the unyielding mercenary corps could almost be said to exist in name only. People are disorganized. As the head of the group, if he doesn't make some more moves to buy people's hearts, I'm afraid that after this incident, the mercenary group that has been painstakingly operating for many years will no longer be able to exist. But the scene played out. Directly, the many viewers in the live broadcast room couldn't help but spit. Hey, what a good leader. If I were, I'd be willing to follow such a compassionate leader. Yes, to my willingness. Are you all blind? I think it's quite fake. It's clearly buying the hearts of these juniors. Can't you all see that? Off to the side, Farrell lowered his head, his eyes peeking at the gun on that floor. The mind rushed to the pinch. Guns don't have a lot of bullets, and the most expensive ones are only $2,000 apiece. Even if it's 10 times higher than the market price, I can afford it. When he thought of this, his heart felt a lot more at ease. But in the eyes of these members of the regiment, the chief already looked forlorn and miserable. So they all gritted their teeth and looked at the young man, the hatred in their eyes all increasing quite a bit. Lyra raised an eyebrow when he saw the gaze cast toward him. This chief is really good at buying people's hearts. No wonder it's made something of a name for itself. Then he gave a harmless smile and said, What are you talking about, my friend? I'm a businessman, and I never do anything that involves fighting and killing. Words. The corner of Farrell's mouth twitched. Shameless, not dry? Then how do you explain these bodies on the ground? 24 of them. Die by yourself? Shameless, so shameless. These words, however, he did not say out loud, and with a deep breath to force himself to calm down, he continued, Well, since you put it that way, I'll take all these guns. Name your price. How much for a handful? Hearing this, Li Liang coughed twice dryly, then silently stretched out a finger. Seeing this, Fei Luo's face did not show the slightest trace of color and asked tentatively, 1,000? Lyra smiled and shook his head. Philo blushed slightly and added, 10,000? Li Liang shook his head again. This time Fei Luo's face darkened directly and said, 100,000? Seeing the other side always guesses the correct price, Li Liang had to reach back to his finger and said faintly, $1 million a handful. When these words came out, Fei Luo instantly exploded and his voice changed slightly. Raider Shao, say that again. You're doing business? You're clearly here to rob money? What kind of place do you think I am here? A bank? My money is printed? On the live feed, netizens watched the scene in disbelief. $1 million a handful. This is a robbery. Li Liang's face also darkened instantly, and he said in an unpleasant tone, My friend, I've gone through a lot of trouble and risk to get these guns, and I'm not alone. The minions under me still have to follow me for food. And isn't there a fee for the costly resource consumption along the way? Listening to the bullshitting words of the young man in front of him, Pharaoh forced down the anger in his heart. He did hear what a bullshit deal it was to take a shot at himself. You call that hard work? It's not just grabbing it from your own warehouse. And what costly resources? What are you referring to? The mines used to blow up the mercenaries? Or the bullets you used to shoot yourself? That's not a lot of fucking money. If we're talking about our own little lives, then $5 million for one life, that's still reasonable. His face turned blue as he opened his mouth to reply. Friend, can this price be lower? How can there be more than 40 rifles on the ground? More than 20 pistols? $1 million apiece? Where can I get that kind of money? The words were not yet spoken. Li Liang's complexion changed instantly and said, You're not buying, are you? Freak out. My lord. The sudden scene directly confused the crowd. Next moment, Do, who had been instructed on the side, acted extremely quickly, hurriedly greeted 4 or 5 juniors on the side, picked up the engineer's shovel to the side of the land directly digging. As he dug, he deliberately mumbled something. Hurry up, the Lord says bury them. The netizens in the livestream were also a bit confused by this maneuver. Didn't we say we were in an arms deal? Why are we burying people at the drop of a hat? Forced to buy and sell? Pharaoh's mind was stunned. Is this to be buried alive? Or beaten to death and then buried? He added hastily and anxiously, my friend, $1 million is a bit too expensive. Let's discuss it again. $300,000? $500,000 is fine. $700,000. No more. $800,000. That's my bottom line. Pharaoh yelled at the top of his lungs, but Li Liang threw his head back at the moment, not even bothering to listen to what he had to say. Simply just find a place to sit. Don't you like to buy people's hearts? That depends on how much you're willing to pay to buy it. And on the sidelines, Du and a few of his minions dug in unusually fast, just under 5 minutes. A pit the size of a man had been dug. My lord, who to bury first? Li Liang raised an eyebrow and pointed directly at one of the corps members closest to Pharaoh's side, saying, bury him first. Chapter 80, Snatch It Back. Inside the unyielding mercenaries, the member of the group who was pointed to him suddenly turned pale. Without the slightest hesitation, Ado directly called on a few of his minions to tie up the man. Push straight into the mound. Make a mistake. It's not me. It's not that I don't buy it. Chief, save me. Ooh. Just as the words came out of his mouth, Ado got a piece of cloth out of nowhere and directly gagged him. On the side, Fei Luo's face was blue, and he was extremely struggling inwardly. He looked ahead to the regiment, already half in the ground. Really buried? Buried alive. That's when he finally clenched his teeth and opened his mouth to speak loudly. Bye. Isn't it just $1 million a handful? Hearing Philo finally make a sound, the audience in the live room gasped. It's, really? Oh my god, is he really an arms dealer? If he doesn't buy them, he'll bury them. He's a terrorist. $1 million for a rifle. A pistol. That's a lot of money. Anyone has any ideas? I want to be an arms dealer too. Next to the clearing, Li Liang grinned and stood up, waving his hand to signal Do and the others to stop continuing to bury people, then walked right up to Pharaoh. Whether he agreed or not, he directly shook the other's hand and smiled. Magnificent. It's so magnificent. That's a total of $65 million. And for the sake of our destiny, I'll wipe a zero off the top. And don't 6,500. Just give me 60 million. How's that for a conscience? Pharaoh's face was extremely ugly. Looking at the guns on the ground that were rightfully theirs, he almost spat out a few words through gritted teeth. Conscience. Too much conscience. In fact, he was no longer buying the hearts and minds of the corps with this move. Rather, they are simply trying to stay alive. Obviously, with this young man's means, if he really didn't buy them, he was afraid that he would really bury them all one by one. Previous chapter, next page. What's the use of asking for money when your life is gone? Pharaoh let out a deep breath and calmed his insides. Moving his arms that were being held down by Li Liang's minions, he said in a deep voice, the money's in the house. I'll go in and get it. Is that okay? Words. Li Liang hesitated for a moment and replied, could be. He then gave a wink to his 2 younger brothers, signaling them to follow along. He was still a little uneasy about the leader of this mercenary group, but didn't think much of it. A few moments later, Pharaoh sat on his face as he walked out from within the hall of the mercenary group and came straight to Li Liang. There's $10 million on one card here. $60 million in all. Looking at the 6 bank cards in his hand, a look of flesh pain flashed in his eyes. The money in this card was all made by his own mercenary group, one mission at a time over the years. The heartache is even harder to describe. How can you possibly give up all that money when you have to give it up now? But Li Liang, who was on the side, didn't think so much about it, and he saw the card in Pharaoh's hand. Eyes instantly glistened, and he reached out to draw the card in the other man's hand, but with a little effort it didn't twitch, and Philo still had the card firmly clutched in his hand. Seeing this, Li Liang also looked odd as he coughed dryly and said, ahem, happy cooperation, my friend. The words fell out, and with a little more effort, several cards were taken away without incident. What's the password? Pharaoh gave another lurch, his gaze turning away, the look of pain in his eyes even more intense. But still, it came back. 6 9s. Li Liang revealed a suspicious look before turning to Do at the side. Do, look it up. Yes, my lord. The words fell. The black guy, Do, actually pulled a POS machine out of his pocket. This scene of maneuvering directly caused the corners of Fei Luo's mouth to twitch. It's not. Who are the good guys that carry this stuff around? The viewers of the live broadcast were also stunned. Did I read that right? What did this black guy pull out? A POS machine? That's outrageous. Carrying this around? Gee, worthy of an arms dealer, so professional, only to see the black man, take a bunch of bank cards from Li Liang's hands, then a clicking operation. The sound on the POS machine kept ringing out. In no time at all it had all been checked. My lord, there is no problem with the card. The money is all correctly counted, not a penny less. 60 million indeed. Words. Li Liang nodded with great satisfaction. On the side, Pharaoh let out a long breath in his mind, and followed it up with a cautious question. My friend, since there are no questions, may I and my troop leave? Of course, I'm as good as my word, Li Liang calmly said. You can leave any time now, and that pile of guns and ammo is all yours. I told you, I'm an arms dealer. I don't like a good fight. With that, he waved his hand to signal his minions to release the group members. Pharaoh looked at the young man in front of him with a wary face, then the foot moved a few steps aside. After seeing that the other party didn't make any movements, Fei Luo's hanging heart finally dropped. He hurriedly called his regiment up to pack those guns he had just purchased at great expense. Come on, bring the guys, let's go. Upon hearing this, the members of the group did not hesitate, spreading their feet and moving forward to pick up this equipment. And just as these corps members were collecting their equipment, Li Liang smiled faintly before ordering his minions. Quick, grab it back. At these words, Chief Pharaoh and his regiment froze. He reacted extremely quickly, picking up his gun and rushing towards Li Liang and the others to pull the trigger. But the expected scene did not occur. No bullets? Not waiting for Philo to look back. In the next second, the minions had already formed an encirclement to surround these people. There were screams and screams. What are you doing? What are you doing? You guys don't count your words. Ouch. Don't hit. Don't hit. At this point, Bataan State, Kasego City, inside a conference room, several officer-looking men were staring at what was playing on the screen in front of them. Among the images, it was the scene wherein Yao and He and the others were searching for Li Liang in the desert. At this moment, a middle-aged officer opened his mouth somewhat tiredly. Commander Mahler, are you sure this arms dealer can help us? This is war, not child's play. And the enemy we face is not just the kingdom of Israel alone. Behind them is an even more terrifying presence. Hawk Jam, aside. A man with extremely heavy bags under his eyes looked at the screen and then returned. Commander-in-Chief, I've investigated. This arms dealer, he's not ordinary. This squad in his hands is an existence that defeated the ace special forces of the Eagle Jam country. If, on the other hand, we pay him to raid the strategic bases of the kingdom of Israel, we might be able to instantly change the tide of battle. Even if it fails to succeed, it will still be a distraction for the Eretz Yisraelites. At least it will be able to give our army a moment of respite. The words fell. This conference room was awfully quiet. The situation today is one-sided. Even in terms of international peace talks and armistice, it is constantly being interfered with by the Eagle Jam countries. This makes it impossible to negotiate. If there is not already an opportunity to be able to change the tide of battle, I'm afraid the country of Bataan is about to disappear from the world. They don't want to let go of anyone, or anything, that can help them. After a few moments of contemplation, the commander-in-chief in the main seat let out a long sigh as if he had made up his mind. The words were tinged with exhaustion and helplessness as he finally spoke. Go ahead and send someone to talk to this arms dealer. Chapter 81, Do you want this tank? Inside the unyielding mercenaries, Philo was tied up by several big men and then thrown to the ground. He was red with anger and carried several bruises on his face, especially the eye socket part. It was almost like two panda eyes. His gaze fixed on the out-and-out young man in front of him, and he broke out in a curse. Fark, you dog, you're shameless. Talk is not good enough. Let go of me if you can, and see if I get you. He finally reacted at this moment that this arms dealer was completely playing with himself, didn't even try to let himself go. Knowing the outcome of this is a complete release from cursing. As an arms dealer, you don't have the slightest integrity in doing business. If you're like this, who dares to trust you? Who dares to look for you to do business with? Your arms dealers? You are bandits. Bandits. A young man stepped aside slowly, looking at him with an innocent look on his face. How can you say that? What do you mean by dishonest? Didn't I agree to you taking the weapons? And I released the people. It's just that you didn't run away yourselves. Pharaoh was even more enraged as he listened to his words. What do you mean you didn't run away? How many steps have you taken? Have you ever given a run for your money? Especially when he thought about the money he had handed over. Another look of flesh pain flashed in his eyes. For the young man in front of him, one really wanted to rattle him. So much for forcing yourself to take money and buy your own weapons. He had clearly agreed to let himself go. And now this. All that money was the entire fortune that he had saved from his 10 years of hard work on the mission. nowadays nothing is gained. And looking at the situation now, what this arms dealer wanted was not only money, but even his own little life he wanted to take away. The thought of his own little life. Farrell's heart stuttered. You don't want to die yourself yet. Now that the mercenary group was expanding more and more, there were more and more business commissions. He had a bright future ahead of him. How could he die like this? Think of it this way. Philo's face also slowly calmed down at last. What the hell do you want to do? Don't fuck with me, will you? Just tell me straight out what I have to do to let us go? Li Liang looked at him with a smile and an innocent face. What are you talking about? I'm just an arms dealer. What can I do? It's nothing more than doing arms business with you. Previous chapter, next page. With that, he pointed aside to the tank that Nikolai had sent earlier and then said, I've got more here. Tanks you want? Farrell froze and followed his finger. The tank in the distance had been burned black. There was a large hole in the body of the car, obviously caused by a bullet running through it. The situation was too sudden. All he could remember was a bullet hitting this tank and an explosion. He couldn't even be shocked then, but now that he looked at it, he realized that it was a bit outrageous. What kind of gun is this? It's just that it can easily tear through the steel plate of the tank. How come the bullets will still blow up and cause secondary injuries? Do you want it? Seeing that Pharaoh froze, Li Liang repeated what he had just said. This is good stuff. I remember this model. It's a tank from the Eagle Jam country. It's hard to get. Now I'll sell it to you cheap. Just $8 million. How about it? This statement was made. And Yao, who was on the side, followed the gaze and suddenly looked odd. And the viewers of the live stream were in shock. What? It's a money grab. Ha! It's been blown to smithereens and it's still worth $8 million? This. Godly. Is this how he does his arms business? Outrageous. This is too. Bull. Listening to Li Liang out loud, Pharaoh came back to his senses as he turned his head to stare blankly at the young arms dealer in front of him, opening his mouth with a face that had eaten a total of Yanita. He immediately cursed. Fark you. This thing is like this and you're selling it to me? If you want to kill me, just say so. Why tease me like that? Hear that? Li Liang didn't get annoyed and let out a light laugh, but instead gestured for Ado to pull out his cell phone. Then Will flashed a picture and asked, Did this man commission you to kill me? Pharaoh looked up to take a closer look and froze. The angle of this photo was taken from the sky, but the picture is not blurry. On the contrary, extremely clear. It's Oleander? Oleander? Lyra frowned slightly. Not Nikolai? I don't know. He just told me his name was Oleander, the one who commissioned your death. It was indeed him. Words. Li Liang's face went cold. Sure enough, as he had guessed, that Nikolai had defected to the Eagle Jam country. In that case, I'm afraid that the previous deal with the Camel Kingdom was also revealed by him. Good one, Nikolai. I sold you arms out of the goodness of my heart, and I didn't think you'd turn around and do something like this. It's just as well that he defected to the Eagle Sauce Kingdom, but he also commissioned a mercenary group to kill him. Li Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he turned and whispered to Do again. Find out where he is and I'll see what's going on. Farrell paused, his heart a little complicated. A trace of fear suddenly flashed in his eyes as he looked at Li Liang. In this photo just now, the angle is from the sky. That meant that every move of his own mercenary group was being watched? It's a drone, or something else? But I've never seen anything flying in the sky myself. How he did it. It was hard to believe that there was more to this man than a simple arms dealer. His eyes peeked at the arms dealer. A Rukoku? Could it be that he was sent by the Dragon Kingdom to do some kind of mission? Just thinking about it. Soon Li Liang looked at him again with a smiling face and said, Well, do you want the tank? At that, Pharaoh looked embarrassed. Money, he did have some left, but it's all for when he's golden and done with it. That money isn't enough for 8 million either. Besides, you arms dealers don't keep your word. Who knows if after you take the money, you'll do the same trick to rob yourself all over again. I'm really broke. Pharaoh stammered a bit. The words as well as the eyes were extremely unnatural. Li Liang looked at his fluttering eyes, and immediately his complexion went cold and said, Do, bury him. Yes, my lord. Ha? What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't touch me. Philo was in a daze. On the side, Ado and a few minions acted extremely quickly. Escorting Pharaoh, he lifted it towards the pit he had dug earlier. The scene directly emboldened several members of the group on the sidelines. No, how can I buy it if I don't have money? How can I buy it if I can't afford it? Pharaoh yelled as he struggled. But soon Do pulled out the rag he had used to gag the groupie earlier and silently gagged him. Chapter 82, You'll be an arms dealer, requesting votes. Woo-woo, the pit. Pharaoh kept twisting his body like an earthworm, trying to shake off the dirt covering him, but the move didn't help, because his mouth was gagged. All he could do was whimper. Li Liang had a dog's tail grass in his mouth that he didn't know where he got. Facelessly, he looked at Pharaoh, who was being buried little by little. Although the sound he made was not clear, it was still vaguely distinguishable. Absolutely full of shit. Sure, Li Liang didn't actually want to kill him. After all, the group was still useful. One is prepared to squeeze the maximum value out of these people. But before that, it was necessary to ruthlessly suppress their backbones. After all, these people are mercenaries. If you want them to be convinced of yourself, you have to come up with something. As the earth covered more and more, in a flash, only one of Pharaoh's heads remained outside. But a few people had no intention of stopping, and continued to pour shovel after shovel of digging dirt over his head. Seeing the other side coming for real, Fei Luo finally got scared and looked at Li Liang with wide, horrified eyes. The body kept twisting and turning. The whimpering from his mouth grew more urgent, as if he had something to say. It's about time. A smile appeared at the corner of Li Liang's mouth as he waved his hand to signal a few of his juniors who were burying people to stop. Du willed it and stepped forward to pull the rag from Pharaoh's mouth. In the pit, Chief Pharaoh desperately shook the dirt off his head, while taking in large gulps of air in a wolfish manner. You, what the hell are you trying to do? Pharaoh inquired under his breath. As the leader of a mercenary group, how could he not have some ability to read people's words? As things stood, he'd seen it coming. This arms dealer is secondary to money and revenge. He must have approached himself because of something else. If he really wanted to kill himself, he would have grabbed a gun and blitzed him. Why torture and disgust yourself over and over again? Money. I don't have it. If there's something you want, you can just say it, and I'll answer whatever I know. Pharaoh gasped, finally looking a little better. Previous chapter, next page. Finally reacted. I figured you'd be dead if you hadn't already. If you didn't have some brains, I wouldn't really feel comfortable letting you do your job. Words. Pharaoh surveyed the young man in front of him with a puzzled expression. Doing business? What can you do on your own? Do you let yourself take commissions? But this arms dealer squad was so strong. Why did they have to find themselves? Pharaoh was instantly alert in his mind. Contemplating for a moment, he spoke with a bitter smile. My friend, why do you need to poke fun at me? This squad of yours is far too powerful than our mercenary group. If even you guys can't do it, then it's even more impossible for me. What's more, you killed almost all of my regiment, and with this small number of people left, it's hard for me to do much of anything. The words were not yet spoken. Li Liang smiled faintly and calmly said, No, you're wrong. I mean, there's no need for your mercenary group to exist. What did you say? Fei Luo froze, then became shocked and angry, his face turning blue. What do you mean? You want to kill us? Words. Li Liang lit a cigarette and said slowly and unhurriedly, You come as an arms dealer. Join my squad. How about giving up your shitty mercenary group and doing my job for me? Ha? An arms dealer? Pharaoh was dumbfounded. A few of the minions behind him did the same. They don't understand how this arms dealer suddenly changed so quickly. As your henchman? Philo looked at the young man in front of him in disbelief. Right. What about it? You guys get a mercenary group to make money anyway, and switching to selling arms isn't just as profitable. Li Liang's eyes narrowed slightly as he exhaled a mouthful of smoke rings and spoke faintly. If you agree, I'll let you all go. If not, then you can all go to hell. Hearing this, Pharaoh frowned. Is that what he's after? Killing and beating and burying people. Why don't you just say so? Why bother killing so many people in the mercenary group? Is this arms dealer up to something more than that? But if not that, then what is this arms dealer for? For a moment, Philo couldn't guess what this young man was thinking. After a few moments of silence, he finally opened his mouth and inquired suspiciously, Just helping you sell arms? Of course, I'll find a way to provide the arms. You just have to take care of the shipping. For the district, just take care of this area. Li Liang added with a slight smile, I'll give you 9-to-1 for what you earn. Not far away. And Yao, who was holding up her cell phone for the live broadcast, was directly confused. Obviously all of a sudden it doesn't fit the current situation. All just now were shouting about the situation. How did it shift so quickly all of a sudden? And the viewers of the live broadcast were even more surprised. No, Li Shen is planning to start an arms chain. A handful of AKs getting bigger and stronger and going to glory? Li Shen, can I apply for the job? I think I'm quite suitable for selling arms too. Where to apply for a job? Where to apply for a job? The pit. Pharaoh mused again. He turned his head to the group of corpsmen crouching on the ground in the distance with swollen noses, seeing them all looking at him with bated breath, their eyes full of anticipation. After a long time, Philo let out a long sigh and said, I've agreed to work with you as an arms dealer. Words. Li Liang smiled slightly and gave him a big meaningful look. He then signaled for Du and a few of his minions to dig Farrell out of the dirt. Just then, the gate of the unyielding mercenaries. A sound of a car traveling sounded from a distance, and over time, the voices were getting closer and closer to the place. Seeing the situation, Li Liang reacted extremely quickly and spoke in a deep voice. Alert! As the words fell, the minions under Li Liang were on standby. A few of the minions, including Du, who was digging into Farrell, were quick to leave him behind as well. Alert? Farrell's heart stuttered. Did the arms dealer offend someone else? The other side is coming with a vengeance? The thought made him yell even more anxiously. Hey, you guys, dig me out. However, several people did not answer him. Instead, he rushed to pick up his weapon and take cover to stand guard. Not a moment too soon, several army green SUVs drove up slowly. Headlights illuminated this entire clearing. Before they could approach, a familiar shout came from the one at the front. Li, don't shoot. It's me. Hearing this familiar voice, Li Liang looked odd for a moment and probed to fix his eyes on it. The buggy in the distance does have the flag of the Camel Country emblazoned on it. Duke rushed? Hear the sound though, but Li Liang and the others did not let their guard down. When the buggies came to a complete approaching stop and saw who was coming from above, only then did he gesture for the crowd to cease their vigil. At the main entrance of the mercenary group, Rusht was beaming and jogged all the way over in excitement. Li, it's me. Ha ha ha, we meet again. Chapter 83, We're not good at fighting. Inside the mercenary group, Rusht walked slowly. Behind him, two soldiers followed, and there was a man and a woman in uniform, also walking side by side. Li Liang fixed his eyes and was a bit surprised, for the man and the woman were not wearing the uniforms of Camelot, but of Baton. He was also confused when he saw the situation. It didn't bother him that someone from the Camel Kingdom showed up here. After all, selling arms yourself comes with an after-sales package. But how did Bataan Nation come to be here? Duke, what are you? Rusht's eyes jumped at the sight of Pharaoh, buried in the dirt. There was a strange look on his face. A laugh followed, saying, Ha ha, Li, there's no need to be surprised. They and I didn't come together. We just happened to run into each other. It was the Dragon Kingdom that commissioned us to deliver something to you. Dragon Kingdom? Li Liang raised an eyebrow. Yes, it's the Dragon Kingdom. Rusht nodded, then beckoned the two Camelot soldiers behind him to come forward. One of them held a box in his hand and handed it to Li Liang to open. The resulting object inside caused him to frown again. Inside was a helmet, and it came with an instruction manual in Chinese. What the hell is this? Li Liang looked at the helmet in his hand and opened that manual with a puzzled face. A moment later, he couldn't help but look odd. As it turns out, the helmet is not just any bulletproof helmet. Rather, it is enriched with a silver-colored liquid in its internal sandwich. This liquid adheres to the inner layer of the helmet in an undisturbed state. But once the helmet feels the hit, this liquid becomes extremely hard, 10 times tougher than a regular helmet. And once a hit is felt, it quickly cools at the site of the hit to cushion the impact, maximizes protection for the wearer of the helmet. And the outer layer of one of the helmets is likewise made of this liquid hardened. If the outer layer is torn, the liquid inside will instantly plug the tear and form a new outer layer. This thing, it's kind of interesting, but what exactly is the composition of the liquid in here? Looking at the manual, he was instantly interested. I didn't realize that the Dragon Kingdom had researched this kind of thing. Wouldn't it be a huge profit to bring it back to the island and figure out how to mass-produce a wave? Why did Rukoku suddenly send such a gift to himself? Previous chapter, next page. Could it be that they are worried about their own safety? Thinking of this, Li Liang was instantly satisfied in his conscience. This Dragon Kingdom thing is thick, and when I trade with them, I'll send them something nice too. The other side, Dragon Nation. Inside the Scientific Research Institute, several military district bigwigs as well as academicians from the Research Institute was watching a picture on a large screen in one place. The view of the screen was shown exactly from Lyra's helmet. One of the big men said slowly, Academician Yuan, do you think that he will be able to discover this camera? Words. A man in his 50s with glasses and gray hair off to the side said confidently, Don't worry, he's not likely to find out, and even if he did, there's no way to destroy the camera. As soon as a blow is foreseen, the liquid in that immediately protects the place of the blow. It would be extremely difficult to destroy this helmet, I think, unless he bombarded it with cannons. As the words fell, this academician surnamed Yuan pushed up his glasses with a confident expression. When that big brother heard this, he also nodded and was instantly relieved. Mercenary Coreside. While Li Liang was musing, Rusht interrupted his thoughts with two dry coughs. Li, the Dragon Kingdom has asked us to bring this to you. I thought about it and decided to come in person. After all, you are equal to half a benefactor of our Camel Kingdom. Li Liang nodded, his eyes still on this helmet. Thanks a lot, Duke. No, thanks are not necessary. At this point, Rushed pointed to a man and a woman behind him again, and said, Li, these two are from the Baton country. They're in a bit of a hurry, so you can talk to them first. With that, Rushed stepped aside first. Li Liang turned his head to look before he finally formally sized up these two people, a man and a woman. The man was about 30 or so, while the woman looked unusually young, with blonde hair, and only about 25 or 6 years old. Even in her uniform she was able to see that she had a toned body. Only at this moment, her face did not look too good, as if she was preoccupied. Looking at the young man in front of them, the two men's surface expressions did not show the slightest though, but at the bottom of his heart, he was making waves. Two words rose from their hearts at the same time. Young. The female officer took a step forward and said, Hello Mr. Li, my name is Manhwa and we have a matter to entrust to you on behalf of the Batanian nation. Is this business again? Li Liang put away that helmet. His face changed, and a brilliant light erupted in his eyes. A whiff of adulterer came over the road. Want to buy arms from me? You can. And if you ask me, you can't do Israel because you're so poorly equipped. Get some weapons from me early. How dare they strike at you, with just my weapons? You don't talk about the kingdom of Israel. He'll have to weigh in on the kingdom of Eagle Jam. The words fell. Li Liang pulled out his pair of gold-rimmed glasses that he had hidden somewhere and smiled. I wonder what the Baton state would like to buy. I have everything here. Any weapon you want, just ask. Only you can't think of it. There's nothing I can't sell. He pushed up his glasses and turned his head to signal Du to prepare the list. But the two from the Baton country looked at each other and stayed in place. And it was only after a long time that the female officer slowly said, Mr. Li, you've misunderstood. We're not here to buy arms. Hearing this, Li Liang's face suddenly changed abruptly again. The previously smiling face quickly collapsed, and even his voice went ice cold. What are you doing here if not buying arms? Buy arms or leave. Hear that? The two men from the Baton country froze, and simultaneously sucked in a breath of cold air in their hearts. Did this arms dealer learn to change his face? Such a quick change in attitude. The two were wide-eyed, but the female officer went on to continue. Mr. Li, take it easy. We are asking you to attack and kill the troops of Israel. Payment we can discuss in detail. Can't do it, Li Liang said in a deep voice. I'm an arms dealer. We're not good at this kind of thing. Fighting and killing. You should go to a mercenary group. As he spoke, Lyra's finger pointed towards Pharaoh, who was still buried in the earth. The two men from the Baton country looked in the direction of his finger and caught a glimpse of the grizzled Pharaoh. And Pharaoh, who heard this, turned pale. Not good at it? The old mercenary group is finished with you. Now you're saying you're not good at it? Ghosts. Chapter 84, The Baton States Deal, Request for Votes. Inside the mercenary group, Anyao turned off the sound and picture of the cell phone that was broadcasting live. After all, what they were talking about now was related to the war between the two countries, and it couldn't be easily broadcast out. Mr. Li, you're too low-key. The woman named Manhwa continued. We've heard all about it. This squad of yours is a complete success against the Sea Dog Raiders of the Eagle Sauce Country. We also don't need you to annihilate the other side as much as possible. You just need to keep harassing them, and afterward, we'll give you rich rewards. Listening to the other party's unforgiving words, Li Liang finally frowned. This kind of thing was clearly just not his place to get involved. Not because it's about a war between two countries, but because one is an arms dealer, in the arms business, and it's too risky a business. It's simply not worth it on its own. And even if you go and keep attacking the forces of the Kingdom of Israel as commissioned, that won't have much of an impact on the battle. At best, they will be able to discern each other's attention. In his opinion, it wasn't even necessary. Ms. Manhwa, I can't promise you that. Li Liang calmly opened his mouth to reply. As I just said, I'm an arms dealer in the business of buying and selling arms, and you should go to someone else for that sort of thing. The words fell. Li Liang turned around and tried to walk away. The two Manhwas who saw the scene caught their breath. Now that the Baton country was in difficulty and there were few people to help them, it was naturally better to have one more. Moreover, the strength of this small team of this arms dealer had been rumored by the nations and tribes in this area. With the addition of such a powerful assistant, though not necessarily able to change the battlefield, but at least it won't make it so difficult for the Baton state. At that moment, the man standing beside Manhwa finally rushed to speak. Mr. Li, wait a moment, we can still discuss this, or how about a commission at a price set by you? Words. Li Liang still didn't stop. The two men from Baton's country were getting anxious, and in the heat of the moment, Manhwa, who was on the side, seemed to think of something, almost off the cuff. Mr. Li, we need to buy a batch of arms. Hearing this, Li Liang's footsteps lurched. Spinning around, he turned and resumed walking towards them. Only moments later, the smile that had just returned to his face. What arms and weapons do you two need? What's the budget? Previous chapter, next page. Want something that kills, or something that kills less? I've got it all here. Seeing this, Manna and the two of them were stunned and looked at each other with odd expressions. This arms dealer, so obsessed with selling arms? Ahem. Manna coughed dryly and thought for a moment, looking at the young man in front of her, finally speaking slowly. Mr. Li, we need a number of helicopters and helicopter gunships for material deliveries. 10 racks each of 10 each per jerk. There is. Of course there is. Even I have the latest model from Eagle Jam Country, and it's definitely good quality. As many as you want. Li Liang smiled faintly and continued. Let's say $15 million for one, and you guys put $1 million deposit down. The words fell out of her mouth and Manna smiled, as if she had planned it. How soon can we give delivery? 10 days will do, Li Liang said indifferently. But at the moment Manna shook her head as if she was dissatisfied. Mr. Li, 10 days is too long. Within 2 days, we need the shipment in Baton Country. 2 days? Lyra frowned. There is no way 2 days can be delivered to Baton Country. After all, it takes 3 to 4 days for a shipment to even get out of the military island and around this side of the ocean. There's a bit of a rush, he said in a hushed voice. 3 days at the earliest. Who knew that? Manna was shaking her head and said, you know, Mr. Li, our Baton Country situation today simply can't afford to wait. Every minute and every second a Baton countryman will be sacrificed. At that, Manna's mood dropped and she went on. I don't think there's any way this deal can go through if we can't do what we want. After saying that, Manna pulled the man aside and made to walk out. Who knew that Li Liang didn't even think much about it? Okay, I promise you guys, 2 days, in 2 days, I'll have these helicopters in your hands. Upon hearing this, the two Mannas froze, but still didn't think much of it. It just nodded, then asked Li Liang for a string of bank card numbers. Then he led the men away. A man in his 50s sits in the back seat of the Baton Nation's SUV. Seeing the two Mannas' arrival, he spoke slowly. How did things go? It went pretty well. The other side didn't agree to our first set of program commissions though, but he agreed to sell us arms. To the side Mannas spoke with some excitement. As the words fell, a smile appeared at the corner of this old man's mouth. Everything is on schedule. In fact, for them, this result was something they had long predicted. Originally, the Baton state did want to commission Li Liang to carry out a series of assault missions, but the hierarchy also considered that the arms dealer might not agree. So they then had another program. Purchase a shipment of arms from this arms dealer and then ask him to send it over to the position. You know, that position over there has been occupied for a long time. Trying to get through there will inevitably lead to a firefight. Wouldn't that be just as much of a commission for this arms dealer? Inside the mercenary group, with the two from Baton's country gone, it was then that Rushed finally came together. Well, how was the conversation? Li Liang nodded his head, but soon he looked at Rushed on the side with a big smile. Duke, surely you came to me for more than just delivering this helmet from the Dragon Kingdom? If there's something, just say it. Words. Rushed on grimaced, then snorted and said, Li, you're a god. You can even see this? You wouldn't be one of those mages from the Dragon Kingdom, would you? Li Liang was speechless. Duke, there's no need to hide anything between us. It just so happens that I have something I need your help with as well. Help? Rushed was stunned. Can I help? Of course. Li Liang made a few jumps and rolled over to climb onto the tank that he had blown up. Immediately after a moment later, Du climbed up as well. He paused before opening his mouth to inquire. My lord, this deal with the Baton Kingdom, you don't mean to? The corner of Li Liang's mouth pulled out a smile as he faintly said, yeah, you guessed right. That's what I thought. Isn't this just the right time to do business and knock them around a bit? The best of both worlds. Seeing the reply, Do instantly understood what was going on, and he smiled back and said, so I'll do some investigating? Go on. Chapter 85, Grab and Run? Nighttime. Rushed after coming to some sort of understanding with Lyra. Then he took the people and left the place. Only before he left, he looked at the young arms dealer with a gleam of horror in his eyes. After he's gone, Li Liang ordered his minions again and dug the leader of the unyielding mercenaries out of the dirt. Then it was time to pull a bunch of minions and these group members together and start a secretive meeting. And Yao was still on live, so Li Liang didn't allow her to get too close, so as not to give away some of the setup. A few moments later, after Li Liang informed him of the plan, he left with the black man. Do. in a sneaky manner. And those members of the mercenary corps listened. Each one was wide-eyed. Headmaster Pharaoh and Li Liang's minions were better off, their faces more composed. However, the 7 or 8 members of the unyielding mercenary corps already looked like they had seen a ghost after hearing what Li Liang had said. Vaguely, in their conversation, Anya was able to hear some strange conversations. Robbing the base? No, really do it. That's the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Can we live if we offend them? Taking the mines and blowing them up again? What? And a truckload? This is fucking crazy. A military base is not like our mercenary group. How can this be robbed? No, you really can't fight hard. There are thousands of people on the base alone. Oh yeah. We're still mainlining the word grab. Create chaos, grab and run. That's got to be a whole lot of smoke grenades, so you can seal the smoke when you run. Gatling? We're not just going to grab and run. Why do we need a Gatling? Who's going to be able to run with that thing? And the netizens in the live broadcast room cold hear these strange conversations. People are numb. I knock? What did they say to grab? Previous chapter next page. What kind of a master play a word grab and run after it? Feeling like this arms dealer's weapons are really all looted? No, brother Li Shan. He's not planning a robbery, is he? This is not a good idea. Why do I hear Gatling? I always have the feeling that they're up to something big this time. Netizens didn't get to hear exactly what the group members were saying though, but one can sense in the bits and pieces of news and in the expressions of these people a clear wave of tension and excitement, especially these minions that Li Liang brought with him. Each one of them is like a chicken blood. On the other hand, the members of the unyielding mercenary corps on the side were walking with their bodies trembling. Their eyes danced at the thought of what they were going to do afterward. It was outrageous to even think about it. Although they were mercenaries, they had never done this kind of mission before. On the contrary, these arms dealers, instead of doing business and selling arms, are making it so exciting? That's more mercenary than they are. The base grabbers are coming, and fucking robbing the bases of the Hawksbane country. Pharaoh sat in the doorway of the mercenary group hall, surrounded by some members of the group, everyone frozen in place. His demeanor couldn't be seen to change, but a million horses made of mud had long since galloped by at the back of his mind. The fact that this is happening is unbelievable. That arms dealer is the devil. He can't even think of such a thing, and the arms dealer says he's going to do it? But then he thought about Li Liang's conversation with Batangoku. Another ripple went through his heart. The price quoted by Li Liang in that conversation. This was outrageous. I don't know how many commissions and quests I'd have to do myself to make that much money. After a few moments of contemplation, Pharaoh looked cross, and said, "Fark, dry up, rich and famous." He then explained to the members of the regiment and told them to hurry up and get their guys ready. The other side. After Li Liang mysteriously exited the mercenary group, he drove the SUV all the way at high speed. After a few turns, it came to a wasteland. Found Rushed, who had left earlier. Behind him, a number of cars and people were on guard. Seeing Li Liang's arrival, Rushd's expression was again odd. You're really going to rob it? There are over 4,000 people in that base. There's only about 20 of you total. There's no way you can do this. Besides, if you die, who's going to fulfill my promise? Lyra also let out a faint smile at what Rushed said. It's just a base. It's not hard. Rushed had a complicated look on his face, and since the other party was so adamant, he couldn't say anything more. He pointed to the behemoth behind him and said, I brought you what you asked for. Li, it's just you. If it were anyone else, there's no way I'd bring these out without authorization. Words. Li Liang nodded and calmly said, I know that, and I'll be restocking a couple of the newest models in Eagle Jam Country when the time comes. After all was said and done, Li Liang then casually turned around and drove off with the black man. One by one, Rushed gave Li Liang a deep look and also led the people to leave the place. 2 a.m. Li Liang and Do returned inside the mercenary group, and after seeing them through the lens, netizens were instantly dumbfounded. What's this? An armored car? Holy shit, that long, thick blaster? What do I see? Great mercy Gatling, it's real. No, what the hell are you guys going to do? The members of the unyielding mercenary corps were all numb at the sight of this new thing. Armored cars you can get? It's really outrageous. Li Liang's minions were obviously not surprised by these things and just took those bombs and hung them on their bodies. In a short while, one by one, they were all covered with ammunition. What are you guys freezing for? Seeing that they didn't move, Li Liang urged, pack as much as you can. It all works. Hearing these words, the mercenary group's crowd also looked at each other, then followed the example of hanging grenades and bombs on their bodies. Before long, everyone had been fully armed. Li Liang put on his helmet and looked around, after seeing the weapons and ammunition on the crowd. Very satisfied. I can't help it. I'm an arms dealer. Fighting a war is so rich. And the other side, Dragon Nation. Inside the research room, after Li Liang put on his helmet, the image in front of him was also finally fully visible. Armored car, Gatling, hanging all over the body with mines and bombs. What is he going to do? What's with all the bombs and grenades? Where's he going with so many people for a businessman? Several of the bigwigs looked at each other, always had a bad feeling about it. The dark desert, 2 armored vehicles loaded with ammunition, and a bunch of excited and nervous people. Silence out of the unyielding mercenaries. Silently, he headed in the direction of the military base in the Eagle Sauce country. Chapter 86. They're not going to a military base. The desert. Lyra sat cross-legged on top of the armored car. A small black box the size of an ashtray was cradled in his arms. It also has 2 15-centimeter long retractable tentacles on top, similar to an antenna that transmits a signal. The top of the box can be opened, and when it opens it is a tiny panel that can be operated by a person. It was naturally something he had produced within the island after redeeming it from the system. And what it's really for, it's actually a military-style signal jammer. Once activated, it can briefly mask signal transmission in a certain area. It can't even be surveyed on a satellite map. And this thing has been upgraded even more with the reinforcement of Li Liang's military-industrial island. In addition to a more powerful coverage, interfered with areas, radios, surveillance, and all devices such as location navigation. Both are temporarily deactivated and can also interfere with each other's signal jammers. In modern warfare, especially in small raids that require concealment, there is always one soldier in a team who is dedicated to carrying this device. But the ones carried by a single soldier are usually medium-sized. And this one in Li Liang's hand is considered small. But the performance is an absolute loser. Even better than those medium-sized ones. Open the operation panel of the small box. Lyra gave the control panel a serious thump. This signal jammer of his was different from other kinds, and could be said to be extremely special. Other jammers emit shielding in all directions with the jammer itself. This one in Li Liang's hand, on the other hand, could set the selected range. It just still needs to reach the range of action to be effective. One operation later, Li Liang tapped the run button. Looking at the running status that appeared on the panel, a satisfied look appeared in his calm eyes. His eyes then jumped between the black man, Do, and Yao. The signal jammer that was set up was eventually thrown to Anyao. This is important. You keep it. You'll open it later when I say open it. Words. Anyao put the black box into her backpack and wondered. What is it? The Negro Du, who was driving alongside, glanced at it, and then whispered nervously. It's a bomb. Bomb? And Yao was instantly shocked. What's that doing in my backpack? Ever heard of a human bomb? The black man, Du, said mysteriously, heard that. As the words fell, and Yao seemed to think of something. Suddenly her face changed drastically and her small face turned pale. Previous chapter. Next page. You guys are going to use me as a human bomb? Li Liang, you, do you have a conscience? You're mutilating your fellow countrymen. What's it to me? Ha 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 ha. On the roof of the car, after fiddling with the signal jammer, Li Liang studied one of the helmets in his hand again. It was from Rushed, saying that the Dragon Kingdom had asked them to give it to them. After studying it for a while, Li Liang probably knew how the silver liquid inside this helmet worked. Only the ingredients are unknown. Lyra picked up the helmet and scanned a few times. Not only is it lightweight, but the defense is also quite terrifying. This stuff, put it out for sale and make an absolute fortune. He secretly decided in his heart that he must mass-produce a wave of them to take out for sale when he had the time. Thinking so, he put on this helmet. Inside the Dragon Kingdom research room, a few bigwigs left on business. However, the warrior named Guo Fuhai was left behind to monitor Li Liang. Tell him to report back to them when special circumstances arise or when he discovers secrets about Li Liang. To this arrangement, as a soldier, he of course obeyed, and he himself was curious as to what the young man's stature was. And now, with Li Liang wearing this helmet, the camera within it also finally began to play back sound and images from Li Liang's first viewpoint. Finally, Guo Fuhai gave a cry in his heart. But the next moment, the picture in the big screen in the research room suddenly flickered. After flashing several times, it went straight to a black screen. The screen was pitch black with only sound coming out. The scene directly froze him. Turning his head, he asked the academician Yuan at the side. Academician Yuan, what's going on? Yuan Xing instantly furrowed his brows and hurriedly stepped forward to operate it. But half a day later, but the screen is still dark. Milli recovery signs. It's a signal jammer. A signal jammer? Guo Fuhai was stunned. and then said, "Academician Yuan, didn't you say that the camera in this helmet is capable of anti-signal interference? How can it still be interfered with?" The academician surnamed Yuan's face became grave as he opened his mouth. "It's strange, I can't figure it out. It's not supposed to be like that. Unless, no way." Looking at the darkened screen, an idea quickly threw itself into his head, but he quickly shook his head no. This technology of ours is supposed to lead the world. How on earth did he do it? And the other side. The netizens who had been guarding the live broadcast room finally waited until it was time to start the broadcast. But after waiting for half a day, I found that the screen was black and I couldn't see any picture at all. Couldn't help but mutter away. "What's going on? How come it's all sound and no picture again? Could it be some kind of covert operation? What's the deal? Something wrong with the equipment? Can you start the show normally?" I'm waiting to see Li's heroic stance, looking at these pop-ups that were eager to rebel, and Yao was helpless. There is only one explanation. This is a covert operation. Not a good time to open the screen. Let's all wait for now. It should be ready before long. Hearing this, the many netizens directly looked odd. Another covert operation? It's not going to be a strong-arm sale, is it? Ugh, poor thing. Who's going to be unlucky this time? Look at that mercenary group from the upper house. This is really being tortured by Li Shun, digging and burying people, as well as receiving a severe beating from time to time. Just as the netizens were lamenting, the sound of a vehicle braking suddenly came out of the darkened screen. This was followed by the sound of the black man, reporting back. "My lord, it's here. Is it still the same as last time? Will it be too dangerous? After my investigation, there are 3,000 to 4,000 people in the base. They're not as easy to deal with as a mercenary group." "Nigga, what you mean? You make it clear who's better to deal with?" Then another voice was heard, obviously Lyra's. "No difference. It's all the same. You guys wait here, I'll be right back. Yo, turn that thing on." Listen to the dialogue coming from the screen. The internet was in a daze. What did he say? What base? A base of 3,000 to 4,000 people? What kind of place is that? It can't be a military base they're going to. It's over. This is a really big deal. Why do I have a bad feeling? If it's really a military base, then, whose is it? Chapter 87, The Bandits Are Coming? The other end of the dark picture. The members of the unyielding mercenary corps, and Li Liang's minions had stopped at a location. As for Li Liang, he had already dived in first. A kilometer away. It's that Eagle Jam country's military base. It was surrounded partly by high walls and partly by barbed wire. Vaguely they could see through the barbed wire fence the soldiers of the Eagle Jam nation moving inside. Looking at the lights over there, the drums were already beating in the minds of Chief Farrell and his regiment. This mission is so much more exciting than the ones they've done. Grab the bases, or robbing the Eagle Sauce country. It's crazy to think about, but if it's made, the benefits can be much faster than making money on a quest. But he always felt unnatural and a little uneasy. "Nigga, where's that bazooka? Give me that bazooka. That shit's got security." "Fuck off. That's what I use. You'd be lucky to have a thunderbolt and a rifle to use." "Fark, I have a phobia of under fire. You give it to me. Get lost. You want to go in there and grab it yourself later." On the military base, on the second floor, an officer from the Eagle Jam country was carrying a cup of coffee, standing by the railing on the second floor quietly enjoying the night. Sweeping his eyes over the soldiers resting around the campfire below, he listened to the cheers of the soldiers smoking their cigarettes with pleasure. Looking further to the left, the clearing was home to more than a dozen helicopter gunships and material transports, as well as 8 armored vehicles, and 6 tanks. The soldiers' daily mission, even if it's just to go out for a drive in these tanks and armored vehicles and helicopters. This, then, is a powerful fire deterrent. Behind him, a few Hawksbane soldiers were still dutifully staring at the images on the security monitors on alert. But on the monitor, there's nothing but gray desert. The officer took a cozy sip of his coffee and then took a nice puff on his cigar, not only sighing, "What another peaceful and wonderful evening." The eyes swept further away, as if looking into a city further away. He raised the coffee in his hand and seemed to clink his cup with the city from a distance. "You are still worried about life and war." Previous chapter, next page. "And here I am enjoying a cigar and coffee. To you, you poor, weak nations, behind the war. It must have a strong backing, and they have it in the Hawksbane country. These weapons that exist in military bases, equipment that the country is supporting. With these things, so even the errands, you don't have to do them yourself. By the nations? Oh, it's just a tool. As for the international voices that oppose them, they are nothing more than a gust of wind. It'll blow over and fall apart." The officers of the Eagle Sauce Nation were quietly enjoying the wonderful evening. But what he didn't know was that a peaceful military base, there was already a gaze that was also looking at him silently at that moment. Only that gaze was quickly withdrawn, then started wandering around the corners. Thunderbolt began to cover all corners, and it was as if the soldiers from the Eagle Jam country just couldn't spot him, not even realizing that mines are being laid around themselves. A few moments later, the entire backpack that Li Liang had brought with him had emptied. Only then was he satisfied to exit this military base. My lord has returned. Li Liang's minions saw him return, all gathered around. He held a detonator in his hand and looked at his minions and spoke. Remember our previous purpose? Repeat. Du and the crowd of minions quickly responded with playful laughter. Rush over and grab it, then run when you're done. Do not get on top. Do not get attached. Do it hard and fast without a word. The members of the unyielding mercenary corps were simultaneously stunned when they heard this. What the hell is this purpose? The arms they're selling can't really be looted, can they? Seeing as how this arms dealer went in to lay mines with ease, how much did this have to be a robbery? Can be very. It's so hateful. It's like bandits. Soon Li Liang met the members of the unyielding mercenary corps without saying a word. Then they were told to follow suit and shout the strange slogan once more. At first, the crowd was reluctant, but under Li Liang's warning, they soon cried out in tears, and the darkened live room, netizens heard the golden words reappear and laughed bitterly. Good lord, robbing again? Slippery, that jingle shout. Sorry, I've got a bunch of obscenely strong men laughing obscenely in my head. Seeing that the minions have a good understanding of the spirit of this operation, Li Liang also nodded in satisfaction. Okay, get in the car. The words fell. The crowd all got into the two pre-prepared armored vehicles. Li Liang then followed suit and climbed onto the roof of the car, adjusted his sitting position. Then he turned to face the direction of the military base and gently pressed the detonator in his hand. In the meantime, the two armored vehicles lurched toward the gates of the military base. Charge! Grab them all! One of the minions suddenly yelled, and the armored car instantly responded with an ape-like howl. And that scream, it caused the mercenary group's bodies to tremble. That's what it feels like. They seemed to remember that it was the same when the group came to fuck his mercenary group. Wailing forward, in the base, the Hawksbane officer who was carrying the coffee was still quietly admiring the moon. It's beautiful. This moonlight, this night view. And then the next moment, boom! The violent explosions made the entire earth tremble. In an instant, the fire lit up before his eyes. It's not just one place. It's everywhere. On walls, in dormitories, in piles of supplies, in ammunition storage, in tents, in dormitories, in campfires. Splendid flames exploded everywhere. Panicked cries and howls of pain filled the base. This sudden scene, straight away, the entire officer of the Hawksbill nation who was enjoying the moonlight at the railing froze. He so also do not understand. Just now can all still a peaceful and quiet base. How come the next moment it's a sea of inferno and fire? And without warning, and by the light of the burning fire, his eyes looked toward the gates of the military base. There, two armored cars rampaged. It's almost as if they crash into whatever is in their way. Even more outrageous, on the roofs of those two armored vehicles, there were a couple of burly men, guns in their hands, shooting away, and every now and then a strangled cry came out of their mouths. After hitting a shuttle, they pulled a mine out of their arms. After dropping it violently, he picked up and switched magazines again and continued to fight. There was even one person who carried a bazooka and just fired it. The bombing sent the entirety of their Eagle Sauce Nation's soldiers flying, and these uninvited guests don't give a damn about anything, as if it's like there's some kind of purpose to it. Straight ahead in a certain direction. This officer from Eagle Jam saw the scene. The pupils all contracted. Are bandits or robbers coming? Chapter 88. He's also messing with the military bases of the Eagle Sauce country? My dynasty. How did the base blow up? What's going on? Why did the weapons depot blow up too? Horse, who the hell threw a thunderbolt into the fire? Knock. Run. The sudden explosion left the soldiers of the Hawksbane Nation in the base completely confused. A soldier from the Eagle Sauce Nation was originally counting equipment in the armory, as was his daily job. But just as he opened a case containing grenades, snap, a familiar ring pull sounded in his ears at first glance, only to see that underneath that box, there was a triggered mine hidden. I'm muddy. Who the fuck did this? Boom. In his last thought, he couldn't think for a moment longer. After subconsciously bursting out, the entire person was then directly engulfed by the violent explosion. In the meantime, as the successive explosions began to ring out, another soldier from the Eagle Jam Nation, however, displayed superb combat skills. With a frantic warning from his body, he ran at a 100-meter sprint to a rock, and on that rock sat the body armor and blast helmet he had just taken off. the moment the war was fought. The first thing a competent soldier does is put on your body armor and bulletproof helmet. You can only keep fighting if you survive first. In this soldier's head, the words that the instructor had once explained during training rang out, so he didn't bother with anything else, and wholeheartedly dressed himself in his body armor as the sensation of his body being encased came over him. The soldier's heart finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Luckily, I'm resourceful. After a dark sigh, the soldier picked up the last of his bulletproof helmet and snapped it over his head. It just seems like today's helmet is a little heavier than usual, and extraordinarily chunky. It felt like something had been shoved in the helmet. Snap! A triggered sound, too familiar to be true, sounded right over his head. In the next second, the resourceful soldier's head was directly blown to powder. Instructor, harm me. Also in a one-man tent, soldiers awakened by the commotion outside. Waking up in the warmth of the comforter, without even thinking about it, he rolled over and got ready to get up, just lifting the covers to take a look. The whole thing went numb. I'm facing, who the hell is so unethical as to stuff a bomb into someone's comforter? Previous chapter next page. Is there any humanity at all? There was an angry howl from the tent, and then the next second, the entire tent was blown up along with the soldiers inside. The same scene played out over and over again throughout the base. The soldiers of the Eagle Jam Nation noticed that there seemed to be mines everywhere, and the thunder that went off in the base after that initial wave of explosions was more of a triggered one. The place of burial is still unexpected. It was soon discovered that shortly after the base blew up at the same time, surprisingly, 2 armored vehicles slammed into the base. Those people didn't care, as if they already had a target in mind. Only when you encounter an obstacle do you fire a couple shots now and then, or throw another thunderbolt out. That's when they finally reacted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. Someone's fighting their way in, right in the face. After a short period of panic, the soldiers in the base finally reacted. Send a frantic warning. On the second floor, the coffee cup the officer was holding had long since fallen to the floor. He looked at the base that had been transformed in an instant. All those fires, all those explosions ringing out from every corner, and the frantic roar of the soldiers in his ears. The soldiers on the second floor also hissed with horror. Major, there was a massive grenade blast on the base. We've taken heavy losses. There are 2 suspected enemy armored vehicles rushing in. Major, it's not good. The weapons and ammunition storage room has been blown up. Major, he certainly heard the soldiers' constant reports of shouting. He's not blind and deaf. He had stood here from the beginning and witnessed the entire explosion, including the 2 armored cars of some unknown power. Faintly, he could hear it. The burly men in the armored car made growling noises and ape cries. Listening to these sounds oddly, the officer seemed to have aged 10 years at once. He suddenly felt so tired. The slightest desire to order can't be brought up. The base was blown up like this. The loss of personnel like this. Even if we catch those people, what can we do? Aren't you still going to be court-martialed yourself? Long before the moment the bombs went off, his quiet night had been completely shattered. He bowed his head, his fingers squeezing and cackling. The color of his face also started to slowly turn red from pale, and eventually turned into a hysterical piece of madness and anger. He spoke almost through gritted teeth. They're the culprits. Kill them. Not a single one. Yes, Major. A few soldiers on the second floor were startled by the officer's face and rushed out of the room to give battle orders. In the midst of the chaos, there were still more and more soldiers, chasing after the 2 armored vehicles that had broken through the door. And on the other side, this side of the Dragon's research lab, Guofuhai listened to the intense sounds coming from the screen and directly couldn't help but suck in his breath. Hiss! What a fierce firefight! And lots of people. From the voices, he was able to tell. The other side of the camera is definitely a battlefield. And judging by the howls coming from this screen and the frequency of firing and grenade blasts, it's definitely a big battle over there. I'm afraid there are a few hundred of them, if you judge by his experience. But he didn't know where exactly Li Liang was at this moment. I heard the conversation earlier. I think it said they were going to some kind of base, and so on. Base? Hundreds? Think about it. He suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. All I felt was a wave of bitterness coming from my mouth. He's not going to mess with the Eagle Jam Country's base, is he? Once this thought came out, Guofuhai was no longer reserved. This kid, he really has the guts to do it? He'd guessed a little from the previous broadcast. Although I heard something about the base, I didn't take it to heart. After all, the Duke of that camel country had just made a trip, so at that time, he all thought that it was that Duke who invited Li Liang to take a trip to the base of the camel country. But from the sound of these engagements now, it seemed clear that it was not so. Moreover, there are military bases in the region over there, in addition to Camelot and Baton, the Kingdom of Israel. It's just as well that it's only Eagle Jam country. Li Liang befriended the Camel Kingdom and the Baton Kingdom, so it's impossible to do anything about them, which leaves Hawk Jam and the Land of Israel. But the accent of the Land of Israel is conspicuously absent from the voices in the picture. After a moment of deduction, cold sweat broke out on Guofuhai's head. He fucks with Eagle Jam's military bases too. No, we have to report it. Chapter 89, Where's my airplane? Where's my tank? Armored car. And Yao cowered warily in the corner. The constant roar of gunfire and bombs outside terrified her. It was so dark before that she didn't see it, or she didn't even think about it. This Li Liang, he actually dared to hit the base of the Eagle Jam country. Originally she only came for the news, but who knows, it's been going on forever. Not a single news story that could be broadcast in Dragonland. This is all so outrageous. Can you get it on TV? After a moment of silence, and Yao looked at her cell phone that was still live. The pop-ups in the live stream were exploding at the moment. Although the netizens could not see the picture, but listening to the movement, they could guess that some kind of climax session was going on now. And just because you can't see the picture, you're curious again. It's drying up. It's definitely dry. What's that noise? It seems to be that black. What's he doing? Why is he screaming like a monkey? What is this robbery? Pure banditry. What words, what words? If Li wants to rob, let him rob, can't he? Have to do it? Damn. I want to see the picture so bad. Why is there no picture? In the military base, Li Liang and the others had approached the place where the helicopter gunships were parked. As he approached the intersection, he dashed into the armored car. Straight away, he picked up his long-snowed-in Gatling. After a pop, he jumped straight out of the car. Carrying a Gatling, he began strafing the oncoming Eagle Jam soldiers. As he fired, he shouted, "Abandon the vehicle. Block the gate with the armored car and we'll run in." Words. Everyone moved extremely quickly, firing as they ran toward the tarmac, and Li Liang broke off at the end. And what he did next directly made the soldiers of the Eagle Jam country look numb. After seeing that everyone was already on the tarmac, they simply just carried the Gatling. Previous chapter, next page. And it was sprinting toward the inside of the tarmac at breakneck speed. The soldiers of the Eagle Sauce Nation who saw the scene even froze. No. This thing. He can carry it all by himself? What the hell? I'm seeing things. Jesus, that's a human being, isn't it? He can carry a Gatling that fast? Hell, it's a hell of a thing. First you get blasted by an inexplicable bomb, then you get beat up by an inexplicable person, and now you're telling me there's an inexplicable person running at speed with a Gatling on his shoulder? Inside the tarmac, while the soldiers of the Eagle Kingdom froze, Li Liang quickly ran in. My lord, we are here. Ha! In the distance a line of people stood in front of armored cars and tanks. But the next moment they also froze, because they saw Li Liang actually carried the Gatling and ran. You're trotting over. Li Liang didn't explain, but instead scanned the circle before opening his mouth. There's no one left out, is there? The crowd shook their heads as they saw everyone converge. Li Liang pointed to the helicopter gunships and tanks parked in the distance. Get up there and drive these away. Looking at the dozen or so armed helicopters in front of them, the crowd's eyes had long been glowing. No man can resist a helicopter gunship, and no man can resist a tank that can fire at will. If those two things are put together, it would be even more unlikely that anyone would refuse. I'm heading towards so many tanks. I've never driven one. Have you ever driven one, Chief? I drove it. I got it. This Eagle Jam helicopter gunship doesn't seem as good as the ones on our island. Robbed and robbed. All of it. A few moments later, the roar of startup sounded. It was interspersed with roars of excitement from the crowd. Chief Farrell drove a tank and shouted arrogantly over the team's headsets. Tank team, all follow me. Watch me kill the way for you. The words fell. One of the many tanks turned directly around, to the furious roar of its engine, directly towards a wall with a single shot. A loud sound rang out. Solid walls, in front of this tank. It was as if it were a fragile piece of white paper. The remaining 5 tanks, however, drove straight out along the channel that Farrow had crashed through. Slip away. Ha ha ha, it hurts. Got it. Turn around and sell it for big bucks. Run. There's no ammo on this tank. And on the other side of the room, the Blackadoo and his many minions could wait just as long, directly maneuvering the helicopter gunships for a quick liftoff. They soon let out the same gasp as the tank team. I'm heading towards, and there's no ammo on the helicopter. The Eagle Jam Nation unloaded their ammo. Fly. As expected, The weapons and ammunition were unloaded from these tanks and helicopters. However, Li Liang had prepared for this a long time ago, which was why he had brought the Gatling with him. Just in case, he was in no hurry as he watched the tank team leave ahead of him. Instead, he took out another detonator from his arms and then gave it a slight press. Boom! An explosion rang out violently, and the armored car that Li Liang and the others had parked at the gate earlier let out a loud bang. It was a bomb he had prepared in advance. The soldiers of the Hawksbane country who came nearer were directly killed and wounded. After doing so, Li Liang did not delay and greeted the crowd and ran away. Big reporter, get on the plane with me. Having said that, Lyra jumped into the helicopter gunship. Under his skillful maneuvering, the helicopter gunship quickly lifted off and maintained a fixed altitude to begin flying. And then the soldiers from the military bases finally arrived at the parking area. Looking at the numerous helicopter gunships in the sky, and then at a large hole that had been knocked out of the wall, the crowd was confused, especially from that big hole. They could still see a couple of tanks farting off into the distance. It's our tank, isn't it? Robbed? I told you something wasn't right. As soon as they broke in, they went straight to a spot as if they had a purpose. So is here to rob something. This fucking robbery. Seeing it now, the soldiers of the Eagle Jam country finally understood why earlier when the base explosion made a mess, these guys didn't organize their offense or even turn their direction. It turned out that they were going to come over for a robbery in the first place. It's heartless. Besides, how many of these people are there? Just a dozen or two, right? With such a small group of people, how dare they come to their base in Eagle Jam country to rob it? It's simply lawless. The most important thing is that actually really rob them into it? Isn't that a clear slap in the face to all of them? What will it say when word gets out that the Eagle State is a paper tiger? A base of 3 to 4,000 people was looted by a bunch of unknowns? It's ironic when you think about it. Get out of the way. All of you. Where are they? A gruff voice rang out, and the officer crashed through the crowd, his eyes red as he ran. Looking at the empty space in front of him with only a few armored vehicles left, the man was stunned. No. Where's my plane? Where's my tank? A soldier carefully reached up and pointed to the sky. Major, there it is, driven away by those bandits. Chapter 90, Why is there a dragon on our helicopter? Inside the military base, the officer looked in the direction of the soldier's finger and shuddered. Robbed? Ahem. He suddenly paled instantly and coughed and took a step backwards. If it's the bombing of the base, that's enough to get him court-martialed. So now a dozen helicopter gunships and 6 tanks have been robbed. This fault. Basically doomed. He's going to eat a gun. Wah wah awa. These unruly people. Bandits. Never let them get away. Give chase. At that moment, a soldier on the side warned. Major, there are still helicopter gunships patrolling in our neighborhood that haven't returned yet. They don't have any weapons or ammo up there that would allow that helicopter to do an intercept and destroy. Words. The officer gritted his teeth and said word for word. Inform him that there is no need to stop him, that the only thing I want to see is the body and that's enough. Don't just stand there. There are helicopter gunships on the tarmac. Go after them. They must die. Yes. As the words fell, some of the many soldiers headed straight for the tarmac. But just then, there was a helicopter gunship in the sky that actually went and came back as if it had seen something. And it was headed at breakneck speed toward that tarmac in Eagle Jam country. I should have known to grab this side. I didn't realize there was so much more here. On the helicopter, Li Liang looked down at the tarmac below and had a moment of regret. And below, watching the helicopter that flew backward again, straight away the officer froze. How dare you come back? Well, on the helicopter, with no weapons or ammo. I see you've come back to die. But soon, the helicopter gunship in the sky had already reached the tarmac of them all first. Previous chapter, next page. Then they heard a fierce burst of gunfire. Da. The onslaught of the sound directly made them freeze in place. In the sky, Li Liang shouldered that Gatling and shot at the helicopters on the ground. What's going on? Where did he get the weapons and ammo? That's Gatling? No. The officer finally reacted at this point and watched as the bullets continued to destroy the helicopters on the ground. He let out a hiss at the top of his voice. The soldiers were equally dumbfounded. What the fuck are you all waiting for? Shoot him down, the officer yelled hysterically. This roar directly woke up the soldiers. Reacting with a serious face, they picked up their weapons and approached in the direction of the helicopter gunship with a clatter. Boom! A series of loud bangs exploded at the tarmac. It is not known which of these remaining dozens of helicopter gunships was hit in the fuel tank. It instantly blew up, along with all the helicopter gunships. No! The officer fell on his butt as he watched this, a coldness tumbling over him. The soldiers were also startled by the loud noise, but the helicopter in the sky, after doing this, unexpectedly changed direction again, straight to them here. Ta-da! From the helicopter, the flaming Gatling took a swipe at them. It's hard to move an inch, so you have to turn around and hide. Protect the Major. Major, he's got too much firepower. We have to hold off. A soldier fiercely shielded the officer and retreated straight back with him, and the officer watched it all, frozen. It's over. It's all over. I'm sure I'll have to eat a bullet this time. In midair, the helicopter hovered over it. Li Liang took his Gatling and shot at the ground. The heavy suppression of firepower left these soldiers with no way to return fire. Keep in mind that this weapon is capable of firing at a rate of 1,000 rounds per minute. Anyone, with their physical body alone, is directly a hornet's nest. After repelling these people in the military base, Li Liang maneuvered the helicopter gunship to turn around leisurely. Without slowing down, he pulled down the distance and flew in the direction of the regiment. On the co-pilot's seat, and Yao was dumbfounded. She suddenly felt as if she were dreaming. We just robbed a base in the Eagle Jam country, didn't we? Li Liang nodded gently, his eyes looking at her with some suspicion. What's the problem? Aren't you watching at all? An Yao was dumbfounded. The tone, the demeanor, saying it like it's a common thing? That's a military base in Eagle Jam country. Not only did they blow up most of it, but they looted their helicopter gunships and tanks to go. What's wrong with this call? Big problem. You. And Yao was speechless for a while. This young man's attitude towards this matter simply left her speechless, and the audience in the live broadcast room exploded when they heard this. What? I heard something. Robbed a base in Eagle Jam country? Holy shit. What's going on? So it was just a firefight with the Eagle Sauce Nation? Holy damn. Isn't that a bit outrageous? Robbing a base in Eagle Jam country? No, brotherly, did you really rob your arms? At this point, the sky. A soldier from the Eagle Jam country is flying a helicopter gunship back. A smile involuntarily appeared on his face as he looked at the wonderful scenery below. It's been a wonderful day of easy work. The one bad thing, though, is that you're out by yourself on every patrol. There's not even anyone to talk to. This is just a little depressing. Just then, a helicopter gunship suddenly appeared in front of him. Seeing this, he was instantly alert. What's going on? How come there are still helicopter gunships in this area? But as he got closer, he suddenly realized, the helicopter gunship in the distance seems to look a bit like the one he owns. The distance closed again here, and that's when he reacted. That helicopter, one unique to his own country. Ha, so it's one of our own. Scared me. I told you. Who has the nerve to fly into our Eagle Sauce country's patrol area to pick a fight? But I'm done patrolling this side. Why is he here again? The soldier was a bit puzzled, but still didn't think too much about it. The boring patrols had made him want to talk to someone. He excitedly turned on his conversational machine and called, 0101, patrol mission completed. No need for patrols on this side. You may return. Over. But after half a day, the helicopter gunship in the distance surprisingly didn't reply. It made him wonder a bit. What's the matter? You're ignoring me? You can't hear me? He called again and again. 0101, this is 02. Patrol mission is over. You may return. You may return. The words fell. He looked toward the helicopter that was getting closer to that himself. At that moment, there was a sudden ringing in his conversational machine, shouted in a language he didn't understand. What 0102? I'm your father. Hear that? The soldier was flabbergasted. Dragon language? What's with the dragons on our helicopter? Chapter 91, Going to Kasego City. In midair, this soldier from the Eagle Jam country had no time to think. Only the helicopter in front of them turned sideways, and the door of the helicopter suddenly opened. From it jumped a man carrying a Gatling in his hand. The next moment, countless bullets poured towards him like a flood. My dynasty! It's the enemy! Before the words could be uttered, countless bullets struck through his windshield and then through his torso. The last unmanned helicopter. It fell straight down towards the ground, eventually hitting the ground and exploding. In the sky, Li Liang looked down with an expressionless face, then returned to the pilot's seat, maneuvering the helicopter to continue in the direction the minions had left. Night in the desert. 6 tanks, 10 helicopter gunships, and 8 transport helicopters were parked silently. These 3 tanks, Challenger 2, are loaded with an L-30A1, 120mm, 55X line gun, carries an omnidirectional independent viewer, TOGS 2 thermal imager and laser rangefinder. The other 3, the M1A2 main battle tanks, are also loaded with a 120mm smoothbore gun and have 7, 6mm mounted machine guns and 12, 7mm machine guns for the captain's armament. These definitely, are considered firepower killers. In the desert, the black man, Du, introduced himself with an excited look on his face. In front of him were the two officers, one male and one female, from the country of Baton. They looked at each other in disbelief as they listened to the black man, Do, and were about to open their mouths to say something. But Li Liang walked straight to the helicopter gunship and took over from Do and said, a 64 helicopter gunship with a maximum output of 1,510 horsepower and a short wing on each side of the fuselage. Each short wing has 2 mounting points each capable of carrying one M261 19 2, 75-inch Sea Serpent Monster 70 rocket launcher. The transport helicopter, the CH-53K, which I won't say much about, and there's not much to say about it. Well, are you satisfied? Sign and pay if you're satisfied. Li Liang looked at these two warriors of the Baton Kingdom. A proposed contractual order was produced from the hands of the Negro, Du, who had stepped aside. Then a standard traitorous smile. The two men from the Baton country looked at each other when they saw this. Then Mata stepped forward and spoke with some surprise. Mr. Li, this delivery speed of yours is too fast. We agreed on 2 days, and you had all this ready in a day. How did you do it? Although she did not show it on the surface, she was shocked at the speed of this arms dealer's preparation. He himself approached him only yesterday with the idea of buying arms. You got the stuff in the middle of the night the next day? What shocked her even more was that all of these helicopters were produced on the Eagle Jam side of the country. Previous chapter, next page. Keep in mind that these things are hard to get for the average country, and this arms dealer took it so quickly. It made her all suspicious. Could it be that this young man has some ulterior motive with the Eagle Jam Nation? That's easy, get it from over at the Eagle Jam Country military base. Li Liang shrugged bashfully. He didn't bother to hide this matter, and it would spread soon anyway. By then, the people of the Baton state will be just as responsive, so there's no point in hiding it or not. A military base in the Hawksbane country? Mana opened her mouth in disbelief. How did they get these to you for sale? As she said that, her gaze suddenly became wary, and even her figure took a step back. Knowing that they were concerned about their status, Li Liang spoke directly. You guys are overthinking it. It wasn't given to me by Eagle Jam Nation. I robbed it. Robbed? Mana looked at the young man in front of her in confusion and opened her mouth quizzically. You're telling me that all these helicopters and tanks, you went to the military bases in the Eagle Jam country and grabbed them? Li Liang nodded his head, not bothering to explain any further, and said with some impatience, ask around. Are you guys buying or not? You're not swindling me, are you? After saying that, his eyes iced down and stared straight at the two people in front of him, and at the same time, Du and the minions took a few steps forward. The mercenary corps members and Fei Luo on the side had their hearts jutting out at the sight of this scene directly. Nice guy. This arms dealer is really not afraid of anything. Anyone who dares to throw off his face. No, Li, you're mistaken. At this point, the Baton state was in a convoy. Suddenly down came a man in his 50s who looked like an officer, and he rushed to say, hello Li, my name is Willie and I'm here to talk to you about trading arms on behalf of the Baton Nation. Of course we'll buy it. It's just that it's different from what we agreed on, isn't it? We had a deal in the beginning that we needed 10 armed helicopters and 10 transport helicopters, but you only have 8 transport helicopters here. When he finished, he waved his hand to signal Mana to step back a little with the other man. Stand yourself to the front of the line. Li Liang's eyes surveyed him for a moment, then said, it is so true. So, I've also got a couple tanks to replace them, which I can sell you guys cheap at 20% off. As the words fell, the officer looked toward the tanks in the distance. After a moment of silence, he spoke. Since Mr. Li is so considerate, it wouldn't be good for us to be ungrateful, said Willie. Took the contract in Li Liang's hand and was about to sign it when he stopped. Showing a smile, he said, Li, one more thing. What is it? I need you to get these helicopters and tanks to Kasha City. Li Liang raised an eyebrow and said in a deep voice, Kasha City? Are you sure there's one of your people over there to take over? Willie nodded. Yes, they will meet you on the way. There will be a convoy of supplies on the road to Kasha City. I'll let you know exactly where it is. You need to find them, at which time they will lead you around the dangerous section with the soldiers of the Kingdom of Israel and then safely to the city of Kasha. Words. Li Liang narrowed his eyes at this Baton country officer in front of him. After a moment, he still nodded in agreement. Fine, but let me tell you, as soon as the stuff is delivered I'll leave, and definitely won't get involved in the war between your two countries. Of course, as it should be, answered in the affirmative. Willie hurriedly signed the contract and finally shook hands with Li Liang with a full smile on his face. The purchase of these dozen helicopters could be said to be a great favor to their Baton country. In itself, at times like this, there were few people who could help them with their weapons, so the helicopter, that's what they would have needed to buy. And getting an escort from this arms dealer is their ultimate goal. The two men shook hands and Willie smiled again. Lee, I'll call the money over to the supply convoy, and they'll give it to you as soon as you deliver it. After saying that, he took a few people from the Baton Kingdom and left. And when Li Liang heard these words, he already guessed the general result in his heart. But he didn't care, as long as he got the money for himself. After sales service, which he would have given away. A moment of contemplation. Li Liang glanced at the time, turned to the crowd behind him and spoke slowly. Rest for a few moments, and leave at dawn for Kasha City. Chapter 92. This equipment is too good, isn't it? Early morning in the desert. Li Liang and the others were preparing for their departure. Under his arrangement, of the personnel on this trip to Kasego City, by a member of the mercenary corps, with the 4 tanks that were not purchased back to the indomitable mercenaries. Instead, Pharaoh was left behind and asked to go with him to Kasego City to complete the delivery. This decision was also made in fear of a sudden defection by Philo. After distributing the work, Li Liang pulled open the helicopter hatch and explained to Enyao inside. Open that black box I gave you. Yes. Enyao opened her own backpack and took out that black box and gently pressed the button on it. From this moment on, they completely disappeared from the satellite maps of all countries around the world. Then he turned to the crowd again. The place we're going to this time is Kasha City. We made a lot of noise last night, and I think the Eagle Jam side of the country, I'm afraid, has been looking for us like crazy. There are people from the Kingdom of Israel near that side of Kasha City. They're the minions of the Kingdom of Hawk Jam. I'm afraid they'll come to block us as well. So you guys driving the tanks need to keep an eye out. The crowd nodded seriously. Don't worry, my lord. Although the tank has no ammunition, the thing is this tank after all. Just looking at it is scary. Who would dare to come and touch it? And we only have 2 loads on the ground, so I don't think the blow will be that strong. And your side, my lord, is a dozen helicopters? The battle in the sky will surely be fierce by then. The congregation is well aware of this. With all the fuss last night, Eagle Jam Nation must have been all over the world looking for them long ago. Although there are signal jammers to cover it up, the Eagle Jam Nation could not determine their exact route, but air power would certainly be sent to search for them. Once they are detected, they will absolutely not hesitate to conduct long-range fire strikes. The tanks on the ground were all right. There were only 2 of them and they were not easy to spot. And a dozen helicopters in the sky, not so much. Don't worry, there won't be any major problems in the sky. Let's go. On yo. You follow the tank on the ground. And Yao nodded without refusing. Li Liang softly voiced out, then walked straight towards one of the helicopters. The other side. Take the military bases of the powers. Just as Li Liang and the others were traveling to Kasego City, a discussion broke out from the command headquarters on the Israelite front. What? Someone attacked a military base in Eagle Jam? And grabbed a dozen helicopters and a couple tanks? Now we can't even find where the people are? This is too outrageous? Whoever did this has too much guts. Previous chapter, next page. A discussion followed. An officer in the main seat frowned and finally spoke. Guys, that's just the way it is. Now the Eagle Sauce Nation side wants us to cooperate fully with them to find out this terrorist. What do you think at a time like this? The crowd fell silent. Someone soon spoke up. I think it's better to cooperate with them. After all, we can't afford to offend this side of the Eagle Sauce Kingdom. Besides, he's our backstage, so it's really not an option if we don't listen. The crowd felt justified at this statement, but soon the man continued. But, cooperate though we must, but then, we don't need to take it too much to heart. Just make a show of it for the Eagle Jam countryside. We just need to send out some men and show them our attitude. Hearing this, the crowd immediately recognized it. The words fell, and the man in the main seat felt justified. Good, just as you said. Immediately arrange for a team of personnel to cooperate with the Eagle Sauce Nation and search for that terrorist squad. In the meantime, on the coastline, in a not-so-large grove of coconut palms, 10 trucks loaded with supplies parked silently in the shadows. The Batanian warriors in each truck remained absolutely silent. They've been shipping this supply for a long time. These supplies were raised with great difficulty. Because of the Eretz Israeli forces, they had to walk and stop, not daring to make any noise, in front of a convoy of supplies. There were also 2 officers from the Baton country who were waiting with immense nervousness. Why haven't you come yet? I thought it was agreed that an armed squad would be escorted this morning. The other officer glanced at his watch and whispered somewhat nervously as well. Just wait. It should be soon. I've heard this squad is full of well-armed troops. With them escorting us, we don't have to be so wary. I hope so. Between the words, the 2 Batanian officers suddenly fell silent. Although they had been informed that a squad would come to escort them, their hearts were still a bit desperate. They know better than anyone else how tough it is to transport these supply trucks into Kasai City. To get into the city of Kasha, you have to cross the blockade line of the Kingdom of Israel. But this blockade, how could they let them from the Baton country in? It's been half a month. Fewer than 10% of the supply trucks managed to squeak into Kasego City. Even then, the results were obtained only at great sacrifice. And now, what good would it do for HQ to send a squad to escort them? Even with good equipment, the results are still hard to change. The two were just silent. Suddenly, there was a loud roar behind them. Hearing this voice, the two men's hearts instantly jumped hard. It's the sound of a tank. Damn, what a hell! How did tanks suddenly appear in this place? It can't be someone from the Kingdom of Israel. Could it be that our location and transportation of supplies has been exposed? Subconsciously, the first thought that came into the minds of the two officers was that the news of the supply team was known. That's why the tanks were sent to probe and attack. No, it seems like there's more than just tanks. Listen guys, what's that sound? An officer trembled quietly listening to the commotion, and a moment later he looked up with a sudden look of horror. Helicopter! It's a helicopter gunship! Rumble! The sound of propellers whistling came from overhead, and the coconut trees swayed wildly in the violent wind. Looking at this image in front of them, the crowd of the Baton Kingdom immediately showed despair. The two officers, their faces ashen, burst out laughing miserably. Oh, even the helicopter gunships were sent? That's quite enough attention to our supplies. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, you are? The man continued. We came to you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent? They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, you are? The man continued. We've come for you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent? They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, the two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, you are? The man continued. We came for you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent? They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, yes, you are? The man continued. We came to you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you are the supplies team from the Baton country? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, yes, you are? The man continued. We came to you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, yes, you are? The man continued. We came for you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, yes, you are? The man continued. We came to you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, the two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, yes, you are? The man continued. We've come for you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, the two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, yes, you are? The man continued. We came to you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, the two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton Country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, you are? The man continued. We've come for you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton Country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, you are? The man continued. We came to you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, the two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton Country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, you are? The man continued. We came to you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you are the supplies team from the Baton Country? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, you are? The man continued. We've come for you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent. They held the weapons in their hands firmly, completely ready to fight to the death. Surrender is never surrender. They were already blood enemies with the nation of Israel. Even the people in the city of Kasha didn't surrender. And who are they to surrender? The expressions of the people were like death. They had long been prepared for certain death. But suddenly, two tanks not far in front of them actually stopped, and a man came down from one of them. Coming straight to them, he smiled and opened his mouth. Greetings, may I ask if you're the Baton Country's supply team? The two officers were instantly confused, so much so that they couldn't even speak properly. Yes, you are? The man continued. We came to you at Willie's request. The two men looked up at the sky again in silence. The man added, don't be afraid, that's one of ours too. At this point, they finally reacted to the fact that this was the squad with fine weapons that the top said, able to, but this is too refined. Tanks and helicopter gunships were sent.